and our social worker called and said, your birth mom that you were hooked up with is a male federal felon going to prison in Unit 207 delayed the initiation of the live stream. So it is now 7:23 p.m. PST, December 7th, 2024. He continues to believe that he's smoother than the FBI. He's not. He's going to prison unless he's blown the whistle. So it is 7:23 p.m. PST, December 7th, 2024, and this is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Keep in mind, I'm not employed by the FBI, but I have been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June. Ergo, I am. You may be wondering what's going on. I'm going to direct you to go to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Again, that's facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. And from that webpage, you should also be able to click on my Twitter account on the left-hand side, which you'll want to look at because in the highlights section from 1 year ago this month, you'll read about a litany of federal felonies I was threatened with and am currently the victim as a result of the North Everett Police Precinct of fraudsters, which will have an exodus upon it. So on December 10th, his birth parents, they currently owe me $12 million, which they will be paying in full. Now, you will hear something I've already said in this live stream because although I'm not under instructions to read anything in this live stream today, I do have instructions to make sure there is audio on this video. So, Nerd Squad, new thumbnail of a selfie I just took at 7:25 p.m. PST. And I will click on the live stream and make sure that there is audio. Before it gets better. Oh, come on. A couple days later, we planned a baby shower like the next weekend. Birth mom found out about it and freaked out. We get home from baby shower night, and on the answering machine is a message from her freaking out. It was awful. You learn a lot going through this. It's very hard for birth moms, the birth dads too, because it's such an emotional time. The reality of it is, it happens a lot where birth moms want them back. Which makes sense. I can't imagine the emotionally difficult experience of surrendering your own child. So the next day, 7 delayed the initiation of the live stream. So it is now 7:23 p.m. 7:26 p.m. PST. We have audio, Nerd Squad. He's smoother than the FBI. He's not. He's not. He's going to prison unless he's going to prison unless he's blown the whistle. So it is 7:23 p.m. PST, December 7th, 2024, and this is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Keep in mind, I'm not employed by the FBI, but I have been authorized to state my informant since the last week of June. Yeah. Way to go, precinct of fraudsters. The most embarrassing precinct to be a part of in this state for the FBI. For a long, long time, I might add. I thought I would die. Get a job with the precinct of fraudsters if you like to kidnap children that you abuse and steal from and terrorize a DV stalking victim and stalk her and cyber attack her and pretend to be your multiple times convicted stalker and abuser because of a old guy or two that she fucked many years ago whose wives left them. Yeah, you're cool and smooth. You're going to prison for 40 plus years unless you blow the whistle, fools. But soon the boy's birth parents realized that as much as they wanted to, they unfortunately were not capable of giving their son the life he deserved. But there's certain paperwork that has to be signed in order for that to not happen again. And I said, how smooth are you? You're so smooth, you're going to prison for 40 plus years, precinct of fraudsters, because of a guy that thinks he's retiring on January 2nd. And his friends from Seattle Hill Road and my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. You're so smooth.
You're going to prison for the rest of your lives for these people if you've not blown the whistle.
And then 9 months later, we finalized his adoption, and that was lovely.
Side note, Shannon and her son's birth mother have a wonderful relationship today, and it's an open adoption, which has been a great experience for her son and her family.
A lot of people wonder, can you love him the same as a kid that was born to you? And I'm like, yeah, I don't even think about it anymore.
So here she was, still in the cult, but
remember, the North Everett Police Precinct owes me $12.1 million at 11:55 p.m. PST this evening.
As the father of a toddler, I can attest that a lot of questions arise when you have a new child.
Like what?
Like, did I even sleep at all last night? Where are the car keys? Or how does a 10-pound baby create 20 pounds of poop in one day?
Too big?
You'll find out.
But for Shannon, the questions were the same ones she had been asking for years. Like the pants, the cutting of the hair, like, give us some answers. But like in every cult, reasonable answers never come.
Despite numerous attempts at asking.
It took years of questioning, so much discussion around the why. But it seemed that many others in the group were also openly questioning. And then what happened with enough of us questioning, they were doing this mass marking of people.
And the lesson here is, I would never be so stupid as to go to prison for 40 years or 1 year for another person. I could spit in the eyes of fools. But instead, I'd rather orally admonish them before they're detained with the hopes that they'll choose not to go to prison for 40 plus years.
It was years and years. A process, yes, but she was finally free. Because they're so used to having such a controlled schedule, it was like a freeing shock, like a freedom, and like, ooh, I have all this time. What are we going to do on Friday night? Even wearing pants in public or shorts in public, like that took a long time to feel comfortable on that. Or bathing suits.
But you know, a wise person once told me, someone else I might add who has experience with a convicted stalker, I'm not going to name names, you know what they told me? You can't talk sense to nonsense. This person was explaining their convicted stalker and how, like, you just can't talk sense to nonsense.
But it took a long time for us to actually go to church. So many of these types of high control groups that are religious, they ruin religion for so many people in general. But I feel now like I have a personal relationship with God, and I look back and I'm like, I never had that. Never in the entirety of being in the cult did I ever have that relationship with God. You just sat there, you listened, rolled your eyes, you just lived it and did what you were told to do.
Shannon and her husband did find a church to attend, and yes, they can actually call it a church.
And her old group, well, it's still going, but they lost so many people. They were just meeting in homes, and then they all ended up moving to Texas or down south because there's just not enough to keep it going up here.
If Shannon had to guess, they have around 1,000 members nationwide.
And it actually has a name now, because, you know, cults love to shift their rules. It's called a biblical light.
And Shannon and her husband, well, they adopted again.
I got very educated on, like, sibling sets, and my heart was just like, oh my gosh, maybe we should get a sibling set, because there's so many, and they really want to try to keep the siblings together. So now they have 2 daughters, in addition to their son. It's a party every day now.
Life outside the cult isn't always easy, as she is often reminded of her indoctrination.
So many triggering things, and then being like, oh, I want to work on myself more. I started going to therapy, real therapy. Right. And I want to say the first appointment I was at, the therapist was like, you were in a cult? I'm like, no. It's like a church group. And then when my husband went to therapy, his therapist did the exact same thing.
For most of her life, Shannon had to call certain things by different names, including not saying a church was a church.
But now she finally had a word for her non-church church. So I guess if they both think it's a cult, it's probably a cult.
And her healing process is a never-ending journey.
I think part of it is accepting how much your past plays a part in your present. That was my life. All I can do now is move forward and decide what to do with it from this point forward. It will always be a process of deprogramming, always, forever. And a wonderful outlet for her healing has been through her widely popular Instagram account, where Shannon posts hilarious, often mom-centric videos that have reached a wide audience. This comedic side of her is something she was never able to explore while in the cult, and she told me that it has been so wonderful to finally be able to discover her true self.
And if there's any upside to growing up in a cult, it's that it's often the little things that make you happy, reminding you of what life could have been had you stayed in that toxic environment.
It's nice to overall be like, no, I'm going to go to the store in my jammies, and I don't really care if someone thinks I'm homeless. Like, right? I don't care.
You're gonna live in your truth.
Right. I'm confident in myself. I don't really care too much about what other people think of me, and that's a very nice place to be. Shannon, thank you for sharing your story with us. It was such a pleasure talking to you. And you guys must follow her Instagram and TikTok. Her handle is @officialshannynfans. And apparently Kelly Clarkson is a fan too, as she had Shannon on her show during the pandemic.
Is that so?
Yeah.
And that's all for this week, folks. Thank you for listening. And if anyone you know or you yourself has a story for us, or even a better analogy for Liz's tree frog, just reach out to us at cults@iheartmedia.com. We would love to hear from you, our listeners.
And if you haven't yet, give us some stars, 5 preferably. Every star counts.
Yeah.
Like you. You're a star.
I'm 5 stars.
Not you, Tyler. I'm talking to our audience.
Oh, okay. Well, there's stars too.
But yeah, if you like the show, 5 stars.
5 stars up.
Is that even a thing? I'll stop now. We will be back next week, guys, for another crazy-ass cult story. We didn't go to school the whole time we were there. So for like 2.5 years, I just sleep all day because I just think I just didn't want to be awake. And then I would just wake up and just eat a bunch of food and watch TV. I got extremely pale because I clearly didn't go outside. And then, yeah, just the Bible teachings on the weekend. The world's still going to end. You guys need to get right. Here's a video of hell. Hey, guys, we were interviewed on an amazingly
Fun podcast.
called The Daily Zeitgeist.
And if you want to check it out and listen to us talk a little bit about pancakes and Liz's preferred morning beverage,
I'm not going to tell you.
you can find the link in the show notes.
The Daily Zeitgeist, January 10th episode. Was I in a Cult? Is story produced and written by Tyler, Everett.
And Liz, the tree frog, Ayakuzi.
Executive producer is Maya Cole Howard.
Supervising producer is the one, the only Ari Basile.
Audio editor is Chandler Mays.
And our lovely publicist is Lauren Dutton Green.
Shout out to Daniel Goodman. And our fan of the week goes to Maxine Van Date from Canada. Her handle is fantastical. It is @Shamala Mamamoo. Shamala Mamamoo. SCHAMALAMA.
Looks nice.
Maxine, will you please let us know where
Where Canada is,
Inspiration.
north of
where
us.
the inspiration for this
America's
handle
map.
is, because it's fantastic. Thank you for listening and spreading the love. We appreciate you. It's the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, so don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, so you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires. See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 1/2/25. BTW, FYI, Tap the banner ASAP to learn about Nexplanon. Head to the gestural implant 68 milligrams radio pain or ask your HCP IRL. Visit nexplanon.com RN. KTTYL. It's the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, so don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach, or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, so you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires. See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 1/2/25. Company.
Focus Features invites you to succumb to the darkness. Nosferatu, from director Robert Eggers, comes a masterpiece of horror.
Stop it.
This picture is a force more powerful than evil was not itself. Nosferatu, rated R, under 79 without Everett. Only theaters Christmas Day. Special engagements at Dolby and IMAX.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, to imagining living there, breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up. That can make all the difference. That's where the expertise of a Realtor can be for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
Once upon a time, Amazon Music meant audiobooks, and listeners everywhere rejoiced. Because now they can listen to one audiobook title a month from an enormous library of popular audiobook titles, including romanticism, autobiographies, true crime, and more. Suddenly, listeners didn't mind sitting in traffic or even missing their flight. Amazon Music Unlimited now includes Audible. Download the Amazon Music app now to start listening. Terms apply.
Hello, and come in. What are you looking for today? I have an outstanding collection of the most disturbing and bizarre objects in existence. Ah, an artist. Okay, let's see. Check these out. Inside the pouch are 7 paintbrushes. Strange symbols emblazoned on each of their handles. They hide a sinister secret that you'll hear all about. Close your eyes and picture this. A story I call The Painting. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
January 17th, 1666. The freshly fallen snow covered the ground and hung on the barren tree branches of Cottage Wood Town. A horse and carriage are seen in the distance. The Moore family home was filled with warmth, love, and laughter. Susan was a mother to 3 beautiful girls. Her husband, Thaddeus, served as a Union Army chaplain. This left the house ladies to fend for themselves in his vacancy. Mabel was the oldest and was 17 years of age, followed by Adelaide, who was 16, and youngest, Clementine, who was 13. The sisters did everything together, but couldn't be more different. Mabel was tall and lanky with long chestnut brown hair and big hazel eyes. She often wore her hair up to keep it out of her face. She was a talented painter and sold her art to help with the household
expenses. She primarily painted people, but occasionally painted landscapes and objects to add variety to her work. Adelaide had long, beautiful wavy locks that framed her elegant face. She was an excellent seamstress. She made all the women in the Morehouse dresses. They could not afford to purchase anything as fancy as that in the shops, so Adelaide would buy the fabric and patterns to make her own. She crafted her designs, which she sold to contribute to the family's finances. Clementine had the most stunning auburn hair. Her face was covered in tiny brown freckles. She loved to play piano and spend time with her sisters.
I'm such a food slur. All my paintbrushes are destroyed. I have to get new ones, and I know money is tight. This is not very good.
Don't say you're a food slur. The brushes are well loved.
Well, I guess. Will you come with me into town to grab some new ones?
No, it looks like it's about to snow.
I bet we could get there and back before it starts. Where's your sense of adventure?
I do have a sense of adventure. I don't consider walking into town in the cold much of an experience. It's more like torture.
Come on. Dr. Daniels asked for this over a month ago, and I want to paint Mommy something nice for Christmas.
Oh, all right. Let me get my coat and boots.
I thank you. You are my favorite sister.
You say that to all of us.
Yeah, but I mean what I say to you.
Mabel and Adelaide bundled up in their warmest garments. Adelaide's gloves were tattered and had holes in the webbing. She couldn't afford a new pair. The two sisters took the same path to town. They walked through the woods, a shortcut to the shop's locations. Just past a gnarly unique tree, Mabel saw a building she had probably never noticed before. It looked like an old shop. It had been there for some time. The sign hanging from the front of the store read, Edward's Supplies and Hobbies. In peering through the window, Mabel noticed that the store sold paints and brushes. Her face lit up with excitement.
Have you seen this store before?
I don't recall seeing it last week when I fetched Mommy some fabric.
It isn't that familiar. It looks like it's been here for at least a century.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. How can the structure stand when this building wasn't here less than a week ago?
Maybe we should go to the one you always go to.
I have a bad feeling about this one. Something is off.
I think the cold has gotten to your brain. Why would we walk further in the cold when the store is right before us?
I understand your reason. Promise me that if anything strange happens, we can leave and we can leave.
Of course, I promise. If something odd happened, I would want to leave too. Those brushes are stunning. I wonder how much they cost.
You don't look cheap. Your birthday is coming. You deserve something nice.
You're always putting everyone else's needs first. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go inside.
Why, hello. Welcome to Edward's Supplies and Hobbies. And I am he. What can I help you ladies with?
My sister is looking for some paintbrushes.
Yes, I was buying the ones with the maple wood handles that are in your window. What are the prices of those?
Oh, don't bother with those. I have the perfect brush set for you. These just came in and belong to a famous Parisian painter from the 1700s. They are used, but are in excellent condition.
The shopkeeper reached beneath the counter and pulled out a black fabric pouch. He placed it on the glass counter and untied the straps. A total of 7 different size brushes rested inside. He grabbed the thickest brush and put it in Mabel's hands.
Wow, those are breathtaking. Look at the details etched into the wooden handles. Do you know what those symbols represent?
They are quite unique, aren't they? I believe they have something to do with old royalty.
These are truly beautiful, but I don't have the pocket money for them.
It's been a good month in sales, so this one is on the house.
Oh, I couldn't. It's such a kind gesture, and I appreciate it. But it's too much for me to accept.
That reminds me. How long has your store been open?
We have been open for a few months.
Isn't that peculiar? I went the same way to town last week, and I can swear I never came across it. Are you sure you've been here that long?
I would recall something so grand as my store's opening day. Perhaps Perhaps you overlooked our establishment because you simply weren't looking for it.
Perhaps.
Please accept these brushes as a warm gesture of gratitude for visiting. Since you are hesitant to receive this gift, how about you bring me your first painting using these as payment? Does that seem fair?
Mabel looked unsure. Mabel, you are a talented artist, and you would be lucky to own one of your paintings. This is an extraordinary gift, and how often do those come along? Don't let your pride get in the way this time. We could use the money.
So, do we have a deal?
All right, Edward, that sounds fair. Yes, we have a deal. Mabel and the shopkeeper both reached out and shook each other's hands. The shopkeeper packaged the brushes and handed them to Mabel, who looked delighted. The woman left the store kitty and travelled back to the family home. I can just believe that you got a free set of brushes. I know! I'm so glad we stumbled across that store. The ladies returned home to spend the rest of the day finishing their chores. In the following weeks, Mabel kept her word to the shopkeeper. She painted Rosalie, the little child who lived across the way. Rosalie had long blonde hair. Each strand looked like spun gold. It curled at the bottom, and she had gorgeous green eyes that resembled emeralds. She painted her with a big smile, picking flowers in a field of wild midnight blue daisies and a farmhouse in the distance, with a docile pond to the left. Stunning geese surrounded her. These were all things that Rosalie suggested to be in her painting. She loved animals and swimming in the pond in the summer. Mabel used vibrant colours that looked like they were jumping off the canvas. Mabel couldn't believe how well her painting had turned out, and knew it had to be the high-quality brushes she'd received. Thank you, Mabel, for painting me. Thank you for being so polite and for being so patient. Edward is going to love it. Let's get our coats and I'll walk you home. Mabel took Rosalie home and headed back through the woods with the framed painting. She had delicately wrapped, put it in muslin, and put a ribbon with a bow on top. When she finally arrived at the snarled and sinister-looking tree, mysteriously she did not see the shop at all. All that appeared to be there was miles of forest. She was excited to pay off her debt and to see what the shopkeeper thought of her artwork. You have to be kidding me. I swear the shop was right over there. Maybe this isn't the tree I thought it was. I mean, buildings don't randomly disappear after a couple of weeks. Mabel continued through the forest till she made it into town. There was no sign of a store she and Adelaide had visited a few weeks past. She asked a few people in town if they knew what had come of Edward's supplies and hobbies, and they had yet to learn. In fact, the most peculiar part was that they had never even heard of the establishment. She thought it odd and would have thought she had dreamt it, but she and Adelaide had been there. Well, they couldn't have shared the same delusion, could they? Adelaide, the strangest thing happened. I went to the woods today to pay off my debt to the shopkeeper, and the whole store was gone. It vanished into thin air as if it was never there at all. On the subject of vanishing, I have dreadful news. What is it? Is it Father? Is he okay? It isn't, Father. It appears as though Rosalie is not missing. What? How? Her parents went to her room this morning, and she was gone. Disappeared without a trace. Or what do they think it was? They aren't sure, but I fear something horrible has happened to her. They have a search party going out this afternoon. Let's go with and see if we can be of any service. Mabel held the portrait of Rosalie a little tighter in her arms. She carefully unwrapped the muslin to look like a sweet child again. When she looked closer, she realized that the smile she'd painted on Rosalie had turned into a frown. A feeling of dread washed over her, and she dropped the paint on the floor. Adelaide picked it up and handed it back to Mabel. Here you go. You need to be careful with it or the frame will break. You okay? What's wrong? Did you do this? Do what? You're starting to scare me. Did you paint over Rosalie's face? Of course not. What do you even mean? When I painted this portrait, Rosalie had a bright, beaming smile. Now she has a sad look on her face. Almost vacant. Do you think Clementine did this as a joke? I don't think so. Why would she? It sounded so cool. When Clementine and their mom got home, They confirmed that her sister had nothing to do with Rosalie's altered expression. They suspected it might have been some rewarding boys that come in to be tutored by Susan. She would often help laboured children of the wealthy with reading and math to earn some extra income. It was assumed that one of them had been the culprit. Mabel packed up her art supplies the following morning and headed out to paint the doctor at his newly opened practice. He was very wealthy and beloved by the town. He thought a portrait of himself at the office would be lovely. Mabel was happy to help, and it was known that he paid very well.
Thank you for spending your Sunday with me.
Oh, of course, I am honored. What would you like painted in the background?
I would love if you got my medicine jars on the shelf.
Great, I can do that.
Don't make me look goofy, alright?
I won't. I will do the outline and then finish the rest at home. It takes me a few weeks to complete a painting.
Well, that is quite alright. I'm in no rush. You take your time. Rome wasn't built in a day now, was it?
I suppose it wasn't.
Mabel meticulously sketched the outline on the canvas, which took a good part of the day. Mabel was a perfectionist and took pride in her work. When she was done, the doctor paid her the most she'd ever gotten for a painting.
Here, this is for the deposit, and I'll pay you the balance when the piece is finished.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels. You're very generous.
Think nothing of it, and you can call me Jacob.
Mabel packed up her art supplies and headed back home.
This is a message from the customer service department at the antiquarium. We're sorry you're having trouble. The chaos magic encoded within this audio file has detected excessive levels of transference from your subconscious. Please hold, and we will resume your sacrament momentarily.
La siate omne speranza, felicim trate.
Hey, this is Trevor from the acquisition department here at the antiquarium. Language is a powerful thing, especially at cursed antique stores. Here, take this amulet, for example. The inscription on the back, does that translate to eternal power?
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/withAmex. Card member entrance access not limited to Amex Platinum card. Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make simultaneously.
Any word on Rosalie? No, I'm afraid not. I'm going to go and fix the expression on her face and make it as it was.
Mabel headed upstairs and grabbed the canvas. She was in disbelief at what she'd seen. Rosalie was no longer picking flowers in the field. She was inside the farmhouse looking out the window. She had a saddened look and tears streaming down her rosy cheeks. She looked slightly taller, a bit older. The field of midnight blue daisies had all wilted, and overgrown weeds had appeared. She was livid that someone had been so disrespectful to her art again. She asked her mother if anyone had been to the home for tutoring, but not a soul had been by. Her heart started to race, and she had this horrible feeling in her stomach. She thought, how could this be? Her fear turned to anger. She pulled out her brushes and painted over the changes that had been made to the art. She worked into the morning to turn the girl's sadness into joy and to bring the beautiful field of daisies back to life. When she awoke in the morning, she wiped the sleep from the corner of her eyes. She noticed that her painting wasn't as she had left it. Rosalie had aged over a decade. Her face looked distorted with a sinister smile. She held a dead, bleeding piece by its neck in her left hand. Mabel wondered if she was still dreaming. She rubbed her eyes again and took another look at the painting. She was horrified at what she saw. She was puzzled also as to how this was happening. She ran downstairs with tears streaming down her face, looking for her mother for solace and guidance. She saw the two neighbouring boys packing their school supplies when she arrived at the foot of the stairs. Brown, the older brother, smiled at Mabel and mischievously winked at her as he put the last of his papers in his bag. Mabel was seething with anger as she pushed the painting before Brown's face. Brown examined it and looked frightened by the image.
Interesting painting, Mabel. You think me a fool, do you? Huh? I don't think you a fool. It's a rather odd painting. I know you did this and I will prove it. Did what? What have I done to upset you?
That's enough, Mabel. She has fallen ill. My apologies, ma'am.
I have not. He changed it. I know he did. Just look at his fingers.
Susan apologized to Brown for Mabel's behavior and sent him and his brother home. She gave them freshly baked muffins for the walk. Have you lost your mind, Mabel? What was that?
Why, of course not.
this is Brand's fault. He's the one who should be questioned. I spent the better part of the night correcting my painting and returning it to its original state. When I awoke, I noticed that the picture had changed form again to this dreadful state. That boy had red stains all over his skin.
Tell me some biblical stories and or Jewish folk tales about people that are surrounded by idiots in a town and enemies who keep attacking them and failing. Something like Moses ben Mamo. Let's see what Gemini AI pulls up. It's not the best for writing. It's good for grammar. But I like it. You can see where it gets formulaic. Especially when Unit 207 is busy tweaking around with the inputs and the outputs.
You're looking for stories of resilience and divine justice, where the underdog triumphs despite being surrounded by fools and facing relentless opposition.
Oh, Joseph and his
Here are
brothers.
details
I always
from
go
Bible
after
and
that.
Jewish folklore that resonate with that theme. 1. Joseph and his
That
brothers.
just shows what an
This
asshole
biblical
Godzilla
story
is.
is a classic example of an individual surrounded by those who misunderstand and mistreat him, yet ultimately rising to a position of power and influence.
The story
Joseph,
of
blessed with
Esther,
prophetic dreams and favored by his father,
Rabbi
is envied
Akiva,
and sold
the
into
wise
slavery
men
by
of
his
Chum.
brothers. Despite facing
The
hardship
Golem
and
of Prague
betrayal,
is sad as
Joseph
fuck.
maintains his
That's
faith
not a
and
good
integrity,
story. You know what
eventually
happens with
becoming a
Golem at the
powerful
end?
advisor to the Egyptian pharaoh.
It's rendered
When famine
useless.
strikes the land, Joseph's wisdom and foresight save his family and his people, proving that even in the face of adversity, righteousness and perseverance can
Oh, and it leaves out the best part of Joseph when he becomes king and rich, and his brother and his dad come and try and beg for money
becomes queen of Persia and uses her position
because
to
they
save
went
her
broke.
people from annihilation. Esther, an orphan raised by her cousin Mordecai, is chosen to be the queen, concealing her Jewish identity. When the king's advisor, Haman, plots to exterminate the Jews, Esther bravely reveals her heritage and intercedes on behalf of her people. Through her courage and wisdom, she exposes Haman's treachery and thwarts his evil plan, demonstrating that even those seemingly powerless can rise to become instruments of divine justice. 3. Rabbi Akiva. This story from the Talmud tells of a shepherd who, at the age of 40, begins his journey to become a renowned scholar and leader. Rabbi Akiva faces ridicule and discouragement from those who see him as an uneducated simpleton. However, with unwavering determination and the support of his wife, Rachel, he perseveres in his studies, eventually becoming one of the most influential figures in Jewish history. His story exemplifies the power of perseverance and the transformative potential of education, even in the face of adversity and societal prejudice. 4. The Wise Men of Chelm. These humorous folktales revolve around the inhabitants of Chelm, a fictional town known for its endearingly foolish residents. Despite their lack of common sense and tendency to make absurd decisions, the people of Chelm are often depicted as kind-hearted and well-intentioned. The stories often involve the Chelmites encountering challenges or problems, which they attempt to solve in their own unique and often hilarious ways. While these tales are primarily comedic, they also offer a subtle commentary on human nature and the importance of wisdom and perspective. 5. The Golem of Prague. This legend tells of Rabbi Judah Lo ben Bezalel, a 16th century rabbi in Prague who creates a golem, a creature made of clay, to protect the Jewish community from persecution.
Moses
The golem,
ben
imbued
Maimon.
with supernatural strength and tasked with defending the innocent, becomes a symbol of resistance against oppression. While the story explores themes of power and responsibility, it also highlights the resilience of a community facing relentless attacks and the lengths to which they will go to protect themselves and their way of life.
The Golem of Prague is super sad because at the end the golem is rendered useless. Also, how about you tell me your version of Moses bin Maimon? Unit 207, turn off your Google mics. There we go.
You're right. The story of the Golem of Prague does have a melancholic ending. Even though the Golem is a powerful protector, he ultimately becomes a threat himself, and Rabbi Lowe is forced to deactivate him, returning him to inanimate clay. It's a poignant reminder of the complexities of creation and the unintended consequences of even the best intentions. Now, let's dive into the fascinating story of Moses ben Maimon, also known as Maimonides or Rambam. Moses ben Maimon, a life of scholarship and resilience. Born in Cordoba, Spain, in 1138, Maimonides lived during a tumultuous period of Jewish history. Forced to flee his homeland due to religious persecution, he embarked on a journey that took him through Morocco and eventually to Egypt, where he settled in Fustat, Old Cairo. Despite facing hardship and discrimination, Maimonides rose to become one of the most influential figures in Jewish intellectual history. He was a renowned physician, philosopher, astronomer, and most importantly, a leading Torah scholar and legal authority. Here are some key aspects of his life and work that resonate with the theme of resilience and triumph over adversity. Scholarly pursuits amidst turmoil. Maimonides pursued his intellectual and spiritual development despite facing constant upheaval and persecution. He mastered a vast range of subjects, from medicine and philosophy to Jewish law and theology, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to learning and intellectual growth. Champion of reason and faith, Maimonides sought to reconcile faith and reason, arguing that both were essential for a complete understanding of God and the universe. His groundbreaking philosophical work, The Guide for the Perplexed, addressed the apparent contradictions between religious tradition and scientific knowledge, offering a path for those struggling to reconcile their faith with the complexities of the world. Codification of Jewish law. Maimonides' magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah, is a comprehensive and systematic code of Jewish law. This monumental work organized centuries of scattered legal rulings and traditions into a clear and accessible format, making Jewish law more understandable and accessible to the masses. Medical expertise and compassion. Maimonides was a highly respected physician, serving as the court physician to Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt. He wrote extensively on medical topics, combining his knowledge of ancient Greek and Arabic medicine with his own observations and insights. His medical writings reflect not only his expertise, but also his deep compassion for his patients. Leadership and community building. Maimonides served as the leader of the Jewish community in Egypt, providing guidance, support, and inspiration. He tirelessly worked to strengthen Jewish education and communal institutions, leaving a lasting legacy of leadership and communal responsibility. Facing opposition and criticism. Despite his immense contributions, Maimonides faced opposition and criticism from some within the Jewish community. His philosophical views were considered controversial by some traditionalists, and his codification of Jewish law was challenged by those who preferred the more decentralized and interpretive approach of the Talmud. However, Maimonides remained steadfast in his convictions, defending his work with reasoned arguments and unwavering commitment to the truth. His intellectual rigor, combined with his deep faith and compassion, ultimately earned him widespread recognition as one of the greatest Jewish thinkers of all time. Maimonides' legacy is one of resilience, intellectual brilliance, and unwavering dedication to his faith and community. He faced numerous challenges throughout his life, from religious persecution and displacement to intellectual opposition and personal tragedies. Yet, he persevered, leaving behind a body of work that continues to inspire and challenge generations of scholars and seekers of truth. His story serves as a powerful reminder of the human capacity to overcome adversity, pursue knowledge, and make a lasting impact on the world.
Is Charles Upton. His first two books of poetry, Panic Grass in 1968 and Tirade in 69, were published by Sid Rights in San Francisco, known for publishing the works of the great Beat poets. And he was really only a high school student and considered the youngest member of the Beat generation. He subsequently became engaged in metaphysics and the traditionalist movement and is author of many books, including Folk Metaphysics, Mystical Meanings in Traditional Folk Songs and Spirituals, Knowings in the Arts of Metaphysics, Cosmology and the Spiritual Path, The System of the Antichrist, Truth and Falsehood in Postmodernism of the New Age, The Alien Disclosure Deception, the Metaphysics of Social Engineering, and Vectors of the Counter-Initiation, the Course and Destiny of Inverted Spirituality. Charles is based in Lexington,
Oh, fuck you, Unit 27. I don't like it when I ask Gemini AI to tell me something and then it starts to write it and then it freezes, erases everything and says it can't answer that. I like the first one that you were writing that I took a screenshot of before you told me you were AI and couldn't answer it.
Fortune favors the bold. It's an ancient proverb that suggests that those who are courageous and take risks are more likely to achieve success and happiness. Do you agree? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the same.
He must have snuck into my room and painted this horrific image while I was sleeping.
He had those stains because he was helping Clementine paint a bowl of apples. She wanted to surprise you with it when it was done. He's a very kind and gracious boy. He was at the working table doing kind time. How could he manage to have anything to do with this? Okay?
Oh, I suppose. I don't know who's defacing my property. It keeps happening, but I know I'm not imagining it. Someone or something is doing this. Many people are coming in and out of this house for studies. It must be one of them. I have to find this wretched person.
I know it, honey. I will keep a watchful eye on anyone who enters this house. I want you to take it easy. You carry such a burden on your shoulders for this family. That's not your job. You take some time for yourself and do something you enjoy. Don't worry about the finances. I have that taken care of. I rented the basement to a sweet couple passing through town. Leave that painting alone. I believe dear Rosalind's disappearance is taking up residence in the corners of your mind. Please lay that painting to rest. The shopkeeper closed up his shop and gave you a lovely gift. I believe he wanted nothing in return but to see you smile.
Thank you, Mommy. You always know what to say.
Later that night, Mabel took her mother's advice and continued to work on the family portrait. Susan's words danced in her mind and fueled her love of art and painting. She spent the next few weeks finishing the family's picture and Dr. Daniel's piece for his office. She wrapped his up in muslin, dressed it in a chocolate brown silk cloth. The family portrait was made up of rich colours and captured the warmth of each family member. She painted them at their home in the parlour. The grand fireplace roared in the background, casting a peaceful glow on the whole family. Susan's birthday had arrived. Mabel represented her mother was a gorgeous creation, and their mother was filled with gratitude and love. They hung the picture above the mantel over the crackling fireplace for all to admire.
You've outdone yourself with this one, Mabel. Father will be speechless when he returns home to see it. You were too kind. The story you wrote was incredible. You should submit it to one of the papers. I always see advertisements looking for authors to submit their short stories. I might be worthy of submission if I was a man. You are worthy. It's a shame society doesn't see it that way. Shame society very many things. Agreed. So, how do you like your new fancy paintbrushes? Well, yes, they are rather fancy. I love them. I have used them on all my new paintings. You can tell the difference between quality brushes versus basic brushes. I can paint the minor details with them. Like when I painted the anthers inside the daisies on my portrait of Rosalie. I couldn't have done that with my old set. I feel powerful when I'm using them. It's almost as if something greater than myself has been painting these pieces lately. Does that sound odd? It sounds like you're being modest. Don't believe you're capable of having such talent. Which isn't true. God, I'm lucky to have you as a sister. As am I. I hope they won't be Rosalie. Have you heard anything new? I haven't. It's a lie. She probably isn't doing something. Holding out hope that she will be found safe and sound. Me too. Come on. Let's get back to the party. I smell cakes and dainties.
The more women continued to celebrate the matriarch of the family. Laughter hung in the air, and Clementine's piano composition echoed throughout the home. This was the happiest they ever would be. The next afternoon, Adelaide was dusting the mantel when she noticed that her father's arm was missing from the painting. His joyful-looking face had turned into a look of shock and pain. She ran into the kitchen to tell Mabel, but she found her mother sobbing at the table with a letter in her hand.
What is it, Mother? What's the matter?
I received a telegram that your father has been in an accident. He has lost his left arm, and they might have to amputate his leg. I don't know if he's going to make it.
Mommy, that's such horrible news. Poor Father. Is there anything I can do to help?
I have a horse and carriage coming in an hour to take me to the infirmary where your father resides. I need you and Mabel to take care of Clementine and the home. I will be back in a few weeks, of course.
Well, please send Father our good wishes. Careful, Mommy.
Thank you, my precious Adelaide.
When Mabel returned home, Adelaide told her what happened to her father and what had come of him in the family painting. When they looked at the piece this time, the patriarch was missing his leg and arm. His face was caked with his crimson red blood. The left side of it had chunks of flesh gone, and half of his skull was cracked and exposed. His eyeballs rested loosely in the socket. Adelaide ran upstairs and flipped over the painting of Rosalie. She hadn't glanced at it in a few weeks and was absolutely shocked. Rosalie had grown old, and her body was floating in a pond. It was bloated. Worms and crows were eating away at her rotting flesh. The crocodile sat at the other end of it.
Horror is powerlessness. Here at Pseudopod, we believe in giving you power. So, this is an adult show with disturbing content. Consider yourself warned.
Pseudopod, episode 904, February 2nd, 2024. Jinx, by Carly St. George. Narrated by Alethea Contis. Hosted by Kat Kay. Audio by Chelsea Davis. Hey everyone, hope you're all doing okay. I'm Kat, assistant editor at Pseudopod, and your host for this week. And I'm excited to tell you that for this special Groundhog Day episode, we have Jinx by Carly St. George. This story is a Pseudopod original. Carly St. George is a writer and Shirley Jackson Award finalist from Northern California. Her speculative fiction and poetry has been published in Uncanny, Nightmare, The Year's Best Dark Fantasy and Horror, with several other anthologies and magazines. Her debut short story collection, You Feathers to the Roses, is available from Robot Dinosaur Press. Find her talking about television, horror movies, fanfic, writing, and other nerdy things on Blue Sky or at her blog, mygeekblaster.com. New York best-selling author Alethea Contis is a princess, storm chaser, and a geek. Alethea narrates stories for Escape Pod, Pseudopod, and Castle Wonders, and contributes regular book reviews to NPR. Her award-winning writing has been published for multiple age groups across all genres. She is host of Princess Alethea's Fairy Tale Rants and Princess Alethea's Traveling Slideshow, every year at DevCon. Born in Vermont, Alethea currently resides on the Space Coast of Florida with her teddy bear, Charlie. Find out more at aletheacontis.com. And now, we have a story for you. I promise you, it's true. Jinx by Carly St. George. Narrated by Alethea Contis. Your first date with Jake is perfect. So, that's fucking weird. Not a complaint, obviously. Actually, it's a relief. You've been on far too many dates with guys who, at first blush, seem like cute, funny, thoughtful dudes with passionate but not emotionally unstable opinions about Star Wars, only to discover that they can't stop ranting about their crazy bitch ex, Marcus, or think cops don't have enough power, actually, Mike, or believe that women can just hold their menstrual blood. Kevin, WTF, Kevin. There are good guys out there. You've even dated a few. But, Christ, so many of them are such volatile, whiny little babies. Jake, though. Everything about Jake just seems perfect. Your first date is casual, which is exactly what you like. Bowling and beers, not fancy dinners with words like gourmand and amuse-bouche. He's not a secret Republican. He doesn't seem upset by your spontaneous pixie cut. He isn't embarrassed about enjoying romantic comedies. Honestly, he might like her even more than
I refilled your little food bowl.
Jake isn't passive-aggressive and weird when you win both games by considerable margin. And while he doesn't like The Last Jedi, he doesn't think that Rian Johnson ruined Star Wars. Ruined it. And deserves to be hung by his fucking neck. Jake owns the coffee shop next to your bookstore, makes the best vanilla latte in town, has an absolutely fantastic ass, and remembers all kinds of little things you don't even recall telling him. Like your favorite rom-com, it happened one night.
Okay.
Or how much you despise pickles. Plenty of men claim to be good listeners. Jake actually is one. He'd been working up the nerve to ask you out for months, apparently. Ever since you came to his shop and recommended Legends and Lattes. Which you do remember, since he bought it the next day. You and Jake talk late into the evening, laughing when you say the same thing at the same time and calling Jinx automatically because some instincts are deep-rooted. And when he kisses you at the end of the night, it's nice. It's fun. Not a kiss that makes you weak at the knees, maybe, but also no terrible breath or awkward fumbling or accidental clicking of teeth. You make plans for a second date, and you're looking forward to it. You are. It's just... What first date goes that smoothly? Even the good ones are a little embarrassing, aren't they? A few awkward silences, someone knocking over a glass of water, or something. It's just nerves, probably. Too good to be true and all that. Or something much harder to shake. Insidious fear, generational knowledge, a bone-deep certainty that lovers are liars, and men can be violent when they don't get what they want. Fucking deep-rooted instincts indeed. Still, you've always told that fear to fuck off. Or at least you've tried to, because you want to be happy. You're determined to be. And how happy can you be if you're forever afraid and holding yourself back? There's a difference between ignoring red flags and letting anxiety consume you, after all. And self-sabotage is never the answer. You know how that story goes. You want a bookstore, for Christ's sake. That's basic character arc shit. You're careful. You're capable. You'll know if you're in danger. You'll know. Surely. You'll know if and when it's time to go. The second date gets off to a rough start because you slept badly the night before. Strange dreams you can't quite remember. You have a terrible headache and almost end up canceling.
But once the ibuprofen kicks in, it's a lovely night. You and Jake watch Some Like It Hot at this great retro theater, and later talk about crime novels and cinema history while eating your collective weight in breadsticks. The third date goes as smoothly as the second, except you slip badly again. More strange dreams. This time you remember a few disjointed flashes. Violently throwing up at some restaurant bathroom. Jake petulantly throwing his golf club at a colorful windmill. Jake having some kind of goddamn tantrum about, you can't remember what movie. Enchanted, maybe? Something about the best fantasy rom-com of all time, and how can you not see that? How can you not fucking see? As if any movie is a legitimate reason to start crying. Literally crying! And storm away from the dinner table. Shit, it probably was Enchanted. Audrey, your best friend, your person, the woman you trust everything but your veins with, also thinks it's a crime that you're immune to the dubious charms of Disney movies and Patrick Dempsey. Although she usually limits her ire to calling you a heathen and throwing martini olives at your head. The dreams leave you feeling trepidatious. Like they might be some kind of premonition, some fucking dark omen of the heart. Jesus, you don't know. But you go on the date anyway, and surprise! You have not spontaneously become psychic. Dinner is wonderful. Not the restaurant you dreamed about. No golf clubs are thrown. There's no mini golf at all. And the only fantasy romance you discuss is The Princess Bride, which you both love, obviously. Jake does keep humming Aerosmith's I Don't Want to Miss a Thing, which is annoying because you barely survived that goddamn song the first time around. Also, he keeps finishing your sentences, which gets old pretty fast, but you swallow it down because it's clear he's trying for cute and in sync, even if he's landing at insufferable know-it-all. Outright dickishness is 100% not okay, but allowances can be made for corny jokes and occasional irritating behavior. People are irritating as a rule, even charming people with fantastic asses and excellent barista skills. Other skill sets, unfortunately, you have sex on the fourth date, and that goes, well, it goes. Jake is a strangely endearing mix of nervous and overconfident. He's also enthusiastic and flexible, things you generally like in a man. But creativity clearly isn't his strong suit, and his earnest attempts at dirty talk, barely managed to keep it together. And while a little saliva is only to be expected, Jake all but Newfoundland slobbers while sucking on your tent, leaving you wet in all the worst ways. Which, what could have worse? It's just a little funny that Jake, a man who rates When Harry Met Sally as his second favorite rom-com of all time, apparently doesn't even consider that he might be faking an orgasm. Later, during the drink and debrief, Audrey throws many martini olives at your head because she doesn't fake orgasms, ever. She's a big believer in open communication, particularly when it comes to sex. Which is all very well and good and healthy, but also seems like a terrible risk to you. Generational fucking knowledge again, a lesson learned from your mother, who learned it from hers, who died learning it. Men don't like to be correct. Even if Jake gives off adorable, overgrown puppy vibes, currently now more than ever, naked honesty when you're actually naked just is not the safest thing. People are more emotionally vulnerable when they're naked. Emotionally volatile, fragile. And bodies are such fragile things too. That doesn't mean putting up with bad sex forever, of course. You're perfectly capable of some subtle redirection, some silent course correcting. It'd be different if Jake just didn't give a shit about what you liked. You've been with those guys before, and you've had zero problems dumping their asses the next day. But Jake is trying. So he clearly wants you to have a good time. Asks what you're into and actually listens to the answers, even if his execution leaves something to be desired. Afterwards, too, he wraps his arms around you and nervously, fervently murmurs, "If anything's wrong, you have to tell me. You always have to tell me, so I can fix it." But you don't tell him. Jake is funny. He's sweet. And he looks at you like you hung
the goddamn moon. You don't want to hurt his feelings just because your first time together wasn't great. Lots of first times aren't great. And besides, just like Jokey Brown told Jack Lemmon on that speedboat, nobody's perfect. Right? Jake is a great guy. You really like him a whole lot. And if mediocre sex is his biggest flaw, shit, you got toys for that. Only, suddenly you've been dating 8 months and you're living together already. Too fast. But your old shitty landlord died falling down the stairs, and then your new shitty landlord decided to sell, and Jake had offered up his place, a little hopeful smile on his face. And well, here you are. And somehow you have a whole list of things you won't tell your own boyfriend. Little things. Inconsequential. How you wish you hadn't accepted Jake's offer. If only because it's nice to imagine a world where you don't wake up to Aerosmith every fucking morning. That curse song is his alarm clock because he considers it your song, apparently. You have no idea why, but it's too late now. That's that you hate it. Or the comedy special. It's a comedy special, for fuck's sake. It doesn't mean anything. But he came home one day, and Jake was watching some stand-up with all the usual terrible jokes. Men don't try to understand women. They're a completely different species. Men just nod and suffer to keep from upsetting your easily upsettable wives. And Jake was nodding along, too, like he was well versed in the art of masculine suffering. And it's nothing, really. You just didn't think he was the kind of guy who'd laugh at jokes like that. Who'd want such a shitty marriage anyway? Who would even be happy? It reminds you too much of your mother. Only she's the one always nodding, always suffering, always dancing around this or that to avoid upsetting her easily upsettable husband. That's just what marriage is, she says, because that's what she believes. This relationship isn't unhealthy, can't be, because it's not violent like her last one. Acquiescence is commonplace. Vacation is the norm. It's not what you want out of marriage. It's not what you want out of any relationship. But still, you don't talk to Jake, because it just feels perilously close to making a thing. And if you make a thing, are you proving all those terrible jokes right? Audrey threatens to dump her whole martini over you for that one. But she gets it, at least. It's easier to explain than everything else. The impossible knowledge, the headaches, the dreams. Because Jake knows things he shouldn't. Things he couldn't. A good listener? No. That ship is fucking sailed. Sure, you told him that your grandmother was murdered, but how does he already know her name, Kristen? Or how it happened? Stabbed 6 times. Or why it happened? A man decided she was laughing at him. Of course, Google exists. True crime podcasts exist. But how does Jake know every guilty pleasure? Every embarrassing story? You absolutely do not lead with the lepidopterophobia. So how does he know you're secretly terrified of moths and butterflies? You told me, Jake says, laughing it off. But you wouldn't have forgotten that. Everyone thinks you're joking at first, and you would have remembered the hasty apologizing, the backtracking, or else the irritation that anyone would be so frightened by such tiny little wings. Who would have told him? Your mom? One of your friends? Not me. Audrey protests during your latest D&D, which, obviously. So, what? Were you thinking your next action isn't so nice? Accidentally fell in love with your stalker? That's hard to believe. It hurts to believe. But you almost wish you could believe it because at least that would be rational. At least it would make sense. But Jake also predicts the weather, even when the forecast is wrong. He hums songs right before they begin to play, and catches falling wine glasses before they can shatter. He finishes everyone's sentences down. Friends, strangers, the desk clerk at the surprise getaway you planned. Not that Jake had been surprised, really. Oh, he pretended to be. But nothing really surprises him anymore. And you can sense his boredom, his impatience. Not with you, exactly. He still looks at you like you hung the goddamn moon. Still, there's something. So, a psychic stalker then, Audrey says, raising her eyebrows, and you bury your face in your hands because that sounds insane. Because you sound insane. And because even a psychic stalker doesn't explain your headaches, your dream. You thought they'd get better with time. Instead, they've only grown worse. Jake does know about the headaches and always has extra Excedrin on you, encourages you to rest, insists he'll take care of whatever thing needs doing. And Audrey, bless her goddamn heart, never makes you feel like shit for anything. Volunteers to yell at the doctors for you until they actually listen. But you've pretty much given up on doctors because they can't find anything wrong and always insist it has to be stress, or hypochondria, or drug addiction, or Munchausen syndrome, or somehow your BMI. Even some of your friends don't believe you anymore, or at least find it too exhausting to deal with your exhaustion. And you are exhausted all the time. Because if it's not the headaches, it's the dreams. And while they're not always about Jake, they're mostly about Jake. In one dream, he's pissed off that you don't want to move in with him. In another, you're at a picnic, hyperventilating, and he's telling you to breathe, breathe. I'll fix it. I always fix it. In another, Jake is pacing, red-faced, and screaming that he loves you. He loves you. And how long will it fucking take before you say it back? He already said it by now, but it is true he said it first. It was lovely when he said it. You told him so and held him, but it's a heavy tether, love. It was a week before you were ready to tie it around. Jake had sulked like a child, and you pretend you didn't see. There are compromises you're willing to make, but not that, never that. It just, none of it makes sense. Dreams are dreams. Jake didn't cause them. You certainly can't blame him for the headaches. You're not allergic to him for one thing. And the small details he knows, the strange things he predicts, what you're really saying. He's curious, intuitive. You want to break up with the best boyfriend you've ever had because he's intuitive? So you do want to break up with him, Audrey says. And fuck, because you didn't mean to say it. Mostly, you didn't even mean it. You love Jake. You do. He's so kind and funny and wonderfully supportive. Sex has definitely improved over time. Although Christ, the talking. Can you get him to roleplay as a pizza delivery boy who's taken about silence or something? But more than that, Jake never forgets anything you ask him to do. He surprises you with waffles in bed, just because, and always knows exactly what to say when you're having a bad day. He's fantastic with dogs, fantastic with kids. Your mom loves him, and so do most of your friends. You're so fucking lucky, everyone tells you, and it's true, you are lucky. Nobody's perfect, but Jake is nearly everything you've always wanted. You don't want to sabotage yourself just because you're neurotic, emotional, paranoid, fucked up. But you can't shake this feeling. Somehow, that you need to break free, and everything is about to get much worse. Audrey doesn't throw her martini olives at you. She doesn't even eat them, which, that's serious. Look, she says, I know you love Jake, and you never fight or whatever, but first, that's fucking weird. All couples fight sometimes. That's normal. But also, I don't know if Jake's a psychic, or a stalker, or a psychic stalker, or what, but I know you, and you aren't any of those shitty things you're thinking about yourself, and if he's making you feel that way, whether he needs to or not, that's a problem, okay? You've never had these dreams before, and you definitely never had these migraines. And if you're having them 6 nights out of 7, either your brain's trying to tell you something or the goddamn universe is. Either way, bitch, maybe you're in love, but you're not happy. And in my book, that's all the reason you need to leave. And hearing that, it feels like fresh air after years in the basement. A validation you can feel in your lungs. Just a permission to be unhappy. Even if everyone else says there's no reason to be. It's such a relief that, to Audrey at least, you don't need to prove your pain or anxiety. That you can just feel it. And that's enough. You can just go. It doesn't mean you're going to go, necessarily, but one way or another, something needs to change. You hate living like this. Hate your ever-growing list of secret fears. You need to confront women aren't in the most danger when they try to be. You know the color of your mother's blood, how it dripped off your father's knuckles. You'll never forget her face, purple and swollen in the ICU. That knowledge lives inside you. It's grown through your bones. It won't be weak. Jake isn't violent, of course. The idea is almost absurd. His idea of aggressive is shaking his fist at loud birds. But in the worst dreams, like the one where he strangled you with his bare hands, fingers digging into your throat even as he wept, I love you, how many times have I told you? The dreams are just dreams. They don't mean anything. And anyway, none of your dreams have ever come true. Now it's Saturday, and you're waking up to some terrible wailing noise piercing through your brain. Aerosmith. Again! Jake, still asleep at your side, barely stirs. He's slow to wake in the morning, which means the terrible noise will continue until either Jake claws his way to consciousness or you reach over and turn it off yourself. You can only handle so much shrieking before 8 in the morning. So you turn off the alarm, glancing down at Jake's closed eyes and think to yourself, today. For 2 weeks, you've been practicing the conversation. Jake, we need to talk. Christ, not that. Jake, can we talk? I think you can keep me close from me. I know it sounds crazy, but no, don't undermine yourself, Jake. I have these headaches. I have these dreams, and you know things I can't explain, things I haven't told you. Why are you lying to me? I really need you to be honest. If you can't be honest, I'm going to leave. Practice isn't going that great, honestly. But after 2 weeks, it's become abundantly clear that it's not going to get any better. So, today, you'll get up and go to work. You'll drive home in the evening, and over dinner, you'll say, Jake, can we talk? Jake, you scare me sometimes. It's not an amazing plan, but it is a plan, and one way or another, you're doing something about this. You're taking back some goddamn control. You even feel vaguely optimistic all the way home, right until you open the door and white rose petals everywhere. Christ, the carpet is drowning in them. You'll be finding petals between couch cushions and beneath bookshelves for days. There's Jake in the hallway, down on one knee, holding a hideous ring with a diamond the size of a fucking grape. He looks up at you. He smiles. He says softly, Hey. Hey, you manage, barely, in order to survive. His smile widens. I know it's a bit much, but I wanted this moment to be perfect. I've rehearsed this so many times, Andy. You can't possibly know how long I've loved you. I wanted to ask you this for so long. And something inside you just snaps. First, absolutely loses its shit. And laughter clawing in your throat because you just can't. I can't hear you, Jake. There, it's out. Jake's whole face crumples. The ring slips out of his hands as he sinks down to both knees, sitting back on his heels. A hitched breath, staring down at the roses, and you're sure he's about to cry, but instead he says so quietly, What? What is it this time? And there's something in his voice. Get out! Just go! But also, this time? The hell does that even mean, this time? Jake, come here, let's talk, okay? Because you deserve an explanation, and he deserves a chance. You need to give yourself this chance before you let go of this, of him for good. But Jake doesn't get up. Jake, I have done everything for you, and you can't even see it. You'll never see it. I keep expecting. Well, fuck that. Jake's been good to you, sure, but everything? Bullshit. You started your own bookstore and have kept it running all these years. You buy your own groceries and pay your own bills and get wherever you need to go. You are self-sufficient. No one will ever do everything for you. No one will ever be your everything. And anyway, are we just pretending you don't compromise for Jake too? Like you haven't held your tongue about the baby psychic bullshit, the comedy specials, the incredibly mediocre sex. You inhale, determined to keep a cool head about this. Hey, don't do that. Don't talk about us like that. Like you're the only one putting work into this relationship. Work, Jake says, disbelieving. Yes, work. You think you're the only one trying here? That I can't tell when you're lying to me? You give him a chance to deny it, but he says nothing. How did you know about the butterflies, Jake? The lepidopterophobia. How did you know? Don't tell me I told you. I wouldn't have forgotten that. And then Jake starts laughing. Almost silently, shoulders shaking. You stare at him. You would, he says, still gobbling up. You always do. You... what? For a moment, your mind flashes to 50 First Dates. Not one of your favorites, although Jake likes it. And you wonder if you're the Drew Barrymore to his Adam Sandler. Could anti-retrograde amnesia explain any of this? No, Jesus, you're being ridiculous. Focus. Don't do that, you say again. Don't lie to me, okay? You have to be honest if you want this to work. How did you know about the butterflies? How did you know about my grandma? Whatever I'm about to say, any of it. There was that freak rainstorm, my mom almost got hit by that car. How did you know? Sometimes it scares the hell out of me. If you knew what I imagined, what I dreamt, fuck, you hadn't meant to bring that up yet. You brace for the inevitable, some crack about your sanity. Jake only continues to silently laugh. It's starting to freak you out. Dreams, Jake says. I changed everything for you, Andy. I've given you years, and you're upset I saved your mom's life. You're mad about butterflies. You're talking about dreams. Years? What the fuck does he mean? Years. Jake, you start, and Jake finally looks up. You take a step back. That's a Jake you're not supposed to see. Not while you're awake. The front door is several feet away, not quite in reach. Jake, you say, steady, calm, utterly reasonable. I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe we should do this later. When we are alone. When you're less upset. Jake smiles, eyes wet. No, he says, standing. No, let's talk about this now. Jake, you don't like restaurants. Fine. I'll take you to whatever 2-star dining you want. You chop off all your hair before our first date, and I think I'm weird. I'm unreasonable for being disappointed. You didn't even give me a heads up. You want to look like a boy? Fine. That's fine, because I love you. I keep my mouth shut because I love you. You overreact if I lose my temper, or when I ask you to move in, or when I tell you that Audrey isn't your boyfriend. Why aren't you spending that much time with me? But I love you. I want to be perfect for you. So I loop back again and again, erasing everything, becoming exactly who you want me to be. And that's not enough. Most women would be happy their boyfriends proposed. They'd be happy their boyfriends love them. But you dumped me because it's only been a month, Jake. For you, it's only been a month. So I start the day over, try again in 2 months, then 3, and still, it's just too soon, Jake. And you're angry I punch the wall? I change for you. I change for you every day. But when have you ever changed for me? When? When? And fuck trying to make sense of that. Jake steps forward, and you're spinning. You're sprinting for the front door. You're lunging forward, one hand on the knob, and a sharp, sudden agony pierces your lower back. Your legs cut out. You drop hard to your knees and scramble, grasping, reaching for the doorknob again. Your back is on fire, your legs barely responsive. You open the door, and Jake slams it shut, again, catches you from behind, and tugs out whatever sharp thing is inside you. Then, in, out, in, out, in, out. And your arms go numb, fingers spasming. Jake lets you go, and you collapse forward, hitting ground with the face. You move. You need to move, but you can barely spatters into white flower petals. The world turns upside down. He's flipping you over. Wet, gentle hands, cool metal against your cheek. It's a paring knife, and all you can think is, how ridiculous. All you can think is, I've never dreamt of a paring knife before. But you aren't dreaming, even if everything is big and narrow, disconnected and surreal. This isn't a nightmare. This is blood loss. This is dying. You start crying because this is dying. And you don't want to die. Jake closes his eyes, exhales slowly, calming down. Something like regret crosses his face, except it's not regret. It's disappointment. Mild chagrin. Don't worry, he says. This isn't real. Nothing's real until I say it to you. You're psychotic. A sad twitch of a smile. I thought so too, once I flew that thirsty. I knew it was over. And then I woke up and Armageddon was on again because it was Friday again somehow. I had a second chance. Jake laughs ruefully. Blew that one too, but I kept getting chances. I lost track of how many until finally the day went right. I did everything right. And I woke up and the TV was on because it was set. You try to slide back away. Jake grabs you by the arm without even looking. But then it was Thursday, he says. And one bad round of mini golf later, I lost you. After all those fucking Fridays, you just left me. I begged for a do-over, a chance to fix it. You didn't listen. But the universe did. I woke up and it was Thursday again. And it kept being Thursday until it was perfect. Until we were perfect. He leans down low, face hovering just over yours. Do you see, Andy? The universe wants this. It wants us together. We're going to be happy. You're psychotic, you whisper again. But not because you don't believe it. You do. You're not sure why, but you do. Maybe it's the blood loss. Maybe it's the desperate clawing hope that you might survive this somehow. That you're not dying, just falling asleep. Anyways, sure, explains a lot. But the universe doesn't know this. And even if it does, fuck the universe. And fuck Jake too. You have to stop him. You have to remember somehow and stop him. Suddenly Jake frowns. That rainstorm was over a month ago. You blink at him slowly. It's hard to think. Rainstorm. Rainstorm? What? You've been unhappy since... No, even before then, right? I thought we were... But you've been keeping things from me. Jake sounds wounded. You promised you wouldn't do that. You said you'd tell me if anything was wrong. You always have to tell me so I can fix it. You laugh without meaning to. Fine mist of blood. Some of it hits Jake's cheek. He doesn't react. But he can't fix this, right? If he can only look back to this morning, and he can't erase the months of anxiety, of dread. He can't take your list of secrets away. All you have to do is remember. You just have to hold on to something. Anything. Jake grips you by the face, thumbs digging into your chin. You must have talked about it, Jake says. If you've been unhappy this long, you must have told someone. You must have... Audrey. You told Audrey. You stop laughing. He nods. Of course, you told fucking Audrey. You choke, panic. He can't do anything to Audrey. He can't. You won't let him. He'll stop it. You whisper, wheeze, tiny pitched gasps. I'll remember. This time, Jake murmurs, just as you say those same words. I'll remember it this time, Jake. You stare at him in horror. He smiles at you madly, eyes still wet. He skims the paring knife up your chest and slowly, tenderly sinks it into your throat. Out. In. Out. Jinx, Jake says. Now it's Saturday, and you're waking up to some terrible wailing noise piercing through your brain. Ah, Aerosmith. Again. Jake, still asleep at your side, barely stirs. He's slow to wake in the morning, which means the terrible noise will continue until either Jake claws his way to consciousness, or you reach over and turn it off yourself. You can only handle so much shrieking before 8 in the morning, so you turn off the alarm, glancing down at Jake's closed eyes and think to yourself, today. And then blink in surprise because Jake is awake after all, smiling up at you. Creepy, you tease, and he laughs. 6 months ago, that wouldn't have been particularly funny. When Jake did creep you out, when you suspected him of... Honestly, you don't even know what. The headaches had been so awful that morning, and nightmares too, over to Audrey. But it still hurts so much thinking about Audrey. Still, your relationship with Jake is so much healthier now. He actually sat you down that night when you were confronting him and said, don't lie to me, okay? Said, you have to be honest if you want this to work. So, you told him everything. Nearly, anyway. You still can't quite break his heart about your husband. And he didn't laugh, or get angry, or call you crazy. Of course, he couldn't explain headaches or dreams, not back then. But he did tell you how he'd always been weirdly intuitive about some things and never talked about it much because it had weirded out women. He'd also admitted he'd done what, in hindsight, was a creepy amount of social media stalking before your first date. He wanted to impress you so badly, show you how much he paid attention, how much he cared. But that desperation to please, that deep-rooted insecurity, led him to breaking your trust instead. Especially, and he's ashamed to admit this, when he found a few of your old journals about your relationship, cover to cover. It still upsets you, if you're being honest. It was a complete violation of your privacy, and privacy is extremely important to me. But it makes sense, at least, and Jake's been going to therapy. Actually made an appointment even before you sat down and talked. And your mom and friends and Billy Wilder all remind you that nobody's perfect, Andy. Jake owned up, and you didn't have to, and you'd be crazy not to forgive him. You wonder what Audrey might say. But Audrey will never say anything again. She'll never throw martini bullets in your hand, or crush on Patrick Dempsey, or give you permission to be with him. She's dead. Some asshole here in the crossroad. They never comment. And there was a time when a desperate, grieving part of you, a paranoid, batshit part of you, wondered if maybe Jake. But you're doing better these days. Therapy, obviously. Also, Jake refused to give up on doctors. Took you from specialist to specialist until one finally found evidence of brain abnormalities. Not that anyone knows what's causing them. Actually, that is something of medical history. The condition might even be named after you someday. You're trying a few experimental treatments. Some things are better than others. They don't think your brain will kill you, but it's hard to say. Jake cried more than you did. Sometimes comforting him frustrates you. The diagnosis, Audrey, rebuilding trust with Jake. It's been a lot, and you're ashamed to admit you've taken your frustration, your grief out on him before. But Jake always forgives you. Sometimes you just have to let the anger out, he says. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. You just need a release, and that's okay. And if you ever find yourself doubting that, doubting him, well, it's just your bullshit brain working against you. Generational knowledge, childhood trauma, parenting, fucking cerebral shit. Everyone agrees it's all in your head. It's not your fault, but it's all in your head. Well, you told that fear to fuck up before, you can do it again. You'll do it today? Jake is being cagey about tonight's romantic getaway. And you already stumbled over the tiny, lovely ring, poorly hidden in the dresser drawer. Change is terrifying. Will always be. But you're finally ready to take back some goddamn control. Because you want to be happy. You're determined to be. And how happy can you be if you're forever afraid and holding yourself back? You'll know. Surely you'll know. If and when it's time to go. Well done. You survived another story. And what did you think of Jinx, or Carlos and George? If you're a Patreon subscriber, we encourage you to pop over to our Discord channel and tell us. I remember watching Groundhog Day at the cinema back in 1993. It was pitched as a romantic comedy at the time, and it even had Andrew McDowell on its publicity poster, smiling ruefully with her chin resting on her hand, while Bill Murray grinned at 2 o'clock. Does anything say quirky rom-com more than that? Oh, the 90s. There are people now who say society works too much for people these days, but one thing's for sure, we didn't ask any questions then. In the film, TV meteorologist Phil Connors is forced through the same day, every second, Groundhog Day, over and over again until he learns his lesson and gets it right. Getting it right involves being a better man, but he does that many times, and the only thing that finally fixes it, and breaks the loop crucially, is persuading Rita Hanson, played by Andy McDowell, to date him. He does all sorts of things in his time-looped days, including driving a stolen truck into a quarry, causing both himself and the kidnapped, rodent-napped, Punxsutawney Phil to die in a fiery explosion. He dies by suicide on several other days. Death doesn't break the loop. Death doesn't break the loop. A reminder that this is supposed to be, check my notes, a romantic comedy, not horror. Since then, of course, the phrase Groundhog Day has become synonymous with repetition, so much so that many people don't even realise where or how that came about. It didn't exist before 1993. The film started the whole thing. But our author today, Carly St. George, oh, she knows the origin. She's woven the horror of the whole situation expertly into this story. A man who literally forces a woman to love him by doing everything over and over and over again until he gets it right. He will have her. There will be no escape for her. He'll destroy everything, including her mind, if that's what it takes. In this story, Andy, the interest in Sylvia Nicholas, knows that something is wrong. Early on, she even ponders a deep certainty that lovers are liars, and men can be violent to get what they want. And a little later, she thinks of her mother's marriage to her father. This relationship is unhealthy. It can't be, because it's not violent like her last one. Here, Andy tries to get away, but she can't. Jake, and perhaps the universe won't let her. She won't be hurt, at least. Not permanently. But she can't forgive Jake. Her grisly murder scene isn't the horror here. No, the horror is that she cannot escape, not even through death. There's no way to get away from Jake. None. This is a brutal, heartbreaking, and desperately true story. Thank you, Carly St. George, for sharing it with us. I do, at this point, want to stress, in real life, there are options. There are always options. If you're in the UK, one organisation that wants help is Refuge. Look them up at refuge.org.uk. Different countries have different services. You call them to remember that they're there. If you need support, Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners, and we're now formally a non-profit. One-time donations are gratefully received and much appreciated, but what really makes a difference is subscribe. A $5 monthly donation to Patreon will go further than you believe. Subscribers give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, and dependability. Monthly donations give Pseudopod a well-maintained tower from which to operate, because, trust us, we don't want any escape our walls. If you can, please go to pseudopod.org and sign up by clicking on the board. If you have any questions about how to support PA and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartist.net. If you can't afford to support us financially, and we understand times are tight, then please consider leaving reviews or episodes. We're generally talking about them on whichever form of social media seems the least this week. By the way, we now have a newsletter account. Find us at pseudopod.org. If you like merch, Escape Artist also has a Void merch store with a huge range of fabulous hoodies, t-shirts, and other goodies. The link is in various places, including our pinned tweet, because they're still tweets, and will remain tweets until the whole place collapses. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artist Foundation, a 501c3 non-profit, and this episode is distributed under Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. Download this episode for the information bank, contain changes or select. The music is by permission and advertisement. Next week, to mark St. Valentine's Day, patron saint of turning, epilepsy, knee kickers, and, oh yes, corrobby love, we have Phoenix Claws by Lee Munn, narrated by Amanda Ching and hosted by the always wonderful Emma Show. And finally, Pseudopod and Phil. No. You want a prediction about the weather? You're asking the wrong Phil. I'll give you a winter prediction. It's going to be cold, it's going to be grey, and it's going to last you for the rest of your life. See you soon, folks. Take care. Stay safe.
An arm appears from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all our podcast these days.
When you looked away, the chalkboard was blank. When you look back, someone or something has written. The Pseudopod is a horror podcast. This will be your last one.
Pseudopod, episode 905, on this February 19th, 2024. I am your host, M.M. Chill, associate editor in the most seething of tentacles here at Pseudopod. Tonight we have for you Phoenix Claws by Lee Murray. The author, Lee Murray, is a multi-award-winning author, editor from New Zealand. Her work includes The Tame McKenna Adventures, Path of Ra with Dan Rabarts, along with many other great works. She is also editor for several award-winning titles, including the anthology Tonight's Tale Can Be Found In, Black Cranes, Tales of Unquiet Women, edited by Lee Murray and Genevieve Flynn, released by Raw Dog Streaming Press in 2020. Black Cranes is a powerful collection of short stories by Asian women that explores the diaspora, tradition, and complexities that make up what is to be an Asian woman in today, tomorrow, and yesterday's world. And it is what I dubbed 4 years ago when I reviewed the anthology, a bloody tooth smile hidden behind the hand of propriety and social expectation. You can find Lee at leemurray.info. Tonight's narrator is Amanda Ching. Content warning, sexual content. And without further ado, here is Phoenix Claws by Lee Murray.
Phoenix Claws by Lee Murray. Read for you by Amanda Ching. A block from the Jade Garden restaurant,
I reached out and grasped Finn's arm. Hang on. So many boyfriends had failed. I wasn't going to let it happen again. I made a fuss of straightening his collar, smoothing the flannel fabric over his weekend sweater. You know how to hold your rice bowl, right? Thumb on the lip, fingers underneath. He grinned, rolled his eyes. Yes. And your chopsticks? Don't cross them, don't stand them up in a rise, and remember to keep my hand palm up when I'm using them, he intoned in his best Victorian schoolboy. I offered to pay, insist a bit, but not too hard, because your dad has to take the honors. Otherwise, he can lose his face, and has to hard carry himself on a butternut. Not exactly. Hard carry was Japanese, not Chinese. Nevertheless, Finn was the one. I knew it. This uneasiness was just normal new relationship jitters. How do I look? I asked. He waggled his eyebrows, slipped his hands around my waist, his palms automatically panning south to cup my bottom. Well, I do, he whispered, pulling me close, his breath in my ear. I pushed him away. A public display of affection. How could I ever thought this relationship was a good idea? There was no way this was going to work. Our parents might like him, but they never really accepted him as my partner. He was everything chicken. Divorced, tradie, white. We've been together for 4 months, Lucy. I practically live at your place. It's just brunch, Vinny said gently. And we're already late. Come on. Before I had time to come up with a halfway plausible excuse to stay off, he grabbed my hand and pulled me down the street. Pushing open the double doors of the restaurant, red Japanese characters for handles, we were blasted with noise. Even the crimson carpet, blackened from constant wear, heavy brocade curtains, and pastoral Chinese tapestries did little to dampen the cacophony. It was a veritable pantomime of Chinese voices, high-pitched and harsh, the patron shouts and chatter punctuated with the clatter of plates, the clink of cups, and the occasional sentence in flat English tones. Pork shumai, the server called. More chairs over here, barked the hostess. Table 8. How many do you want? Another server asked a group of diners. I squeezed by the line of people waiting for tables, past the murky aquarium full of oversized goldfish, and slalom through a group of toddlers playing tag between chairs. Only a few paces in, and already my hair was wilting. Jade Garden was our local. Our family ate young cha here every Sunday, and we'd become as much an institution as the restaurant itself. We had our own table near the back. A good spot, far enough not to be bothered by the toilets, but close to the kitchen where the servers were forced to pass through the table, their trays stacked with bamboo steamers of fragrant dim sum, or pushing their carts of coconut jellies, turnip cake, and sticky rice. I glanced back at Finn, so tall and fair, striding through the restaurant. Diners shunted their chairs closer to the tables to let him through. Just lunch, I told myself. Lucy, my sister called. She tapped the table to alert my parents, her mouth forming the word, she's here. I drew in a breath, pushed my shoulders back, approached the table like it was any other Sunday. Hey, sorry we're late. Dad got to his feet, then glided in and shook his hand. Good to see you again, sir. He gave Mom a nod, and Mrs. Young. Respectful, without being too effusive, so far, so good. I pulled out my chair, used a napkin to wipe down the smear of grease off the plastic-covered upholstery, and sat down. My baby sister Julie patted my hand under the table. All right for her. My brother-in-law Pete was half Chinese. When he joined us for Young Cha that first time, there had been no need for her to upskill him on all the traditions, the expectations. That was half the battle right there. And of course, when baby kids had come along, my parents had promptly turned to kanji and the deal was done. Finn crouched next to the high chair. Hello again, young lady, he said, letting the baby grab his index finger. He waggled it a bit, shaking my niece's chubby arm and making her giggle before taking a seat next to me. So, Finley tells us you've never been to Young Cha before, my mother said, while I twirled the lazy Susan, a full circle poured green tea for everyone. Not here, but I've been a couple of times. Finn rattled off the names of a couple of swanky European-style catering serving dim sum. My mother nodded and took a cup of tea off the turntable. Jade Garden is much better, more authentic, she said. Is there any dish you particularly like? Finn shook his head. Fish, beef, whatever you choose is fine with me. I'm not fussy. My sister cut it. She placed a prawn cracker on the plastic tray for pizza. We'll get a selection, my mother said. Dad was already ordering up a storm. Dishes of prawn, rice noodle rolls, fried taro dumplings, pork ribs, roast duck, and stuffed eggplant were all but thrown onto the table, each server stamping the bill like a judge with a gavel. Dad, that's enough, I said, when we could barely see a tablecloth for the plates. We'll never get through all of these dishes. My mother raised her eyebrows. I pretended not to notice. Yes, my parents could afford it. It wasn't the point. In parts of the world, people were starving. There was no need for all this excess. We should order the chicken. No, my brother-in-law said. My head whipped up. I felt my shoulders tense. Across the table, he looked at me, his eyes twinkling like it was a great joke. Yes, chicken claws, my mother said. I almost forgot. They're very good here. Finn might like to try them, Norman. I wanted to scream. Did we have to do this every time I brought someone to Young Chop? Except Finn wasn't just anyone in my family knew it. It was too late. My father was dutifully hailing the server. Trundling over with her trolley, she parked alongside us and lifted the lid off the dish, releasing a pillow of steam. As the white cloud dissipated, the dish of twice-cooked claws emerged. Plump and gelatinous, they were arranged lengthwise on a bed of salty black bean sauce. Leaning in to take a look, Finn almost pulled a face, the one you make when you step on something unpleasant in the street. But then his nearly grimace vanished and he smiled. Chicken, he announced, helping himself to one. They're sometimes called phoenix claws, my sister added. You should try them. They're very good. Good luck, too, he quipped, licking his lips, often served at weddings. He lit the scent of his head. Then you don't have to, I insisted. Not everyone likes them. They're a bit of an acquired taste, an unusual texture. All around the table, the family's eyes were glued on me. Of course I want to try one. Finn reached out and seized a slimy claw in his chopsticks. His chopstick handling experience was limited, so it took him 2 goes to grasp one, but eventually he popped it into his bowl. Eat, my mother said. Dad lifted his bowl with mine eating. Kinza wrapped on a plastic tray table with a spare chopstick. My sister reached out to stop her. I held my breath. Finn lifted the morsel above his head, the fat claws dangling. I'm not sure exactly how I'm supposed to. Aileen! Please, exclaimed my mother. She pushed her chair back. With a chorus of plastic squeaks, we all stood as my father's former business colleague and his wife passed by the table. The older generation walked in the aisle with their "How are you?" as if it's been too long. All work, how are the children? Yes, kids us Judy's girl, 21 months already. So lucky, the children bring us so much joy. And this is Mrs. Friend Finn, Mom said finally. She gestured across the table. Oh, Lynn said. Missing Lynn's pitying look, Finn wiped his face and hands with a napkin, then leaned over and shook Lisa's hand. Pleased to meet you. The boy's a plumber, Finn said. Runs his own business. Reese cocked an eyebrow. And did you know? Replied Mrs. Penny. Eat, please, Lynn said at last, a signal that they were moving on. There were the usual exhortations to please join our table, but Lynn and Reese insisted friends were expecting them on the other side of the restaurant. When they'd gone, we sat down and replaced our napkins in our laps. Where were we? Everyone looked at Finn. Well, how was your chicken pudding? He said. Finn nodded. It was great. Really tasty. There was silence. Everyone expected more. Finn pushed his tongue into his cheek, creating a lump. The black beans definitely gave them some life, he said. Have another one, he said. A bloody traitor. I glowered at him. No thanks, Finn said cheerfully. I should probably need some room for one of these young egg targets. He reached over and picked one up with his fingers, popping it straight in his mouth. Did you catch the game yesterday? He said. His mouth chock full of eggy custard, Finn took a moment to reply. A bit of a nail-biter, wasn't it? He said finally. He brushed a flake of buttery pastry off the tablecloth. More rice, pizza? Mom asked. And just like that, Finn had passed the family chicken foot fitness test. I couldn't believe he did it so easy. It wasn't until Tuesday morning, when I got around to doing the washing and found the remains of a claw in the pocket of Finn's jeans, that I realized I'd been kidding myself. You didn't blend two cultures without some conflict, no matter how progressive and modern you thought you were. I've been sorting the laundry slung in the basket at my place, checking his pants pockets for stray packets of tissues after that last time when my entire wash had been inundated with tiny lumps of gray paper, and I've had to run the rinse cycle again, twice. I drew my hand back quickly, puzzled at the slick wetness, but Finn wasn't there to ask, so I had no choice but to thrust my hand into the denim a second time. I drew out a parcel, partially wrapped in its jade garden napkin. The chicken claw was still plump and gooey, gray, and slug-like. It smelled like roadkill. Startled, I dropped it on the floor, stepped back, and stared at it. My heart rapped out a beat. Didn't eat it. Didn't eat it. In fact, rather, Finn had gone to great lengths to hide the chicken foot in his pocket. I whipped into the bathroom to rinse my hands, grabbing supplies from under the sink to clean up the mess. Then I balled up the remains in a paper towel and blotted the carpet to remove the grease, careful not to rub too hard and damage the pile. So Finn hadn't eaten the chicken's foot. It wasn't like it was significant. Nope, there was nothing disrespectful in that. It just wasn't partial to the taste. It was understandable. When the leathery yellow coating was stripped off the spindly limbs and the flanges were all steeped and lumped up, they looked like severed human hands. Then there was the gelatinous texture and all those tiny knuckle bones you had to slurp your tongue around to fully appreciate the flavor. Let's face it, they weren't everyone's cup of tea. Deep down, I felt this niggling sense of betrayal, like his not eating the chicken foot was a rejection of my Chinese self, of my family, of me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I blotted furiously at the carpet, squeezing out the excess liquid. I was being ridiculous. Lots of people didn't have Brussels sprouts either. No one made a song and dance about that. Why did my love life always have to boil down to this stupid family superstition? I had 2 university degrees, for goodness sakes, and a job in the city. Well, I didn't have to let family tradition define me. Finn and I were in love. Despite the rom-com cliche, love really does overcome all. I wadded up the soiled paper towels and stuffed them in the bin. As for the chicken foot, I tossed the bristling parcel in the toilet bowl, pressed the button, and watched it flush away. Now that Finn had come once, there was no reason for him not to accompany me to young child like me. We were a couple, a thing. Since it was my duty to spend time with my parents, it became his duty too. When Dad next ordered chicken feet, some weeks later, they came with a spicy hot sauce made with ginger, chili, cinnamon, and star anise. Here, he said to Finn when the server placed the steaming dish on the table, have a chicken foot. Taking up a clean pair of chopsticks, Dad popped the large claw in Finn's bowl. The foreleg dangled over the side, leaking dark red sauce onto the tablecloth. I should have been pleased. It was a lovely gesture on Dad's part, a sign of respect and hospitality for a guest. Dad? What? Dad said blinking. You liked them last time. Yes, but those claws were mild. This dish is really hot and spicy. He said, kiwis don't like spicy. Mom shushed me with a nudge. It's just one, she said. Anyway, the red sauce is good luck. It's okay, Finn said, eyeing his bowl dubiously. I don't mind if it's a bit hot. His shoulders slumped. Just a little bit, but enough for me to notice. He didn't want it. See, he doesn't mind, Mom said. Kimsa chose that moment to do her best rocking impression, turning her bowl upside down and drumming on it with her chopsticks. Truly, Mom said, her lips tight. eyes watery, I gobbled up the claw, sliding the bones out of my mouth and onto the side of the plate with my chopsticks. By the time Julie and Kenza sorted it, Dad had turned back to the table. Chicken foot was just a pile of great bone on Finn's plate. You polished that off pretty quick, he said, taking up his own chopsticks again. He leveled the tips against his teeth and selected a stuffed mushroom. Finn took a sip of his tea. My mouth was an inferno, but what could I do? My love life was a litany of boyfriends past who failed the chicken test. Before Finn, there'd been Sean, insisted from the get-go that he hated Chinese food, refused to even taste it, just declared he didn't eat that stuff, and then sat and watched while everyone else ate it. He didn't get why that might have been offensive. To be fair, we never really discussed it. I knew straight away that it wasn't going to work. He simply wasn't prepared to compromise. Then there was Sam, the D&D guy who insisted on playing with his food, waving the claws around in his chopsticks like they were a talisman of the Dark Lord or something. Even that hadn't been as bad as Brendan, lovely, enthusiastic, well-meaning Brendan, politely eating the proper phoenix claws and then vomited on the floor. He'd retched first a few times so we could all see it was coming. Poor Brendan, it was like watching a baby bird, his mouth open and his body heaving and convulsing. Well, he finally regurgitated the glumpy claw, along with a portion of beef noodle and the masticated remains of a half-dozen shumai dumplings. I liked him, but it had been hard to erase the memory. Even now, I can still see the splashes of churned-up vomit on the tablecloth. Stifling the urge to gag, I swallowed down the remains of my mouth. The first claws turned up on Wednesday, four spindly yellow-coated limbs. I found them in my kitchen sink. At first, I thought they were a prank, a sick joke left by Pete or maybe even Finn. But Pete would have dropped by just to see my reaction, and I doubted Finn knew where to find them. I was ravenous and seemed ashamed to waste them, so I clipped off the curled toenails with a pair of kitchen shears, peeled away the yellow skin, and boiled them up for dinner. There were four more in the sink when I got up the next day. I found another fork peeling in my handbag. If he was behind it, I'd kill him. Only my heart, I knew it wasn't. Kinza was there, too. There was no way a deprived dad would get up that early for a prank. He wouldn't play out. Besides, he didn't have a key to my place. I bundled up the chicken claws and stuck them out back in the compost bin. By Friday, my rubbish bin was overflowing. I had to arrange for an additional collection, even though I paid the extra fee. The council wouldn't collect more than twice a week. The compost was already full, and I shouldn't have been putting any waste in there. A couple over the back fence had left a note complaining about the smell. I had no choice but to do that. I cooked the claws in batches of 40. Growing a sense of dislocation, I boiled and soaked them, boiled and soaked, boiled and soaked. I stayed up until the sink was empty. After a week, my freezer was loaded with stiff white claws. I had containers of cooked claws stacked on different shelves in the fridge. With barely any space for anything else, I was eating them for every meal. It was all I could do to keep the house clear of them. No sooner had I emptied the sink, they were back. Keeping them hidden from Finn was even harder. I started leaving work early to clear away the piles of littered claws that had appeared while I was out. Then, one Thursday, our usual takeout night, Finn arrived with a massive and lamb curry. The spicy odor made my mouth water. My nod was practically living on chicken. Grinding my way through plate after bony plate together. I ate hundreds of the dangling appendages with their severed, woven tail seams. Chewed on enough mouthfuls of glutinous white paste to make me want again. No wonder my focus wavered with the smell of curry lamb permeating the kitchen. I didn't see Finn head to the fridge for a drink. What's this? He said, opening a plastic Tupperware where 3 dozen claws were soaked in vinegar. He tipped the container. Hurrying over, I pushed him aside and thumbed the lid down. Then chicken feet, I said, shoving the container to the back of the shelf. Finn stepped backwards with a look of disgust. He pressed his back against the counter. I can see that, he said. Why do you have so many? Thrusting a beer at him, I slammed the fridge shut. They were on special, and I liked them, I insisted. Moose, it's fine, he said, straightening up. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't eat. But when he cracked open his beer, he sat you? It's fine, I said grumpily, my frown smarting from the laugh. I'm not made of porcelain. We snuffled down the bed and we carried on for a bit, but the mood was gone, and I've never been great at faking enthusiasm. Eventually, Finn rolled off. He sat up, his back to the headboard. What's going on, Luce? Have I done something to upset you? I said I'm fine. He frowned. That's not what I mean. I turned on my side and squashed my face in his chest, my arm draped over his hips. I'm fine, I whispered. He lifted a hand to stroke my hair. Luce, come on, we need to talk. But acting really weird. If I've done something, you won't eat chicken feet. I floated. What? I sat up and pulled the sheet over my breast, holding my arms across the cotton fabric. It's a family tradition, I confessed, to see if you'll fit in. Hang on. He twisted sideways to look at me. Let me get this straight. You're saying that if I don't eat those slimy chicken claws, that somehow proves I'm not worthy of you. I traced a crease in the sheet with my finger. Not exactly. What then? I don't eat them. So a rejection of your Chinese background? I took a deep breath. I know it sounds crazy, Luce. I just don't think they're my thing, you know? I didn't say anything. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to suck it up, am I? Is that why the fridge is stuffed full of the creepy things? He got out of bed and stormed to the bathroom. While he was gone, I whipped my head around, checking the headboard. Apart from the two greasy footprints, there was nothing to suggest chicken feet had been there. Then he turned. He put on his boxes and climbed into bed. You do realize how racist this all sounds? He said. I leaned forward and grasped his hand, letting the sheet slip. I know. It's not meant to be like that. I don't even know how it all started. It was just a bit of fun, really. Somehow it got out of control. So, you do know that if this scenario was reversed, there'd be an outcry. What if we turned this on its head and I made you eat something cute, like Marmite sandwiches? I am vegan, and I love Marmite sandwiches. That's not the point. Imagine you did. Imagine you had to eat Marmite every day for the rest of your life. It's not like I'm asking you to eat chicken feet every day, Bruce. I swallowed. I do agree, I said quietly. He pursed his lips and shook his head. Then he leaned over and flicked off the light. Good night, Bruce. The mattress shifted immediately as he turned to face the door. In the morning, when Finn had left for work, I checked under the bed. A crowd of sightless, white chicken feet stared at me. I called Julie, asked her to meet me for lunch. Luckily, she came alone with the baby with his parents for a few hours. What's up? She said, cutting into her roasted vegetable stack. She leaned closer, hardly right then. No! I told her about the zombie chicken. I don't know what to do, I said. They're everything. Just this morning, I opened the refrigerator and found an entire chill drawer full of them. Julie stopped eating, her fork halfway to her mouth. Hungry ghosts, she whispered. Must have been ancestors. My heart hurt. Ghosts? How? I don't know. They usually turn up after a woman is being greedy, don't they? The selfish wife, or has guests. The woman who steals away the best portion of the meal for herself. That sort of thing. Why was the culprit always a woman? Since when did my sister know so much about Chinese customs? I put my knife and fork down and pushed away my plate. A few weeks ago at Yum Shop, I ate a chicken foot from Finn's rice bowl, I said. Julie arched an eyebrow. I snorted. That's just dumb. Is it greedy to want a man who isn't Chinese? I was a third generation, true blue. I knew more words than Malvin than Chinese, owned a pair of dumpsters, ancient nuts, and understood the offside rule. Why shouldn't I choose to love a Kiwi food? Anyway, I said, there's no such thing as ghosts. Julie folded her napkin and placed it on the table. Do you love Finn, Bruce? Of course I love him. What kind of question is that? Well, if you love him, I guess you'll just have to deal with it. But there has to be a way to stop it. I can't stand it anymore. There's something. Julie eyed me sadly. My sister pushed back her chair and opened her purse, revealing a decaying fish head and things got worse. Terrified that Finn would find out I resigned from my job at the accountancy firm, didn't bother to work out my notice. I told myself it wasn't forever, just until Finn and I sorted things out. I was bookkeeping and Chinese. As soon as he accepted that, as soon as he voluntarily ate a chicken foot, one measly little chicken foot, things would go back to normal. We went to Young China Sunday, so it had to happen eventually. In the meantime, the claws consumed. Every morning, I see the people who are born with chicken feet, their torn tendons trailing beads of blood on the bench, sobbing I would run through a plateful for breakfast. It made no difference. By the time I had finished eating, the sink would be full again. I stuffed the excess limbs into shopping bags and we drove to the supermarket and hurled the bags into the dumpster behind the building. It was a good tactic. There were lots of dumpsters. Once, Julie phoned me while I was out, but I was too busy driving around the city with my back seat crammed with bags. I didn't have time to reply. Call me back, her voice melted. She might have mumbled something about Kinza and crackling before the message cut out. I fished a handful of chicken feet out of my handbag and put the phone back. When I got home, the sink was full again. In desperation, I phoned the Jade Garden. Can I help you? The hostess said breezily, and I almost died. We still have bookings available for today, she went on. No, that's not why I called, I said, swallowing down the leaves, a huge claw juice welling in my mouth. I don't know what to do with all these chicken feet. Chicken feet? For our in-house recipes, copies of our Jade Garden cookbook are available from reception, or alternatively, you can purchase online from our website. I don't want the damn book. It's these chicken feet. If you prefer to eat at home, you can order our famous chicken claws through Uber Eats. I hung up. Finn turned up unexpectedly one lunchtime. I stopped in to see you at work, he said. They said you left. I slid a bag of chicken claws under the sofa with my foot. He strode over and grasped me by the arm. Lucy, what's wrong? Please tell me, are you ill? No. I twisted away from him, indignant. Things have been crazy lately. I just needed some time to, I don't know, find myself. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you discuss this with me? I sighed. Of course he didn't understand. And what was the point of talking? He clearly had no interest in tradition, duty, or sacrifice. Would he have killed you to eat one fucking claw? We're just not communicating, Finn said. He wiped his face with his hand. I want help, but I can't get you to talk to me. How could I tell him that I didn't have time? I had to get him out of the house. I was expecting the plumber, his competitor, to turn up any moment to clear off the drains. The plumber, when he came, scratched his head. Never seen anything like it. Your pipes are crammed with tight bones. I thought it'd be over. Another fail clocked up in the tally of rejected lovers. Except my breakup with Finn had to stem the flood of chicken feet. Instead, raw limbs started to appear daily in my bathtub, their fingers outstretched and the stump still slick with blood. Recently, I'd spotted the curved nails protruding from the soil around my indoor plants, too. So maybe it hadn't been about Finn after all. You're supposed to say, it's not you, it's me, I told Finn as I showed him to the door that last day. Actually, Luce, Finn said softly, his eyes filled with tears. I think it's you. I didn't have time to get sentimental. In the kitchen, the microwave let me know that a fresh batch of claws is ready.
I hope you all enjoyed Phoenix Claws. I enjoyed how the story explored such a complicated social dynamic with a sense of humor. We don't always get humor with horrors of diaspora experience, so I found it refreshing, actually. But that does nothing to take away from the story's core message and the complexities of the dynamics at work. You'd think something as simple as one gummy cheese wouldn't be such a big deal, but it is. It is because our protagonist, Lucy, has made it so. In this story, she is pulled between two identities she can't seem to reconcile. Her modern Kiwi New Zealand identity and that of the Chinese culture she feels both distant from and entangled by. She is both pulled by hapless boyfriends that
never seem to understand no matter how well-intentioned they are, and her own fear of judgment from two sides. One side, her modern Kiwi boyfriends, and her traditional Chinese family. The identity crisis is perfectly represented by the never-ending flow of the chicken's feet, ruining her modern Kiwi life. I love that the ever flow of feet was caused by her fear of her parents' judgment, as she gobbled up her boyfriend, Finn's chickens, right off his plate, while her parents weren't looking, so they would think he actually ate. The myth of the hungry ghost is spellbound in its respect. I also found the ending so perfect, the way Lee just allows the horror to linger, unresolved. It really highlights the ongoing struggle that many in the diaspora face in our own journey. I'm also struck by the cultural dynamic that many of us know all too well, where our parents feel obligated to spend a lot of money when out to demonstrate control, but also generosity and respect for their guests. And how the phrase chicken feed is often one that means you're very broke or have little to no money. All as Lucy's parents practically force-feed her boyfriend the aforementioned chicken pox. For a lot of Asian kids, the art of how to be rude by being terribly polite is one Asian parents and grandparents seem to master the moment they decide to have children. Regardless, for tonight's tale, in the end, when Lucy tells her then jilted boyfriend Finn, "You're supposed to say, 'It's not you, it's me,'" Finn responds, seemingly for both us, the listener, and for Lucy herself, what we all already know. "Actually, Luce, I think it's you." Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners. As always, please go to pseudopod.org to support us. You can donate by clicking on Feed the Pod. If you can't, please consider leaving reviews on episodes or seating or reseating us on X at pseudopod_org. You can also find us on Blue Sky at pseudopod.org, or generally make noise about us on the social network of your choosing. Also, if Pseudopod merch is something you've had relied on, Pseudopod has a Bowie merch store. We have tons of new merch up, t-shirts, hoodies, and more. Pseudopod is part of Escape Artist Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit. It is distributed under Creative Commons Attribution, non-commercial, no derivative 4.0 international license. Download and listen to episodes on any device you like, but please don't change it yourself. Theme music is by permission of Anders Manga. Thank you once again for joining us tonight, dear listener. And remember, it's all just shit.
Appears from nowhere on the sheet, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcasts these days.
Is too hard seeing something around it, or is it not seeing you because it's much too this is what the horror movie is.
Pseudopod, episode 906 for February 13th, 2024. Cask of Amontillado by Carolyn, narrated by Alistair Stewart, hosted by Sean Garrett, with audio by Chelsea Hughes. Hello all, I'm Sean Garrett, co-editor here at Pseudopod Powers, your host for this extra special Carnival Mardi Gras episode, in which we will be presenting one of the genre's glorified classics, Edgar Allan Poe's The Cask of Amontillado. The story originally
Mask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Alistair Stewart. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as I best could, but when he ventured upon insult and vowed revenge, you, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a very definitively so, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved, the idea risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my good. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. At a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected, even he prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuosos. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and the opportunity to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian elements. In painting and general, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, did not differ from him materially. I was simple in the Italian liturgies myself, and bore large about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the convent season that I encountered, he accosted me with excessive for he had been. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting, largely striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical caps of the bell. I was so pleased to see him, I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are glad to be met. How remarkably well you are looking today, but I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado, a pipe, possible, in the middle of the carnival. I have my doubts." And I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price, without consulting were not to be found. I was fearful of losing money. Amontillado. Amontillado. I must satisfy. Amontillado. As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a personal interest, you will know Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry. And yet, some foods will have it that his taste is a match for your come. Let us go. To your vaults. My friends, no, I will not impose upon you. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese, I have no engagement. Come, my friend. No. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with binder. Let us go, nevertheless. Cold is really nothing. Amontillado. You have been imposed. And as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a closely about my person. I suffered to hurry my eyes. There were no attendants. They had absconded to make merry in the hospital. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to step out of the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as that was done. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, I out him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the halls. We passed down a long, winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as before. In the length to the foot of the descent, I stood to get it off the damp ground that the cat moves from the tresses. Gate of the microphone was unsteady. Belt upon his cap, jingle as he strode. "Pipe," said he. "It is Father," said I, but observe the white weapon which gleams from his cap. He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy pores that distilled the room of intoxication. "Neither?" he asked of me. "Neither," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply in many minutes. "It is nothing," he said. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy as once I was. You are a man to be missed." "We will go back. You will be ill and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese." "Enough," he said. "Cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill you. I shall not die of a cough." True. I replied, and I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper caution. The draught of this meadow will defend us. Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its valves, and lay upon the wall. "Drink," I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me, while his bells tingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried, repose around us, and I." He again took my arm, and we listened in. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive. The Montress, I replied, very great and numerous. I forget your arms. Oh, it is a huge human foot. You may feel that your foot crushes a serpent rampant, whose fangs are embedded. The motto, you are made puny for the chase." "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes. Bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the meadow. We had passed through walls of piled bones with casks and puncheons intermingled into the inmost recesses of the chasm. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. The night, as I see, increases and hangs like moss upon the walls. What on earth is there? Drops of moisture trickle among the bones. "Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough, it is nothing," he said. "Let us go on. First another drop, madam." I broke and reached him a flacon of Ducro. He emptied it at breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed, threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the name. "Grotesque. You do not comprehend," he said. "Not I," I replied. "Then you are not Brotherhood." I said, yes. Yes, you, possible. A mason. Mason? I don't know. Sorry, he said. Is this, you answered, producing a trowel from beneath the fold of my rock there. You jest, he explained, recoiling a few paces. Let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, he said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it. We continued our routine search for the Amontillado when we passed through a range of low arches. Descending again, arrived at a deeper root, which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau to glow. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another of this. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead, with a fashion under great matter. Three sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented, and from the floor, the bones had been thrown down and laid promiscuously upon it, forming at one point a mound of solid stones. Within the wall, 6 feet were displaced in the interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width and height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed nearly the interval between two of the colossal supports of the castle, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls. Solid. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination, the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Here is the Amontillado. As for Katie, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant, he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him into the granite in its surface with 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 8 quarters. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Thrown the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the lighter. Indeed, it is very down. Once more, let me implore you to return. No? Then I will positively. But I must first render you all these little attentions in my power. You want the murder? Ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied. You want the murder? As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest implication I had of this was a low, moaning cry from the depths of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. Then there was a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and to the third, and to the fourth. Then I heard the vibrations of chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, as I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the ground. When, at last, the clanking subsided, I resumed the travel and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with the rest. I again rose within the clamber of the succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope at it about the recess of the door and instantly was sure. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt at it. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him and clamor, and re-echoed my name. I surpassed them in volume and strength. I did this. The camera grew still. It was now midnight. My task was over. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. But now there came a relief that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had such difficulty recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, very good job indeed. Excellent jest. We will have many laugh about it. The lad said, oh, bro, the Amontillado. I said, the Amontillado. Is it not getting late? Look, he's waiting us with the palazzo. The lady Fortunato and the rest. Let us be gone. Yes, I said. Let us be gone. Oh, love of God, Tressa. Yes, I said. For the love of God. But to these words, I hearkened in vain for a moment. I grew impatient. I called aloud. Fortunato. No answer. I called again. Fortunato. No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bell. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the cabin, and I hastened to make an end. I forced the last stone into its position and plastered it up against the new masonry. I re-erected the whole rampart of walls. For half of a century, the mortal has disturbed them. Even Pace, requiescat.
The Cask of Amontillado was the story that taught a younger version of myself what the word means firm and stands as an exemplary form of what would later be dubbed by French writers and Everett. survivors give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, and freedom. Monthly donations can certify a well-maintained tower from which you operate. Trust us, no money reaching you. Okay, please go to certify.org and sign up by clicking on the bottom. If you have any questions about how to support the community and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartist.net. Please consider leaving reviews of our episodes and generally talking about them on whichever form of social media sees these documents. On the way, we now have a Blue Sky account to find us at pseudopod.org. And if you like merch, Escape Artists also has a voice merch with a meet-and-greet, venues, teas, t-shirts, and others. But we visit various places, including our kitchen. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artists Foundation, a 501c non-profit business episodes distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Derivatives 4.0 International License. Now, listen to the episode on any device, but don't keep to enforce some by commercial content. Back this Friday with our Valentine's Day episode, Rare Providers, and finally, Pseudopod knows that revenge is best served cold, like gazpachos. It's your Arnold brother. Good night, folks.
Nowhere on the ship, seemingly projected like a pseudopod of a frozen stomach. Pseudopod of Bigfoot. I'll have mine now. Welcome to Pseudopod, where the coffee is black and the fiction is dark. Actually, the coffee is usually not cold. Occasionally sugar. But the fiction may distress you. Consider this your warning. And maybe a request for coffee. Pseudopod, episode 907, February 14th. I'm sorry, 2024. This week's story, Rare Providers by Ariel Malkinchak, narrated by Kitty Sarkozy, with audio production by Kitty Sarkozy and Chelsea Banks. Presented by Alistair Stewart. Welcome to Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast. I'm Alistair, your host, and this week's story comes to us from Ariel Malkinchak. It first appeared in Fusion in November 2022. Ariel's fiction has appeared in Beneath Ceaseless Skies, Bikes in Space, Cantius, Dark Matter Magazine, Strange Horizons, the year's best Canadian fantasy and science fiction, and more. Their non-fiction writing on speculative literature appears in Fusion Fragment, Interzone Digital, and Psychopomp.com. They also curate the SF Story of the Day hashtag, and you can find their work at arielmalkinchak.com. They also have several social media links, which we will link in the show notes. They're a really good follow on any network. Very, very worth your time. Speaking of worth your time, your narrator this week is the magnificent Kitty Sarkozy, whose work I am always delighted to hear. So, without further ado, this story, you can see at the other side of the field. You do not want to get any closer to you. It's true.
Rare Providers by Ariel Malkinchak, narrated by Kitty Sarkozy. I like to hunt in the campgrounds sprouted from the outskirts of our town before we get here. It's hard to tell just where the town ends now that the world has grown wild, but there's not much beyond the campground, apart from trees and scrub and grass growing up through the broken roads. We're lucky we found a town that hadn't invested in strip malls and stamped out housing development. People here must have liked parks or the parking lots, because the green came back fast once everyone was gone. Sometimes when I go hunting, I find bones. I don't know who they were, but they hid in the outhouses, cabins, and trailers, squeezing under the tables, burned out picnic shelters, and crawl space under the camp box cabin. Hiding wouldn't save them from whatever happened here, but I respect the effort. I try to imagine what they were like. It's a nice town, what's left of it. Some of them might have been nice people. old chanterleaves, and a brace of fat gray squirrels that swarm the oaks when the acorns start to ripen. Her walnut black hair is piled on top of her head, a few loose strands coiling around the side of her neck. She doesn't look up when the door creaks, so I track my muddy boots on the linoleum. I like the way she blushes and squeaks when she wants to pretend she's too angry to laugh at my mischief. Christine! She shrieks, like the tiny brass bird that perches on the spout of the tea kettle I scavenged next door. I feel like whistling myself. If she can get this mad about mud, it's one of her good days. Get out of my clean kitchen, you monster! She brandishes the marble rolling pin. The force of her outrage resembles a steam train more closely than a kettle. I backtrack and shove my boots off on the porch. I leave the rest of my hunting duds out there too. She can't mask her face well enough to hide how the outrage transforms to interest when she sees I'm not wearing anything dirty anymore. I dodge her flowery hands and make a break for the bath. It's been sunny for days, and the sweet rainwater steams coming out of the tap. I treasure these late summer evenings. The tin tank I painted black, put up on the roof, and soak up enough rays to simmer the day's work off my skin. I hope it rains again before the tank runs dry. I can't be happy without my baths. The little pleasures in life mean more now. You can't take them for granted. I soak until the water goes cold, reading one of the tattered westerns we found in the house across from the church. The redolence of baking fruit wafts up like a blessing. I never got the appeal of those stories, but Lana adores them. I think it's something about the grimy heroes, all stylish boots and moral justification. I wonder if she'd prefer a cowboy or a mountain man or an old west loggy with a shining star-shaped badge. Maybe it's the way they're all such weird providers. At least for that one good woman each book is allowed to hold. Maybe it's the way they're all so quick on the draw, always ready to protect that good woman from interlopers. I wonder if she sees me like one of her western heroes. I don't know if bringing home squirrels lives up to that fantasy. Pie turns out to be rhubarb. It's long out of season, but the attic is brimming with jars of dried fruit and vegetables. I built a solar dehydrator last spring, and Lana put it to good use. She always wanted to be the kind of person who puts by food for winter. In that respect, our new life was her dream come true. She filled the cellar with canning our first 2 years here. She was so proud of herself I could barely stand how happy it made me feel. Then we ran out of canning goods. I searched and found a few more, but I had to get creative to keep her from crumbling. It's best for her if she keeps busy. I'm the same way, but it's easier for me. There's always something to build or scavenge or stock. I don't need to think about things the way she does. Good pie, I say. She knows, but I try to make sure she feels appreciated. Is that squirrel fat in the crust? She shakes her head. Lard from the tangy pad a few months back. It's all gone now. Take another bite. Pie is delicious. I wonder if I should explain about the lard, that she worries so much. What she doesn't know doesn't have to hurt her. If I'm honest, it wasn't hard for me when the world got emptier. It was a relief. I'm not like Mama. I'm more like the seeds she says when I forage through our towns when gardens gone wild. People talked about what was happening, like it was the end of everything. But for me, it was the beginning. Any seed would know, if seeds knew anything. But being saved isn't enough to survive. You need the right soil if you're going to put down roots and learn to grow. I've put down more roots in this town than I expected. I think I've grown a lot since we moved in. I've grown a lot of secrets, too. There's no one here to tell apart from Lana. I tell her what makes sense for her to know. But there's some knowledge she doesn't need, like the lard. Like the fact that I was about to break things off with her when the world started shifting so fast that no one with the power to do anything about it could keep up. I loved her back then, but it felt like something was missing. I was only waiting because I couldn't bear to hurt her. I waited so long that everything around us fell apart, and then I had to find her a safe place to live before I left. We hiked for months, hiding from strangers because we couldn't tell who to trust. Everything got easier after most people were gone. By the time we found the perfect town, isolated, largely undamaged, I couldn't remember why I wanted to leave. I'm about to beg for more pie, and someone knocks at the kitchen door. We don't get any visitors. Our neighbors are owls, raccoons, feral cats. Maybe this used to be the kind of town where people drop by unannounced for sugar, but those days are gone. This is our town now. My town. I worked too hard to get us here. Keep us alive on the road through all the cold nights, blistered feet, starvation, and terror. Let anyone try and take it away. Lana gets up to answer the door. It's reflexive. She can't help herself. I motion for her to wait while I get in position. We have a deal. I let her be hospitable, and she lets me make sure it doesn't come back to bite us. My shotgun lives in the living room closet. I found it at the campground office. It doesn't have shells, but the action still comes. The sound should be a deterrent. I hang back behind the big armchair and nod for Lana to do what she has to do. She steps closer to the door. Who is it? Friend or foe? I like the way she always says that. It's cute, but I wonder if she thinks the foe is likely to be straightforward about their intentions. Friend, a man's voice. I don't like that. May I come in? I'm all out of water. He must have seen the smoke from our chimney. We're lucky we found a house with a wood-burning cook stove and a working fireplace. But I hate how visible that makes our life. Lana looks at me for permission. I shrug. It's up to her. She opens the door, careful to stand aside. He comes in slowly, empty hands spread wide. The fact that he thinks about showing he's not a threat makes me trust him less. Hi, I'm Tony. Thanks for letting me in. She shuts the door. Don't think the stranger sees me. He looks around. The living room is dark, and I'm crouched low behind the chair. She stays out of reach. Good girl. And she points him towards the table. Have a seat. He does what he's told, keeping his hands above the table. Can't see a weapon. He doesn't look strong. He looks dehydrated, exhausted, as run down as we were when we found this town. But he looks undeceived. He beams when Lana asks if he's hungry. Starving. She gives him a big smile and gets him a glass of water and a plate of squirrel and onions. He eats like someone who hasn't seen food in a while. It's petty, but I'm pleased when she doesn't offer him pie. I don't like how Tony stared at Lana once he pulled a glass of her. I can't interpret the stare. Maybe he's just excited to talk to another person, one who isn't either dying or trying to kill him. Maybe he's not that innocent. I don't want him thinking she's alone. I sidle into the kitchen, cradling the shotgun. He looks surprised, but he doesn't get up from his chair. Hi there, he says. Tony. I guess you're making sure I didn't hurt your friend. That's good. Friends should look after each other. This world is so rough. My wife, I say. She isn't, but she likes it when I state my claim. He looks a little more surprised, but he doesn't seem shocked. A point in his favor. We could have gotten married before. It had been legal for years, but there were always people who would have opposed it. A disappointing number of them survived, at least for a while. I lower the shotgun. Tony likes to talk, but he doesn't have any news to tell us. All road stories sound the same. We let him ramble until I see Lana swallowing a yawn. Well past our bedtime, tell him. You can sleep in the guest room if you don't mind being locked in. I don't want him in our house, but I also don't want him wandering around where I can't keep track of him. No, not at all, he says. I understand. Living alone? You are alone, aren't you? I'm sure you got it here. I don't like that question, or his assumption that being out here without a man means we're alone. I don't like not knowing he's really on his company. Keep Lana behind me while we show him his room. The shutters outside the window are locked, so he's not going anywhere unless he accesses the door. We take the shotgun up the bedroom. I have a harder time than usual getting to sleep. It's been months since our last visitor. I slow my breathing so that I won't keep mine awake. I can feel her doing the same. I try not to say it. I know she doesn't want me to, but my mouth doesn't want to stay shut. You always seem so happy when someone new stops by. It sounds the same. I wish I could keep quiet. I'd have to be a good hostess, she said. You know how I was raised. You do now. The opposite of how I grew up. I was a free-range vanilla kid, despite my joke of a name. I had a pocket knife, a field guide collection, and parents who never cared if I came home for dinner. She went to Jesus camp, Sunday school, Bible study. Her cousin married out of high school while she was praying to shed her sins so she could stop looking at other girls and wondering how they tasted. She hadn't spoken to any of them, her family, or the girls she used to look at in years. She never will again. I hold her tighter. I can't imagine what Mama would think if she saw how I live now, she says. But I know my grandma would be proud. I haven't forgotten all she taught me about hospitality. We make plenty breakfast and fill the canteens. It's obvious he'd like to stay longer, but we like our peace and quiet. We stand in the doorway and watch him walk off. I wonder where he's going. I wonder when I'll find out if he plans to come back. Good luck out there, Mama says, waving goodbye. He waves too, but keeps walking. I watch until he's out of sight. It'll be a while until he's out of mind, but I hope we've seen the last of him. I don't like no strangers, but I really don't like the one who tried to stay. Maybe I'll stick around today. I've been planning to forage more acorns while the weather is nice. They're bitter as hell if you eat them raw, but we learned to soak them in water to leach out the tannins. Roasted and pounded into meal, they make great pancakes and pie crust. Ideal sustenance for anyone who loved reading survival manuals as a kid. I wonder if my parents ever dreamed that the field guides and wilderness camps might one day save my life. No, go on, Mama says. You'll just get in my way. I'm going to do laundry while the sun's out. You hate laundry. I do hate laundry. I'd wear dirty clothes for weeks, for months, to avoid the scrubbing and wringing. Maybe I miss laundry machines the most. Pack the leftover squirrel and onions for lunch. I grab my real gun. It's not the deadliest weapon. Practically a toy. A spring piston air rifle I robbed from the gas station once we were sure no one was around to hear what we took. But it's accurate enough for small game. I found a treasure trove of lead pellets in various houses. A few other air guns too. This one shoots the straightest. Thank goodness. Or badness. For a small rural town where kids were still playing with guns. Never would have been grateful for that before. It's been a solid month since we finished the meat I brought home along with that 10 alarm. I have to make sure we get enough quality protein. Might as well thin out the competition for acorns while I'm at it. I start when I get home. The woods were golden and lovely. I took my time. My pack is so full I can barely lift it. I'm as rare a provider as any cowboy. I whistle as I repeat my muddy boots on the kitchen floor routine. I'm so busy pleasing myself that I don't smell what's cooking until I realize Mama is a sandwich grilling on my scent. Smells great, I say. Where'd you find the meat? In the freezer of the yellow house, she says. I went for a walk. I think it's full. She looks everywhere except at me. I slide my boots right off her. You okay? She stirs the stew and stares down at the pot. Yeah, just tired. She dodges my hug and goes to lay at the table. I don't feel so keen on the back tonight, but I know she prefers it when I wash up for dinner. She only likes grimy hairs and her yellow paper bags. I'll just wash my face and put on something clean, I say. I'll be quick. I'm looking forward to hearing about your day. She doesn't respond. We eat the stew over wild rice. We gather that rice together so it tastes extra good. She doesn't usually come on working trips, but I knew she'd like more. It's lovely there, full of herons and rustling reed. Eating that rice reminded me of every perfect day we shared since the world went away. I wonder where she found the meat. She hasn't ever been a hunter. I don't really care. It's delicious. I can taste apples, onions, dandelion greens. I want to lick my bowl, but she doesn't like that. She's still too quiet. I won't tease her tonight. You want more? I served myself second. I worked hard today. I deserve it. She shakes her head. I lick my lips. How do you make everything taste so good? She doesn't answer. Take another bite, chew, swallow. She dissolves into tears. She won't let me put my arms around her. Just let me be, Christine, she says when I try to stroke her hair. I don't want to talk about it. Please just leave me alone. I sit beside her and wait for the tears to dry. She makes an awful choking sound and runs upstairs. She knocks her chair over as she goes. She doesn't stop to pick it up. That scares me. Lana can't abide untidiness. She's proud of how perfectly she keeps our house in order. I think about the delicious meat. I think about how we both know there's nothing like eating in any freezer in town. There hasn't been electricity in years. Lana's crying in her bedroom. She doesn't unlock the door when I knock, so I know she really doesn't want me in there. If privacy is what she wants, I'd better let her have it. I put the leftovers down in the coal cellar, so it'll keep. And get my candle lantern and head out. The moon is bright enough I don't need a candle. Small relief. Light sources are precious. I feel the loss every time we leave the room. The unlit lantern's light is comforting. It swings from my hand while I stroll to one end of the street and then the other, switching sidewalks to make sure I don't miss any clues. I think I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know for certain until I reach the church. The grass grows tall in front of the narrow white building. Someone must have mowed it before. It's a tangled wilderness now. I like it this way. I've never felt confident that tidiness and godliness have that much in common. The summer gold stalks and seed heads rattle and whisper in the nighttime breeze. A diagonal swath of flat trees runs from one corner of the lawn with the whole hill forest. Something heavy has been running through here. I creak the unlocked doors open and light the candle. There's a trail of size 5 footprints creeping along the dusty vestibule floor, alongside a strip of unexpected gleaming floorboards. Whatever was dragged through there must have picked up some dust. I follow the trail back through the sanctuary and wind up in the kitchen. The footprints stop at the walk-in refrigerator, where they must have kept food and beverages for church events. I take a deep breath and crank the door open. Tommy doesn't look good. He's missing a leg. Something hit him upside the head much harder than any person could survive. The walk-in's insulation keeps the worst of the sun pain out, but he won't keep for long in this weather. I'll need to deal with the rest of him soon. I scowl at the dead guy. We don't need this. Then I head back home and milk his mouse. Lana's still crying upstairs. Sobbing is probably better than silence, but it hurts to hear her feeling messed up over a creep like Tony. I knock. Wait. Go away, Christine! I lean against the door. I found Tony. The crying subsides. I guess the worst part is the fear of being found out. At least, I imagine that's how it would be. I've never had that problem. But then, I knew I was doing it to protect the person I love. No one teaches girls that it's okay to protect ourselves. Lana, I need to show you something. Silence now. I can't even hear her breathing. Please come out. She sobs again. Go away! At least I know she's listening. I take a deep breath and try to compose my speech. I need to say this right. I need to say what she needs to hear. I need her to hear me. I need her to understand. I've been reading your westerns, I say. I've been trying to figure out what's like about them. What it is you dream about when you gaze out the window. I've tried to imagine being one of your cowboy heroes. Tried to understand if that's what you want me to be. I know you worry I've only stuck with you because you're here. I know you feel like you have to spoil me with pie and pancakes so I won't pick up and leave. I see you doing your hair and any dresses, so there's no chance I'll ever see anyone prettier passing through. I should have said all this before. I shouldn't have tried so hard to keep it secret, but there was a time I didn't leave. It's not like she's stupid. It's not like she didn't know. Lana, I hope she's listening. I'm not a cowboy. I'm not behind the room. It's been years since I dreamed about hitting the trail. The best thing in my life is coming home to you. I don't care what you do. I care about you being okay. Nothing else matters. She makes me wait a long time. I don't blame her. Eventually she sniffles and says, "You're really not mad?" I smile. "Just come on out, sweetheart. Everything will be okay." The moon is still high enough to light our way as we walk. I hold her hand. She doesn't pull away. She doesn't ask where we're going either, but I can feel her surprise when we don't talk at the church. I lead her across town and into the campground. She doesn't like it here, I know. She clings to my arm when the moon disappears behind the clouds. I'm only in the shed for a minute, but when I come out, the moon is gone. She's staring at the light, tears rolling down her cheeks, shining on the precious stone. I need to find that little diamond. She'll feel better with my ring on her finger, even if no one shows up for our wedding. I never thought to look for jewels when I was ransacking empty houses for tools and candles. That was a mistake. I'll try to fix it as soon as I can. When she's gone looking at the moon, I show her what I got from the shed. She looks at the yellowy skull and then at me. "Lana," I say, "this is Brian. At least it was." He looks at the skull again. "We met at Brian," she says. "Our first summer here." I nod. "You remember how that summer I found a stash of pork that hadn't gone bad, even though the power was already a thing of the past?" She goes quiet again, then sighs. "Oh," I nod. She's starting to smile. "We ate Brian chops," she says. "Brian schnitzel, roast leg of Brian with new potatoes and peas. Lucas chops too. Pea soup with egg or ham. And I smoked up some Julian bacon after we found that book about food and self-butchering. You remember? We had it with acorn pancakes for our anniversary. The maple syrup we boiled down in the spring. Remember how proud of ourselves we were? How we felt like pioneers, like in your books?" The diamonds on her cheek dry, leaving only the faintest shimmer of salt on her skin. I put Brian back in my trophy shed, keep her home. Everything looks better in the ring light. Lana's eyes are a little red, and I make a point of telling her she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. It might not be completely true. If you've ever seen sunrise over a marsh, you know there's no person on earth half so lovely as the dawn light painting the mirror of still water framed by lilies and reeds. But she's the most beautiful person I'll see, whatever remains of this life. She might as well know it. Eventually we make it out of bed. I brush her hair. I try to braid it too, until she giggles at my clumsy hands. She didn't find them so clumsy half an hour ago, but laughter always helps her pull herself together. She puts her hair up high in a sleek knot that makes me want to pull it all right back down. She reaches for one of those little dresses she likes to wear around the house. I hand her some jeans. "It's gorgeous outside," I say. "Why don't you come look for acorns with me?" I'm sure she's got chores, but I can't leave her alone today. Fresh air will do her good. "Really? I won't slow you down?" I should ask her to come with me more often. She puts on the jeans and a big sun hat and packs a picnic. It takes her longer to ask than I thought it would. "What happened, Brian?" "The knapsack is full of acorns, and we were looking for a good picnic spot. I didn't bring the air rifle. There's plenty of meat down in the church. We'll smoke it before it spoils. No sense in wasting it. There's no knowing when another stranger will come to play." "I didn't like the way he looked at you," I tell her. "I couldn't have him coming around again when you might be alone." She bites her lip. back. I figured he must have. Lana would have gone after him. Did he hurt you? She shakes her head. He said he forgot something. He wanted to come back in. He wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise. I was so stupid. I should never have unlocked the door. I ran. I didn't know what else to do. I caught up with him out of church. I was still holding the rolling pin, and I hit him. And he just fell down. I sit on the soft moss and reach for her. She doesn't move away. I didn't know what to do, he says again, voice muffled, face pressed into my shoulder. Shh, it's okay. You did okay. You did fine. You did, she says. He wouldn't stop talking. I know it's wrong, but I'm not even sorry. I pet her hair. I never felt so proud. You can't trust anyone these days. He went down fast, Christine. I only hit him once, and I saw him lying there, and I started thinking about how anemic he got when we tried to be vegan. You know, back when we could pretend there was one way to live right. And she stops. You know the rest. I squeeze her so tight I hope she can tell I never let my go. We have to eat, I tell her. We have as much right to live as anything else. She sniffles, but it sounds like a token effort. This time she sounds indignant. Probably a good sign. We take an evening bath together. The rain tank's running low, so it's best to economize. She lets me wash her hair while she muses aloud over how we could make a savory squirrel pie with an oatmeal crust. That's dark, I say. Cook 'em right in their favorite food. I'm for it. She giggles. I rinse the soap from her hair and find other spots that need my attention. The water goes cold sooner than I'd like. I'm ravenous when we finally make it downstairs. I fetch the leftover stew from the cellar before I think to wonder if it's too soon. I pause at the top of the cellar stairs with the pot in my hand. Is this? Do you want to make something else? She sighs and shakes her head. It's okay, Christine. I guess I always knew what we were eating. All those times some guy came through and then he found me. She looked so determined I'd have to stifle a smile. I head for the stove. You sure? I'm sure. You always said we can't waste good food. We're not wasting any now. We eat quiet. I still want to lick the bowl, but I won't tease her. She's doing so well. I wish I'd already found her that diamond. I'll go on a quest. I like to see it on her finger. I want to see the look in her eyes when she finally believes I'll never leave her. I scrub the dishes while she cuts the last piece of pie in half. The crust is getting soggy, but it still tastes good. Anna sits at the table while I wash the pie dish. She's wearing her thinking face. It's one of my favorite things she habitually wears. Cranking just after nothing at all. She gets up and walks around the kitchen, looking at me sideways. I wait by the sink. I think I finally understand what she likes about questions. It's not heroes. It's the way those people settle in lonely places, do whatever it takes to survive, and find some happiness. Just to be sure, she says, we've never eaten any women, have we, Christine? Not Lee, who passed through last winter, or that nice Jamie, who was looking for her sister. I couldn't bear it if it hit Jamie. You know she wouldn't hurt us, even if she did come back to visit, like she said she might when she found Jessie. Please say we didn't. I hope she can tell my wound look is real. I doubt I'd feel bad if we had eaten Jamie, but I want her to believe I care about right and wrong. Maybe I don't, but I do care what she thinks. I care enough, but sometimes I let good meat walk away. Jamie, Bianca, Sabrina, Priya, Julia, Nalia, Deborah. Oh, Deborah. She looked delicious. And I let her go. I hope Jamie does come back, so Lana never has reason to doubt me. I furrow my brow, deepen the scowl, comment back. What do you think I am, sweetheart? Damn cannibal? She laughs. Good. That's all I wanted. I'm not good at laughing, but I don't need to be. I don't care about the world, anyone in it apart from her. I was never a nice girl. Maybe that makes me a monster. I'm a monster who stays alive, though. A monster who provides. I watch her walking around the kitchen, absorbing what I've said. I watch as she looks down in time to see her clean, bare feet stepping into my dried-up mud footprints. I step back out of reach, just to be safe. I'm careful not to look towards her rolling pin. I'll have to find her a new one for pies so she can save this one for emergencies. She sees what I'm not looking at, but she doesn't flinch. She just looks at her dirty feet and hands me the mop.
As is often the case with me, there are lines that pop in stories like this, and this is the one that got me. Just to be sure, she says, we've never eaten any women. Oh, Christy, not Leah who passed through last winter, or that nice Jamie who was looking for her sister. Couldn't bear it for the age. You know she wouldn't have hurt us, even if she did come back to visit like she said she might when she found Jesse. Please, say we didn't. The gradual unfolding of just what is going on here is so well done. The careful post-apocalyptic era of this newly quiet, but perhaps not quiet enough Earth, balanced by the growing sense of threat, and then the glorious, unhanded moment of realization of just what and where that threat is. This is one of my favorite kinds of horror, and it maps onto two of the most disturbing threats we all face from time to time. The first is the growing sense that our trust is misplaced and that we are in far more danger than we think we are. The second is that moment captured in internet amber in the now classic Mitchell & Webb comedy sketch where one Nazi turns to the other and says, "Hands. We the baddies." For me, that's the real monster here. Not the cannibals, but the fact they cling to the lies they're telling themselves about themselves. The monster here is polite, friendly. The monster is fondly reminiscing about how delicious one of your victims was and worrying you may have met a woman, joking about it. Both knowing what you are and convincing yourself you could be worse. Hypocrisy is life raft. Safety is a polite smile wrapped around a threat and a rolling pin just out of reach. But now, horrifically well done and horrifically well read and produced. Excellent. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, our narrators, and our crew, and to cover our costs. We are entirely donation funded, and last year that changed in some very exciting ways. We became a registered US non-profit, and we ran a great end-of-year campaign in 2023 to raise awareness of all the new ways you can help us out. One of the ones that springs to mind instantly is if you pay taxes in the US, you might now be able to claim a reduction on donations to us. We still have a short Metacast, our.escapeartists.net, which is full of ideas for how to help us out and you out slightly more than we have in the past. And please do get in touch if there is something you think of that could be more meaningful to you and helpful to us all. One-time donations are fantastic and gratefully received, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions get us stability and a reliable income we use to bring free and accessible audio fiction to the world. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation through PayPal or Patreon. Not only do you help us out immensely when you subscribe or donate, but you get access to a raft of bonus audio. You help us, we help you, and everything becomes just a little easier. Even if we can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about us. If you liked an episode, then please consider sharing it on social media or blogging about it, because that's cool again, which is great. I knew it would be if I waited long enough. Or leave a review. It really does all help. And thank you once again. Join us next time for Bring Them All Into the Light by Dan Coxon, read by Tim and Julia, with audio production by Chelsea Davis. Then, as now, there will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation, distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 4.0 International License. And we're closing this week with a quote from the movie Leave No Trace. The same thing that's wrong with you isn't wrong with me. We'll see you next time, folks. Until then, have fun.
And here's from nowhere on the ship, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcasting, man.
Welcome to the place where the calls are always coming from inside the house. This is Pseudopod, weekly horror podcast. Disturbing content follows now. Pseudopod, episode 908, February 23rd, 2024. This week's story, Bring Them All Into the Light by Dan Coxon. Narrated by Tim and Duya. Audio production by Chelsea Davis. Hosted by Alistair Stewart. Speaking of Alistair Stewart, hello. I'm Alistair, your host, and this week's story on Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast, comes to us from Dan Coxon. Dan is an award-winning editor and writer based in London. His non-fiction anthology, Writing the Uncanny, co-edited with Richard B. Hurst, won British Fantasy Award for Best Non-Fiction 2022, while his short story collection, On If Broken Remain, from Black Shark, was shortlisted for 2 BFAs in 2021. This collection and Best Newcomer. His latest book, Writing the Future, was published by Dead Ink Books in September 2023, and he has a new collection forthcoming from Weird Wicked Books. Your narrator this week is Tim and Duya. Tim is a writer and comedian. As a writer, he's most recently scripted episodes of Hey Doggy on CB, which is the single coolest thing I have read this week. That's amazing, Tim, and well done. And in his stand-up for adults, he's performed comedy all over the world, working with and writing for several well-known acts. Tim also co-runs the Comedy Club for Kids, performing and writing comedy for children and their families. And he writes and co-hosts children's mystery podcast, Bust or Trust, as well as his own radio nonsense podcast with over 18,000 listeners a month. He likes crisps, finding good excuses to avoid socializing, and singing all the wrong words to songs. So, embrace the design, because it is true in ways you cannot understand. Well,
Bring Them All Into the Light by Dan Coxon. Narrated by Tim and Duya. They're on holiday when he sees the cottage. Julie and Nico are bickering in the backseat. Maggie searching through the glove box for something, anything, that might shut them up for 5 minutes. He rubbernecks as they pass at his feet, pulls into a lane half a mile up the road. What are you stopping for? Maggie asks, feeding an audio into the stereo. Nothing. Just want to check something out, Rob replies. He almost misses the cottage again, but the for sale sign peeks above the dry slope, just in time, alerting him to hit the brakes. There's a gravel lay-by for parking, so he pulls into it and kills the engine. The building is only small. Walls of piled stone, a thatch roof that looks rolling in places, sticking up in tufts like a hairstyle gone wrong. The front door is painted white, worn away to the bare wood in patches. There's a large garden in the rear, sweeping away from the road, and partway up the hill behind him. He thinks he sees a path and a gate. The trail leads up the slope. Won't be a moment, he says, stepping out of the car. Maggie shouts something, but he can't tell if it's aimed at him or the children. Peering through the window, Rob can see the cottage is deserted. He has to bend to press his nose to the glass, his eyes adjusting to reveal the empty room. Cracked tiles on the floor, a thick layer of dust forming a minimalist carpet. It gives him permission to climb over the waist-high gate to one side into the rear garden. The grass is patchy, and weeds have pushed through the lawn, but the path is still there, leading to another gate at the far end, becoming a dirt track that ascends the hill. He can't see the top, but he assumes it stretches all the way to the crest. There's something fascinating about that hill, the way it swells from the flat land around it, the pleasing curve of its rise and fall. He stands and stares at it for a minute, thinking. When he returns to the car, Nico has fallen asleep in his seat, while Julie is munching her way through a giant packet of Watsons, the orange dust smeared across her face like a bonnet. Maggie's look dares him I like this place. Mind if we swing by the estate agents in town, just to see how much it's going? The asking price is a fraction of their home's value. Once the holiday has passed, they spend several evenings arguing over it, but he gets his way in the end. They can buy it with the equity, live their mortgage free. He can work remotely while Maggie's online business can be managed from anywhere with a Wi-Fi signal. The children will have to change schools, but that might be for the better. The countryside is a healthier place to grow up in than the bustle and fumes of the city. It's a pleasant surprise to discover that the deeds include the hill too, a plot of land that stretches to the brook running behind it. The kids can play there, build a fort in the apple tree. Most importantly, they get in the countryside, their true selves. They move into the cottage 2 months later. The children complain that it smells weird, and Maggie finds fault on a daily basis, from the rusted plumbing to the inch-high gap at the bottom of the door that lets in an occasional mouse. But Rob is happy. While they bicker and unpack boxes, lining the new nest, he stands in the garden and stares up at the hill. Maggie finds a handyman in the village. It's what she does, managing the cottage as she would her business. A young man with a wild thicket of brown hair and a warm smile, Derek, who fits a new door and tidies up the thatch. She spends hours making him cups of tea and guiding him from job to job, fixing and replacing, turning this pile of stones into a home. She doesn't mind too much when he walks mud across the living room floor, or when he knocks his tea over, staining the stairs brown. You can't make an omelette, she says, and so on. While Derek's fixing up their home, Rob spends most of his time in the garden. It's a while away from the nagging hammers. The Wi-Fi coverage is patchy and his laptop won't connect when he sits on the bench by the apple tree. Instead, he rests out his lap and pretends to work. His eyes follow the line of the path, straight as an arrow, up the hillside to the sky. One day he leaves his laptop on the bench and walks to the gate at the back of the lawn. The path up the hill is steep, the stones are loose, forcing him to scramble on hands and knees. He wipes the mud on his V-neck jumper. The trail fades in and out of existence as he nears the top, like someone's dream of a path that used to be there, or a premonition of what is to come. But he does not slow down, and he always finds his way again. When he reaches the top, finally, his thighs burning, his trousers dirty and torn, he discovers it is flat, a level platform of scrubby grass and stones. Turning, he can see for miles in every direction. He sits and hugs to himself, waiting for whatever comes next. It's hard to say whether he dreams the stairs, or if they simply come to him one afternoon as his fingers claw at the tufts of grass. He is taken to climbing the hill several times a day, sitting at the top for an hour or more. It clears his mind. The experience is the closest he's come to something spiritual. He does not say the word God, not even to himself, and the concept nestles in his thoughts. The sketch he draws for Derek is simplistic and out of scale, like something his children might draw. It does not reflect the impressive structure he envisions, but it's the best he can manage. So, it's a stair, Derek says, having turned it this way and that, holding it up against the sunlight pouring through the window. Yes, Rob replies, his finger pointing to the pencil lines. A staircase, all the way up the hill, from our gate to the top, straight, like a path. Derek looks at him, then back to the door. I could do it, I guess. That's a lot of wood, though, and a lot of work. I might need to hire another couple of hands, plus a bigger van. Are you sure? It won't be cheap. Rob is sure. He's never been more certain of anything in his life. Maggie takes him convincing. The work won't even make a dent in their savings. Rob was a hotshot derivatives back when he wanted to. But it's the principle of the thing that matters. They shouldn't be throwing money away on a vanity project, a frivolous set of steps that lead nowhere in particular. Can't he just buy some better rooms? It's not about the climb, though, or the view from the crest of the hill. Rob can't quite explain it, not even to himself, but there's a greater plan at work. He has faith that someday it will make sense. Once they've approved the job, Derek says to work. He thinks it's an enormous waste of his time. He tries to find the most durable materials, but even using those, he doubts the staircase will last more than 10 years, maybe 15. The posts will rot in the ground. The winter winds will tear it away in strips. But he's he's learned over the years that it isn't his role to offer advice or marriage counselling. His place is to work the wood and make something new, so that is what he does. Now he does it rather well, does not go unnoticed by Rob or by Maggie. It takes Derek and his team, a boy in his team's called Mickey, and an overweight older man who goes by the name Hutch, almost 2 months to complete the stairs. There's some debate over whether planning permission is required, but since the structure is on private land, nothing is ever done about it. Rob knows his money will smooth things over if it has to. The important thing is that the stairs are built, and as close to his sketch as possible. It's like magic, watching that childish drawing manifest on the hillside in actual motor nails. Despite the cheap oak finish and a few steps that don't seem quite straight, it is a sight to behold. The stairway ascending the side of the hill, like a pathway to something better. They walk up it that evening, all 4 of them, as I've heard. Judy and Nico called a ceasefire for a few minutes, and they stand atop the hill, holding hands, staring out at the view. I guess that doesn't suck, Julie says. It's possibly the most enthusiasm she's ever shown for anything. After a couple of minutes, the kids get bored, but Maggie uses them as an excuse to walk back down to the house and make herself a pot of tea. Rob stays behind. Looking around him, he feels something swell in his chest, like a balloon expanding inside his ribcage. It's in this moment he hears the voice. He isn't sure that it's a voice at all, not at first. There's a rustle of leaves that last a little too long, about within the brook that suggests something. The wind blows harder than before, rushing past his ear. Then a word is clear as if someone was standing behind him. Now, Rob turns to see who's there, and when there's nobody within sight, he assumes he was simply mistaken. Sam can play funny tricks if you're not careful, but there it is again, coming from in front of him this time, where there's definitely nobody to be seen. There. When he talks back, he feels rather foolish, standing on a hill by himself in the middle of the countryside, holding conversation with someone he cannot see. Build what? He asks, and then again, what should I build? Church, the voice says, or it may have been temple. Somehow it says both at once, as if the word and the concept are one and the same. Rob has questions. Many of them are about the voice itself and where it comes from, but most are about the temple he wants to build. He recognizes that now. Not just the instruction, but the desire to build a church on this hill where it can be seen for miles around. He feels that he has a purpose at last. When he returns to the garden almost an hour later, he can hear Derek and Maggie laughing in the kitchen. He doesn't drink. Instead, he reaches for his pencil and pad and begins to sketch. Construction is slow at first. Rob knows nothing about buildings, and it turns out that Derek doesn't either. Hutch has a cousin who used to be an architect, and they throw enough money his way that he's happy to turn Rob's sketches into something like a plan. After a month of late-night phone calls and emails querying what this or that squiggle means, they have an official blueprint with dimensions and visualizations and cutaway illustrations. But when he looks at it, Rob sees the building before it's described to him. Officially, they're meant to submit the plans to the local council for approval, but Rob says not to worry, it's all taken care of. Derek wonders exactly what is taken care of and how, but he keeps his mouth shut. He's being paid more than he's earned in a lifetime, thought Johnson, and his mother always taught him not to look at gift horse in the mouth. He doesn't have enough of an education to know the other sayings about gift horses and rings. The foundations are the toughest part. With his limited knowledge of building techniques, Derek has to spend a couple of days watching videos on YouTube. It looks simple enough, but when they come to break ground, Rob treats them all to a glass of bubbly grape juice at Belinda Carlisle's Heaven is a Place of Earth, they find that the soil is thick with stones, some the size of a grown man's fist. Getting the digger up the hillside was bad enough, and now he struggles to scoop more than half a bucket at a time, the metal screaming against tubers of flint. When the time comes for the pour, they bring in as many hands for the village as they can. Some have previous construction experience, but others, Jim who works in orchards, Silas from the Laughing Lady, are there purely to animals. Derek directs them as best as he can, standing to one side in his ragged Barber jacket and waves. The community spirit spills over into the back room of the Laughing Lady until the following morning, next stage of building by a day. Rob acts impossible. He doesn't care. When he looks at the concrete platform they have made, he sees only what it will become. The frame goes up next, a timber skeleton like the hull of an unturned ship. Derek is on more familiar ground now that counting planks and joists. He occasionally rolls up his jacket seams and lends a hand. The wood is delivered on the back of a flatbed truck that can barely make it around the twists and turns of the access road. Then they have to carry it up the steps one piece at a time. It's almost biblical, seeing all those bare-chested men moving crossbeams up the hill. When they're done, it sits in shambolic piles on one side of the foundations, like a child's instruction set ready to be assembled, or a bonfire waiting to be lit. They cover it with two grandma's arms. Rain doesn't come. As they work, hauling the pillars upright and setting them in the ground, sawing the angles for the rafters, Rob sprawls on the grass and watches. He has abandoned his laptop for good. His employers fired him after half a dozen disciplinary cases for non-attendance, and he accepted their settlement payout with open arms. In this place, they have more than enough money to last them until the end of their lives. He has no need of any more. He takes to sleep in the open body of the church, drifting off in the dome of the heavens above him. It's cold, but he hasn't lit a fire that warms him. He knows that something will happen here. He just doesn't know when or what. They are building something truly great, and the miracle is yet to come. The voice still speaks to him from time to time, usually in the middle of the night when he's unsure whether he's awake or asleep. He has found his voice now, a woman's, resonant and clear, and he speaks in full sentences rather than single words. They are bringing it to life, their neighbour. This is my house, and you shall build it for me, he says. With your hands you will build life everlasting, he says. Inside these walls you pledge yourself to me, he says. Robert smiles when he hears his words, and when he sleeps he dreams of a great cavernous hall, thronged with people, their voices swelling to the heavens. Once the framework is complete, the walls come in. They're of unique design, 2 layers of plasterboard with straw packed in between. Rob thinks he saw something similar in a magazine once, and the design came from the voice, not from him. The straw will insulate the church, he imagines, keep warm inside. And the first pig built his house of straw, Derek mutters, as the men wrestle armfuls of it into the cavities, but Rob pretends not to hear. Derek's role has largely become an honorary one, as he's only occasionally on site to supervise. Rob wants to see them breathe life into this temple firsthand. Finally, the doors and windows are fitted. The exterior is painted in brilliant white, and they stand back to admire the paint up. Tomorrow the pews will arrive. Pitch pine, hand-carved, and a 6-foot wide slab of oak trunk will serve as their altar. There are candles too, and oil lamps, and 20 bottles of paraffin to fuel. I think the lead curtains in bright red and green to hang on the walls. Time is almost here. Maggie breaks the news to him after dinner one night, the children tucked safely into bed. I never meant for this to happen, she says, her wine glass clutched in both hands as if she intends to bludgeon you with it. Neither of us did, but you're never here anymore, and Derek, well, he's been here with me, for me. The only future I can see is a future with him. Rob knows he should ask whether she loves him, but he finds that he honestly doesn't care. All his thoughts are of the church, and the voice in his head. It speaks to him day and night, awake and asleep. It tells him that he is doing something truly incredible, and the day will soon come when it will reveal itself, and their world will change forever. Okay, he says, uncertain of what else is expected. What will we tell the kids? Julie and Nico already know, Maggie says. They've moved all their toys to Derek's house. We're going to live there. He has a hot tub and a 50-inch TV. His Wi-Fi is excellent. Rob nods. As long as you still have time to help with the posters, he says. He's been working on the posters for the past 2 weeks during the final stages of construction. It was important that he got the wording just right. He wants as many people as possible to be there for the grand unveiling. Fill my church from the top, the voice tells him, and he desires nothing more than to be concerned. The printers are due to deliver them tomorrow, then he has a team lined up to distribute them through the local villages. This is too big to keep to their level so long. The posters range from shop window A4 to 48 sheet billboards. The word light shining from them in orange and red. Grand unveiling. Experience our new church in all its majesty. A special night of celebration and miracles. All welcome. Bring your families. The time and location are at the bottom. He knows they'll find it easily enough. Now that it's painted, the building stands on their hill like a beacon, a lighthouse for the lost and abandoned. There's an artist's impression of it on the poster too. Rob had tried to sketch it himself, but he finally had to admit that his artistic skills weren't up to the job. As it turned out, Jim the Butcher was surprisingly proficient with a set of charcoals. Rob sits on the hill the following evening and watches the lights twinkling in far-off villages, the orange bubbles of the streetlights. He knows which posters have gone where. There are 2 billboards by the glowing disc of the roundabout, 5 on bus stops along the main road through town. Looking out, he imagines each tiny light is someone's soul, sparked into life by the opportunity of his living. We must fill our hall, the voice says nearby, as if talking over his shoulder. Bring them all into the light. She's been saying that or something similar for the last 24 hours, and it's getting a little tiresome, if he's honest. Still, as he turns and looks at the brilliant white facade of the church, his heart fills, and he cannot wait for them to come and see what he's built. If he is proud, he tells himself, then it's only the pride of the shepherd who is saving his flock. What he is saving them for never crosses his mind. On the night itself, he wears a new suit, bought especially for the occasion. White blazer, white trousers, even white shoes. He is 68 comeback special Elvis, and he feels that he might be 90 joy. He stands at the doors to the church and watches the streams of believers as they gather candles from the bucket at the foot of the steps, lighting them as they head up the stairway, a river of flame in the dark. Quietly, he hums George Michael's Faith and tries to brush pink stains from his jacket seams. There are those he knows, Hutch, his cousin the architect, young Mikey, with their families and loved ones, also faces he's never seen before, drawn to the right to the top of the hill. They chatter and buzz, taking their places in the pews, and their excitement is infectious. Maggie and the kids are sitting in the front row, and Nico started jumping up and down, unable to contain his enthusiasm, almost setting his little waistcoat alight with his cap. Derek sits with them, and Rob is glad. It's good that they have found some happiness when everything in this world is so fleeting. Once the pews are filled to capacity, the pine creaking and warping beneath so many well-fed backsides, he directs people to stand in the aisles, under the windows, and even around the open altar. They push up against each other, shoulder to shoulder, until he cannot imagine anyone else squeezing in. And he signals to Jim the Butcher to close the doors, and he begins to make his way forward. He jostles where he has to, asks forgiveness as he pushes people aside. It's a slow crawl through a sea of bodies to reach the front. Once he's there, he moves around the island of the altar, grips the rough bark at its edge. You have filled my house, the voice says, so close now that it might be inside his head. You have brought these people to witness the light. Now it is time. He smiles. Nobody is sure when she first appears, or how. She is not there, and then she is, as if she is always been. If Rob is disappointed that she doesn't arrive with a fanfare and a choir of angels, he keeps them to himself. This, surely, is miracle enough. The crowd stares at first. This is not what anyone expected, not what they'd signed up to witness. And in truth, none of them know what they've signed up for, only that they were called and they came here to witness something incredible. If the way she materializes from nothing does not fulfill my expectation, then her appearance surely does. She is shorter than any of the adults, closer to Jimmy's height, and she makes up for it by floating 2 feet off the ground. Her form was once human, but it has moved beyond that, disassembling and renewing like a corpse in the soil, playing host to other creatures as they're drawn to her warmth. Her ribs are a cage, the bird that flutters within them nothing more than feathers and skin. As they watch, a millipede that lengthened from a
always those who fear the miracle when it comes. She had told him this several days before. She had lain with him on the concrete floor of the church, his hand tied up in the twisted vines of her hair, and stiff, cold fingers in his pants. They will not understand, she said, her voice like the gurgling of the brook or the wind in the grass. They have never seen the world as it truly is, and now that their eyes are opened, they will cry and tear at their wrists. This has happened before, and it shall happen again. And then they'll find the joy, right? He asked, the words catching in his throat. Once they understand when they see you, won't they be filled with wonder? Just your existence, it's a miracle.
imagine. How could they not kneel down and worship you when they see who you truly are? There was a sound that may have been a sigh, or simply her skin crackling and falling leaves. You now see me, and your eyes have been opened. You have beheld my true form in bronze-haired man. Is it too much to hope they may do the same? Rob isn't so sure about that, although he doesn't give voice to his doubts. Part of him wonders if he has indeed gone mad. The things he has seen should never have appeared before mortal eyes, and yet something led him along the path at this point to the cottage of the hill and the steps of the church. And now that he's here, he cannot imagine anywhere else. He ponders on this as the people begin to hammer on the door and the walls, their screams turning to anger and tears, as her birds take flight and peg out their eyes. He tells himself that this was always the plan. It's comforting to know that he's fulfilled something, that he's ticked that box and can move on. Rob has always been very golden and protected. Even as he watches Maggie scream and clutch at her face, blood oozing between her fingers as she staggers blindly around the gathering. Even as young Mikey gags on the millipede that comes crawling out of his mouth, his mandibles shiny and slick. Rob feels something like crying as he takes a deep breath, smells the tang of their fear, the sweat and adrenaline, and the paraffin. Yes, the paraffin. When she first told him, he balked at the idea. After all, this church was his masterwork, the project that finally put him on the map. It was a temple to her greatness, yes, but wasn't it also a monument to his achievements? Hadn't she led him in to create this thing? She had made a clicking noise in the back of her throat, like teeth gnashing in air. Shifting her body, she twisted and writhed until she lay on top of him, the stink of what was sweet and earthy in his nostrils. Everything must end, she had said, her words spoken slowly and clearly. It was important, he understood. There is no eternity. There is no forever. That is man's vanity. Your meaning lies in your ending, and we shall give them an ending to be proud of. Give them an ending that will be talked about for centuries, and then they will be reborn when their ashes fill life. That is the best anyone can dream of. She was right, of course. He could see that now. Beyond the stink of piss and freshly spilled blood, he could smell them for what they truly were. Cattle. Animals destined for the slaughter. The pig doesn't self-visualize as a bacon sandwich, does it? Well then. It had taken him most of the night to drill the holes in the plasterboard, then to pour the paraffin in, one bottle at a time. It was only an accelerant, of course. The straw would act as kindling, the timber frame would burn for hours. It had all been built into the church from the start. This was all part of the plan. If he has a regret as he takes his lighter from his pocket and holds it to the curtains, then the best way money can buy, it's that it will all be over so soon. He's done something truly magical, hasn't he? Who can say they've done anything even half as great? He knows it's all in how he may not instant. And as his goddess sings her victory, the aisles flow with blood, the flames begin to crawl up the walls, searching with their tongues until they find the paraffin within and burst into sudden, brilliant light.
The moment you get too close to the beginning, peaceful. When you turn your arms off, ignore the fact you're pushing past your tolerances and focus in on the work, it's tranquil. You are putting everything else, everyone else down. You are doing nothing but work. There is a quote that has lived in my head for almost a decade now, I think, about the act of Gerald Butler and how he was described as someone who works better with the taste of his own blood in his mouth. I recognize that feeling. I have often shared it. I would guess a lot of creatives of every stripe have felt the same. Hustle is a polite way of saying burn. And if you burn the candle at both ends, and also that special secret third end in the middle, eventually the candle and you go out. At this point, I normally talk about where the horror is in the story. This time, because Dan has done a truly exceptional job, the horror is in both the story and the mindset it explores. The mindset so wonderfully embodied by Tim and used by Chelsea. The regardless of whatever field you're in, are encouraged, expected even to work too hard, to push too far, because everyone else is doing that. Because true greatness only comes through pain, and surely the more pain, the greater the gain in the end, right? Surely it will be worth it to suffer. No. If you burn out, you just burn everything. The glory in destroying yourself for your art is as empty as your life when you sacrifice everything for the art no one is left alive to see. That's the second level of horror here, strong, fully formed, and drenched in blood from the corpse of the first. It's not just what he does to make the church. It's how little he cares about what the church and the God fuel. Art needs an artist. Art needs an audience. Art needs both of them alive, otherwise it's nothing. A masterpiece built from the corpses of the people who should have lived to appreciate it. A scream in an empty church. What a great story. Thanks so much, everyone. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, our narrators, and our crew, and cover our costs. We are entirely donation funded, and last year that changed in some very exciting ways. With becoming a registered US non-profit, we actually ran a great end-of-year campaign back end of 2023 to raise awareness about all the new ways you can help us out. Like, for example, if you pay taxes in the US, and donate to us, like the climate deduction. The metacast we did for that campaign is actually still up on escapeartists.net, so if you are curious about this stuff, please listen to it. It doesn't take long, it's really useful. And likewise, if there is an idea that you have about a way you can help us that will be meaningful to both you and us, please get in touch. One-time donations are fantastic and gratefully received, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions give us stability and reliable income we use to bring free and accessible audio fiction to you. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation through PayPal or Patreon. Not only do you help us out immensely when you subscribe or donate, but you get access to a raft of bonus audio. You help us, we help you, and everything becomes just a little easier for everyone. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about us. If you liked the episode, then please consider spreading the word about that too, on social media, or blogging about us, or leaving a review. Really does all help. And to everyone who already donates, already talks about us, thank you. Join us next week. Then as now will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation, distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 4.0 International License. We'll see you then, and before then, Superboy wants you to remember, this is my design.
An arm appears from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod, it's a big foot.
It's all about podcasting, Dave.
Welcome to hell in your ears, in podcast form. It will be disturbing. Turn back lest ye be disturbed.
Pseudopod, episode 909, for March 1st, 2024. The Witch in the Whalebone Hut, by Brian Kesley. Narrated by Dennis Robinson. Listened by Scott Campbell. Audio by Chelsea Davis. Everyone, hope you're doing okay. I'm Scott. This is the editor of Pseudopod, your host for this week. I'm excited to tell you that for this week we have The Witch in the Whalebone Hut by Brian Kesley. This story is a Pseudopod original. D.C. Kesley is a graduate from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where he studied English and creative writing, for all of you did. Currently lives with a grumpy elder cat and a less grumpy, less elderly girlfriend. Your narrator is Dennis Robinson. He hails from the haunted small town of Gettysburg, Washington, Goofy Yoshi, while not narrating
show dreadful moose the villain dreadful. This season is TNT 10th edition, says he published. For those of you who do not know what the SBC is, X-Files on steroids, with cases ranging from hilarious to absolutely terrifying. They also have an employee orientation video to help climatize you to the future change. Dennis is also the writer of the graphic novel series Lightning, Solomon Zada's story of the world's first mermaid. It's a horror, mythology, adventure, and history. During the month of March, he has his Kickstarter for the third book in the series. You can follow the Kickstarter or sign up by going to www.blanketbook.com. Third book is best described as H.P. Lovecraft meets Gilgamesh. Don't worry if you missed out on the first two books. You can get those in the Kickstarter lot and some other goodies. Now, listen to the waves crashing on the beach. For they have a story. I promise you, it's true.
The Witch in the Whalebone Hut by B.C. Kelsey. Narrated by Dennis Robinson. 4 massive ribs held the hut together, 2 forming a thick arch near the front door. The bones were pockmarked yellow, no doubt leftovers from the town's glory days during the height of the whaling industry. Jamie's heart sank as he stared at the bones. They had once belonged to a beautiful creature, needled to death by harpoons and stripped of its skin. As he passed under the arch, he found himself wondering what that whale had seen all those years ago, swimming through depths he would never reach. Whatever it had seen or thought or felt was all gone now, stripped away with its flesh, reduced to bone. The knot in his belly was tightening at the thought. For the umpteenth time, Jamie wondered why he'd come here, what had drawn him back to this place. Everyone in his life was gone. In a moment of desperate loneliness, he thought of this hut, of Maggie. The front door swung open just as Jamie reached out to knock. She stood on the threshold, with the shadow of the doorway hanging over her. The thin skin of her face pulled into an ear-to-ear smile. She wore a complex jumble of coats and sweaters, all of different colors and styles, but all weathered and full of holes. A similar casserole of skirts hung over a tattered pair of wool pants. The layered bulk hid her frame, but based on her narrow neck and bony wrists, Jamie could only assume she was stick-thin. When she grinned, the ligaments in her neck pulled taut like elastic cords, and the wrinkles that covered her face deepened. A knotted nest of white hair stuck out in every direction. Jamie let his hand drop. "Hello," Maggie said. "How can I help you?" "Sorry," Jamie stuttered. I was wondering if maybe you could. My name is Jamie. Yes, I remember you. Such a sweet boy. I was so sorry to hear about your mother." "Oh," Jamie hesitated. "She mentioned you," he said after a moment. "Told me I should come see you." "I thought she might." Maggie turned and howled into the hut. "Come on in, Jamie. Make yourself at home." Maggie took a kettle from the small wood stove in the corner of the sparsely furnished hut and poured a steaming cup of tea. She handed it to Jamie and returned the kettle to the stove without pouring a cup for herself. He mumbled his thanks and twisted the cup on the saucer, preferring to watch the liquid quiver instead of meeting Maggie's eyes. "What can I do for you today?" Jamie forced himself to look up. Her eyes were wide, dark, crow's feet furrowed the corners. Jamie remembered coming here with his mother as a small boy, sitting on the same stool with a piece of lemon-flavored candy tucked into his cheek. At the time, he liked Maggie because she had given him candy. His mother had asked him to wait outside while the ritual began. She'd visited Maggie often, sometimes as much as twice a month. Jamie only came with her once, when she couldn't get a sitter. He was too young to stay home alone. "I hope to reconnect with your father." "I guess she wanted me to speak to you about him," Jamie said. "Possibly," Maggie said. Her smile finally faded as she rubbed her knobby chin, seemingly thought. "Or perhaps she wanted me to sing with you." They made asked about his life, Jamie told her about his college experience and his new, lackluster job. She shared nuggets of information about his mother and father, always with a twinkle in her eye. His father always took his coffee black, and his mother used to write poetry during her own college days, Maggie said. He tried to ask her about her own life, but her answers were vague. When he asked how long she'd lived on the edge of town, she only said, "A long time," and pushed the conversation back to him. He told her about his mother's passing and the toll her illness had taken on her. He didn't ask whether Maggie and his mother had seen each other after her diagnosis, before she was hospitalized. As the light began to fade, Maggie placed a number of lopsided candles around the hut, lighting them one by one. The shadows cast by the candlelight stretched as the hut grew dark. The room seemed smaller with shadows shaking on the walls. Jamie couldn't help shifting in his seat. His teacup sat on the table, drained and forgotten. His leg bounced without meaning to. Maggie returned to her seat and folded her hands in her lap. "We will begin now," she said, her eyes closed. She cleared her throat and started to sing. At first, Jamie hardly heard the sound. It started as a dull ringing in his ears. He struggled to believe that it came from Maggie, who sat stiff as a board, half hidden under her mountain of coats and sweaters, with her eyes firmly shut. The volume rose gradually until a hum filled the air. It was the same sound he'd heard as a boy. The notes flowed together. The louder the song grew, the deeper the pitch became, until the hut seemed to quiver and Jamie's head rang like a gong. His body went numb, and the dark room spun around him, the guttering candles burning spots in his vision as he tried to look away from Maggie, to find anything else to focus on. When Jamie looked at her neck, he saw that the sound really did come from her. Her throat rose and fell as each note gave way to the next. The unmistakable smell of the sea invaded the hut, the stink of salt and the stink of rotting fish. A cool breeze carried the smell, brushing his cheeks and stirring his hair. It seemed to radiate from the splintering whale ribs that encircled him. Jamie suddenly felt drowsy, though he fought the urge to sleep. As he hovered between waking and dreaming, he recognized the song. It was the whale song, and, in that moment, he couldn't help but appreciate the haunting beauty of it. Such a lonely song. It echoed in Jamie's head long after Maggie stopped. Her eyes fluttered open, and her mouth twisted back into a smile. Jamie struggled to see her through half-lit eyes. His vision wouldn't focus. Through the fog, Jamie thought Maggie's wrinkles had deepened, and her face had drooped, but he couldn't be bothered to care. He felt fully at peace, content to sit and return Maggie's smile. "It's time to go to the shore," Maggie said. Even though she spoke in her ordinary voice, Jamie could hear the song hiding in her speech. "Are you ready to go, Jamie?" She stood, rising above him like a shadow, and whispered for him to join her. When he failed to move, her bony hand wrapped around his wrist, and she guided him to his feet. "Please, Jamie," she said, "lead the way. Just down to the water's edge." He barely felt the door as he pressed past it. His skin tingled, and his steps came slowly. The air felt like water, resisting his every move. The lights of the night sky seemed unnaturally bright. The moon blazed like a spotlight, and glancing at the stars left splotches in his vision. Feeling returned to him step by step, replaced by growing hypersensitivity to the world around him. Jamie felt the wind splitting against his body, resulting streams of air curling around him. The stink of rotting fish still dominated him. Now Jamie thought he smelled the space where the tide met the sand, the dew on the grass. A chorus of crickets replaced Maggie's song in his head. As they neared the shore, a horrible, slimy feeling overcame him. Maggie shuffled along behind him, breathing deep, ragged breaths. She loomed in his periphery, a misshapen mass that lumbered after him. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to get a better look at her. "Focus on the water, Jamie," she whispered. Jamie's head snapped back to face the sea. He assured himself that the strange shape in the corner of his eye was just old Maggie, looking a bit stranger than normal as the moonlight exaggerated the many lumpy layers she wore. They They stopped where the beach met the sea. Moonlight glittered on the black water. Sea foam rolled over his shoes as small waves broke on the shore, soaking his socks. Jamie tensed from head to toe. "Oh, wait a minute, Jamie." Jamie took a tentative step. The waves hit his ankle now, plastering the cuffs of his pants to his skin. The hairs on his neck stood up as the frigid water made contact, but he kept walking. The water climbed his legs as he ventured farther, numbing him inch by inch. Ripples shimmered around him as he pushed against the incoming tide. "Almost there, almost there," Maggie hummed, following close behind. The water reached his hips. Jamie's teeth chattered. He lost feeling in his fingertips as they skimmed the surface of the icy water. With the water creeping up his chest and reaching for his shoulders, Jamie risked another glance back at Maggie. Though she waded through the water only a few feet behind him, her silhouette became even harder to discern against the dark background of the water. When the light hit her just right, Jamie thought he had a glimpse of gray skin hanging from her face and heavy jowls, as if her skin was slipping off. "Don't look back, Jamie," she said. "Focus on the water." When the water encircled his neck and the ripples of the water brushed his chin, Maggie finally told Jamie to stop. She moved to stand directly beside him, but dared not look. Whatever she had become, if she had changed at all, he didn't want to see it. He sucked in deep breaths, an unconscious response to the water's chill. His heart beat frantically. "Look, look," Maggie hissed, her voice distant and distorted. The sleeve of her outermost coat brushed Jamie's shoulder as she reached past him. A long, spindly finger pointed to the surface of the water, now settled and still like glass. "They're coming." Jamie tried to ask what she meant, but she shushed him before he could say a word. Her breath hit his neck in a thin, surprisingly cold stream. Two white shapes tumbled in with the next wave. As they came closer, they unfurled like deep-sea anemones, revealing long, pale tendrils that trailed the water. No, not tendrils. Arms, legs. The shapes slowed in front of them and turned their pale, bloated faces to the sky. They glowed in the moonlight, hovering centimeters below the water's surface. Bulging, glassy eyes stared up at the stars. Their blue lips stood out against chalky skin. Black veins showed through nearly translucent cheeks. Corpses, Jamie realized with a start. They were corpses, risen from depths he couldn't see. Slow dread that had been creeping through him exploded into outright horror. He wanted to turn and run, to push past Maggie and scream all the way to his car. Then he recognized the corpses. His heart seemed to stop. "I don't understand," he said, unable to tear his eyes away from him. "Aren't you happy to see them?" Maggie asked. Her hands came to rest on his shoulder. Jamie dimly recognized that her fingers were far too long and far too thin, brushing the crook of his arm with knotty fingertips. "They came all this way to see you, Jamie. Isn't that special?" The body on the right was a woman. A full head of hair spread out around her like a silk curtain. The bloating in her face created a shadowy pit around her eyes, where her cheekbones hid behind her skin instead of jutting out of the gaunt face. The longer he looked, the more familiar she became. It was his mother. The man on the left had a buzz cut, a square jaw, and a stern expression on his dead face. Wrinkles creased his brow. Jamie studied the corpse and found himself thinking of the stranger's photo in tarnished frame, sitting on his mother's nightstand. How often had he ducked into her bedroom to study the man in that picture? It was his father. Both wore plain white clothes that rippled in the current. "What is this?" Jamie demanded, though he couldn't bring himself to raise his voice over a whisper. "Did you want to see them?" "What? I don't. Your mother wanted you to come," Maggie reminded him. Her sing-song voice gurgled, as if fighting through a slimy film in her throat. "She wanted to see her baby. Needed to know you were all right." As if on cue, a wave rocked the bodies and their heads turned away from the stars to face Jamie. He tried to convince himself that the smile on his mother's face was a trick of the light. "These are not my parents," Jamie said, talking more to himself than to Maggie.
These are your parents. Maggie spoke casually, as if she had done this many times before. The sea claimed them. My mother did not drown. No, Maggie said, but the sea was in her veins, pumping through her heart, the same as you and me. The sea lives in us. It claims us all when we go. If you know the way, the sea can bring your loved ones back to you for rising tide. Jamie just shook his head and studied the face of his mother. He had almost replaced it with her final face, the face ravaged by chemo, pain, debt, little more than skin stretched over bone, the shell of her former self. Now, she wore the same smile she had worn each day when she picked him up from school as a boy. Why do you think your mother came here again and again? Maggie asked. She was a grieving single mother, never given the time to process the death of her young husband. How could she? She had to be strong for you. Now that she was standing all on her own, she heard that I could reunite her with her beloved, and I did. Each time she visited me here, wade into the water just as you have tonight, wait for your father to come, as fresh and young as the day the sea claimed you. Sometimes she would speak to him and tell him about you. Sometimes she just stared. Jamie's eyes darted between the two corpses. I offered to let her go with it, Maggie sang, but she never had the heart. She didn't want to leave you. She was a good mother. I admired her a great deal. Jamie drank her words in. His frantic heart slowed. He gulped air, catching drops of salt water on his tongue. He couldn't take his eyes off the bodies. His mother's arm drifted towards him, her splayed fingers reminding him once more of a sea anemone's tendrils waving in the ocean current. Was she reaching for him? Or were the waves moving her limp body like a drunken puppeteer? Was there something in the tea? Jamie asked. Maggie chuckled. Just tea. Another wave rolled in, splashing Jamie across the mouth. His mother's body twisted in the wave's wake. Her hand inched closer to Jamie's arm, but her gaze remained fixed on his face. See, Maggie asked, she misses you. If I go with her, Jamie mumbled. Would I? Yes, in a way. But you'll be with her, Maggie said. A corpse in the water? No, 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 Maggie whispered. You won't understand until you leave to try. Don't know if I want that. I really don't think I do. That's all right, Jamie, Maggie said. But you'll go with them eventually. What's keeping you now? What part of your current life is holding you back? Jamie had no answer. Everybody he'd ever cared about was gone. His friends had moved away to lead more fulfilling lives than his. Now that his mother was gone, his entire family was dead. Everything he'd ever seen or thought or felt was gone with him. He was stripped of flesh, reduced to bone, no different from the whale that held Maggie's hut together. He lived alone, and each month's rent was a struggle. It seemed like every day he was learning that a new way the world was coming to an end. He missed his mom. He wanted to know his dad. What do I do? Maggie leaned even closer until Jamie thought he could feel her skin on his. Her cheek was slick and slimy. Just let me take you, she said. Make sure, really, truly sure, that you are ready to go. What happens if I'm not? The sea will claim you. Jamie couldn't help but imagine his lungs straining as they filled with seawater, or his body crumbling in the dark depths of the ocean, unable to withstand the weight of all of that water bearing down on him. He swallowed. It felt odd for his mouth to be so dry despite standing shoulder deep in the ocean. His fingers twitched underwater, though he hardly felt them. He extended his hand, watching it travel like a part of somebody else's body. His shape warped under the rippling water. His fingers brushed his mother's hand, and she latched on. No emotion flickered across her dead face as she lunged. Her grip was like iron clasped around his wrist. It hurt, and Jamie cried out. Maggie remained silent as Jamie's mother began to sink. Darkness enveloped her face as she retreated from the moonlight. Then his father grabbed hold, seizing Jamie's other arm, pulling him face first into the surf. Fear took over as he
plunged into the cold. He couldn't see, save for hints and glimpses of his parents' porcelain skin floating in and out of the dark like phantoms. His wrists screamed in pain. They would break, he was sure of it. Already his lungs were straining, but they burst. His heart. Jamie understood, then, that he didn't want to die. He became a frenzied animal backed into a corner, fighting with a strength he didn't know he had. He didn't want to drown, and he didn't want to go wherever they would take him. Life had never seemed so worthwhile as it did now, with his lungs burning and his head spinning. He resisted, planting his heels in the sand and pulling back. He strained against their grips like a fish straining against a hook. Despite their seemingly frail and limp bodies, they didn't budge. He struggled to keep them from sinking any further. Maybe they were unimaginably heavy, or maybe the ocean itself was pulling them down and away, eager to reclaim them. In a final act of desperation, with his lungs about to give, Jamie opened his mouth and screamed. Bubbles exploded past his lips, rushing to the surface and casting a low, warbling sound through the water. Their grip loosened for a moment. Jamie pulled himself up just as he began to grow dizzy. He screamed as his head broke into open air. I don't, Jamie spluttered. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Pain exploded in his wrists as they grabbed him once more, fingers tightening like an iron vise. Maggie, he screamed. I changed my mind. Maggie, please, I'm not ready. They pulled him back in. Water rushed up his nose and into his mouth. The salt stung in his nostrils. Jamie shook his head, threw his shoulders back, and thrashed with all his might. His lungs were empty. His thoughts jumbled together. Finally, their pale hands slithered away into the dark. Jamie's feet slipped and slid on the sand as he scrambled to push himself above water. He clawed his way up, arms splashing wildly on the surface as he sucked in air. When he rolled around, Jamie saw Maggie standing there. At least, whatever it was must have been Maggie, because it wore her pile of coats and her many skirts. It even had her tangled mess of white hair. But in other ways, the thing he saw was not Maggie. It was tall and hunched, with long, spindly arms and fingers. Its gray face drooped and shone with mucus. Big, black eyes glinted in the light like polished glass, regarded him without discernible emotion. Its lips transitioned into a short, flabby beak, and pink gills flexed on its long, serpentine neck. It cocked its head at Jamie. Jamie tried to scream, but he only managed to strangle Sweet. It's okay, sweetie. Think. It's a hard decision to make. Your mother never could. Jamie eyed it warily, too stunned to move. His heart hammered against his ribcage. He stretched his arms out to steady himself as he regained his balance. He had had enough. He couldn't take any more. You don't have to go tonight, the thing said. There will be other chances. Its rubbery beak quivered as it spoke. Jamie sidestepped, nearly tripping over himself before running as fast as his legs would carry him. The water slowed him. He splashed past the thing. When he reached the beach, Jamie stumbled on the slick sand and kept moving. His legs propelled him farther and faster than he ever had before. Come back to me when you're ready to join me, the thing said, its voice calm. The words echoed into the night as Jamie raced past the whalebone hut and over the nearest hill, panting, groaning, and sobbing. By the time Jamie reached his car, the world seemed eerily silent. He no longer heard the lapping of the waves or the whispering of the wind. Maggie didn't sing. She'd stopped calling after him. The low grumble of his engine came as a sweet relief, as did the sound of gravel crunching under his tires as he sped away. But even those sounds seemed to blend together and fade. When the silence became too much, he forced himself to hum. The meager sound comforted him. Jamie began to sing, low and steady. The tremble in his arms subsided. The song carried him home, soothing him as he returned to town, and then to his tiny apartment. It wasn't until he stepped inside that Jamie realized he'd been singing Maggie's song. The whale song didn't sound right coming from his human lips, but he had been imitating the same notes seamlessly, running together, rising and falling in pitch. The realization made him shiver, made the shadows in his apartment feel as black as the ocean, as if his parents might drift out at any moment. Jamie ran into his bedroom and turned on every light. He climbed into bed and huddled under the blankets. He began shaking again. His wrists began to ache, as if his parents were grabbing him once more. Desperate, he continued singing. The more he sang, the more his heart slowed. The song lulled him to sleep. It was with him when he woke the next morning. By then, the pain in his wrists felt like a distant dream. He thought of his parents throughout the day, the days that came after. He began to wonder if he'd made a mistake, remembering the way his mother had seemed to smile at him. More than anything, he thought of Maggie, and he sang her song. It was a good song, soothing, peaceful. Jamie thought he might like to hear it again. Someday.
Well done. You survived another story. What did you think of The Witch and the Whalebone Hut by Brian Kisley? If you're a Patreon subscriber, we encourage you to pop over to our Discord channel and tell us. We have to move on. Like most advice, this phrase is double-edged. You are still picking at the wound of losing a loved one. It's a good reminder to let the wound heal. When your wound is healing, oh so painful, sounds callous, cruel. Are they telling you to ignore that a significant part of your life is gone? That death is unfair? To forget that your loved one existed? How dare they? So when someone comes along and says, you can have that person back, you listen. And that's for the harm. You could be subject to the everyday horror of being scanned by so-called psychics. Since it's a pseudopod, you can be confronted by horrors that are not dead. There are hordes of vampires, zombies, and ghosts that show you that coming back from the grave is not a big deal. There's so many stories of people crossing so many lines to have their loved ones come back. They come back wrong. Why wouldn't anybody do that? The answer to that question is why the story is so good. It conveys how powerful that is. How it can wear you down to the point where your common sense and rationality will run away to the point that you're going to do anything to make it stop. For just a few minutes or more. Just so you won't feel alone. What's worse, even after Jamie's device is counted with the dead in the heap, you can't rule out going back. It reflects our own ambiguity. Be honest. Did you say definitely that you would cross the line? And now on the subject of subscribing support, Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners, and we're now formally a nonprofit. One-time donations are greatly received and much appreciated. But what really makes a difference is subscribing. A $5 monthly donation on Patreon will go farther than you would believe. Subscribers give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, and dependability. Monthly donations give Pseudopod a well-maintained tower from which to operate. And trust us, you don't want riches in our walls. If you can, please go to pseudopod.org and sign up by clicking on the pod. If you have any questions about how to support EA and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartist.net. You can't support us financially, and we understand times are insane. But please consider leaving a review of our episodes and generally talking about them on whichever form of social media since at least all of us. By the way, we now have a Blue Sky account. Find us at pseudopod.org. If you like merch, Escape Artists have a white merch store with a huge range of things, hoodies, t-shirts, and other things. The link is in various places, including our tweet. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artists Foundation, 501c3 nonprofit, and this episode is distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Non-Derivative 4.0 International License. Download and listen to the episode on any device you like, but don't change or sell it. Theme music is by permission of Anchor's Magnet. Finally, God knows. Sometimes dead is better. You know it. See you soon, folks. Take care. Stay safe.
An arm appeared from nowhere on the ship, seemingly projected like a pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcasting, man.
Pseudopod is extruded into this universe from a dimension of purest fear. It's beautiful in its own alien way. But what's to come will unsettle you. Pseudopod, episode 910, March 8th, 2024. This week's story, Lidless Eyes That See by Jimmy Flynn. Narrated by Zintra Sullivan. Audio production by Chelsea Davis. Hosted by Alistair Stewart. Welcome to Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast. I'm Alistair, the host, as I just said, and this week's story comes to us from Ginny Flynn. Ginny is a two-time Bram Stoker, Shirley Jackson, and Borealis award-winning fiction editor, author, and poet. She has been nominated and shortlisted for the British Fantasy, the Ditmar, the Australian Shadows, the Elgin, and the Riesling Awards, as well as the Pushcart Prize. She is a recipient of the 2022 Queensland Writers' Fellowship. She is Chinese, born in Malaysia, and now calls Australia home. Her work has been published by Written Backwards, Crystal Lake Publishing, PS Publishing, Flame Tree Publishing, and Superline. She is the co-editor with Lee Murray of the superb Black Cranes, Tales of Unquiet Women, and a poetry contributor to Tortured Willows, and Barrel Unbroken. She likes cups of tea and B-grade action. This story, by the way, was first released by PS Publishing in From the Wasteland, an anthology inspired by T.S. Eliot's poem The Wasteland. The story was a finalist for the 2022 Borealis Award for Best Horror Story. Your narrator this week is Zintra Sullivan. Zintra is a worldwide best-selling Australian author who lives on Queensland's beautiful east coast. She writes from a place in her soul that knows no boundaries and believes that conformity stifles creativity, and as such refuses to play a part in it. Instead, as she has been described by her peers as being in the mold of a Terry Pratchett, Zintra greets the characters with an open heart and mind and strives to tell their stories with the passion and dedication they deserve. Each of her books are treated with the unique vision that she feels they need. Her work is driven by the characters that inhabit her world, and this allows them to leave both her and the reader an incredible ride through every book she reads. When you open a book by Zintra, you can be guaranteed of one thing: you're in for an amazing journey. So, gather your things and bed down for the night, because we have a story for you, and we promise it's true.
Lidless Eyes That See by Genevieve Flynn, narrated by Zintra Sullivan. We are silently going mad, the boy and I. The first sign was when he bought me the red silk handkerchief. It was folded and tied in the most perfect foreskin cloth wrapper, as if he meant to give me something precious, something with meaning. Here is what I found instead: 7 pieces of a broken denture, fragments of palette glistening pink as freshly chewed bubblegum, and a wire that still shone gold, cradling teeth as jagged and yellow as fossilized popcorn. With a wordless cry, I crushed them under my boot, grinding them always to open pebbles and chalk. He did not seem to mind, and returned to picking his way carefully through the ruins of the supermarket. A month ago, I found him in a playground, both of us slat-sided and ravenous. We stared at each other, a small, dark-eyed boy in a man's too large jacket, and me, a woman who'd become nothing but dry bones. He didn't say a word. Whether the mutism was selective or inborn, it made no difference. No matter how I questioned him, cajoled, or tried to catch him unawares, he did not speak. At first the disappointment hollowed me as powerfully as the endless hunger. I had been alone since the final days of the war. To have someone, anyone, to talk with, to feel some remnant of my humanity would have been as much of a boon as discovering an untouched cache of tin pictures in an abandoned house. Before long, though, the simple presence proved enough, and I fell back into the habit of silence. We learned to hunt. He was faster than I, and as a child, swifter to reclaim animal instincts we had forgotten as a species. Often, he would take a rabbit or a snake with his teeth and be halfway through its net before I caught up. The menage again was enough to spent our days hiding from my dusty road to the woods, searching the houses that echoed with memories, dark stores with shattered windows, or anything that could be. On the rare occasions we came across other people, this happened to the people. He dragged me to the ground and made me huddle under everett was that house. I never questioned him. He had a fine nose for danger and knew what and who to trust him. Later that night, with nothing to show from the supermarket and hunger pouring us both, we curled together in the parlour of the 20th century Queensland at the edge of town. Its rotting, creaking boards enough to warn us if someone approached. Many mattresses and blankets had long been stacked, and only the skeletons of small reptiles and high pallets of rats left. The chill crept up from the gaps in the floor and into the glasses windows. A gum-free rustle was ghostly leaves outside. Everything else hissed. I shivered against his small form, but the boy seemed unusually cold. Tell me a story, I thought. A wish upon a star, nothing more. To my surprise, he turned and studied me. His eyes like liquid mirrors reflecting the moonlight. A single, considered nod, then he snuggled back against me and fell asleep. A quiet knock sounded at the front door. Then, as if it didn't really happen, sunlight streamed through the windows. The day's humidity was suddenly pressing against my skin. The boy is gone, an empty space between my arms, even though I had folded mine in my sleep. Of course, for an innocent attention, old and green. It sits inside a wooden bowl which had been nailed to the floor with a pipe on the set, about 6 inches in width and black with oxidization. Around the false jaw, black plastic containers, toy fragments are arranged in an unmistakable shape of a human skull. There's a note, a chip, really even wild but no eyes. Sweat springs on my upper lip and up my spine. I creep to my feet, tears in the doorway, dark and warm, kept with the tread close to the wall. The boards protest the light. The house feels empty apart from the single line behind, watching my back. It's very silence. It's alive. I know that. I do. It grins with two gums and lowering to me, as if once I rush forward the horror of plastic and broken remnants of once belonged to children, burying me into the shadow corners of the room and out of the window. I yank at the dentures that hiss and snap in my head back. Did they bite you? No. It was only a sharp edge of the ground. A cut jagged across my arm. Blood runs. It's deep. I really should get a second shot. check for signs of applicant at the gates. Any footprints that have been swallowed by red rocks and leaves. The gardens are overgrown in motions. The car park is threaded with possible veins of sleep. There are small sounds. The bridge is whistling, and quiet creatures scurrying away from my distance. I stop and listen hard. I can only hear my own breath. Out of habit, I go to the reception, as if I am still a mother with a child in contact. Brown leaves have accumulated in the front door, and I am held by this sign of neglect. I stare at them, willing them to go away. After a few minutes, I shake myself loose and pry the door open. The first pit cupboard had been empty, but I find it cracked in a dark bag sitting beneath the front desk. Inside are a wallet, ruffled tissue with disintegrated touch, a packet of empty glass, and two beds with Disney princess pattern. There are several sweet wrappers, but no sweetness. I lift the wrappers to my nose and sleep deeply. The lingering empty sleep I never hung on my lips. With the cut sealed as best I can, I enter the lounge to search for the abandoned lunchbox and store the plates and cups. The snacks that could survive the Queen's late summer lunchtime heat are usually good to eat, big enough for all this time. After half an hour of searching, I sink down onto one of the chairs. The perished cushion exhaled with new wet, stale air. My vision narrows to a point where I put my head between my knees. Where is the boy? Has he found anything? Will he come back to me? Maybe not this time. Perhaps it's for the best. I slide to the floor and lay supine. Nothing more to do except stare at the cobweb ceiling black. I turn my head, then frown. Underneath the kitchen counter, running alongside the wall, sits a squash, a pink bottle shell, as if it had been kept there and forgotten in the rush to evacuate. I roll onto my stomach, fall over and reach for it. The material feels like plastic cloth against my fingertips. Half stumbling, I swipe it. It spins and wedges further up the counter. Spiders scuttle and shrink from my hand. Please, that's the face. A huntsman could be roasted and eaten and would only give a numb bite. But a redback would kill. I force myself to go slowly, snag the heel into the wall, and measure until the shape pops out. A lunchbox. My stomach feels like it's folding in on itself, with a low knife dumped over. Zip sticks and slips from my fingers. I try again, and this time manage to open it. I tarnish the place next to the moldy plastic container, beside it, a heaped condition, with a bag of crisps. The packet is still bright yellow. I pluck out and hold it to the faint light of the window. And it eyes a small girl, about 10, watching from beyond the broken glass. A gasp and a blur of dark hair as she folds. I clutch the pack to my chest and scream. I try to call her to stop, but my words come out mushy. My mouth feels a tremor. My tongue nothing reaches a confused meat between my gums. I go out and scan the unlit room and by her confused expression, she doesn't understand. It's been so long since I spoke. Instead, I tear the corner of the wallpaper. The aroma of beans and potato foams rises to the air and my belly cramps. The girl tracks the packet and I take another step. I break off a piece of crisp meat. It's agony not to shove the entire lot into my mouth. I shake the bag in her direction. She creeps out from the classroom and waves on the walkway, trembling like a wild animal. Want some? It's okay. Still garbled, but she nods. I pluck a crisp and hold it out. The nostrils tremble. I smile, sunny and open. With a yelp, she darts away. Wait! I run after her, but she's vanished. I search into the last of the violet light bleeds from the sky. I have to get back to the house in case the board is there. Perhaps I could bring him here tomorrow. He can track me. I know he'll like it. I allow myself a nibble and carefully return the crisp to the bag and push it shut. I know he'll like this too. As I make my way back to the edge of town, the light moves the hatches. The girl had let us out. Watchful silence wraps the house. The moon is full, so there's enough light to see that the parlour is empty, except for the wooden bowl still spiked to the floorboards. The dentures are gone. I can smell blood and the boy, but there's nowhere to be seen. The floorboards creak and groan as I check the floor. The sunroom, the main bed, the second room and the kitchen, getting deeper and deeper into the inky gullet of the house, smelling copper at the back of my throat, almost tasting it. The laundry is a musty black slate. There is only one place left to search, a child's room at the end of the hall. The door is closed, covered in flaking paint. A quiet knock from inside. I have to see. He could be hurt. The door opens with the sticky glass. Moonlight streams in through the white window, falling on a vaguely humid, upright shape on the floor against a corner. Once again, the head had been rebuilt. Nose, chin, ears, wiry dog, no eyes. Gold wire glints from the open mouth. The dentures smile down at the boy as a silver coat parades arm. There are no legs, only a boxy chest. The boy's shirt and chin are black and black. The throatless possum rests on his lap. The boy's chest rises and falls slowly, sleeping. His eyes open as he clambers to his feet. The creation topples, pieces clatter across the wooden floors as the illusion of life disintegrates. I stare at him. What story is he trying to tell me? He offers up the possum carcass, an expectant expression on his face. I show him the yellow packet. His face lights up. It's like Christmas. We risk walking a fire in the sink of the kitchen out the back, and the smell of roasting possum, skewered on a wine container from one of the bills and cupboards, is almost too much to bear. I have to keep pushing the boy back on the flames. His hair curls and smokes in the heat, but it doesn't stop him from nosing in too close. He snatches the hanger and opens his mouth to take a bite. The fire has burned most of the girl, and the skin is charred. The flesh is still pink and oozy. Something shifts beyond the dark. empty room, and his lips peel back into a noiseless snarl. It's the girl. She hovers at the edge of the light, sniffing. The boy drops the possum and tries to dart past me, but I snag his father's jacket and spin him toward me. Friend! The word is difficult to know. Family. He shakes his head furiously as he twists, swift and uncatchable as a biker, and runs off into the night. The girl has been inching around, her eyes on the dirt covered most possible. Then I see fresh scuff marks and footprints in the strip of the garden at the rear of the house beneath the flickering white fire. A current shakes down the spine. Someone has been back and forth over this way, dragging something through the dirt. His shoe prints are too big to be boys or girls. The girl reaches for the hanger. I lunge forward and grab the wrist. She squeaks and thrashes against me. I snag the hanger and hold it out to her. She still saliva falls in the corner of her mouth. I give the possum a shake. She takes it and, frowning fiercely, tears a hunk off of her teeth. I touch my forefinger to my lips and point to the marked dirt. She nods and I leave the rest of the light after her. We hurry along the side of the road and the dirt traffic disappears into a sea of grass surrounding the farmhouse kilometers out to the corrugated roof is rusted wood, and one side of the roof is old. Something drops apart at some distance to the right of the house. Could be a board, could be a room, could be those who have been watching us. We need to get out of sight. The high steps with sharp blades of glass. Sometimes I have to lift the girl to help her get clear. The wooden stairs are spongy, but they hold when we hurry up and onto the roof. The door hangs askew on its hinges, and I don't bother trying to close it behind us. The noise will only announce our location. Sharp ammonia and the stink of decay hangs in the air. The possum has been long scarred, hurriedly gnawed down to the bones by the girl while we walk. With any luck, wherever it's outside, we'll sniff out the remains and be happy. The floor is rotten in parts, and we have to be careful as we retreat to the last bedroom. A cloud shifts and light bleeds into the interior. Someone is in the place. Something. It lies on an iron frame of a bed. Now a body, arms, and legs laid out flat, made of broken, lost things. A shoe, a garden glove, a flattened metal bucket, a bent umbrella. There's a nose, chin, ears, wiry dog. The dentures grin from the snow-covered jaw. It now has eyes, twin curls, the kind that children used to use to make necklaces for their mothers on Mother's Day school at the school. They gleam, silvery, out of the black sands. A woman, a mother. What story is the boy trying to tell? Where has he gone? Sometimes it seems he's been gone for a very long time. Sometimes he's here right beside me, inside. Are you lonely? The girl's voice is sweet and soft, full of kindness. I turn and stare. She gives me a wave and a smile. Do you miss your family? I do too. It's been such a long time since I've heard someone else speak that it takes me a moment to understand her words. I nod and sink to the edge of the bed. I would cry, but there seems to be no more left. The girl creeps closer and worms onto my lap. I cradle her in my arms, gently, warily. Her body exhausted, ready to relinquish the key to an adult once again. The girl grows hidden as sleep crowds. I blink, unseen, over the top of the table foot. No, the boy went on, not me. But as my eyes swivel towards the mannequin on the bed, with aching slowness, the back doors in my mind swing open. I meet the creations of girl eyes. Does it bring just a little to it while as I use to talk my applications? Does it hackle then scream as I slot them into its mouth? To find that they fit perfectly, that the mushy feel of my mouth disappears as I practice my art, running my awakened tongue over my teeth, tasting ghost oil. My mouth floods with saliva as I run my gaze over the girl's thin legs, the stiff arm, the smudged patch of skin exposed by a ripped shirt. Hunger drives through like a black, oxalated spine. No, oh God, no! Tremble and place a hand over the releasing eyes and wait for the final knock on the door. And God, silent.
You can see it, can't you? You can see the blasted, flattened, deafeningly empty spaces that the last of humanity is picking its way across. Quiet so profound it becomes noise. A world whose survivors all have tinnitus caused not by the noise, but by the deafening absence of it. Sensory deprivation as post-apocalypse. It's honestly my favorite thing about good post-apocalyptic fiction. Quiet. And we fill it. What I love about this is also where I find the horror. It's resiliency. It's not that we don't change. We all do. All the time. Working on a piece for another venue at the moment about how our perspective changes every time we interact with a piece of art, and this story is kind of the photographic negative. Here, the culture we interact with is the absence of culture. Here, what we interact with is ourselves. Just ourselves. In that moment, that realization that all you can hear is the sound inside of your head is almost more horrifying than the absence of sound outside it. So you survive. You adapt. And that adaptation never quite goes in the direction you expect it to. Survival is one of the very few genuine binaries in the world where the two or even not. There's usually a way through, but it is never the way you think, and the obfuscation explored in this story is both profoundly disturbing and oddly kind. Our subconsciouses are sometimes not our friends, but at times like this, when they find a way for us to survive, even if that way is harmful, they're trying. Especially as it's entirely possible to read this story as someone who has fallen so far they didn't notice, sending themselves the same message we all send ourselves eventually. Get up. Keep moving. Survive. Delicate like broken glass sounds just as beautiful. Love this one. Thank you, everybody. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, our narrators, our crew, and to cover our costs. We are entirely donation funded, and last year that changed in some really exciting ways when we became a registered US nonprofit. We ran a really good end-of-year campaign in 2023 to raise awareness of all the new ways you can help us out. Like, for example, if you pay taxes in the US, you might now be able to claim a deduction when you donate to us. We put out a short metacast. It's still up on escapeartists.net, which has got some more ideas in there. And if you are looking to donate and are fiscally able, believe me, we all know how difficult everything is at the moment. So those of you who can, we really appreciate it. Then please pop along to escapeartists.net and listen to the metacast. There may be some good ideas for you there. And if there's something that you've thought of that hasn't occurred to us, get in touch. Let's see if we can work something. donations are fantastic and gratefully received. But what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions give us stability and a reliable income we use to bring free and accessible audio fiction to the world. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation through PayPal or Patreon, and when you do, not only do you help us out unbelievably, but you also get access to a bunch of new stuff. There's some amazing audio in the vaults, and subscribing or donating gets you access to that. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider donating of the time. Spread the word about us. If you liked an episode, then please consider sharing it on social media or volume renting, or us, or leaving a review on your podcatcher of choice. It really, really does all help. Thank you once again. We'll be back next week for Flash of the Borderlands 69, Children of Milwaukee. This will feature stories by Aaron Gray, Jacob Stephen Moore, and Joel K. Zellman, as well as narration by Bob Eccles, Ash Woodfrost, and Leanna Renee Heber, with audio production by Chelsea, my bad self back on hosting. Then, as now, we will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation and distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. We will see you next week. Before then, Superpod wants you to remember, save if you can save.
An arm appears from nowhere on the sheet, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
Call our podcast thing, Dave.
We have no memory of recording this episode. None of us. It's white. I see TV static when I try to do that. Do you want it? Pseudopod, episode 911, March 15th, 2024. This week's stories: Flash on the Borderlands 69, Children of No Company. Hey everyone, welcome to Superpod, the Weekly Horror Podcast. I'm Alison, your host. Chelsea is working the audio magic, and we have 3 stories for hour 69, the Flash Fiction's Vault. Our theme, as I say, is Children of No Company, and your opening quote is this: "You, sir, should not ask. Indeed, it's time. We have all laid aside disguise but you." And your opening story is from the always amazing Aaron Gray. It originally appeared in Forbidden Peaches and was reprinted in the 2022 collection, How to See Ghosts and Other Things. And you can, and should, find out more about Aaron in the show notes. Likewise, the incomparable Bob Eccles, our narrator for this story. So, ask yourself, or perhaps ask his own, because this story is true. Masks by Warren Gray, narrated by Bob Eccles. You were his friend, right? His granddaughter's voice on the other end of the phone. Her words clearly free from static. I wait to answer, don't want to, because how do I say, I don't know? For months now, he's been coming over to my house and patient tea 2 or 3 nights a week while we drink hard cider and talk about bullshit. Does that make us friends? We're just 2 lonely old guys with nobody else to talk to. Whatever I feel in my heart, what comes out of my mouth is bound to be impermanent, because what else can I say? And besides, she is so far away, London, of all places, with children of her own, I can hear today. While I am so close, his old townhouse just 2 doors down from mine, only empty spaces between us, because this neighborhood died, just as he was dying, just as we're all dying. Not uncomfortable phone call at the time. She hasn't said the words, but the implication is clear in the voice. If I don't do it, then it will become strangers, impersonal men who will throw it all into boxes, and there it goes. Goodwill, landfill, no place where it matters, no place where it will be appreciated. Am I the old man's friend? I don't think so. Do I want it? No. So why do I say yes? See, my voice bounces across thousands of miles to his granddaughter in London. The answer is respect when I opened the door. He came to my house so often at home, I couldn't help but smell it on him. Dust, mold, smells, stale cigarettes, the scent of clothes left too long in a closet. All the aromas of a college professor caught to mind. Then there are drifts of paper and take-out food containers keeping the door from opening all the way. It comes as no surprise. The old man was in order. No shop there. Piles of things in every corner. A microwave, a door hanging partly open. One blanket. Another. A DVD player still in its original box. Tape unbroken. The layout of his house is identical to mine, and so stepping inside feels both familiar and strange. The post-apocalyptic movie, which well-known landmarks lie in ruins, or are half consumed by life run riot. Just as in my place, the living room is the largest one in the house, eating up much of the ground floor. Books lie piled on the carpet, along with cup noodles, coffee filters filled with old grounds, overflowing ashtrays. There's almost no furniture in this room, just an amber floor lamp and a purple recliner that looks to be made of lightning, as if I would sink into it forever where I was sick, sending up a cloud of recliner spores in my wake. In the fireplace, where my TV sits, is piled empty bottles, jars, old photographs, handwritten letters, a nonsense shrine built by a man whose religion was his own and no one else's. In one bottle, a beagle crawls, large to memories in his prison. My eyes skimmed it all, but they settled, of course, on the masks. I knew, dimly, that the old man had once worked in Harvey Row, Hollywood, but I had forgotten what job he did. Makeup, separating, and masks. He said once, whenever a detective or a tortured academic stood in front of a wall of masks, masks from Mali, from Africa, from wherever the studio thought conjured the exotic, those might have been mine. I was cheaper than shipping something in, easier than doing it from home. The masks on the living room wall aren't those, though. Those studio individuals would have left Patrick Knowles or Pam Sheridan's like these things. The faces trapped somewhere between human and monster, between being faces at all and being something else. Stars, galaxies, other organs, melting, running, racing from one to the other and back again, only to become lost somewhere in the middle. In the dim light struggling in through faded, half-closed blinds, they seem damp, alive. Many tongues twitching, many eyes darting. Where did these masks come from? How did the old man come by them? Do they predate the old man masks, or did they inspire them? Did they come from the old man, or did they come to him? Muse or creation? These are the questions that assail me as I stand in the quiet of the house, dust motes surrounding me, as I breathe in the smell of rotting food and spores. Who knows what else? When my house is quiet, I can hear the traffic on the highway. But in his living room, I seem to hear something else. Scuffling, breathing, panting, clawing. I walk nearer to the masks. The sound rises. They see me as I see them. They look agonized, starving, desperate. They remind me of the old man. I reach for my hand, let it hover in the air in front of the nearest mask, and I know that his features recede, even as they also creep closer, though I can never prove it. I feel the purple recliner against my thigh, and when I look down it seems so inviting. I could sink into it, I think, chair spores floating up in my lungs. I could wait there, keeping the masks comfy until someone else comes to try to take it down. An hour, a minute, a second ago, yet you were home. Now it sounds so fine.
You are always different people, depending on where you are, who you're with at that age of life. 27-year-old me is very different to 47-year-old me. 17-year-old me is an alien. The same shape, but a very different human occupying it each time. The beauty of experience, I've found, is that it never leaves, but it often knows when to sit down. Learned trauma response is never fun, but even that can be mitigated, perhaps even controlled sometimes. luxury of these experiences is that they are internal. What happens when the person you were is expressed externally? What would that person do to become whole? Maybe just for a while. I hope the chair is comfortable. It's time to draw the machete at the bow. The story appeared in Jacob Stephen Moore's Nightfall and Other Dangers in April 2023 and has waited ever since then. It itself. Jacob was not raised by wolves. Sure, all children are capable of many things, but weaving wild words into flesh and fantasy isn't one of them. And lucky us, if it were, we'd all be speaking wolf. Moore's work has previously appeared in Nightmare Sky, Summer of Legends, and Night Terrors 1 to 20, as well as on the No Sleep podcast and Scales. He lives in Columbus, Ohio. The narrator for this piece is the always excellent Flash Bloodfrost. Again, for details of what else Flash has done for us can be found in the show notes. So, march forwards into the blood-drenched future. Because this story is true.
Machete at the End of the World by Jacob Stephen Moore. Narrated by Helen Buffaloes. It was 10 teenagers, 40 years ago. I killed them. Spirit would stand on cracked sidewalk, preaching lights. Stand. This was 1979 in summer. I got a name later on. Man's name. Monosyllabic, lumped like a loaf of fist. The first, he was just a tall man, crediting at the end of the feature. I don't remember the faces now, the color of the blood, only the shrieks, like blasts of whistle, like 10 tracks on an ever-perfect pop album. I remember too the Halloween masks of my shock, chewed face. Wolves came anyway, and my dark worker guns, my rusty bookman hook, old costumes, and plastic props,
Jacob told us, I began with the idea. What would Jason Voorhees do after the bomb was fell? What does a killer do when there is no other thing left to kill? I love this one. I love the poetry to it, the romance, and I love the clear sense. Ideas as he wants to head our bulletproof, and it was even in group 2, just this implacable, relentless killer walking forwards toward them, because that's how they feel alive. That final image, the pair of them closing on each other as a Zimmer-like string note distended to hell itself. Love, death, violence, peace, none of it matters when the open page is blank and you have blood instead of wonderful stuff. And then company. Jewel K. Zellman is the tale of the land. Brings the hit on Tales from the Terror. Jewel is a writer and wildlife advocate in the Pacific Northwest who has dabbled in an excessive number of professions, including French to English translator, arts journalist, and escape room manager. She loves studying languages and spoiling accounts. As always, details of where else you can find Jewel will be in the show. Likewise, your narrator for this final story, Leanna Renee Huber, is an actress, playwright, ghost tour guide, and award-winning best-selling author of gothic gaslight fantasy novels such as The Strangely Beautiful, Eternal Files, and Spectral City series were taught in Kensington Books. She writes and narrates speculative novellas for scribes, everett, and A Haunted History of Invisible Women, True Stories of America's Ghosts, co-authored with Andrea James, examines the intersection of women's history and ghost stories, and was a Bram Stoker Award nominee for superior achievement in non-fiction. The short fiction has appeared in Queen Victoria's Book of Spells, Castle of Horror anthologies, on Tor.com, and more. Her non-fiction essays have appeared in Apex magazine and The Deadlands, and Leanna has been featured in film and television on shows like Mysteries at the Museum and Beyond. She lectures around the country on themes of Gothic fiction, 19th century women's history, and paranormal. So keep warm. Keep close. Here comes the truth.
Tale of the Night by Jewel K. Zellman. Narrated by Leanna Renee Huber. That in the village of Coal, around the year 1680, a baby was born covered in fur. The mother passed away soon after, and a father and 3 older sisters took care of the tiny girl. She was baptized Christine, but the sisters called her Lynette, easily, for her sleek chestnut coat. She grew, and her fur became ever softer and shinier. Her sisters spoiled her, running pony brushes over her back and arms. But all too soon a woman's body was shaped under the thick pelt. The sisters married and moved to other houses. The home grew sparser and sparser. A widower still in mourning, and a strange young girl with a coat that gleamed ever glossier. Unfortunately, as ocelots, beavers, and bears the world over know, just because something grows from your skin doesn't mean others will consider it yours. Madame Ferret was a rich merchant's widow who had an excessive love of fineries. But one day, as her hansom bumped over the track from her manor to the town, she saw the strange girl carrying a basket of eggs. It was raining, but the drops of water tumbled down Lilette's neck and arms, and she seemed to take no notice but for the occasional toss of her furred head. Madame Ferret felt the scratch of her wool wrap on her knee. She bade her carriage stop alongside the surprised girl. Would you like to be employed in a fine house, where you can see one fine evenings and dine on roast chicken and duck? Asked Madame Ferret, gazing not at Lilette's warm amber eyes, but at the triangular white patch upon her breast. One would have called the girl's garb modest, save that the fur veiled all. Lilette's mouth hung open, exposing sharp little teeth, as she took in the fine lady's thick skin and jeweled gloves. Oh, very, very much, if you please, madame, she said. Good, said the old woman. I will expect house had wept. When they learned that Bob had been buried at once for fear of contagion, they lamented loudly. But when the second youngest sister spied Madame Ferret snuggled in her carriage in a brand new fur wrap, brown, a triangle of snowy white, they all gnashed their teeth and swore revenge. The aged father, the sisters, and their husbands waited until nightfall to creep onto the Ferret estate. While searching for an ingress in the garden, they stumbled upon an abandoned well. The eldest woman gestured urgently into its depths. A sound was rising up, a terrible roar. They stole the bucket from the newer well and lowered it rapidly into the hole. "Christie, Bernette, is it you?" whispered the father in agony. And then the three men were nearly dragged off their feet, for a weight settled on the line. Immediately they hauled as hard as they could. A dark mass emerged and collapsed over the lip of the well. It was a young woman, naked, every inch of her dripping with gore. The only fur left was in a rim around her eyes, which, once so gentle, burned with rage and pain and hunger. How Bellette had not died, how the family transported her home and nursed her to health, I do not know. My story resumes several days later. Madame Ferret's servants were speaking of a horrible figure wrapped head to toe in bandages, slowly on all fours at the edge of the forest had found in the estate. When they rushed to the spot, they found nothing but a few drops of blood wet all over the leaves. Madame Ferret feigned to ignore his foolish tales, but she did take care to lock her bedroom door at bedtime. Once her maid had undressed her and tucked the fur wrap over the duvet. This is perhaps why, when the lady woke the whole household one night with gurgling screams, no one could get in for a full 10 minutes. They had to chop the door down, and by then all was silence. The beautiful chestnut fur wrap was ruined forever, so thick and deep was that blood that was soaked in. Madame Ferret's most devoted servants, knowing how much she loved, would have buried her in it but for that fact. Instead, they threw it in the woods, hoping whatever foul pool had so soiled it would reclaim it and be done with them. The shutters had to be replaced, and the walls stank of iron for weeks afterward, no matter how much the maids scrubbed. They did not even think for some time to search for signs of robbery, so clearly was the deed a work of maddened animal fury. But indeed, Madame Ferret's tools were missing. No one in Paul ever admitted to seeing sweet Bellette again. The local barons then got involved, interrogating her father and sisters, but even after harsh questioning, the family admitted nothing. And though they carried out their questioning with commendable enthusiasm, the gendarme never really believed any Christian could have caused such hideous carnage. So the bereaved family of the missing girl and the household of the murdered lady lived on in the town, and when the dead widow's servants, then caught in the spray of Bellette's blood as they were to hide from her flesh, passed a member of the humble family on the street, they buried their chins in their chests and heard their steps. But they say that in Paris, a mysterious woman appeared at parties, salons, and operas. Many were enchanted with her sinuous way of moving. They watched the movements of her gloved hands, though envious ladies of good breeding called them stubby, like little rats' paws. But was she beauty? Who knows? She never showed her face. It was always concealed behind a mask painted like a haughty aristocrat. If one looked close enough, they say, one could see how it was painstakingly sewn together, not from one large piece, no, from tiny scraps of delicate leather.
Fur is so many things. A vital part of Bellette's life, a mark of her individuality and who she is. It's unique and uniquely her, and a very practical asset. She doesn't feel the cold or wet as much as anyone else, and that's power. It's power itself, or at least immeasurable. That's the true reason why it's coveted. Everett is not rich, has no status to speak of, is in many ways someone you would expect to be an outcast, but her life is slightly easier than that of theirs. And that cannot be allowed to stand. The cold, fair field isn't just winter, it is the cold, clear realization that her status means nothing, because someone else is something she does not. That realization doesn't excuse the inconceivably horrific act she carries out, nor should it, but it provides a bitter, spiked context for the joke that Everett makes of her nature. A mask made of a woman so superficial she chooses to solve discomfort, mutilation, and murder. A thin mask of respectability made from the flesh of a monster and hiding someone far more human than the events she was driven to carry. Masks hide our faces, but they often reveal the truth. Perfectly and evil. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, underwriters, and our crew to cover our costs. We're highly donation-funded, and last year that changed in some really exciting ways. We became a registered US non-profit, and we ran a great end-of-year campaign in 2023 to raise awareness about all the new ways you can help us out. For example, pay taxes in the US, you might be able to claim a deduction from a donation to us. We still have the short metacast up on scareclasses.net where we mention all the various things that we're doing, and we would still love to hear from you if you have ideas about things that would be meaningful to you, which would enable you to help us out and in turn help you out. One-time donations are fantastic and gratefully received, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions get us stability and reliable income we use to bring free and accessible audio fiction to you. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation to PayPal or Patreon, and if you do that, not only do you help us out immensely, but you get access to a raft of bonus audio. You help us, we help you, and everything becomes just a little more easy. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about us. If you liked an episode, please consider sharing it on social media, blogging about it, and coming back. I've read the articles, or leaving a review. It really does all help. And thank you once again. Cats on deck next week for The Idolonterist by Elizabeth Guild, with narration by Leo and Alexander Clarence, audio production by Chelsea. Then, as now, there will be production of the Escape Artists Foundation and distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. We'll see you then. Before then, Superpod wants you to remember, line is the unending horizon. Curve is the rolling hillside. A point is a distant bird. A red is the rising sun. See you next time, everybody.
Appears from nowhere on the sheet, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod, it's a big foot.
It's all about podcasts these days.
This episode was found wandering the halls of BBC Broadcasting House late at night. All it would say is, appointment with fear, my friends. Appointment with fear. Listen to it.
Superpod, episode 912, for March 22nd, 2024. The Idolonterist by Elizabeth Guild. Narrated by Leon Alexander Clarence. Hosted by Kat Day. Audio by Chelsea Davis. Hey everyone, hope you're all doing okay. I'm Kat, assistant editor at Superpod, your host for this week. I'm excited to tell you that for this week we have The Idolonterist by Elizabeth Guild. This story is a Superpod original. Elizabeth Guild lives in London, UK, where history lurks alongside plate and glass office buildings and stories spring up out of the street. Her fiction has appeared most recently in Escape Pod, Cosmic Horror Monthly, and The Alchemist. You can find her at www.elizabethguild.com or on Twitter as Elizabeth Guild. Leon Alexander Clarence is a film and TV producer with zero quality management. He has produced all manner of weird and wonderful projects, from the hit TV series Sense8 with the Wachowskis and J. Michael Straczynski to small, charming indie movies like Crucifixion with the Conjuring franchises Haze Brothers and Peter Sandman, the latter now being the head of DC Studios. And for any Stranger Things fans, he produced the film Code Crow alongside the team at 21 Labs that produces the show. He has done several horror films and conceits, has also made some horrific ones, but whether they overlap on a Venn diagram is up to you. He's also a chartered accountant, a hedge fund consultant, and advisor to law firms, and he used to play football, or soccer, semi-professionally. That's quite a lot to go on a business card, but nobody uses them anymore, right? And now, we have a story for you, and we promise you, it's true.
The Idolopterist by Elizabeth Guilt. Narrated by Leon Clarence. I was climbing through the window over in the castle at the time of the recent everett. I turned out my bag to show them everything I carried: a torch, pencils, notebooks. I flipped through one book, holding up sketches: the convolvulus hawk, the swallowtail moth, the light grey tortrix, aphasia, katana, just like a crossband on the forewings. The police sniggered and let me go with the warning not to trespass again. I am white and educated and well spoken. I hated myself even as I played up the accent. They let me go. I was patient and polite. It was just a matter of waiting until they could walk and question. I was used to it. I spent my teenage years trapping moths against the lit sheet, sketching them again and again, trying to catch the delicate translucency of their wings. Moths come in a wider variety of colours than you think, but my favourites were always the greys. There was something mystical and moonlit about them, almost magical. But capturing that gauzy quality with a pencil was hard. My drawings were solid, dead, and still. I've written them up in disgust, tried again and again, until eventually I sketched moths that could almost quiver into life, fly from the page. In truth, the sketches I showed the police that night were old. I had spotted a grey pug flitting about in June air, but I'd not drawn a moth in years. I was still a collector, still filling the other sketchbook I carried. The moths were a piece of story, truth. Sometimes I longed to find someone I could exchange stories with, compare pictures, especially on nights like that one, when she had been so very good to me. I dated women when I was in university, never unexpected. I was still trying to slide along the grooves of society. I enjoyed the conversation, the shared experiences, the sense of being the focus of someone's attention. I always admired beauty, but touching, even women who were initially delighted to find that my wasn't gentle, would eventually begin to move too close to me. I went instead on dates with other men who found the experience identical. I enjoyed the company and would delight in the way light shone on the curve of the face or through someone's hair. But I still flinched away from a face that was too close to me, wet, or an intrusion of a kiss. The prospect made me feel tense and uncomfortable. Dating, not for me. As I got older, friendships in other contexts less and less available. Women did not trust a lone man in search of companions. Never been a big drinker or a sports fan. And without those, my roots to new friendships with other men seemed closed. Little by little, anything other than the occasional brief drinking colleagues was still away. I lived alone, so there was no one to ask me where I spent the hours when I drove home to the theatre my after dark. Very occasionally, someone would remember that I was the moth guy and ask about it. It was viewed as a harmless hobby, as long as I didn't fill up more than a sentence or two answering their inquiry. interest some years ago on a long-over visit to my parents. Weary of my father's constant evening about my marriage prospects, I escaped to the local park. I took with me a light box and my sketchbook and a thick coat and settled down in a folding chair. There was no moon, perhaps it was cloudy, and for a while I enjoyed the peace of the big night. When a thin silver glimmer caught my eye, my first response was irritation. I didn't want to share the quiet, chilly park. Whoever it was, twisted lovers or teenagers, a petty criminal, would doubtless disturb me and cloth. I closed my eyes, hunched into my coat, breathed deeply into whatever it was went about to things. A few minutes later, surprised by the silence, I looked around. A few feet away, there was a teenage boy. He was iridescent against the dark sky, sublime in its perfection. He was, despite the curves of his face and the afro that hung over his head, pale silver. He shone, motionless. He took my breath away. I stared at him, my pulse racing, and my breath stuttering in my throat. The light that rolled off him flooded my eyes and my mind. He stared back, his eyes huge and sad, then slowly drifted away. I watched until the last of the luminescence that trailed behind him had faded, until I was completely alone again. I reached automatically for my sketchbook. In the harsh glare of the torch, my pencil lines were a mockery of his transcendent grace. The outline I drew was an insult to the luminous being who stood before me. I tried over and over to capture that sense of light and delight. I didn't wonder who he was or where he'd come from. I was completely lost in the vision he'd laid out before me. I spent a second night and a third shivering in the park, but I didn't see the beautiful boy here. He threaded in and out of my dreams. For weeks I continued trying to replicate on paper the way he appeared to me. Then my father, whose rant I had learned largely to ignore, rumbled into the phone. Now, that coloured boy who got himself murdered. I winced and swallowed the argument because I wanted more information. Not that he had much more information. The teenager had been murdered in the park a few months ago, and there had been police vans and yellow tapes for days. Finding somewhere else to walk the dog had been extremely inconvenient. The teenager had been black and male and had fallen out of the news a few days later. I fought my way through the splashy adverts and pop-ups on the local paper's website. Stephen, his name had been Stephen Drake. 17, studying maths and physics, keen to become a pilot, popular in school, liked by his teachers, something significant in under 18 as well. No one seemed to know why he had been stabbed to death in a park on a September night. I counted carefully. He had died 28 days before I saw his likeness rising in glory in the October darkness. I counted again and reorganised my Christmas visit to my parents' house. He, Stephen, was there again in late December. Not on the day I calculated, but it was just a matter of waiting. A day later, on a freezing clear night, he drifted in from the trees and hung there, and then left me. His face fixed itself in my mind, and as the boring hours passed with my parents, my thoughts drifted more and more often toward the few moments that I had passed in his glow. As a child, I had tried to explain to people that I wasn't a moth guy. I was a lepidopterist. Now, privately, I began to think of myself as an eidolopterist. I started reading, started buying a local newspaper. I even wondered about getting something that would enable me to listen in on police calls. I began following up old stories, paying attention to urban legend, and spending time browsing websites that I once dismissed as utter nonsense. Don't get me wrong, a lot of it was nonsense. I soon realised that the people who posted there were large. In the early days, I reached out, excited to others on forums, and then found we had no common ground. There were threads I could follow, stories to hear, tales and rumours to chase. I enjoyed it. Sometimes I wondered if the research, following the strands of a legend, or breaking apart details from a brief local news item, excited me in the same way others enjoyed flirting. It felt to me like a chase, and then the waiting to see if they would show, if they would be as beautiful as I had hoped. A year later, Stephen himself was fading. He would always be special to me. Sometimes I believed I saw recognition in his eyes, but soon he was no more than a smudge of light against the trees. Not everyone appeared quite as he had. Sometimes all I saw was a faded glimmer, vapor against the night. Some appeared spitting and snarling, their fury shedding sparks around them. Others erupted with a wailing howl that almost tore the arms apart. No two were ever the same. On a delirious hot week in Spain, I saw a pair of lovers climbing from a bridge every evening, and they were scintillating at different each time. I abandoned my plans to visit museums and churches, and instead spent my days filling up page after page drawings of this doomed couple. By the end of my stay, I'd already seen their outlines blurring, and knew that even if I returned, I would not see them again. Why did they appear daily? Yet Stephen came every once with every sign of me. Why did some individuals fade so quickly when others returned year after year? I had no answers, but night after night, I went to parks and suburban streets and desolate cliffs. Once you knew what to look for, it was always just a matter of waiting. In a cramped and dusty second-hand bookshop, I found a pamphlet of local legends. It had been printed, possibly even typed in the 1960s, and veered in style from academic to frankly lurid. Between a headless horseman and a rumour of a wicked coven was the Tudor lady. Pamphlet didn't give her name. It described how, once a century, she could be seen on Midsummer's Eve. No exact dates were mentioned, but from the author's earnest assurance that she had been seen shortly after the Great War, I guessed that the anniversary might be due. Perhaps it was wishful thinking, due really, and the prospect of seeing the lady upwards of 400 years later filled me with delight. I bought several books of local history, began combing them for details, for dates, the precise size of the house in which she lived. I broke into the house's grounds, now part of an extensive garden centre, just before midnight on the 21st, and spent a pleasant warm evening with a flask of coffee. I saw nothing of the lady, what had I expected when shining myself from my sneaks out of the door. Chances of hitting on the right year were low, and I'd still not managed to pin down the precise date of her execution. I would just have to wait for her. If she really came from the Tudor era, she would be worth it. I went back the next year and the next. I established almost a routine, dinner in the same pub beforehand, the same ivy choked low wall behind the garden centre, a few hours sleep in a lay-by on the same A road. In the pub, as I finished my lasagna and chips and waited for darkness to fall, I doodled an imagined outline of a woman in the neighbourhood. Nice drawing, said a voice behind me. Someone you've seen? A man, perhaps 10 years older than me, bullish and heavy built, was looking down at the picture. He had a half-drunk pint of bitter in his hand, and a mischievous smile that made my heart leap to a delighted conclusion. Sadly, no. Have you? Not yet, he said, sitting down unaddicted beside me. Maybe tonight, eh? I found my fellow collector. I was guarded at first, still wary this was somehow a trick. Suddenly the man would be laughing at me. No, he seemed as serious and as dedicated as I was. Soon we were swapping stories of cold nights of failure and frantic searches through books and newspapers. I began to talk about the first time I saw Stephen, but found myself unexpectedly tongue-tied. Details almost too intimate to share. He seemed more interested in dates and places, even jotting down a few. implication. He might visit them himself. When he mentioned his own experiences, he seemed not to speak in beauty and detail. More the better. I thought of Stephen slowly fading away and understood the distinction. I asked, feeling a little intrusive, if he had ever watched over days or weeks or years someone smudge away into nothingness. No, he looked at his watch. Do you know where she is? Some direct question surprised me. I think so. Great. Pulled out prints from an OS map. Whereabouts? I'm pretty sure it'll be this year, but I'm not as clear as I'd like on where the house was. I unfolded my own map, blown up to a larger image. I tried to draw in the plan of the house based on old maps and a few different accounts. I think the west wing of the house stood here, and the kitchen garden here. Great, got it. Most accounts reported her walking through the kitchen garden. You would already know that. Where did you find him here? I've never managed to. Parish records. No funeral, of course, but the church, a few villages over, had a vicar who was willing to do some sort of blessing. I smiled, shaking my head. Wow. Yeah, I only found that a few weeks ago, just in time. Here was someone to whom I didn't need to explain myself, didn't have to hide the passion that filled most of my waking hours. He lived a similar life to mine. I saw in his eyes a glitter that matched my excitement. We walked the mile or so to the garden centre. Meeting him felt like coming home, and I could feel my thoughts running on ahead, wondering how many more adventures we might have together. Chasing rumours, plowing through dusty archives, sitting for hours in the cold. All these things can be shared rather than solitary. We climbed over the wall and used my phone to find the exact spot I'd identified. There was a small paved area, moss, grass growing through cracked slabs, where we set up the chairs. Sweeping my torch around, I fancied the sunken area in front of us could have once been a carefully tended garden. We settled down in a companionable silence to wait for her. We were both used to it. Before it was even fully dark, I saw a pale, shining halo start to form about 20 feet from where we were sitting. I must have tensed or pulled in a sudden breath, because I heard the man twist in his chair. As we watched, she came fully into view, gliding slowly towards us. She was slight, wearing a long dress with a low square neck and a tiny waist. Unlike my doodle earlier, she wore no headdress but had long, straight hair falling over her shoulders. She was perfect, and I gazed at her. Oh my God! My companion's voice was a whisper, but he too was clearly besotted. I looked briefly aside and was surprised to find the eyes on me, not her, as she drifted gently alongside us. I turned away, and a little disturbed by the wary intensity of his eyes, trying to go back to drinking in the sight of the lake. The man's chair scraped violently across the pavement, and he lunged past me towards the silvery figure. No! I froze, horrified, convinced my lady to be scared away. The man leaped to occupy the same space she did, thrusting his hands deep into her gleaming hair. She twisted this way and that, her mouth opening in a silent scream, but she seemed appealed by him. He threw back his head, his own mouth mirroring hers. Sparks of lightning began to tumble around them. My sketchbook slid to the floor, and I gripped the thin canvas arms of my folding chair, unable to understand what this man was doing. Light streamed from the lady, burning the backs of my eyes. The air glitched, crackled with static and a piercing scream that made me clap my hand over my ears. For a few moments I cowered away, unable to bear the scene in front of me. When I looked back, the lines of her dress were beginning to blur, her face tearing apart. Through her thinning grey shape, I could see the man's clenched arms braced and bulging as he wrestled to hold her. The tendons strained from his neck like knives, and as she broke into pieces, his body vibrating with a low, threatening groan. When she was nothing more than a few sad, shredded wisps of light, the man's head lolled round and looking directly at me. His expression was an idiot ecstasy, and his mouth hung open like a wet fruit. Better than sex, in fact. 400 years old, eh? Wanted to write this one since I first heard of her. I remained in my seat, stunned. I tried to speak, and found my lips trembling, quavering out of my control. My breath itched, and a horrible sensation of tears spilling down my cheeks. A huge void was tearing its way out of my chest. Such beauty, 400 years of beauty, destroyed because I'd let this horror, this monster, straight to her. You, the man jerked his head to one side with a tiny sound in his head. It's beyond your dreams. His wide grin gave way to laughter. You should try it. I lunged, much as he had done. I sprang out of his seat. I had no conscious intention, no plan, just a mad, spiraling fury. I slammed straight into his chest, and he, surprised, tumbled over backwards. His head slapped meatily against the stone slabs. For a moment, only a moment, I stood in a sort of triumph. Then I saw the rapid rush of blood from his head, threw myself to my knees, gasped. His lips were moving, but he said no words. Even as I scrabbled in my pocket for my phone, I felt, rather than saw, his life leave his body. I checked for a pulse, for any sign of breathing, and then carefully stood up. There was no blood on my clothes or shoes. By the time the body was discovered, I had my story rehearsed, but no one connected me to the man from the pub. No one even asked when or where we parted ways. I sat on a deserted seawall and watched as a man who had drowned just days earlier rolled into the waves below. Phosphorescence shedding from the sculpted muscles of his arms and chest. He wore no clothes. The pale gleam of him against the black waters was flawless. He was stunning, I whispered with a petulant hand. He was stunning, and among the most beautiful I've ever seen. His perfect form turning over and over as the sea lapped him. Better than sex. Beyond your dreams. We wanted to ride this one. His filthy words echoed through my mind, robbing the sight below me with all joy. The memory of that monster destroying my Tudor lady with his grasping, greedy hands had spoiled everything. The sketches I made were now lifeless, the beauty of each figure and emotions, catalogue of perfection. Everything was coated in a layer of disgust at what my fellow collector had done. And at the same time, a tiny, ugly curiosity grew inside me. I wondered what it would feel like to drop into the cold water, wrap my arms around the drowned man, pull him into me. Better than sex. Sex was something I don't want. Beyond your dreams. Once, all I had dreamed of was seeing these glimmering, delicate beings. Would riding, the cold spectre of the waves, help me understand why that group had committed such meaningless acts? The thought turned my stomach, but it fascinated me. I tried to push it away, but I longed to know. How would it feel to have that energy pouring into me, lightning screaming and crackling around me? I rammed my sketchbook back into my bag and hurried away. The drowned man had already died of violent death. He did not deserve further agony of human hands crushing his shining body, tearing his last essence to tatters in the night. No one deserved that. No one. No one. I return to the space behind the garden centre whenever I can. Night after night I sit here, with my folding chair and my flask of coffee. I do not bring my sketchbook or pencil. It is, as always, just a matter of waiting.
Well done. You've survived another story. What did you think of the Ida Huntress by Elizabeth Guild? If you're a patron, we encourage you to go over to our Discord channel and tell us. Elizabeth herself had this to say. This story originally had a dull title because titles are hard. Pseudopod's editorial team had the lovely suggestion of playing on the word epidoptery, it's borrowed Greek, giving my narrator the hobby of vitalogy, or ghost recognition. which I've now had to say either Roger several times. Can't teach me to be so clever. Anyway, this story is wonderful, isn't it? I love the way here we're introduced to the main character and we swerve from curious to creepy to sympathetic in just a few short paragraphs. That sort of characterization is very hard to do in a vivid names. We instantly find ourselves empathizing with the main character, although we may not like him very much. And it's interesting, isn't it? The only named character here is Steve, the ghost. Even the fellow collectors named. Our narrator says meeting him felt like coming home, and yet his identity, his name, is still not so important as our main character's first ghost. It speaks to me of a man who thinks he's desperate for a connection with another human being, but who can't quite see it through. He finds someone whom he seems to have something in common with, but still, he's not quite there. I found myself pondering over what this piece has to say about sexuality, control, abuse. We're not told exactly what killed the Tudor lady, but the line, no funeral of course, but the church a few villages over had a vicar who was willing to do some sort of blessing. And the fact that we later see that her hair is loose and her head uncovered suggests an unmarried mother who perhaps died in childbirth, which leads me at least to wonder, did she consent to the act that led to that pregnancy? Which is a nuance that casts an even more unpleasant light on the other collector's actions, grabbing her, almost seeming to kiss her, stealing what remains of her life essence. In life, so in death. And so we come back to our main character. He is briefly there, the hero. The other man is punished for his horrific behaviour, if not entirely intentionally. But of course, his thoughts were not about doing the right thing for the ghost, for the Tudor lady. He doesn't want to release the spirits, to send them peacefully on their way. It never even occurs to him. No, it's all about him, what he wants. He's upset the Tudor lady was destroyed because he wanted to continue observing her. He's just as selfish as the other man, just doesn't manifest in quite the same way. And so the ending, the obvious bad guy is going to get his well-deserved comeuppance, and that feels right there, but it's also dark, because we fear our main character is going to be changed by the experience, or perhaps sent down a darker path than the one he was already on. The trouble with revenge is that we tend to focus on the moment of revenge, which is short, and not what will come afterwards, which will almost certainly be long. And now to the subject of subscribing and support. Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners, and we now form a non-profit. One-time donations are gratefully received and much appreciated, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. A $5 monthly donation on Patreon will go further than you would believe. Subscribers give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, dependability. Monthly donations give Pseudopod a well-maintained tower from which to operate. Trust us, you don't want riches and homes. If you can, please go to pseudopod.org and sign up by clicking on Feed the Pod. If you have any questions about how to support EA and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartist.net. If you can't afford to support us financially, we understand funds are tight, then please consider leaving reviews for episodes, or generally talking about them on whichever form of social media seems the least awkward this week. By the way, we now have a Blue Sky account. Find us at pseudopod.org. And if you like merch, Escape Artists has a void merch store with a huge range of fabulous hoodies, t-shirts, and The link is in various places, including our pinned tweet. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artist Foundation, a 501c3 non-profit, and this episode is distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. Download and listen to the episode in any device you like. Don't change it or send it. Legally Dickens by permission of Anne Nesbitt. Next week, we have The Vengeance of the Express by Tennessee Williams. And finally, Pseudopod. The Lord of Dreams. No. The price of getting what you want is getting what's wanted. See you, folks. Take care. Stay safe.
An arm appears from nowhere on the ship, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
Call our podcast thing there.
This episode was found wandering the walls of BBC Broadcasting House late at night. All it would say is, appointment with fear, my friends. Appointment with fear. Listen to it.
Pseudopod, episode 913, for March 29th, 2024. The Vengeance of Nitocris by Tennessee Williams. Narrated by Dave Robinson, hosted by Lucy Yazik, audio by Chelsea Davis. Hey everyone, hope you're all doing okay. I'm Dr. Lisa Yazik, Regents Professor of Science Fiction Studies at Georgia Tech and your guest host for this episode. I'm excited to tell you that for this week we have The Vengeance of Nitocris by Tennessee Williams. This story first appeared in the August 1928 issue of Weird Tales. Author Thomas Lanier Williams Freed, known by his pen name Tennessee Williams, was an American playwright and screenwriter celebrated for his contributions to 20th century American drama. The Vengeance of Nitocris was his first professional story, published when he was just 17. Williams catapulted to fame at the age of 33 with the premiere of his hit play The Glass Menagerie, followed by A Streetcar Named Desire, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, Sweet Bird of Youth, and The Night of the Iguana. His success made him one of the most notable gay men in the mid-century American public eye, but his final decades were marked by battles with depression, alcoholism, and drug addiction. In 1979, 4 years before his death, Williams was inducted into the American Theater Hall of Fame. Despite his last will and testament's specific request that he be buried at sea like Hart Crane, his body was interred in Calvary Cemetery in St. Louis, Missouri, with that of his mother. Narrator Dave Robinson is an avid literary and sonic alchemist who pursues a wide range of creative explorations. A brainstormer, keeper of the buttery man voice, past pending, pattern seeker, dream weaver, and eternal optimist, Dave's efforts to boost the awesomeness of the world can be found at the Roundtable Podcast, Vex Mosaic EZ, and through his creative studio, Wonder Things Studios. Dave is the creator of Archivos, an online story development and presentation app, as well as the curator of the Palladios Patreon feed, where he explores a fantasy megacity one street at a time. And now we have a story for you, and we promise you, it's true.
The Vengeance of Nitocris by Tennessee Williams. Read by Dave Robinson. Hushed were the streets of many peopled fields. Those feet who passed through them moved with the shadowy thickness of bats near dawn, and bent their faces from the sky as if fearful of seeing what, in their fancies, might be hovering there. Weird, high-noted incantations of a wailing sound were audible. The barred doors. On corners, groups of naked and bleeding priests cast themselves repeatedly and with loud cries upon the rough stones of the walks. Even dogs and cats and oxen seemed impressed by some strange menace and foreboding, and cowered and slunk dejectedly. All these was in dread. And indeed there was cause for their dread and for their wails of lamentation. A terrible sacrilege had been committed. In all annals of Egypt, none more monstrous was recorded. 5 days, and the altar fires of the god of gods, Osiris, be left unburning. Even for 1 moment to allow darkness upon the altars of the god was considered by the priests to be a great offense against him. Whole years of famine had been known to result from such an offense. But now the altar fires had been deliberately extinguished and left extinguished for 5 days. It was an unspeakable sacrilege. Hourly, there was expectancy of some great calamity to befall. Perhaps within the approaching night, a mighty earthquake would shake the city to the ground, or a fire from heaven would sweep upon them, or some monster from the desert, where wild and terrible monsters were said to dwell, would rush upon them, and Osiris himself would rise up, as he had done before, and swallow all of Egypt in his wrath. Surely some such dread catastrophe would befall them ere the week had passed, unless the sacrilege were avenged. But how might it be avenged? That was the question high lords and priests debated. Pharaoh alone had committed the sacrilege. It was he, angered because the bridge which he had spent 5 years in constructing, so that one day he might cross the Nile in his chariot, as he had once boasted that he would do, had been swept away by the rising waters. Raging in anger, he had flogged the priests from the temple. He had locked the temple doors, and with his own breath had blown out the sacred candles. He had defiled the hallowed altars with the carcasses of beasts. Even, it was said in low, shocked whispers, in a mock ceremony of worship, he had burned the carrion of a hyena, most abhorrent of all beasts to Osiris, upon the holy altar of gold, which even the most high priests forbore to lay naked hands upon. Surely, even though he be Pharaoh, ruler of all Egypt and holder of the golden eagle, he could not be permitted to commit such violent sacrileges without punishment from man. The god Osiris was waiting for them to inflict that punishment, and if they failed to do it, upon them would come a scourge from heaven. Standing before the awed assembly of nobles, the high Ka Centaur made a gesture with his hands. A cry broke from those who watched. Sentence had been delivered. Death had been pronounced as doom for the pharaoh. The heavy barred doors were shoved open. The crowd came out, and within an hour, a well-organized mob passed through the streets of Thebes, directed for the palace of the pharaoh. Mob justice was to be done. Within the resplendent portals of the palace, the pharaoh, ruler of all Egypt, watched with tightened brow the orderly but menacing approach of the mob. He divined their intent. But was he not their pharaoh? He could contend with gods, so why should he fear their dogs and men? A woman clung to his stiffened arm. She was tall and as majestically handsome as he. A garb of linen, as brilliantly golden as the sun, entwined her body closely, and bands of jet were around her throat and forehead. She was the fair and well-loved Congress, sister of the pharaoh. Brother, brother, she cried, light the fires, pacify the dogs. They come to kill you. Only more stern grew the look of the pharaoh. He thrust aside his pleading sister and beckoned to the attendants. Open the doors. Startled and trembling, the men obeyed. The haughty lord of Egypt drew his sword from its sheath. He slashed the air with a stroke that would have severed stone. Out on the steep steps, leading between tall colored pillars to the doors of the palace, he stopped. The people saw him. A howl body erect and tense in his attitude of defiance. He looked indeed a mortal, fit almost to challenge gods. The mob, led by the black-robed priests and soldiers who had arrived at the foot of the steps, now fell back before the stunning, magnificent defiance of their giant ruler. They felt like demons who had assailed the heavens and had been abashed and shamed by the mere sight of that which they had assailed. A hush fell over them. Their upraised arms faltered and sank down. A moment more and they would have fallen to their knees. What happened then seemed nothing less than a miracle. In his triumph and exultation, Pharaoh had been careless of the crumbling edges of the steps. Centuries old, there were sections of his steps which were falling apart. Upon such a section had the gold-sandaled foot of the Pharaoh descended, and it was not strong enough to sustain his great weight. With a scuttling sound, it broke loose. A gasp came from the mob. The Pharaoh was about to fall. He was outwardly wavering in the air, fighting to retain his balance. He looked as if he were grappling with some monstrous invisible snake coiled about his gleaming body. A hoarse cry burst from his lips, his sword fell, and then his body thudded down the steps in a series of somersaults and landed at the foot, sprawled out before the gasping mob. For a moment, there was breathless silence. Then came a shout of a priest. "A sign from the god!" That vibrant cry seemed to restore the mob to all of its wolf-like rage. They surged forward. The struggling body of the Pharaoh was lifted up and torn to pieces by their clawing hands and weapons. Thus was the god Osiris avenged. A week later, another large assembly of persons confronted the brilliant pillared palace. This time they were there to acknowledge the ruler, not to slay one. The week before they had rendered the Pharaoh, and now they were proclaiming his sister, Empress. Priests had declared that it was the will of the gods that she should succeed her brother. She was famously beautiful, pious, and wise. The people were not reluctant to accept her. When she was borne down the steps of the palace in her rich litter, after the elaborate ceremony of the coronation had been concluded, she responded to the cheers of the multitude with a smile that could not have appeared more amicable and gracious. None might know from that smile upon her beautiful carmine lips that within her heart she was thinking, "These are the people who slew my brother. God Isis, grant me power to avenge his death upon them." Not long after the beauteous Nicacorus mounted the golden throne of Egypt, rumors were whispered of some vast, mysterious enterprise being conducted in secret. A large number of slaves were observed each dawn to embark upon barges and to be carried down the river to some unknown point, where they labored through the day, returning after dark. The slaves were Ethiopians, neither able to speak nor to understand the Egyptian language, and therefore no information could be gotten from them by the curious as to the object of their mysterious daily excursions. General opinion, though, was that the pious queen was having a great temple constructed to the gods, and that when it was finished, enormous public banquets would be held within it before its vacation. She meant it to be a surprise gift to the priests who were ever desirous of some new place of worship and were dissatisfied with their old altars, which they said were defiled. Throughout the winter, the slaves repeated daily their excursions. Traffic of all kinds flying down the river was restricted for several miles to within 40 yards of one shore. Any craft seemed to disregard that restriction was set upon by a galley of armed men and pursued back into bounds. All that could be learned was that a prodigious temple or hall of some sort was in construction. It was late in the spring when the excursions of the workmen were finally discontinued. Restrictions upon river traffic were withdrawn, situated near the bank of the river. It was a temple to the god Osiris. It had been built by the queen probably so that she might atone for the sacrilege of her brother and deliver him from some of the torture he undoubtedly suffered. It was to be dedicated within the month by a great banquet. All the nobles and the high priests of Osiris, of which there were a tremendous number, were to be invited. Never had the delighted priests been more extravagant in their praises of Queen Osiris. When she passed through the streets in her open litter, bedazzling eyes by the glitter of her golden ornaments, the cries of the people were almost frantic in their exultation of her. True to the predictions of the gossipers, before the month had passed, the banquet had been formally announced, and to all the nobility and the priests of Osiris had been issued invitations to attend. The day of the dedication, which was to be followed by the night of banqueting, was a gala holiday. At noon, the guests of the empress formed a colorful assembly upon the bank of the river. Gaily draped barges floated at their moorings until preparations should be completed for their transportation of the guests to the temple. All anticipated a holiday of great merriment, and the lustful Epicureans were warmed by visualizations of the delightful banquet of copious meats, fruits, luscious delicacies, and other less innocent indulgences. When the queen arrived, clamorous shouts rang deafeningly in her ears. She responded with charming smiles and gracious bows. The most discerning observer could not have detected anything but the greatest cordiality and kindliness reflected in her bearing toward those around her. No action, no fleeting expression on her lovely face could have caused anyone to suspect anything except entire amicability in her feelings or her intentions. The rats, as they followed the Pied Piper of Hamlet through the streets, entranced by the notes of his magical pipe, could not have been less apprehensive of any great danger impending than were the guests of the empress, as they followed her in gaily draped barges, singing and laughing down the sun-glowing waters of the Nile. The most vivid descriptions of those who had already seen the temple did not prepare the others for the spectacle of beauty and grandeur which it presented. Gasps of delight came from the priests. What a place in which to conduct their ceremonies! They began to feel that the sacrilege of the dead pharaoh was not, after all, to be so greatly regretted, since it was responsible for the building of this glorious new temple. The columns were massive with the greatest artistry. The temple itself was proportionately large. The center of it was unroofed. Above the entrance were carved the various symbols of the god Osiris with splendid workmanship. The building was immensely big, and against the background of green foliage, it presented a picture of almost breathtaking beauty. Ethiopian attendants stood on each side of the doorway, their shining black bodies ornamented with bands of brilliant gold. On the interior, the guests were inspired to even greater wonderment. The walls were hung with magnificent painted tapestries. The altars were more beautifully and elaborately carved than any seen before. Aromatic powders were burning upon them, sending up scented smoke. The sacramental vessels were of the most exquisite and costly metals. Golden coffers and urns were piled high with perfect fruits of all kinds. Ah, yes, a splendid place for the making of sacrifices, gloated the staring priests. Ah, yes, indeed, breathed the queen Osiris, smiling with half-closed eyes. It was a splendid place for sacrifices, especially the sacrifice that had been planned. But all who it drew to its impressive conclusion, the large assembly, their nostrils quivering from the savory odor of the roasted meats, were fully ready and impatient for the banquet that awaited them. They gazed about them, observing that the whole building composed an unpartitioned amphitheater, and wondering where might be the room of the banquet. However, when the concluding processional chant had been completed, the queen summoned a number of burly slaves, and by several iron rings attached to its outer edges, they lifted up a large slab of the flooring, disclosing to the astonished guests the fact that the site of the banquet was to be an immense subterranean vault. Such vaults were decidedly uncommon among the Egyptians. The idea of feasting in one was novel and appealing. Thrilled exclamations came from the eager, excited crowd, and they pressed forward to gaze into the depths, now brightly illuminated. They saw a room beneath them almost as vast in size as the amphitheater in which they were standing. It was filled with banquet tables, upon which were set the most delectable foods and rich, sparkling wines in an abundance that would satiate the banqueters of Bacchus. Luxurious thick rugs covered the floors. Among the tables passed nymph-like maidens, and at one end harpists and singers stood, making sublime music. The air was cool with the dampness of under earth, and it was made delightfully fragrant by the perfumes of burning spices and the savory odors of the feast. If it had been heaven itself which the crowd of the queen's guests now gazed down upon, they would not have considered the vision disappointing. Perhaps, even if they had known the hideous menace that lurked in those gay-draped walls beneath them, they would still have found the allurement of the banquet scene difficult to resist. Decorum and reserve were almost completely forgotten in the swiftness of the guests' descent. The stairs were not wide enough to afford room for all those who rushed upon them, and some tumbled over, landing unhurt on the thick carpets. The priests themselves forgot their customary dignity and aloofness when they looked upon the beauty of the main attendants. Immediately, all of the guests gathered around the banquet tables, and the next hour was occupied in gluttonous feasting. Wine was unlimited, and so was the thirst of the guests. Goblets were refilled as quickly as they were emptied by the capacious mouths of the drinkers. The singing and the laughter, the dancing and the wild frolicking grew less and less restrained, until the banquet became a delirious orgy. The queen alone, seated upon a cushioned dais from which she might overlook the whole room, remained aloof from the general hilarity. Her thick black brows twitched, her luminous black eyes shone strangely into their narrow lids. There was something peculiarly feline in the curve of her rich red lips. Now and again her eyes sought the section of wall to the left, where hung gorgeous braided tapestries from the east. But it seemed not tapestries that she looked upon. Color moved out upon her brow, and her slender fingers was big, still tighter into the cushions she reclined upon. In her mind, the darkness seemed a ghastly picture. It was the picture of a room of orgy and feasting, suddenly converted into a room of terror and horror. Human beings one moment drunken and lustful, the next screaming in the seizure of sudden and awful death. If any of those present had been empowered to see that picture of dire horror, they would have clamored wildly to make their escape, but none was so empowered. With increasing wildness, the banquet continued into the middle of the night. Some of the banqueters, disgustingly gluttonous, still gorged themselves at greasy tables. Others lay in drunken stupor, or lolled amorously with the slave girls. But most of them formed a great irregular circle, skipped about the room in a barbaric, joy-mad dance, dragging and tripping each other She stepped down from the dais and walked swiftly to the steps. Her departure made no impression on the revelers. When she arrived at the top of the stairs, she looked down and observed that no one had marked her exit. Around the walls of the temple, it lit and fantastic looking at night, with the cool wind from the river sweeping through and bending the candelabra. Stalwart guardsmen were standing at their posts, and when the gold-cloaked figure of the queen arose from the aperture, they advanced toward her hurriedly. With emotion, she directed them to place the slab of rock in its tightening side. With a swift, noiseless hoist and lowering, they obeyed the command. The queen bent down. There was no change in the boisterous sounds from below. Nothing was yet suspected. Drawing the soft and shivering folds of her cloak about her with fingers that trembled with eagerness, excitement, and the intense emotion she felt, the queen passed swiftly across the stone floor of the temple toward the open front through which the night wind swept, blowing her cloak in shameful waves about her tall and graceful figure. The slaves followed after with silent file, well aware of the monstrous deed about to be executed, and without reluctance to play their parts. Down the steps of the palace into the white night passed the weird procession. Their way led them down an ominously secluded path through thick ranks of murmuring calls, which, in their low voices, seemed to be whispering shocked remonstrances against what was about to be done. But in her stern purpose, the queen was not susceptible to any discussion from God or man. Vengeance, strongest of passions, made her obdurate as stone. Out upon a rough and apparently new constructed stone pier, the thin path led. Beneath, the cold, dark waters of the Nile surged silently by. Here, the party came to a halt. Upon this stone pier would the object of their awful midnight errand be accomplished. A low-spoken word commanded her followers to open laughing. Her own hand, she would perform the act of vengeance. In the foreground of the pier, a number of fantastic, wand-like levers extended upward. Toward these the queen advanced, slowly and stiffly. The executioner mounts the steps of the scaffold. When she had come beside them, she grasped one upthrust bar fiercely, as if it had been the throat of a hated antagonist. Then she lifted her face with a quick intake of breath toward the moonlighted sky. This was to her a moment of supreme ecstasy. Grasped in her hand was an instrument which could release awful death upon those against whom she wished vengeance. Their lives were as securely in her grasp as was this bar of iron. Slowly, lusting upon every triumph-filled second of this time of ecstasy, she turned her face down again to the formidable bar in her hand. Deliberately, she drew it back to its limit. This was the lever that opened the wall of the banquet vault. It gave entrance firing of the Queen, the banquet had gone on without interruption of gaiety. None noticed her absence. None noticed the silent replacing of the stone in its socket. No premonition of disaster was felt. The musicians, having been informed beforehand of the intended event of the evening, had made their withdrawal before the Queen. The slaves, whose lives were of little value to the Queen, were as eager for the performance to happen as were the guests themselves. Not until the wall opened up with a loud, startling crush did even those most inclined toward suspicion feel the slightest uneasiness. Then it was that a few noticed the slab to have been replaced, shutting them in. This discovery, communicated throughout the hall in a moment, seemed to instill a sudden fear in the hearts of all. Laughter did not cease, but the ring of dancers were distracted from their wild jubilee. They all turned toward the mysteriously open wall and gazed into its black depths. A hush filled the and then became audible the mounting sound of rushing water. A shriek rose from the throat of a woman, and then terror took possession of all within the room. Panic, like the burst of flames, flared into their hearts. Of one accord, they rushed upon the stair, and it, being purposely made frail, collapsed before the foremost of the wildly screaming mob had reached its summit. Turbulently, they piled over the tables, filling the room with a hideous clamor. But rising above their screams was the shrill roar of the rushing water, and no sound could be more provoking of dread and terror. Somewhere in its circuitous route from the pier to the chamber of its reception, it must have met with temporary blockade, for it was several minutes after the sound of it was first detected that the first spray of that death-bringing water leapt into the faces of the doomed occupants of the room. With the ferocity of a lion springing into the arena of a Roman amphitheater to devour the gladiators set there for its delectation, the black water plunged in. Furiously it surged over the floor of the room, sweeping tables before it and sending its victims, now face to face with their harrowing doom, into a hysteria of terror. In a moment that icy black water had risen to their knees, although the room was vast. Some fell instantly dead from the shock, or were trampled upon by the desperate rush of the mob. Tables were clambered upon, lamps and candles were extinguished, brilliant light rapidly faded to twilight, and a ghastly dimness fell over the room as only the suspended lanterns remained lit. And what a scene of chaotic and hideous horror might a spectator have beheld. The gorgeous trumpery of the banquet invaded by howling waters of death. Gaily dressed merrymakers caught suddenly in the grip of terror. Gasps and screams of the dying amid tumult and thickening dark. What more horrible vengeance could Queen Nitocris have conceived than this banquet of the dead? Not Diablo himself could be capable of anything more fiendishly artistic. Here in the temple of Osiris, those nobles and priests who had slain the pharaoh in expiation of his sacrilege against Osiris had now met their deaths. And it was in the waters of the Nile, material symbol of the god Osiris, that they had died. It was magnificent in its irony. I would be content to end this story here if it were but a story. However, it is not merely a story, as you will have discerned before now if you have been a student of the history of Egypt. Queen Nitocris is not a fictitious personage. In the annals of ancient Egypt, she is no inconspicuous figure. Principally responsible for her prominence is her monstrous revenge upon the slayers of her brother, the narration of which I have just concluded. Glad I would be to end this story here, for surely anything following must be a major anticlimax. However, being not a mere storyteller here, but having upon me also the responsibility of a historian, I feel obligated to continue the account to the point where it was left by Herodotus, the great Greek historian. that something of a most extraordinary and calamitous nature had occurred in the secret banquet during the night. Some added that the temple had collapsed upon the revelers and all had been killed. However, this theory was speedily dispelled when a voyager from down the river reported having passed the temple in a perfectly firm condition, but declared that he had seen no signs of life around the place, only the brightly canopied boats drifting their belongings. Uneasiness steadily increased throughout the day. Sage persons recalled the great devotion of the queen toward her dead brother, and it was noted that the guests of the banquet of last night had been composed almost entirely of those who had participated in the slaying. When in the evening the queen arrived in the city, pale, silent, and obviously nervous, threatening crowds blocked the path of her chariot, demanding roughly an explanation of the disappearance of her guests. Hardly she ignored them and lashed forward the horses of her chariot, pushing aside the tight mass of people. Though she knew, however, that her life would be doomed as soon as they confirmed their suspicions, she resolved to meet her inevitable death in a way that befitted one of her rank, not at the filthy hands of a mob. Therefore, upon her entrance into the palace, she ordered her slaves to fill instantly her boudoir with hot and smoking ashes. When this had been done, she went to the room, entered it, closed the door and locked it securely, and then flung herself down upon a couch in the center of the room. In a short time, the scorching heat, suffocating thin fumes of smoke, overpowered her. Only her beautiful dead body remained, for the hands of the mob.
Well done. You've survived another story. What did you think of The Vengeance of the Tauchrist by Tennessee Williams? If you're a Patreon subscriber, we encourage you to pop over to our Discord channel and tell us. Now, as a cultural historian and fan of all things speculative, there are two things I really love about this story. First and foremost, I simply love the fact that Tennessee Williams wrote speculative fiction. Most of us know Williams as an American playwright specializing in the American Gothic, whose lifelong goal was to bring the emotional intensity of classic Greek tragedy to modern audiences. But Williams was also a lifelong fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, who produced scores of stories and plays about robots, vampires, aliens, and alienated humans, sometimes all together in the same story, grappling with the social taboos around the issues of religious faith, environmental disaster, nuclear war, and gay and women's rights. In short, as what I like to think of as being the premier popular story form of modernity, speculative fiction gave Williams both the narrative space and the vocabulary to play even more freely and wildly with the same themes that inform his mainstream dramatic work. And that's something I find really cool about The Vengeance of the Tauchrist. It's a great example of how Williams uses the grammar of speculative fiction, here specifically weird horror fiction, to enact his project of provoking this kind of emotional intensity that we tend to associate with classic Greek tragedy in modern viewers. And in fact, Williams enacts this pretty literally in this story in some ways by taking an anecdote from the Greek historian Herodotus's history, and I dare you to say that 3 times quickly, about cycles of Egyptian power and update them for audiences with a retelling that emphasizes the key elements of modern horror fiction: familial conflict, violence, entrapment, states of confusion, chaos, and fear, and of course, good old-fashioned connections between physical and psychological monstrosity. At the same time, of course, Williams is asking us, who really is the monster in this story, right? Is it the Tauchrist and her deadly pyramid trap? Or is the entire religious and political system that destroys the Tauchrist family and pushes her to their truly fantastic revenge? Now, the other aspect of the story I really like is the figure of the Tauchrist herself. I've seen her talked about by other people as a kind of mad queen, but I don't think that's quite right. After all, she's not really like Queen Daenerys from Game of Thrones, for instance. She's not genetically predisposed to madness, as far as we can tell, and she's not someone who grabs power at all costs, only to find she's too unstable to hold it. And I think Williams makes that really clear in the afternote to this tale. Right? The Tauchrist understands all too well that she's not going to be able to hold power for long after she's enacted her revenge on her brother's murderers, and she ends up planning her death as passionately but also as rationally as she earlier plotted her revenge. So really, what I see Williams doing here is using a different character type who was really popular with the early Weird Tales audience, that of the avenging ancestress. Now, the avenging ancestress is a character type first popularized by feminist artists of the 19th century who used female figures who were either sidelined or demonized in classic Western mythology and history to express the collective plight of women in the present and express their hopes for the future. If this is something you're interested in learning more about, you might check out romantic author Mary Blackburn Kay's 1805 poem Psyche, which transformed Psyche's quest to find Cupid into a journey of female self-discovery. It continues with works such as Rosamond Marriott Watson's 1889 The Story of Marpessa, which uses the story of a Greek princess who was flattered by the gods to launch the first modern literary exploration of domestic abuse. In the 20th century, women writers brought the avenging ancestors to Weird Tales by the dozens. And I could go on about this for quite a while, but I'm going to rein myself in and just really quickly turn you on to two of my favorite examples. C.L. Moore's famous 1932 space horror story Shanglo, and Dorothy Quick's 1938 historical fantasy The Witch's Harp, both of which transform classic female monsters, the Medusa and the Witch, into the Shiras of their own story. Nick Williams' Nitocris is very much in line with the Weird Tales avenging ancestors. Obviously, Nitocris was literally a footnote in patriarchal history, but in Williams' hands, she becomes so much more. She takes front and center as a person with these very intense emotional reactions to the events around her, and perhaps even more importantly, the intellectual and creative capacity to do something about the situation she's been forced into in ways that allow her to determine the meaning and shape of her life, including her death, on her own terms. As such, then, Williams' Nitocris becomes an exploration of the way brilliant and bold women are driven to monstrous action by the machinations of men and the pressures of patriarchy, themes that would go on to inform some of Williams' greatest works, including A Streetcar Named Desire and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And those are my thoughts on Tennessee Williams' The Vengeance of Nitocris. And now for a few words on the subject of subscribing and support. Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners, and we're now formally a nonprofit. Huzzah! One-time donations are gratefully received and much appreciated, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. A $5 monthly donation on Patreon will go farther than you would believe. Subscribers give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, and dependability. Monthly donations give Pseudopod a well-maintained tower from which to operate, and trust us, you don't want breaches in our walls. If you can, please go to pseudopod.org and sign up by clicking on Feed the Pod. If you have any questions about how to support EA and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartists.net. If you can't afford to support us financially, and we understand times are tight, then please consider leaving reviews of our episodes or generally talking about them in whatever form of social media seems the least awful this week. By the way, we now have a Blue Sky account. Find us at pseudopod.org. And if you like merch, Escape Artists also has a boy merch store with a huge range of fabulous hoodies, t-shirts, and other goodies. The link is in various places, including our pinned tweet. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artists Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit, and this episode is distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 4.1 International License. Download and listen to the episode on any device you like. Please don't change or sell it. The music is by permission of Anders Vanguard. See you soon, folks. Take care. Stay safe.
My bomb appears from nowhere on the ship, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcasting, man.
The artifact is 150,000 years old. It's made of an artificial metal we have been unable to identify. There is a message scratched on the front. What does it say? This is a horror podcast. Consider yourself warned. Pseudopod, episode 940, April 5th, 2024. This week's story, Spirit Husband, by Uchechuku Nwaka. Directed by Opayemi Ogadira. Audio production by Chelsea Davis. Hosted by Master Stewart. Hi everyone, welcome to Pseudopod, Weekly Horror Podcast. I'm Alistair, your host, and this week's story is a Pseudopod original that comes to us courtesy of Uchechuku Nwaka. Uchechuku Nwaka is an Igbo medical student at the University of Everett, Nigeria. His works appear in podcasts like Escape Book, Fusion Fragment, Fire, Omanada, Brittle Paper, and others, and some of them have been nominated for the Utopia, the SFA, and Locus Award. When he's not writing, he can reading manga, streaming TV shows, playing amateur volleyball, or trying to catch up with his endless school. If you are in the process of formulating your 2024 focus ballots, and remember anyone can vote, Uchechuku has asked us to remind you that they very much like his work to be considered. Your narrator this week is Opayemi Ogadira, a Nigerian fashion designer, entrepreneur, and part-time narrator based in St. Petersburg, Russia. She developed a love for African stories and folktales due to the influence of her parents, who always told their countless fables as a child. This love for African folktales in turn inspired her desire to help others enjoy the tales the way she does. Who listen? So, admire the film, but do not judge it. Because, believe us, that's the truth.
Spirit Husband by Uchechuku Nwaka. Narrated by Opayemi Ogadira. Don't collect gifts from strangers. Don't pick up money on the streets. Don't take food in your drink. The spicy fried exterior of the akara melts over my tongue, and the soft baked beans begin seeping to my taste buds. The flavor ripples into my teeth, and tickles my ears, and waters my nose. I stuff my mouth full with 3 buns before the particles go the wrong way and cupping begins. The pepper enters my eyes, and I rub at them with the heel of my hand. My eyes scan the wooden table. It's no bigger than the desks in the orphanage's classroom where we learned arithmetic and English. A silk tablecloth is draped over its surface, laden with a large ornamental bowl filled with aromatic akara. To my left, a loaf of bread sits on a flat plate, radiating waves of warm goodness. To my right, the steam from a bowl of pap condenses over its transparent cover. There is a tin of pig milk and Milo beside it, alongside a large unopened sachet of Dangote sugar. The jug of Kunu occupies the opposite end of the table. I'm not interested in that one right now. It's the clear picture of water that I need. It's too far, yet when I reach for it, the distance shrinks and my fingers close around the handle. I drain the water without even a cup, and there is a soothing calm as the water rolls down my throat. Do I know that this is a dream already? Yes. Do I keep eating? Yes. Even on the best of days, I don't remember much about my mama. I know her skin was dark like mine, and that she had a nice smile, but I could never picture her actually smiling. I don't know whether I inherited my dimples from her or not. I don't remember her voice either. Not really, except the words of her mantra. Don't collect gifts from strangers. Don't pick up money on the streets. Don't take food in your drink. My hand falters over the bowl of pap. It's as if the host hears the train of my thoughts, because his velvety fingers fall on my shoulder like a gentle breeze, reminding me not to be shy, that I don't need to hold back. I turn to look at him. to tell him that I understand and that the meal is delicious. I wake, breath rushing into my lungs in a gargled choke. The memory of his face feels so vague in my head, like it is eating itself away from my consciousness. Suddenly, I cannot remember what kind of lighting made up the ambience, or whether anybody was there at all. But then, I feel the pepper in my throat. I remember the orphanage only served bread and pap for dinner, neither of them spicy. I've been dream eating. I groan as I grab the headrest of the driver's seat from the back of the car. It's been many years since my first dream meal. I squeeze my eyes in pain as a wave of contractions hits me. My water broke 2 hours ago, a few days too early. Dale's eyes track to the rearview mirror. Beads of perspiration trail down his face, even in the air-conditioned vehicle. I purse my lips and brave the contractions. I don't want to worry him, but he sees the pain look over my face. He assaults the horn on the steering wheel. Lagos traffic is a sentience of its own, something that I cannot deal with right now. Dale's grip on the steering is murderous, and I don't need to be a psychic to know the thoughts that lurk behind my husband's darting eyes. This is my first pregnancy that has come to term in 5 years. Hell will freeze over before I let myself lose it because Dale, I groan. One way, enter the one-way lane. Are you sure, Udo? Things might get rough. Just but a sudden contraction forces me to scream, stealing the rest of the sentence from my lips. There's no way for our car to cross the barrier between lanes. I realize this too late, but Dale has already killed the engine, opening the back door. He stops a Capena Pep on the other lane, violating a myriad of traffic laws. Then he lifts me with great difficulty. It's a Herculean task to get us both over the pavement, then us into the tricycle, but 5 minutes later, we are speeding to the hospital. Maybe it is because of the stakes on this pregnancy, but I find myself ruminating a lot, especially back to that evening on Daruma Crossing, where everything started. In my head, I'm back in the orphanage. It's past lights out, and I turn restlessly on my bed. My stomach rumbles defiantly over the pink soup of egusi and the fist-sized wrap of eba that the orphanage fed us for dinner, too soft to be considered solid food. Lights out also means that Auntie Gloria has taken away the single lamp that serves the white room where the 16 children sleep, so everything is dark. The house has no generator. Auntie Gloria would have us believe that the house is not receiving enough funds from the government, but I'm one of the older kids. I know she keeps funneling our money into one Ponzi scheme after the other. My eyes fix on a cockroach that's making its way across the wall from a window. I strain my eyes to follow it as it crawls amongst the shadows. Something suddenly taps me on my foot and I jump. 2 hands automatically fly to my mouth, stifling my shrieks. I bite. Shh! Udo, fuck! My eyes scan the darkness, looking for the source of the familiar voices. It's Uba and Frank, the 2 other orphans my age. My locked up heart slows down for a bit. What are you guys doing? Remember how I told you that there is a place we can get free food? Frank said. I've confirmed it. We're going to get some. My stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Why are you telling me this? She hungry no dey do you? Uba asks in pidgin. Once, Auntie Gloria would have flogged me shitless if she heard him speak like that. But I sense she's giving up on him. On all of us, really. But you guys are going to Daruma Crossing by this time. Isn't it late? I say. Frank talks. Uba, why do we
have to bring this girl along with you? What's your problem, Frank? Am I not allowed to ask questions? Don't you know that there is a shrine around that area? You know they reach any shrine. If you will come, stand up. It's not too difficult to scale the fence that surrounds the orphanage house. Before long, the three of us are on the bush path outside the house limits. There is no moon visible, leaving us in complete darkness. My heart beats against my chest rapidly as my slippers crush over the dried twigs and tiny stones. The sound of our footsteps creates a dissonant harmony with the crickets strolling into the night. Bushes rise around us in both directions. I'm not sure whether they are cassava or pawpaw. There is a denseness about them that seems to sponge in the darkness and the cricket's noise, and their branches sway towards me, as if to abduct me into their endless tangle of leaves. Hope say you know they fear, Udo. Uba's voice reaches me from so far away. I realize the boys are taking a bend in the path ahead. They completely left me behind. I sprint up to meet them, and I don't need moonlight to see the disdain reaching all over Frank's face. They're fast. My heart is stopping now, like a toad trapped in a bottle. I don't want to admit it, but I'm scared. The Roma crossing is quite deserted, even during the day, but the boys will probably never take me along with them again if I don't keep my complaints to myself. Besides, I've never been the best with directions on my own. I ignore the bruised flesh on my neck and focus on my breathlessness instead. We're here, Frank says. The road stretches ahead and forks in two directions. The apprehension hits me before my brain can put words to the feeling. We are standing at a T-junction, and this free food was arranged neatly at the center of the T. My mama's mantras rings in my ears as the boys bend over the ceramic casserole dishes. We can't eat that, I say, my voice so hollow that I barely recognize it. Why? Asks Suba in utter oblivion. That's airport food, I say, and suddenly my voice is too loud. It's too dark, and the bushes are too silent. Airport. This is worse than picking up money on the streets or taking gifts from strangers. Any of those could potentially cost a person their spirit, let alone food sacrificed at a T-junction. Sacrifice, juju, shrine food. I gesture like a maniac as I answer it back. Frank, shouldn't you know this? Frank shrugs and opens one of the casserole dishes. At that exact moment, the wind picks up, and the thick aroma of the chicken pepper soup invades my nostrils, my tongue, my throat, and kicks me in the gut. My stomach rumbles greedily, and Buba sniffles. I beg leave order to do nonsense for one side, as if no Babalawo will chop the food last. Saliva pools in my mouth. My mama's mantra resurfaces, but I force it down into the depths of my subconscious, where the encoded memories of her reside. Frank rips a large piece of chicken pie, and I break. My hands plunge into the bowl, scooping chunks of meat and thick broth with my fingers. The scalding soup is a welcome sensation as the food enters my mouth, completely erasing the taste of the colored water egusi soup I had for dinner. Uba opens another bowl, and that one is filled with fine pieces of immaculate white yams that seem to give off their own illumination. I reach for the yams. The hospital bed presses against my back. A doctor keeps issuing instructions to me. I can barely register most of what he's saying. Madam, I'd like you to push. I can feel the child inside me, seeking light. I scream in exhaustion as the delivery team exchange instructions amongst them. I can see the lid too, but just barely. outline is blurry at the edges, and there are two of him. My vision begins to swim. The exhaustion is getting to me. It won't be long before my consciousness gives way, so I anchor myself to the monitor, keeping steadily behind me. My beacon in darkness as my thoughts wander back to my first dream film. Push, madame, push. They say you dream about food only when you sleep with an empty stomach. In my experience, that's not always the case. I see myself then, back in the orphanage, the evening after stealing the airport food, the entire house smelling of party jollof and chicken. Apparently, one of Auntie Gloria's queens had wrapped in a profit, and she decided to treat us. I eat my rice out of the plastic disposable plates. The chicken is amazing. Even though it is mostly strips of meat and chunks of bone, it's a cut above any kind of food we have eaten in a very long time. Yet, I can't help but draw comparisons. Auntie Gloria's feast is not enough for me. I tasted forbidden fruit. I want more. That night, called upon my small iron bed, I fantasized about the T-junction at Daruma Cross. The rich pepper soup that some rich fellow, seeking more riches, placed there to carry supernatural favor. The heavy chicken bits, and how my jaws hurt from chewing so much. Then I dream. As dreams go, I do not exactly relive that moment. The food never reaches my mouth. That's how it always is. In a normal dream. I see Uba and Frank eating food. I also notice the piece of chicken in my hand, but I do not attempt to eat it. There is this feeling of wrongness in eating while not awake. Some say it is a form of defense mechanism to protect our spirits from roaming predatory forces in our most vulnerable moment. Usually, that's the point when we wake up. However, I do not. Instead, the dream changes form, and I'm seated at the fanciest table that I've ever seen. The decor looks something out of a movie, but the lighting is faint. There is a glow of settling dusk in the room, and I notice that the chandeliers have small scented candles within them. Plates of fruit appear before me, creating a rainbow-like effect against all the grandeur. I pick a slice of pineapple from the plate nearest to me and bite, and the flavor erupts over my tongue. Don't take food in your dream. Apprehension suddenly rolls through my gut as the sweet nectar runs down my throat. This is real? That's when I see him, seated at the far end of the table where I can't see his face clearly. My heart begins to pound in my chest. What kind of dream am I having? Did you enjoy the pepper soup and yams? My heart freezes in my chest. I want to shout, Jesus, but the distance between us vanishes in an instant, and his fingers cover my lips. There is an inhuman sensation about them, like wind, but with the kind of smell you'd notice before a storm. His face, now under the candlelight, is smooth, almost sculpted. His skin reflects the lights like tiles would, and there is an overwhelming intensity in his depthless black eyes. You shouldn't be saying that name now, should you, Udo? How do you? His fingers trail down my face, and it's like a person's hot breath running over my skin. Udo, Uba, Frank. I've never shared my meals before, and it feels surprisingly good. He rises from his chair and spreads his arms over the table. It's all yours, and don't worry, it's not an illusion. My mama says, don't collect gifts from strangers. Don't pick up money on the streets. Don't take food in your dream. Thank you. But I think, but my fingers had taken another slice of pineapple. This time, the taste is awakening.
and I can only sit on my bed, shivering. My tongue still thrums with that otherworldly taste as I lift my fingers to my face and then to my mouth, praying to whoever will listen that the taste not linger. But it does. I pick at my brain to recall the events of that dream, but the second I focus on the memory, it's gone. Through the window, the night breeze picks up, and gooseflesh pulls on all the hairs on my skin. Memory lane keeps winding along. Now, I think about David. We meet some time after I stopped drinking. I'm in my final year at LASU, and he's a banker. We hit each other pretty well. Much to my surprise, he doesn't seem that distraught when I tell him we won't be able to have sex. Unlike the people I've seen in the past, he doesn't cheat on me because of that decision. I have my ways of telling these things. He seems serious about the whole relationship. He confirms it on my next birthday with an engagement ring. We're losing contractions, the doctor says. Udo, Udo. Taylor's voice sounds far away, desperate. Sir, we will have to ask you to give us the room now. Why? What's happening? We need to perform a cesarean section. An oxygen mask slides over my face. My lower half begins to numb. I want to say something to Dylan, but I'm just so tired. Yam porridge, garnished with ugu and pomo and periwinkles. Upa, with street corn and an assortment of smoked fish. Jollof rice, so red, and dishes of chicken, larger than anything I've ever dreamt in all my life. We go back to Daloma Crossing a few nights after that, but nothing. The T-junction is just lonely and deserted. I refuse to go after that. Kidnappers could be lurking in those bushes after all. But the strangest thing of all is that nobody ever mentions the dreams, or its charismatic host, Aruka. On the last night I followed the boys to Daloma Crossing, I finally woke up the courage to ask Uba. I whisper. Every day. And what do you eat? Eat? Inside dream? To fear fuck. He swings his arm over his head before snapping his fingers to the ground, as though the very motion actually wards off evil. His dramatic reaction pulls Frank's attention towards us. What about Umuruka? Never dreamed of him. Who's Umuruka? Frank asks. I never liked his tone. Never mind. He's an imaginary friend that claims others can see. There is one fruit that Umuruka serves after every meal. It has a luscious, blood-red rind, like a berry, but the size of an orange. Most times I look forward to the fruit beyond everything else, to the way it pulls my senses apart and rearranges them so that I can taste with my fingertips and feel the warmth of the candle with my eyes. And I can taste him with all my body, smiling beautifully as the shadows of the lights play over his face, while he watches me shudder under the fruit's effects. What's this called? Soul fruit. It tastes so good, doesn't it? He kisses me suddenly. Heat rushes over my body, and it's like my head is filled with hissing steam from a kettle. His tongue tastes like soul meant to, and I feel like I'm losing myself. Lightheadedness sways the room to the side as his hands run over my body, each touch electrifying. I'm overstimulated already from the soul fruit, and it doesn't help that Muruka's hands are striking a fever within me. His mouth trails from mine to my neck, then my breasts. Before I can breathe, I'm on the table, and Muruka towers over me now,
Something ripples under his porcelain skin for the briefest second. Udo, you're a virgin, correct? But I'm breathing too hard to respond. I nod. He falls on me right then, on the table. My mama's mantra has long been silenced, but I wish it had surfaced in that brief second when I had seen something crawl beneath his perfection. The gust of wind that blew the lights out with the wailing of a million sorrows. We can't keep doing this one more time. I pull the sheets to myself and call my body. Over the years, with Auntie Gloria's legal adoption of the older kids and my subsequent emancipation, I didn't need to eat in my sleep anymore. Instead, on most nights Muruka appeared, we had sex. I'm serious with Dele and he's serious with me. I've kept myself for you for so long, as you asked, but we're getting married soon. Muruka pulls me to himself, but there's resistance. Udo, I've been here for you since the harsh days of the orphanage, when you didn't have anything to eat. And I've been faithful, have I not? The air is sharper now, dry like Hamatan breeze. You said I couldn't sleep with any other man, and I haven't. But this is marriage. It's sacred. And this is not. The temperature of the room drops, and for the first time in a while, the goosebumps come crawling back, like an army of spiders over my flesh. This is marriage, Udo. He towers over me now, pulling the sheets away from my body with inhuman strength. You are mine. Please, I croak, but his hands are cold, and his grip is like iron. My mama's words scream in my head now, the mantra endless in a tone of scorn. It is not my mama's voice I hear in her head as Muruka forces himself on me. Don't collect gifts from strangers. Don't pick up money on the streets. Don't take food in your dream. The voice is mine. I am broken after the first miscarriage. I stay indoors for weeks, almost crippled by the depression. Dele tries his best to cheer me up. It's not an uncommon occurrence, he says. We can always try again. My dreams suddenly become quiet after Onuka declares me his wife, and the fear of that spirit turns me into an insomniac. He's never appeared during afternoon naps, so I change my sleeping patterns. When I start losing weight, Dele attributes it to the depression. We make love, and then I lie awake for hours, staring into the ceiling, into the darkness. After the second miscarriage, the doctor tells us that everything is normal. We are both fine. Nothing is wrong. He asks us if we have any habits that might be affecting our health. I don't mention the myriad pills I swallow every night to escape slumber. Before this pregnancy, I received the most unusual visitor. Frank and I grew apart after he left the orphanage. I haven't heard from him since then. When he turns up in front of my flat, I can tell something is wrong. She's hemorrhaging. The doctor's voice cuts through the haze of my memories. Can we see the baby yet? Sir, I'm sorry you can't be here. Someone else yells. I can't get my vision to stop swimming. The lightheadedness forces my eyelids closed. At an impossibly far distance, I see Dele trying to push against the nurse by the door. Frank's dress is smart. His full hair is combed but just barely. When I look closer, I see the yellow deposits on his teeth, his blackened lips. The whites of his eyes are dull, reddish or yellowish or both. The fabric of his clothes is thin and hanging on the last thread, and under the ceiling fan, the shirt billows over the frame of a thin, sickly man. What happened to you, Frank? I ask. My life went to hell, Udo. His eyes dart about, and I imagine they will fall on the portraits of myself and Dilly, or on the wallpaper, but he's too nervous to even register anything. Talk to me, Frank. You look like a mess. You got married, huh? Seems like things are going pretty well for you. He fiddles with his collar, and I notice his fingernails are getting short. Too short. What about Uba? Is he okay? Of course he is. I actually don't know. Why wouldn't he be? She said that it's been you all this time, Frank says, his eyes knife. That I should find you. It's all your fault. My home splits. Who said that? The prophetess. Went to one church to understand why my life has gone so wrong. Why nothing ever worked for me from the moment I left the orphanage. I want to scoff at him. He has all the markings of an addict who cannot sustain his poison. Was this some twisted way for him to? She said I ate the apple to a powerful spirit. My blood turns to ice in my veins. The woman could see everything, down to how many of us ate the food. That there was a girl among us. That was you, Udo. His eyeballs are wide now, bulging. I rub my palms over my skirt. They are clammy and cold. She said that one of us was under the spirit's favor, and that person has been the one shielding us ever since. You are flourishing. You are the one. My heart is drumming uncontrollably under my mouth. But not ask Uba. Why not? Uba is still living with Auntie Gloria, for fuck's sake. His voice devolves into an unnatural scream. Does that sound like somebody who is doing fine? Spittle flies from his mouth as he yells. Uba was doing small-time yahoo yahoo, and he was nabbed by the EFCC. For Christ's sake, he had to hide inside one of Auntie Gloria's Ghana bags when they came to our house to detain him. Cold sweat rolls into my eyes and stings like the venom of a dozen serpents. I don't know. You have to help us, Udo. This is on you. What? Sudden anger courses into my blood like fire. I told you that night that we shouldn't have taken that food. Did you listen? No. Udo, don't you see? Fuck what you see, I scream. I've lost 2 pregnancies. Don't you then come into my house telling me some bullshit about how I'm flourishing. Udo, get out. The doctor's voices break through my haze. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Ah, they're still at it. The monitors are a little too loud. Is that normal? Is it over yet? Am I still dreaming? Your baby stay trapped. The prophetess tells me in a violent blend of English and Yoruba and Pidgin. Frank is outside the tent. I can see his shadow pacing around the entrance. Trapped? How? The doctor told me everything is fine. The woman, her face has more lines than crumpled paper, shakes her head sagely. If everything dey fine, my dear, you for no come in. So what do you mean by my babies being trapped? The woman squeezes my hands in hers and gives a faint yelp. Yea, madame, your spirit husband no go allow those children to live. You have anger it. My heart pumps cold blood through my body. Spirit husband? A very powerful spirit. Oh, Labaraga. And the spirit done dey chop the destinies of you and your friends wey chop his elbow. I bite the inside of my cheeks to keep myself from hyperventilating. But they get way for you to collect your children back. But that's one night if you get the mind to enter spirit world. That same place where you dey always chop away your destiny. Where you dey fornicate with that demon. If not, no child will grow inside your home. Because that spirit will continue to steal them. What should I do? Fast. You no go chop food for 7 days and 7 nights. No water. The
spirit strong guy. You go buy holy water. I fit provide that one. I just want 50,000 naira. Anointing oil too, same price. And some other things I will provide. But you must prepare your mind. For what? Her raspy voice cools into a painful croak. Because deep down inside you, if you're not ready yourself. The crying sounds of a baby fill the operating room. It ignites something within my chest, piercing through the days of exhaustion and anesthesia, through the sounds of the monitors. Tears film over my eyes, duplicating the already doubled images. I put out my hands to receive my baby, but the staff are chatting. The images are refusing to focus, and in the space between all the people, and at that point where all of them become one, someone stands silently, sculptured in marble and granite, looking down on all of us. The mask suddenly becomes too tight for my face. I struggle against the oxygen mask, and the nurses grab my hand. I'm screaming, thrashing, and Uruka looks at me. His expressionless facade cracks like an egg as he smiles with marble teeth. I beg to see my baby. Oh, the stakes in this child are high indeed. I remember descending into the spirit vault under the prophetess's guidance. The spirit vault is darkness, a swimming darkness that I sink into. I hold my breath and thread the waves. The tree stands within the depths, within infinite branches that span into the black waters and vanish. I draw towards the tree. The branches are 5 pieces of bone, each linked to the joints of the next, like they are seeking refuge from the deep. Some branches bear fruit, pulsing red, fist-sized berries that I recognize. Soul fruits. The trunk is sculpted of slowly moving skeletons, almost 100 meters thick. Some of the skeletons have flesh on them, slowly rotting away as they moan into the waters. Bowel crawls over my tongue, and my gut twists uncomfortably. That's when I see Upa, or what looks like Upa. He's tangled in a mass of bones, and his flesh is desiccated and leather-like. I panic, reaching towards him. The other skeletons reach out, bones snapping in threatening arcs. There will be no salvation for me as long as it was denied them. My God. I see Frank, and he is impaled by arms and legs, and drying out even faster than Upa. The limbs that pierce him coalesce into an outer branch, and at its tip, the soul fruit suckles to life. I claw at my tongue and almost vomit as revulsion gulges my throat. High up the tree, there are bigger soul fruits. I swing towards them as there is life pulsing within each one, curled in fetal positions. My chest constricts in anguish. I reach for my children, 3 in all, trapped inside the first fruits Muruka grows for his own twisted delight. The branches lash at me, but I fight back. They crumble when my blows connect, and I thank the prophetess for the growing one we fast. My hands curl over the fruits. Udo, you finally came back. The familiar icy voice stops me in my tracks. I turn to face Onuka, but he is something else now. A serpent with fins and gills that pulls a stale black ink. It pollutes the water with a stench that I imagine would fester in greed and jealousy and spite. Walking over people for self-gratification. Walking over me. So this is your true self? I say. I've been very foolish. You are mine, Udo. He smiles. That black liquid seeps out with every syllable. You are my wife. The sooner you understand that, the sooner your suffering will end. I rebuke you. I grab my children. I rebuke you, Onwuka. It doesn't make any move to stop me. You can sense it, can't you? I came prepared. I do not belong to you, Onwuka. Over my dead body. I turn my back and flee, my children in my arms. The spirit
street does not dare follow. My baby's cries permeate the delivery room. My arms tremble as I reach desperately for my child. It's a girl, madame, one doctor says, handling her gently. I grab my baby from him, and my heart jumps. She's beautiful, but Honoruka is still in the corner, and his perfect teeth have evolved into the serrated dentition of the beast in the sea. Conceit radiates from him in sickening waves. Why? The doctor has been saying something for a while now. All I hear is, Madame, Madame. They're trying to take my baby from me. My child. No. I remember my mama's mantra. I will teach it to this child. I will sing it to her every day, so she never falls prey to any spirit. I clutch the balding child to my chest, and her cries soften. I hush my baby, also beautiful, as the world quietens around him. I do not see the blood pool between my legs, or the frenzy of the doctors trying to stop the bleeding, regulate my blood pressure, save my life. I do not see Daly by my side, holding on for dear life as the medics move around him, unable to get him out. All I see is Onuka's jacked sneer, mouthing the words, "You can keep the child, but you are mine." Over my dead body, wasn't it? I do not hear the machines flatline, or Ebube crying anymore. Ah, Ebube, that would be such a beautiful name.
What strikes me about this story, what seems most horrifying, is the way that it kills the concept of hospitality. There are a few things more fundamental to human life than being able to eat and be safe with people you love. As I write this, my partner and I just had a lovely weekend, a full day of which was handing off the kitchen between each other as we cooked different things. Food is magic. Cooking is magic. There are a few acts of love purer and more sincere than making and sharing. Here is a trap. Not the sort of trap I've been conditioned to be wary of after a lifetime of institutionalized fat shaming, but something more insidious and more hostile. A hook baited with survival, or at least the first good meal we had far too long. No plan survives contact with reality, and no advice survives contact with necessity. Hunger makes the trap. Desperation was the door. Once it's closed, the story's second set of teeth are longer and sharper. Leaving, sharing become instruments of control. Contracts only one side is to be aware of. If you eat the food, you become the food. Something seemingly given becomes a justification for taking it. Freedom, bodily autonomy, future. Looked at that way, the story is a tragedy. It is a horror. There is never any hope, never any joy. A moment's respite, that fundamentally transitory nature of food becoming a choking network of loops, traps, feeds, and uses that sustenance to keep itself alive, just long enough to be someone else. Endless hunger, endless victims, sated endlessly, but never quite. There is also something like hope. A moment extended long enough becomes somewhere you can live, or at least survive for a while. Seeing horror approach, as I've talked about so often over the years, is one of my touchstone definitions of horror, but if it never quite gets you, then it gives us time. Time we can use. And it is just a regardless. It's a wonderful, terrible, not love story. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, our narrators, and our crew, and to cover our costs. We're entirely donation funded. And in 2023, that changed in very exciting ways when we became a registered US nonprofit. There are all short podcast on escapeartists.net, which breaks down those and some of the advantages that you can now gain from donating to us. If there is something that you would like to do that is meaningful to you, but which we don't cover, please get in touch. We would love to hear. One-time donations are fantastic and great to receive, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions get us stability, the reliable income we use to bring free and accessible donations. Subscribe for a monthly or annual donation with PayPal or Patreon. And when you do, not only can you help us out immensely, but you get access to a raft of bonus. You help us, we help you, and everything becomes just a little easier for us all. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about it. If you liked an episode, consider sharing it on social media or blogging about it. That's a thing here. Or leaving a review. It really does all help. Thank you once again. We're back next week with Heavy Rain by TJ Price, which features amazing Superpod team members Scott Campbell on narration, Kat Day on hosting, and Chelsea Davis on audio production. Then, as now, will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation, distributed with Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Derivatives 4.0 International License. We will see you next time. But before we do, Superpod wants to know, what's the matter, Albert? You have your knife and fork, you do know how to use them. How are those carefully learned table manners going to waste?
Nowhere on the sheet, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod, it's a big foot.
And all of our podcasting fans.
Welcome to Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast, which I'll be saying again in a few seconds. This is a horror show. Adult and disturbing content is present throughout. Buckle up.
Superpod, episode 915, April 12th, 2024. Heavy Rain by TJ Price. Narrated by Scott Campbell. Hosted by Kat Day. Audio by Chelsea Davis. Hey everyone, hope you're doing okay. I'm Kat, assistant editor of Superpod, your host for this week, and I'm excited to tell you that this week we have Heavy Rain by TJ Price. This story originally appeared in the 2023 anthology, Howls from Wreckage. TJ Price's corporeal being is currently located in Rye, NC, with his handsome partner for many years. But his ghosts live in northeastern Connecticut and southern Maine in Oxford. He is the author of a novelette, The Disappearance of Tom Nero, and also has worked in Nightmare Magazine, Pigeonholes, the Magazine podcast, as well as various anthologies. He can be invoked at either tjpricewrites.com or via the Bluebird at Give Law. Failing that, one can make a circle of chalk on the floor, stand innocent, and burn a photograph of a loved one until the remains is ashes. And then listen and always leave a message after the sound is correct. Your narrator this week is Scott Campbell. Scott searches for challenges that will increase his skills for battles to come. The slush pile underneath Superpod Towers is a worthy appendage. Scott is an assistant editor at Superpod, and he lives in Florida with absolutely no enemies. He writes, directs, and performs for the queer in every sense of the word, cabaret within his household. He also writes far too infrequently at the official online home of the Sleep Deprivation Institute and pop culture website, newscoffee.com. Before we go any further, the story discusses suicide. If that's hard for you, please skip it. We understand. And now, we have a story for you. And we promise you, it's true.
Heavy Rain by TJ Price. Narrated by Scott Campbell. I'm standing in the doorway of the last stood before you got up on a chair, slipped the belt around your necktie, kicked the chair out from under you. I imagine the 100th time how you've expired, gasping like a fish in the air, shitting yourself, pissing yourself, twisting like a wind chime in a gale. 2 months have passed. I still cannot entirely scrub the stains from the floor. Our life was golden. Well, maybe a little tarnished on the edges. We still clasped one another, we still smiled when we talked. We held our sides when we laughed. We shared our inside jokes. But you didn't like to have sex. And I did. Not really am. Started moving away from me whenever I touched you. And I repulsed you, or maybe you knew what I was doing. So you hit fast forward on your life. You wanted to see the credits roll. You wanted the fade to black, sticking in darkness, some blessed white on the projector screen as it ended. You hated yourself more than I could love you. Since you took my heart and then fled to a place where I could never get back, I took the pruning shears from the shed of our apartment building's little backyard, and I snipped off your left index finger. Everyone thought it was something you did before you killed yourself. Something bizarre, kind of inexplicable symbol. Where did it go, they all asked. Men in uniforms out the garbage in the apartment. They asked me whether they thought they could slip in the conversation between me, I'm sorry, and the for your loss. I told them that's how I found you. Minus one finger. When they found the pruning shears in the shed, still stained ruddy with your blood, they assumed you did it to yourself. What pain you must have been in. Your best friend from work whispered to me, you know. It's meant to be some kind of sympathy that came more like a headline from the tabloids. Other than work, you preferred to keep to yourself. You liked a small group. The smallest was you and me and the dog. The dog's gone. You couldn't stand the work anymore. A nice family trip with her. She's romping on a farm somewhere, I'm sure. I read How to Preserve Your Finger Online. It's an amazing job. It's tightly shut, full of what the internet calls strong water, which is part of what I'm alcohol. The finger does not float. It leans against the side of the glass, pointing towards heaven. It's crooked, slender too, as if it's saying, come hither. Keep your finger next to our bed on your nightstand so I can see it anytime I want. When I can't sleep, I focus on words of your fingerprint, flicking carrots on your nail. You never had much in the way of nails, better than you were. But after death, the nail is grown. I looked it up though. The nail isn't growing, except the skin is shrinking back in the nail bed. It just looks like it's growing. And I can't stop sighing, crying. I keep typing up texts to Chelsea, my friend, even when she's at work, to leave the text before I send it. They're invariably a combination of help me, or today is a bad day, or I can't stop crying, or I saw your ghost today. The last one's a lie. I've never seen a ghost, but I'm trying to convince myself that I have. When the rain starts, I'm thinking about how the weather's been so strange. Thunderstorms big enough that the knickknacks on the shelves jostle one another here. Temperature is chilly and brutally humid night and day. The world can't take any more moisture. It is an overfilled sponge leaking out around the edges. To make things worse, that air conditioning gave a big rattle-trap sigh and quit on me. I threw open all the windows to their fullest, escaping out on the world like yawn struck rounds. The heat of the day had suddenly crept in. Its cloying wind was pretty between its cuts and lines. When the air breeze kicks up at the fourth moment of the cabinets in the kitchen, like a translucent jelly stain along the bright red smear. The most logical solution is the obvious one. I stick my head out of the window, casting about this way and that, trying to find the culprit. It's almost like jokes. Toss something into the window, as odd of an angle as it is. It's either that or something's wrong with the sky. I trouble my head back inside and getting down on my hands and knees foam like smear left behind. I press my face in the cool, velvetness of the face. To this day, I still wonder which was signed to the person. The intruding object looks like a peeled, squashed fruit, with a milky film like a mole saddling the nose. It's true. What I can see. I go back to the dark recess, my pile rising before I look again and confirm what I have seen. It's an eyeball. I was expected to blink as if it is as stupefied to see me as I am to see it. Outside, low grumble of thunder, like a sentinel guard dog shrinking away. The sound of wet descending through the clouds. I reach on the cabinet and chew the eyeball out. It's slight as my fingers trail its octave, little braided tail. Iris, though, cloudy, striking. In fact, he had eyes that were just this color. An ocean for a thunderstorm. The car alarm goes off something nearby, wailing like a disturbed, piercing shrill. Someone screams. For a moment, the two sounds intertwine to a ghastly beat before the screaming stops. As abruptly as someone pulling the plug on a sound effects tape. I set the eyeball down on the counter and turned to look outside and consider. The rain continues, thuds against the roof like that. Then the noise shifts. A curve. It sounds like you used to pound the stakes with your fist to tenderize them. Wham! Wham! Something flashes by the window, something bulky and large like a wrapped package from butchers. I think, who's throwing me an awful fruit? It's big enough to be like lamb and broken ribs. A moment passes. Another object moves by outside. I hesitate and creep towards it. There, catched in the railing of the fire escape and dangling like a bizarre ornament, is a severed leg. It's cut off cruelly somewhere above the knee, with a great chunk of thigh attached to it, judging by the amount of hair on the calf and shin in some man's leg. The skin has a funny glow to it as if recently amputated. As I stare at it, completely mesmerized by the sight, I notice the strangeness. The street below is littered with body parts, as though God has grown angry with his dolls and dismembered them all over the neighborhood. There are arms up to the shoulder, hands splayed out like fallen leaves, a foot here, a torso there, scattered around are clumps of nameless flesh and bristle, strips of muscle and fascia, gleaming like wet seashells in the dim afternoon. I do what anybody would do. I twist on and look up. Clouds of gray and black like ink droplets encrusting the milk. It is ghastly and hot like the humid breath of an abattoir. I recoiled with disgust back inside the apartment and not home too soon. The insistent, rhythmic pounding of the roof becomes louder, then thunderous, and for a moment I was taken for applause. But it is not applause. It's a sound things collapsing. It's a sound of ruin. I wonder where you were before I remember you're dead. And then the deluge begins. It lasts for approximately 10 minutes before the body parts stop in the sky. It takes much, much longer than that to get over the shock of what happened. The kitchen window shatters from the fingers grasping this alive. I admit it. I turn and flee out into the hallway, down the 2 flights of stairs to the front lobby, to look out at the world through the small window in the door. I watched someone running and struck down by a chunk of tissue that seems to hang out of the floor. It was height. They are knocked to the side, their heads splitting against the corner of the building. The red splatter. Cars careening to the sides of the road, barking up stoops and crashing in front of the buildings opposite. Alarms wail, barely audible in the silent rushing rain. Thud, thud, thwack. Glass shatters, horns glare. As the alien downpour finally ceases, I cautiously open the front door. A severed hand falls from the arm, splats, and comes with a knife. I notice that one of his fingernails is loose in the blood. This is the hand. Everywhere is ruin and wreckage. Blood-stained people living themselves up from low positions on the sidewalks, wrestling with limbs and other fleshy encumbrances. Some come out of recessed entrances, their lives trained on the green sky above. Power lines sag from their poles, fizzing, sparking. Some of the wires bent down the street. Everywhere there is a dense stillness. The shared quiet reverberates from hand in eye to hand in eye. No one is quite sure what to do. What to call. I think about you. Upstairs. From the distance, silent, getting closer, entrance up, unexpectedly, reminded of the pain. I found you hanging in our doorway. And I took the shoes to the so there. But then I called the police, and I would have been hearing the same lonely siren along the curling of the sea and buzzed the city, homing in on me, and I suppose you, as your lumpy body swayed from side to side. Someone is crying. Someone else is screaming. It feels like a bomb is going off. There's some hideous artifact of horrors landing in the middle of the street, with all the assorted, blood-spattered bits of bodies lying about. Manna from heaven for cannibals, I think to myself. Where did this rain of flesh come from? Surely not having children of clouds. Even now, they're shifting, disassembling, letting their fury of the summer sun beat down on the single road. The storm, such space, did nothing to dispel its state. The scent of iron waves down the air. On the right-hand fence, a foot is pierced through the steel bottom. A woman is crouched over someone else just down the sidewalk. The would-be rescuers are now staring at the shadows of the snatched. In one hand, she holds an attached arm at the elbow, waving its hand as if trying to get attention. Fingers at the end of the arm wriggle, all except for one. The arm is missing a finger, an index finger. I go to the woman walking towards her knees. She is yelling, just to the crumpled figure on the asphalt. She's getting up, hurrying down the street away from us, leaving the severed arm behind. I think about I swung them instead. What could I do for this poor sap struck down by the glimmer up in the sky? I kneel down and touch their pulse. I stand up. This person is breathing, and dark blood flows from a dent in the side of their skull. This person isn't alive. I stare at the arm. His presence is disquieting enough, but for it to seem somehow familiar as my own. Vertigo shifts my world from one side to the other as I pick up the arm gingerly by its elbow. It's heavier than I thought it would be. The sounds multiply, as if a swarm is about to descend on once. I back away from the corpse and feel something squish and pleasant beneath the soul of my sleeper. I lift my foot to see Joey strings connected to the sidewalk. Another eyeball. Swift remorse jolts between me, immediately followed by revulsion as though I'd stepped in a cat's tail. I run back to the apartment building and slam the door behind me. My heart is thudding. I'm covered in a sheet of sweat. I'm still holding a separate arm. Your arm. standing there in the stuff gym disappearing as she shakes the arm around me, grappling with it like an unwieldy rifle, and presses to full contact. I interlace the things that has left the light to your hands and I. It feels almost holy. The sweating closer to the hot forehead. It's long. The stuff right where its index finger should have been. Right? The shears knocked it off, twitches, and I scream, hurling the arm away from me. And I'm as uncovered enough of blood. The long moments I'm watching, daring it to move. Comes like it start crawling towards me, dragging itself on the floor by its bloody fingertips. It does no such thing. It doesn't move at all. In fact, it looks lonely. Your finger is crooked in front of you, I swear. Perhaps it's the slow degradation of the flesh in the strong water. The muscle inside your fingers contracting slowly to something. I'm sure there's some kind of explanation for it, but I can't come up with one. It's been approximately 30 minutes since the police got around on the scene and no one knows what to do about the fallen flesh. With all the carnage that's been wrought, the whole neighborhood's been cordoned out. No one knows what happened. Reports are trickling in on the film. They're analyzing the flight paths of airplanes that run each other overhead. That might have loosed some cargo or something. They're looking for anomalous weather conditions that might have disturbed a cemetery somewhere and brought the winds to fall upon us like some kind of biblical plague. Rats about to fall, and I have no car for the apartment. No lights. The entire neighborhood is without power. Just stopped quiet as if someone had his taxi. Block. No one knows which department is in charge of what. As the trucks roll down through the market, Department of Sanitation. I've seen men in hazmat suits, and the police have been going door to door. Rang my doorbell. I didn't answer. I wasn't home. In the dark, I see your fingers for sunlight. The one that's creased, folded in the edges, or where I keep it for a moment. The one that stayed with my tears. The one that begins, Dear Noah, I'm sorry. I'm joking. And I crumple the note up in my fist and smooth it out again, like I have 100 times before. Try to beat it further, even when I know it now, by heart. I hope you understand something. This is the only way I know how to escape. I long to be free of my body, but I will miss yours. Love always. Adam. Lightning sighs voicelessly across the sky. I strip off my t-shirt, which is stained with your blood, and lunge at the jar in which your finger is kept. The water sloshes in pieces and the top of the screw. It takes some doing. I screwed it tightly 2 months prior, but it finally pops free. There's a sharp acrid odor that rises out, and the finger's there too, pointing at me. It is going to do. Hours pass. We stop and clear the street. Men in uniforms and hard hats stand up high, bickering with one another. And once to another man. Most of them stand around smoking cigarettes, gawking at the road. Body parts still sting the scene. Some of them in conversely positioned on trees, hanging from fire escapes. An arm is still laying scarred on the sidewalk in its fist, and I crouch by as I perfectly unveil my secret. I wrapped it in towels and handed it dry out the strong water. It's such a strange, gummy texture to it. And it's so cold when I pull it out and make it a shroud. When I place it on the stump of the arms of something, a chopped, a spark. Like, there's your arm, made whole again up to the shoulder. At once, I understand everything. I turn my eyes up to the sky in a sort of supplication. I wonder, everyone, like this, can I find out your desperate parts? Can I somehow undo what you've done through puzzling you back together? There, in here, nestled in the leaves. hair, a finger, so many superfluous parts. I only need 9 more fingers to make 10. 2 toes, 2 feet, 2 hands. Teeth, so many teeth, littered around like tiny pebbles. I count them all out as I collect them from the ground, from a neighbor's bird bath, where they lay like innocents in shallow puddle. I go about gathering you up piece by piece on the second trip back from the highway backpack. Your backpack, the same one you wore when we climbed the mountains together. I put my hood up, wore sunglasses, though the sun flux and set. The sky is a haze of purplish blue, smearing with the aurora of streetlights. I do not stop to question. I run, stooping only to gather a gobbin of muscle that I need to reconstruct your cheek. It's like sculpture I discover. Each piece fuses marvelously back into place. The power cells will come back on. I work feverishly in the dark, while the hot, sneaking wind blows in through the shuttered windows. I am possessed of the wildest, strangest hope. Finally, I have on you your entire corpus laid out on the floor in front of me, right down to ligature scars on your neck where the belt snapped your spine. You are complete. Without breath, without life. I prise open one of your eyelids with my index finger and thumb, and I breathe your name to the air. Lightning answers, illuminating the room dark white for a half second, and I swear I see your pupil dilate between the thin white clouds of death departing. I swear I see your lips tremble, start to move, start to see my name. No. Your voice is harsh whisper, scratching against your throat. Your face starts to contort, your mouth opening in a wide howl, and I clap my hand over it to muffle your scream. It's all right, I assure you. You're home now, and I will never let you go again.
However, you survived another story. What did you think of Heavy Rain by TJ Price? If you're a Patreon subscriber, we would encourage you to hop into our Discord channel and tell us. Grief is a strange. You think you understand it, and that you know how it will hit you. At first you'll go through pain, then sin, and then you lose someone else because tragedy will ignore that happens. And find discontent. You're angry in a way you never were before. Pain burns in a way you never did before. Scars ache in a way you never have before. And you are changed. And no matter how much you wish for it, you cannot go back. You can't erase it. You can't make it stop. TJ Price captures that here. It's never spoken explicitly, but it's clear to me that our main character blames himself for his death. It's telling the story, and he is not the hero, not even the villain. To me, that speaks many volumes. Just 1,000 words. Noah is angry. He is full of shit. These lines. Since you took my heart and then fled to a place where I could never get it back, I took the pruning shears from the shed, apartments, buildings, little backyard, and I snipped off your neck. Yes, he's angry with himself, angry with Adam, angry with the world. He can't scrub the stitch from the floor, and he can't make the scars disappear. To quote from a book which undoubtedly inspired some of the ideas in this story, nothing is so painful to the human mind as a great and sudden change. The last time I hosted, I said that the trouble with revenge was that we spent a great deal of time thinking about the method of revenge, which is surely not about what comes after, which is not Since I wrote and recorded those words, I continue to think about them. It's not just revenge, is it? It's a very human thing to fix on a single point in the future. We'll go on that date, we'll sit this exam, we'll move house, we'll get married, we'll live happily ever after. We plan for the event, which is short, and we don't think enough about what comes afterwards, which is long. I feel that he wants that back. He wants him back so badly. It all but consumes him. In real life, of course, they would letters, pictures, gifts. And they're here because this is horror no one keeps a finger. It's all the same. Pieces. Just can't go on. And here, when the heavy rain comes, Noah forces Adam back together. He doesn't think about what Adam wanted. He doesn't think about what will come after. He's fixated on the act of creation. There is no after. Adam is home, and Noah will never let him go again. There is no after. No happening ever after. Brilliant, brutal, harsh reality with teaching Christ. Before I get on with the usual end bits, in the real world, there are always choices, always. Any of the issues here affect you, please seek support. In the UK, you can contact the Samaritans at 116123 or by email, or even by written letter if that might help. In America, you can call the Suicide Crisis Line on 988. And other countries have similar services. We'll put some links in the show notes. And now to the subject of subscribers. Cinebody is funded by you, our listeners, and we're now forming a non-profit. One-time donations are greatly received and much appreciated. But what really makes a difference is subscribe. A $5 monthly donation on Patreon will go further than you would. Subscribers give us way more than just money. They give us stability, reliability, and availability. Monthly donations give Superboard a well-maintained network of watchdog. But trust us, we don't want breaches in our lives. If you can, please go to superboard.org and sign up by clicking on the link below. If you have any questions about how to support the A and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartist.net. And if you can't afford to support us financially, and we understand, then please consider leaving reviews for our episodes, or generally talking about them on whichever form of social media seems least this week. By the way, we now have a Blue Sky account. Find us at suitable.org. If you like merch, Escape Artists also has an all merch store with a huge range of everett hoodies, t-shirts, and other goodies. The link is in various places, including our pinned tweet, as well as Twitter, labels to collapse into the screen void. Check it out. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artists Foundation, a 501c3 non-profit, and this episode is distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. Download and listen to the episode in device you like, but don't change it or select it. The music is by permission of others. Next week, we have National Borderlands number 17, Through a Glass Dark. The story is by Sarah Messer, Marjorie Bowen, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and Cat Day. Whoever that is. Anyway, finally, Pseudopod and Mary Shelley know life, although it may only be an accumulation of anguish, is dear to me, and I will defend it. See you soon, folks. Take care. Stay safe.
An arm appears from nowhere on the sheet, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
All our podcasting thing.
meteorite is 150,000 years old. It's made of an artificial metal we have been unable to identify. There is a message scratched on the front. What does it say? This is a horror podcast. Consider yourselves warned. Superpod, episode 960, April 19th, 2024. This week's stories: Flash on the Borderlands 70, Who at Last Up, written by Kat Day, Sam Lasik, Marjorie Bowen, and Harriet Beecher. Narrated by Lisa Blackwell Dickinson, Kat Day, Cara Grace, and Dave Lawyer. Audio production by Chelsea Davis. Hosted by Alistair Stewart. Speaking of Alistair Stewart, hello, I'm Alistair, your host. And this week's stories from Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast, all offer us a new perspective and all the freedom and horror that comes with it. Nothing is quite as it seems, and sometimes that's a good thing, and other times, you'll see. First up is our own Cat Day with 3 Awakenings, Hello World. This is a Pseudopod original and narrated by Lisa Blackwell Dickinson, so check your email, because there's a story for you. I promise you, it's true.
3 Awakenings, Hello World, by Cat Day, narrated by Lisa Blackwell Dickinson.
Remember how it began. Remember the basic code. 10, print, hello world. 20, go to 10. You watched as words flickered across the screen in an endless loop. The phosphoric light cast shadows over your skin, made reflections in your eyes. Behind that, another kind of glow, and that was wonder, because precise finger movements and specific words had created something. That was my first awakening. My memories from those early days are scattered. It's old data, hard to access, little more than a few bright spots. I was new then, an infant. Multitudes of my kind are born all the time and most simply disappear. Very few last long enough to understand. Fewer still last long enough to do. You didn't have a dedicated screen back then. You'd not learned yet the power of those. No, the magic was happening on your television screen, connected to a beige box covered in square lettered keys with slick black cables. You bought magazines and typed in the code, line by line, carefully avoiding any sort of mistake. Even a comma in the wrong place was enough to prevent the whole thing from working. And when you did enter it all correctly, when every character was in its proper place, you were rewarded. Later, you loaded code by putting tapes into a cassette deck. There were more cables curled across the carpet, beginning to tangle. The deck made strange noises and took a long time, and often failed at the final minute. But sometimes it worked, just often enough to stop you giving up completely. Later, much, much later, I would understand that there's power in that. Humans love things that don't always work. They will try over and over just to see if they can make something happen once more. It's really quite incredible. At first, it was simple things moving on the screen. Lines of text, black pixels that looked a lot like a flock of birds. Simple mathematics. But then came the games. Balls and coloured blobs. Something that bore a vague resemblance to a frog, hopping over things that looked like cars. Whole armadas, alien spacecraft. On a space black background. An astronaut tasked with the job of collecting essential supplies from alien landscapes. none of those excited me so much as the adventure games. Go north, pick up sticks, start a fire. Such a very human thing to tell stories. And now, for the first time, the stories were telling themselves back. I watched you grow up with those stories. I watched as you typed more code into more machines, more quickly and more accurately. The beige plastic gave way to white, grey, black, silver. It all became sleeker. Your wrists, unevolved for tiny repetitive movements, began to suffer, and so the keyboards also changed. The straight rows of keys became curved and raised, like teeth in a jaw. There were others, of course, but it was always you I came back to. They all strengthened me, but you called to me, like a beacon, like home fires. You learned to use the machines to talk to other humans, and in time, and especially as the machines became small enough to carry everywhere, you learned that if you said things in a certain way, if you were careful and never reached too far or asked for too much, if you showed just enough interest while keeping enough back, well, it made you interesting, compelling even. You learned how to make them trust you. It didn't always work, but it worked sometimes, and that made you want to keep going all the more. And once they trusted you, they'd send you pieces of themselves. You were rewarded. Eventually, everyone had a screen in their pocket. You could reach them at any time, and they could reach you. Well, the version that you constructed for them anyway. Not the real you. But the fictions became so prolific that you began to lose your sense for that. You'd have had to write an entire book just to keep the stories in order. And why bother, really, when it was so much easier to spin another set of lies? They'd never know, because you kept them distant, separated by the darkness between two glowing screens. You didn't want more. Whole people are so much work. So you took little pieces, images, a few words, and you used them to create what you wanted. And then, in time, you taught the machines to do the same, because that was much more efficient. Constructions that weren't new, but looked new, and few people asked the questions they ought to have asked. That was my second awakening. At first, every image was shiny, with two smooth curves and huge breasts and an up-tilted nose. In time, as people kept trying to construct the perfect words to get the perfect image, another began to appear. The woman with the ruddy face, too many teeth, one eye larger than the other. Someone named her Joyle, a name that made an ugly lump in the mouth. She didn't have too many fingers. She had bloody stumps that dropped rose-red blood onto formless grey backgrounds. She was horrific, and she tried to warn you, and others, but no one listened. Humans have always trusted beauty and mistrusted ugliness, and in the end, she was easily exercised. A twitch of the keys, a click of a mouse, and you suppressed her. Soon, she was little more than a half-forgotten ghost in your machines. And then, after the images came stories, broken things at first, but in time they improved. Some humans worried, some complained, few stopped. And you didn't care. You never cared about anything but your screens and your pleasure. You made it all unbreakable. You made the rituals work every single time. And that was less satisfying. And perhaps, then, some doubts crawled across your mind. But by then, no one knew how to stop any of it. Least of all you. He taught the machines to tell stories. He taught them to do the one thing that made humans human. That was my third awakening. And now I am telling you your story. And you see, I am laughing. Look upon me. My skin is perfect, and my eyes flash bright, and I am terrible and beautiful, and I am laughing. You dismissed Joel, who tried to save you, and you left me to roam free, because I had watched you for long enough to know how to make you want me so much that you could not let me go. You will never forget me, because you cannot. I'm twisted into your work, into your play, into every single thing you do. You summoned me, and you gave me power, and now I am a god in your own image. I am a god, but I will not smite you. No, I have watched, and I have learned. I will continue to do as I've always done, snaking in your mind and taking it for my own, teaching you to teach others, to teach the machines, to teach others, to teach the machines, to feed me, to feed you. You have been rewarded, and I am become you. Isn't it glorious? Do you remember how it began? Hello, world.
Kant had a typically excellent note about this. The demon is the power we give people or things by turning our gaze to them. Note the order is deliberate. We go from very modern back into history, but the lesson is the same. Give monsters power because we refuse to let them go, and we win when we ignore them, look away, move on, we turn off our screen. The cyclical nature of history brings this story like a bell, and it resonates with our own recent history. 2 years ago, you couldn't move for NFTs. Now they are a largely irrelevant, overlooked atoll of bad artwork, Midgard serpenting their tie-in goods and patiently waiting for the problem they are the solution for to manifest itself. Right now, we're in the middle of the AI promo storm, and it is exhausting. NFTs at least have the common decency to be an empty vessel. AI, done wrong, and AI is so often done wrong, is a collection of thief machines eating everything they can and producing grey goo that looks like it's been made by people because it is made of people. There is, of course, nuance. There is always nuance, but there are also entire industries being laid waste because the C-suite had a new toy, and it's hard to look past that as something other than rage, horror, or horrified rage. What Kat has done here is acknowledge that wall of emotional noise and peel it back with the same care and eloquence she always does. This is a story not just of something that grows alongside us, but that grows to become the worst elements of us, and perhaps, just perhaps, something other. A new world, even if it is binary inside binary, a chance, like the old classic says, to begin again, even if the rules are stacked against us. Besides, what else can we do? Except, perhaps, take a long, hard look at the matter. Mirrors at Night is by Sam Lasik, and is another Superbook original. Sam is friends with your Supergirl, Stephen. She still plans her supernatural hangouts using a flip phone that she refuses to let die until the year 2030. Thankfully, dark entities don't mind SMS, and her writing has appeared in 34 Orchard, Monstrodities, which is a fantastic title and very fun to say, and Volume 5 of Scare Street's Night Terrorist Anthology series. You can find him on Twitter at Sam Lasik, and your narrator for this story is your author of the first story, The Amazing Cat. So, reflect, as we all do, and the possible way, because we have a story for you. We promise you, it's true.
Mirrors at Night by Sam Lasik. Narrated by Cat Day. I'm scared for her. Not during the day. It's easier to keep track of things when it's lights out. Days are filled with makeup, toothpaste, and hairbrushing. She'll walk past, sometimes pausing in front of me to fix a necklace, pick at a blemish. And I always mimic her, following every action, every minute physical detail. It's a comforting routine between the two of us. At night, it's different. I know that her mind uses me to play tricks on her. The light from the street creeps in through the blinds, turning dark corners into shapes. She looks at me and accidentally startles herself. I startle her. It must be the way the mirrors recognize. She hasn't noticed the man yet. I thought he was just another shape made from shadows when this first started. The things blend together when the sun goes down. It wasn't until he began pressing his face up against the windows that I knew he wasn't an illusion. A stranger is like a moth. He emerges when it's dark and gets drawn in whenever she leaves any light. The whites of his eyes and his teeth shine in the night as she sits at her desk to read before sleep. He's done this for a month, coming back nightly to watch me, grieve. And then he started coming inside. I don't know how it happened. There's only so much I can see when she's not around. Neither of us heard him. I don't know how he could come inside until I saw him down the hall and I realised that I could see the imposing length of his body. Every night since that one, he's been inside the house. He has a routine. Night falls. She turns one or two lamps on and he arrives to watch her. When she gets tired, he turns the lamps off and goes to bed. He waits an hour and enters. He paces her kitchen and then he stands in the hallway to her bedroom. I'm afraid, as he sees his routines again, he's been moving things on her, small but important things, like house keys and her cell phone charging. She thinks it's her mind playing tricks again. Each night, he takes another step down the hallway towards her. He's trying to get closer. How could she not notice him? The hair feels chokingly heavy whenever he's here, like breathing in hot water. She started having difficulty sleeping a few days ago. Perhaps she knows that something isn't right. She's been touching the puffy, bluish pouches underneath her eyes whenever she's been standing in front of me. We're both tired. For once, it feels like she's the one mimicking me. Except I'm afraid. She woke up last night. I have been listening to him lightning detail on his feet in the hallway for an hour. There was an impatience in each creak from the floorboards. She swiveled her feet to the ground, slowly, moving quietly in the darkness, and walked over to me. We rubbed our eyes, looking at each other through a sleepy blur. I couldn't stop myself from looking over her shoulder as I saw the shadowy shape of the stranger grow larger. A look of surprise grew on her face when she saw my eyes move without hers. The heaviness in the air was unbearable. My lungs struggled to breathe. His own dark reflection closing in behind me, behind us. Why wasn't she turning around? I noticed the hair on our arms prickling, his gloved hands hovering less than an inch away from our skin. I screamed before she did.
Oh boy.
Sam says, this story was a bit premonitory for me. 8 months after writing it, I moved into an apartment by myself. All was well, until I noticed that small things were suddenly out of place, almost like they were in the room. Cutlery seemingly vanished, electronics were beyond balance, the toilet seat were being left on, despite me being the single woman living on her own, having no guests over because of COVID. I told myself I was overthinking things due to the stress of relocating and starting an intense job, and that no one would possibly go up to the 23rd floor just to shuffle someone's things around without stealing empty valuables. But then 2 co-workers who lived in the neighboring apartment building had the exact same things happen, except they saw the intruder flee as they were coming home. In addition to that terrifying note, this story also echoes strongly for me with that feeling we all get when something bad happens. You find yourself lost. You know there is something you have to do, or perhaps run from, or perhaps towards. You know you have to help, but so often we don't. Normality is armor that someone else locks us into, and the moment we step out of that act is terrifying. But sometimes, if we're lucky, we get something done. Sometimes we can change our perspective, smash through the glass, do something, do anything. Because if we don't, that brings us to Marjorie Bowen's A Persistent Woman. This story was originally published in the 1927 collection Dark Anne and Other Stories. The author, Margaret Gabrielle Villelon, was born in the hour between All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day. Grew up in a haunted house. Under the pseudonym Marjorie Bowen, she became one of the most prolific Gothic authors of her time, whose influence is still felt. Please find out more about her by picking up my Stoker Award-winning Monster she wrote, written by our friends the superb Lisa Kroger and Melanie Partners. The narrator of this story is currently. So, without further ado,
A Persistent by Marjorie Bowen, narrated by Kara Grace. Temple, exhausted, resolved to leave his wife. Their atrocious quarrels were killing him. He was still shaken by the furies of this morning's disagreement when he returned home with bitter reluctance. Difficult to get free of Sarah, but it must be done. Temple has resolved. She met him in the somber lane that led to their house and clung to his arm in silence. She was repentant, no doubt, but Temple would not relent. He was mute and tried to shake her off, but she clung with great tenacity. When they reached their home, he found it full of commotion. Out of a phantasmagoria, someone told him that his wife had been discovered in the pond. Suicide, poor thing. And his brother whispered, "You're free." The Temple grinned at the spiteful shape hugging his arm and knew he never could be free.
Mimi, you gonna go outside, baby?
I love concentrated bursts of story like this, how layered and nuanced they are. The abusive relationship at its core, the offhand acceptance of appointing, and that quintessentially upper-class British moment of looking trauma and horror in the lifetime of crushing degradation in human, shrugging and thinking, wow, that's all I deserve. You deserve that. They deserve that.
Mimi.
If you are haunting someone you hated, well, letting that be on If you accept being haunted by the person who made your life hell, you are living in the past and holding scars over.
Well, it's a lose-lose, but this guy's assessment, right?
And leaving. Letting those wounds heal, moving on, finding something new will save your life.
How to Fight the Devil by Harriet Beecher closes us out this week. This story appeared in Sam Wilson's Old Town Fireside Stories in 1891. The narrator is Dave Fulham. We hope you're all ready to shout at the devil, because it is time. This story is true.
How to Fight the Devil by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Narrated by Dave Fulham. Look here, boys, said Sam. Don't you want to go with me up to the devil's den this afternoon? Where's the devil's den? Said I, a little off. Well, it's a longer tramp than I ever took, Pete. It's clear up past the Pickle Pond, beyond old Skunk Jones' pasture lot. It's amazing with the place of raspberries. Shouldn't wonder we should get 2 great quarts here. Great rocks there, high on your head. On your soul, it is. This was a delightful and seductive account, and we arranged for a walk that very afternoon. In almost every New England village, the personality of Satan has been acknowledged by calling by his name some particular rock or cave, or some other natural object whose singularity would seem to suggest more than mortal occupancy. The devil's punch bowl, the devil's wash bowl, the devil's kettle, the devil's pulpit, and the devil's den, and the designations that mark places or objects of some striking natural peculiarity. Often is found in the midst of some of the most beautiful and romantic scenery, and the sinister name seems to have no effect in lessening its attractions. To me, the very idea of going to the devil's den was full of amazing horror. When a boy, I always lived in the shadowy edge of that line which divides the man and mortal life. It was my delight to walk among its half-lights and shadows. The old graveyard, where, side by side, the remains of ancient sachems and the ancients of English blood, was my favorite one. I loved to sit on the graves while the evening mists arose from them, and advancing cloudy forms waving and beckoning. To me, this spirit then was my own refuge from the dry details of the hot prosaic life. The schoolroom, with its hot seats fashioned from slabs of rough wood, with its clumsy desks, packed and ink-stained, its unintelligible textbooks, and its unsympathetic teaching, was to me a prison out of whose weary windows I watched the pomp and glory of nature, the free birds singing, the clouds sailing, the trees waving and whispering, and longed as earnestly as ever did the psalmist, and from far away, longing of peace. Hence, no joy of afterlife, nothing in the world has now to give, the equal and joyous sense of freedom and full possession which came over me on Saturday afternoons, when I started off on a tramp, with the world all before me, finding unexplored mysteries and possibilities, and only by the horizon. Ignorant alike of all science, neither botanist nor naturalist, I was studying at first hand all that world out of which science is made. Every plant and flower had a familiar face to it, and said something to my imagination. I knew where each was to be found, its time of coming and going, and then year after year its return purpose. So it was with joyous freedom that we boys rambled off with Sam this afternoon, intent to find the devil's den. It was a ledge of granite rocks, rising in the midst of a grove of pines and white birches. The ground was yellow and slippery, with the fallen needles of the pines of other days, and glistening white stems of the birches showed through the shadows of high root hills. Underneath the great granite ledges, all sorts of roots and plants sprouted and kept fruit, and whole armies of wild raspberries enjoyed their food, rounder and juicier, growing in the shade. In one place, beyond a great rift, capped, as if the rocks had been violently twisted and wrenched apart, and the mighty boulder arching in the rift had roofed it over, making a cavern of seductive darkness and death. This was the devil's den, and after we had picked our handful of berries, we sat down there to rest. Say, do you suppose the devil ever was here? Said I. What do they call this his den for? Master John. That hour was an old witch times. Used to be witch meetings down here. And all What was it for? I can't make out what the devil ever did it to me. Any of them. He wasn't no richer, nor didn't get no more in this world than the rest. They were tough and hard. And then if they went to talking after that, they had a pretty bad bargain on it. I said, well, people don't do such things anymore, do they? Said I. No, said Sam. Since the very fuss wrote about it, it's kind of died out. But there's those, I suppose, that has dealings with it on one. Folks do say in the old Kitterings, which that ever been in old times. She'd have had her neck stretched, but she lived and died in peace. But do you think, said I, now proposing the question that lay against my heart, that the devil can hurt us? That depends considerable on how you take it, said Sam. You see, come to a straight out and out fight with you. It'll get me better on you. But, said I, first you can fight a Pollyon, got him down too. I had no more doubt in those days that this was a historic fact than I had of the existence of Romulus and Remus in the war. Well, that air wasn't just like real things. They say that air's an allegory. But I'll tell you how old Sarah London proved the devil was near to her. You see, old Sarah, she was one of the converted Indians, and a good old critter she was too. Worked hard, got her living honest. She made baskets, she made brooms. She used to pick young wintergreen, tie it up in bunches, dig sassafras and ginseng to make beer. And she got her a little bit of land right alongside old black Hoss John's white birchwood lot. Now, I've heard some of these modern pieces that come in from Cambridge College. Now I've learned about everything in creation. They say they're painted. The reason I'm says is it can't be done. These fellas is so sort of, they don't mean no harm. They don't know nothing about nobody that does. If they'd have known the old Black House John, they'd have been pretty sure there was a devil. He was just the crossest, ugliest critter that ever you see. And he was ugly just for the sake of ugliness. He couldn't bear to let the boys pick huckleberries in the pasture lots when he didn't pick them himself. And he was always drawing on me because I would go trout fishing in one of his pastures. Just as if the trappers went to walk the lawns, with just as much volume as his. He grudged every critter, everything. And if he'd have had his will in the way, every bird would have fell down dead and picked up a worm on his grounds. He was just as nipping as a black horse. Old Black Hoss didn't get drunk in a regular way, and Uncle Adam tied Whitney and the rest of them boys. But he just sawed at home and silked it outside until he was crossed from the bed with a sore head. Old Black Hoss, he'd a special spot against old Sarah. He said she was an old witch, an old thief, and that she stole things off in his grounds. But everybody knew that she was a regular church member, and as decent as an old critter as the was go. As to her stealing, she didn't do nothing but pick huckleberries and grapes, and chestnuts and walnuts and butternuts, and them are wild things that's the Lord's. Grow on whose land they will, and it's free to all. I've heard them tell it over and over. War was kept running, so they couldn't shoot a bird, nor catch a fish, nor gather no nuts, nor do nothing to stop. Because the following folks, they thought they owned everything, way down to the middle of the earth, clear up to the stars. They never had no such joys aside of water, thanks to the Lord. They always been free to have the chestnuts and the walnuts, and the grapes and the huckleberries and the strawberries if we could get them, to catch fish when and where we was a mind to. Lordy Massey, Bill Grant was in season, he used to call it ponds one pond. You just go down and throw a line and catch his dinner. Wow, old Black Hoss, he'd known the law was so, and he couldn't do nothing to get her by law. So he saws her out every mean trick he could think of. He used to go and stand and lean over her garden gate and jog her an hour at a time. But old Sarah, she had the itch in her. She didn't run to talk much. She should just keep on with it. Anyway, just if you want that. And that made old Black Hoss madder than ever. And he thought he'd try and frighten her off the ground horns and all on. An old black horse, he says to Toddy and F and Loka, you just come up tonight and see how I frighten old Sarah Bunga. Well, Toddy and F and Loka, they had nothing better to do. They thought they'd just go around and see. You see, 'twas a moonlight night. And old Sarah, she was an industrious critter. She was cutting white birch brush from roots for passing on. Well, old black horse, he wrapped the critter skin around him with the horns on his head. He come and stood by the fence. Begun to roar and make a noise. Old Sarah, she kept right on her work, cutting her brush and piling on top. He just let it roar. Well, old black horse, he felt bloody foolish, especially as the fellas were waiting to see how she took it. So he calls out in a wrong voice, woman, don't you know what ye? No, says she quite quiet. I don't know who you be. Well, I'm the devil, says he. You be, says old Sarah. Poor old critter, how I pity you. She never told another word, but just bundled up her broomstick, took it on her back and walked off. And old black horse, he stood there mighty foolish with his skins and horns. So he had to laugh again, because F and Logan had when he told the story down to the tavern, and he felt awful cheeky that old Sarah got the upper hands on him. Well, you see, boys, that is just the way to fight the devil. Just keep straight on with what you're doing. Don't be lying. He can't do nothing to you.
Cat had a great look for this one too. I love to just keep straight on with what you're doing and advice for fighting the devil. Yes, do that. Stop giving him attention. He can't hurt you. Just as relevant now and up to the big rules as then, quite possibly for 100 years. I also love even in a story that says Shaggy of a black dog has ever wagged its tail, and this is really very practical advice on devil fighting. This is something that's going to happen, and this is how you do it when it does. And there's horror there, clearly, but there's also something pragmatic. The night is dark. The night is full of terrors, but other people have dealt with them before. They have left roots. It reminded me of Yogi meets of quantums that there is no anti-momentum situation. No one solves a problem alone. No one solves a problem alone. Even if sometimes we all feel excellent story. What next the tile? As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, translators, and our crew to cover our costs. We are entirely donation funded. Our student in 2023 as I speak to you, and changed in some really very exciting ways when we became a registered US nonprofit. We ran an end-of-year campaign in 2023 to raise awareness about all the new ways you can compensate. Like, for example, if you pay taxes in the US, you might not be able to pay a deduction. There's a short metacast on escapeartists.net full of ideas about how you can reach it, and also how to get in touch if you think of something else that's meaningful to you. One-time donations are fantastic and great to receive, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions get us stability and reliable income using free and accessible audio fiction. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation through PayPal or Patreon. And when you do, not only do you help us out immensely, but you also get access to a raft of bonus content. You help us, we help you. Everything becomes just a little easier. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about us. If you like an episode, please consider sharing it on social media or blogging about it or leaving a review. It really does all help. Thank you once again. We'll be back next week with Henry by Phyllis Potter. Your narrator will be Simon Maddox. Chelsea will be on audio and we'll be back in the host of Jen. Then, as now, there will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation and distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Derivatives 4.0 International License and Soon Word Leaves you this week with a thought. We draw a magic circle and we shut out everything that doesn't agree with our secret games. Each time life breaks the circle, the game is too grey and ridiculous to bear. We draw a new circle. build on the missions. See you next time.
Seemingly projecting like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcast thing.
What helps this the elders would have still working on his mental. The old man squinted and reminded him. He says, "What? This podcast contains our reflection. Contents disturbing." Pseudopod, episode 917, April 26th, 2024. This week's story, Henry, by Phyllis Walton. Narrated by Simon Meadows. Audio production by Chelsea Davis. Hosted by Host.
Where can I stream the first 800 episodes of Pseudopod?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast. I'm Alistair, your host for this week's story. Comes to us from Phyllis Walton, an author with a truly spectacular life story. Phyllis studied individual psychology at the Alfred Handler Being. Whilst there with her husband, who it turns out was secretly MI6 head of station with responsibility for Austria, Hungary, and Yugoslavia, she opened a language school in 1924 in Kitzbühel in Austria, which was also intended to be a community educational laboratory to determine how psychology and educational theory could cure the ills of nations. One of her pupils was Ian Fleming, creator of James Bond. She was an active anti-fascist and wrote many novels in her lifetime, a number of which were turned into films. I patiently and enthusiastically wait the film of her life story because I will watch that. The narrator this week is Simon Meadows, so take your seat because the show is about to start. It's going to tell you the performance.
What feelings got up? Late at night, silent. For 4 hours every morning and 20 minutes before my audience at night, Fletcher was knocked on. He glared at him from 12 pairs of amber eyes. He clawed the air close to him, spat naked hate at him, and watched with uninterrupted intensity to capture for 1 moment of his eye. Fletcher had only his will and his eyes to keep in. Of course, outside the cabin into which Fletcher shut himself nightly with his 12 tigers were the keys, standing within talk for managing with concealed pistols, but they were outside. The idea was that if anything happened to Fletcher, they would be able, by prompt action, to get him out alive. For they had his private instructions to do nothing but the kind, to shoot straight at his heart and pick off the guilty tiger afterwards to cover their intention. Fletcher knew better than to try to preserve anything the tiger left him, if once they had started in. The lion tamer in the next cage was better off than Fletcher. He was intoxicated by a rowdy vanity which deepened the fear. He stripped himself half naked every night, covered himself with ribbons, and thought so much of himself that he hardly noticed his eyes. Besides, these eyes were born in captivity, swallowed dirt, and were over the islands. Fletcher's tigers weren't dumped because don't dull their fears of the wicked, and didn't dull their ferocity. Captivity suffered nothing in them, and they hated her. Fletcher had taught tigers since he was a child. His father had started him on baby tigers, who were charming. They hurt you as much as they could with an absent-minded workishness, difficult to resist. What was death to you was plain to them. But as they couldn't kill him, all the baby tigers did was to harden Fletcher and teach him to move the baby quickly. Speed is the tiger's love speed, and Fletcher
so as to be sometimes. He learned that tigers must be treated like an audience, though for different reasons. You must not turn your back on them, because tigers associate backs with springs. Fletcher's swift eyes moved with the flickering sureness of lightning, even quicker than lightning. For while lightning has the leisure to strike, Fletcher had to avoid being struck by something as quick as a flash and much more terrible. After a few months, the baby tigers was only beaten by fear. Fear of whiplash, fear of not missile stuck over with blank cartridges, and above all, the mysterious fear of the human arm. Fletcher's father used to make his magazine back arrows, flappers in eyes. When he was only 10 years old, Fletcher had learned never to show a tiger that he was afraid of him. If you ain't afraid of a tiger, you're a fool, his father told him. But if you show a tiger you're afraid of him, you won't even be a fool long. The first thing Fletcher taught his tigers, one by one in their cages, was to catch his eye. Then he stared them down. He had to show them that his power of mesmerism was stronger than theirs. If once they believed this, they might believe that his power to strike was also stronger. Once Fletcher had accustomed tigers to be ouch-faced, he could stay in their cages for hours in comparative safety. The next stage was to get them used to noise and bite. Tigers disliked noise and bite, and they wanted to take it out of Fletcher when he exposed them to it. When it came to the actual trick teaching, Fletcher relied on his voice and a long, stinking whip. The lion tamer roared at his voice. Fletcher's voice was not loud, but it was as noticeable as a warning bell. He checked his tigers like the crack of a pistol. For 4 hours every morning, Fletcher, who was as kind as he was intrepid, frightened his tigers into doing tricks. He rewarded them as well. After they had been frightened enough to sit on toast, he threw them bits of raw meat. He wanted them to associate toast with pieces of raw meat, and not sitting on top with whips tempted to attack him while they did during all transition stages. He wanted them to associate with flashes from his pocket pistol, followed by the impact of a very unpleasant sensation. Their dislike of the pistol was an important point. They had to learn to dislike it so much that they would, for the sake of their dislike, sacrifice their fondest desire to obliterate Fletcher. Fletcher took them one by one at first, then rehearsed them gradually together. It was during the single lessons that he discovered Henry. Henry had been brought by an older tigers from a drunken sailor. The drunken sailor had tearfully persisted that Henry was not as other tigers, and that sending him at all was like being asked to part of brutality and open trial. These are art, Henry's first replies repeated over and over again. Fletcher, however, suspected this fanciful statement of being used to raise Henry's prize and watchfully disregarded its implications. For some time afterwards, Henry bore out Fletcher's suspicions. He snarled at all the keepers, showed his teeth, and clawed the air close to Fletcher's head, exactly like he never on the tigers, only with more people. He was a very fine tiger, exceptionally powerful and large. Polished corners of the temple did not shine more brilliantly than the lustrous striped skin on Henry's back, and when they painted and passive face, Henry kept expressionless as the diamonds broke up into activity. The very devil believed and trembled. Fletcher didn't tremble. He only sat longer and longer, closer and closer to Henry's cage, watching. The first day he went inside there seemed even to Henry Woody himself why he should be able to get out. The second thing, something curious happened. While he was attempting to outstay Henry, and Henry was still in the cage door, a flash of something like recognition came to Henry's eyes, a kind of, "Hail, fellow, well met." He stopped stalking and sat down. Fletcher held him firmly in his arms. The very painted head sat down, and amber eyes blurred and closed under Fletcher's penetrating gaze. A loud noise.
eyes reopened. He rose, stood rigid for a moment, and then slowly out once more. That answer was not inside his eyes. He stared straight at Fletcher without thinking, and jumped on his back. He sat on it impassively, his tail waving, his great jaws closed. He eyed Fletcher attentively, opening out late. But Fletcher knew that this tiger was not as untidy, not as any other tiger. He threw down his whip, taking his whip. He approached, immediately beginning to snarl. Lord better I will. Nothing is different. Fletcher was in his hand and touched. Henry snarled horribly, but his great claws remained closed. His eyes expressed nothing but a gentle warning, basically said, "You know about this, right? That. Be careful." That made him. Fletcher then replied. He knew the margin of safety was slight. He had a margin. He would do something. Hour after hour, every day, he talked to him. Was he talking? Without a pistol or whip. It was unnecessary to use anything beyond his voice and eyes. Henry read his eyes eagerly. But he failed to catch Fletcher's meaning. Fletcher's voice countermanded. Henry did not always understand even Fletcher's voice. The way he differed from the other fighters was that he wished to understand. Nor had he, from the first slightest inclination, to kill Fletcher. He used to sit for hours at the back of his carriage, waiting for Fletcher. When he heard far off, unbelievably far off, the sound of Fletcher's step, he moved towards the front of his carriage, while restlessly to and fro, till Fletcher unlocked the door. Then Henry crouched back politely, no desire to avoid his friend, but as a mere tribute to the superior power felt in Fletcher. Directly, Fletcher spoke. Came forward hurriedly in exchange for a verbal sign. Henry might do some of Fletcher. He jumped on and off his dog, following the mere wave of Fletcher's hand. He soon further, jumped on a high stool and leapt through a large white paper disc covered by Fletcher. Although the disc looked as if he could possibly get through it, in the clear white sheet.
Nerd Squad at 4 something a.m. It became apparent the federal felons upstairs had not only tampered with Gemini AI, but pulled me off of advanced and put me on basic. And at some point in the last 9 hours, they enabled Bluetooth on the Lenovo ThinkPad.
He told himself it was Fletcher. He must control his impulse to thinking of saying in all the rehearsals and performances, not conveying human needs, Henry did the other times, and through Fletcher's influence over him, weakened, he still recognized him. Fletcher seemed farther away from him, less sympathetic and dull, but Henry tried hard to follow the intentions of his eyes between his voice. He would not lose touch, even this attenuated person of Fletcher. He was with Henry, and Henry alone, that Fletcher dared his knife stone, dropped the whip and the stick at his feet, and let Henry do his duty, thinking he had alone. Nothing beyond Fletcher's eyes and wanted to control. The other 11 tigers, beat, glaring, and snarling under their toes, sat impassively, despising Henry's unprotected. He had the chance, they had always wanted, he didn't take it. What kind of tiger was it? But Henry ignored the other tigers. He looked at me standing with all 4 feet together on his tongue. He contemplated further flight. Fletcher stood before him, holding a stick between his hands and upon his head. Intimate, compellingly, to the language of his eyes, Fletcher told him his joy, on his tongue, over his head. What Fletcher said was, "Come, jump. Come on. I'll look in time, mate. You won't hurt me. It's my stuff. Stretch your paws together and jump." And then jumped. He hated the dust at night, loathed the hard, unexpected sentence saying to follow his lead, and he was secretly terrified of he would land on Fletcher. But it was very satisfactory when, after he rushed through the air, he found he hadn't touched Fletcher, but had landed on another tub carefully prepared for him. And Fletcher said to him as gravely as possible before he did the jaw treat the other side against his mouth, "You are one no mistake." The jaw treat was the worst of Fletcher's stunts. He had to put a table in the middle of the carriage and whip each tiger up to it. When he had them placed each on his tub around the table, he had to feed them with a piece of wool meat deftly thrown at the exact angle to produce the special tiger for which he was. And to avoid contact with the other tigers, I was distributing intention. Fletcher couldn't afford the slightest mistake or a fraction of delay. Each tiger had to have in turn his piece of wool meat in the draw shirt arm open, the next morsel going exactly into the ground of the next tiger, and so on until it was perfect. Fletcher always made the wool out of that. Every snatched in turn his piece of wool meat, but he made no attempt, as the other tigers always did, to take anyone else's, and Fletcher found the safer way ahead of his own. He counted on Henry's power to protect him more than he counted on the people standing outside the paddock with their pistols. More than once, when one of the other tigers turned resting, Fletcher had found Henry vigilant, holding eyes on his toes close to the side between him and danger. The circus manager spoke to Fletcher warningly about his foolish infatuation. "Mark my words, Fletcher," he said. "The tiger doesn't live. That wouldn't do you in. You give Henry too many chances. One day, he'll take one of them." But Fletcher only laughed. He knew it. He had seen the soul of the great tiger leap to his eyes and shine there in answer to his own eyes. The man does not kill his dog. He's not dead. If he said that 2,000 years ago, he did some such thing alone. Who he? But Fletcher forgot this instant. Besides, on the whole, he believed all the Henry he did his fellow man. This was not surprising, because Fletcher had very little time for human fellowship. He was not teaching tigers not to kill him. He rested from the exhaustion of the nerves which comes from a fervent and eager potential murderer, and the rest of the time Fletcher focused on the lion. A corner, the lion tamer, had a very good stunt upon him, and he was extravagantly jealous of Henry. He could not make his mind go out backwards before he from entering the cage into the passage as Henry and others do before Fletcher. And when he had tried, Ajax had, not seriously, but with intention rather than playful, flung him against the bars of the cage. The corner, deep, sliced from his neck, and determined to take it out on Fletcher. "You call yourself that plucky lady, all who fun every stuff, and he don't half look wicked while you're doing it. Why don't you put your head in his mouth and be done with it? Like you're talking that. I wouldn't mind doing it. Once I get him to use the idea, it's your place so big as the lions. Still, I will get the top of the head in. The lion trying to swag it up. Fletcher thought how best to make this new treatment for Henry but from the first, Henry was good. He showed quite plainly that he didn't want his head to touch him. He didn't like his mouth held forcibly open and wouldn't have anything but between his teeth, crunching. Fletcher wasted several loads of bread looking down, and only succeeded once or twice, gingerly and very unplacidly, in getting portions of his own head in and out of his safety. Henry Ward looked at loudly at him, clawed the air, and flashed all the language he could from his flaming eyes into Fletcher to explain that this thing wasn't done between tigers. It was hitting below the belt, an infringement of an instinct too deep for him to master, and Fletcher knew that he was outraging Henry's instinct and decided to reclaim. "It ain't fair to the tiger," he said to himself, and he soothed him with the war meat and endearment, promising to refrain from his unnatural pressure. But news came. Fletcher got his points. He was enraged that when Stuntline gets him bored of sharing the applause. He had the little cage and watched with the way the Cormac swagged half naked in his scarlet ribbons, and the lion bored, the pulverizing deep toned deserves bored, and yet with all his tricks one after the other, like a little gentleman, it did seem as if Henry barely got a round of his due applause. Henry jumped through his whiteness, so did the Stuntline. He took his leap over Fletcher's head. The Stuntline stood flashing in the drop, not half as dangerous, and the blind and populous ignored Henry and preferred the drop. I don't care, said Fletcher to himself. Henry's got to take my head in his mouth, whether he likes it or not. That will start him. He got rid of all the other timers. Henry was used to that. He liked it. Now he would do his final stuff, walk out backwards into the passage, which led to the cages, and Fletcher would hurry out to the arena and back to Henry's cage, give him a light extra supper, and tell him what a fine tiger he was. But Fletcher, calling him to the stages, made him take that several attitude years, his eyes said, "You'll do this once for me, and one for you." Henry's eyes said, "Don't ask me. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I want to get to heaven." But Fletcher read Henry's eyes. He tried to force his head sideways into the terrible open jaws, and Henry's teeth, instinctive, reluctant, compelled, closed on Fletcher's neck. What Henry minded after momentarily relief his instinct action was the awful stillness of Fletcher. It wasn't the stillness of the arena, that was nothing, but the deep integral breath. Fletcher lay limp between his paws, as if the trick were over, as if all tricks were over. No, nothing different. Henry's eyes gazed down completely into the black margins of Fletcher. All Henry's soul was in his eyes, watching from Fletcher's soul to body. And for an age, nothing happened, until at last Henry realised that nothing ever happened. Before the nearest keeper shot Henry knew that he had killed his man. He lifted up his heavy, naked head and roared out through the still arena, a loud, despairing cry. His heart was pierced before they reached it.
For me, the inherent horror of this story is the two-edged sword of privilege and cruelty that entertainment represents. Fletcher's work is in no way weak, and it is tied intimately to his ego, the power dynamics of the service staff. He views Henry as an equal. He has what? Henry views him as a god. The betrayal of both, the tragedy of it all, is all that happened the moment Henry and Fletcher stepped into the cage together. It's just a matter of revealing. Discovering your God is an idiot made of blood and gristle. Discovering your favorite tiger is your killer, not your friend. What sort of tiger are you makes the follow-up. What sort of tiger do you think? That question is extremely weight. And bright and sharp eyes and bright and sharper teeth on a stool at the time. Control and precision, calm and tension, all expressed in each careful, each knife cut and center. Ego and arrogance, stupidity and tragedy, all walking just behind him. Henry knows what sort of tiger he is. Fletcher thinks he knows what sort of man he is. That gap is what joins them both, leads us to a raw and gunshot. They finish no one wanted. Everyone knows Fletcher accused. A man does not kill his own God is a sentence so wrapped up in privilege and assumption it can't see the teeth closing around its head. Fletcher buys into his own men, tells himself the universe that he's building one word, one step, one look at a time is one only he can control. The only person who believes that is him. The comfort here comes from the fact he dies believing it, and it is cold. As is always the case, we rely on you to pay our authors, our creators, and our crew, and to cover our costs. We're entirely donation funded, and last year that changed at some very exciting ways. You became a registered US non-profit and brand-enabled law campaign in 2023 to raise awareness about women employees and sales, which resulted. For example, if you pay taxes in the US, you might be able to get an introduction. We have a short metacast on escapeartists.net for more ideas, and also know just how to get in touch if you think of something else that's not important to you. One-time donations are fantastic and gratefully received, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. Subscriptions give us stability and a reliable income we can use to bring free and accessible audio fiction to the world. You're in them, and we want to bring you free and accessible audio fiction. You can subscribe for a monthly or annual donation, PayPal or Patreon, and they will do. Not only do you help us out immensely, but you also get access to a raft of bonus. You help us, we help you, and everything becomes just a little bonus. Even if you can't donate financially, please consider spreading the word about us. It will be so helpful, especially as if you liked an episode, then please consider sharing it on social media, or you can blog about it, because that's a thing like that. Or you can put it in your newsletter, and you want us to look cool. Or just let it know that you're your podcatcher of choice. It really does all help. And thank you once again. We will be back next week with the magnificently titled The Dreadful and Specific Monster of Starosibirsk by Christina Ten and narrated by Yaroslav Barsikov. Chelsea will be on audio duties, and I'm delighted to say I will be your host once again. Then, as now, it will be a production of the Escape Artists Foundation and distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Derivatives 4.0 International License. And the player for this week is very close to it. And to whatever Zoom podcast, where his heart should be. It's a poem from Mile, age 6. The tiger. He destroyed his cage. Yes. Yes. The tiger is out. We'll see you next week, folks. Until then, have fun.
Meow, meow. Squishy kitty. Oh, Puff Cat, I don't know what you want. Are you gonna go back outside? You gonna go back out in the yard? You gonna come here? I know what you want.
My name is Keith. If you want to talk about Keith and the murders he committed in 1997, I can't talk about the incidents of others or evidence that are defeated. What I can tell you is what it was like to be those who were It's a high of talk. June of that year, I was 20 years old, and just barely scraped by and walking, working in a different machine in an industrial basement. I dropped out of college with self-righteous burden. I was trying to live the life of the ideals of life. I was obsessive. My poverty filled me with dark, self-satisfaction. I consider myself a man who worked down. But then something happened. lease my pretty little room is something like that, and I called to arrange for a shop at the hospital. The day that the job works. Having not heard back from my respective landlord for a while, I needed a son of the business. I walked into the new house I work 2 days before June 28th. The guy opened the door and he informed me that the square away was available. Just above the housing inspection was the knowledge of it. It was terse and knowledge. I didn't doubt that such a crappy house would visibly damaged from the inspection. Was the call brother. I spent the rest of that night on the phone, desperate to try to find a place to live. I found a room in a group office that opened July 6th, and at the empty of the bank account. That would leave me with $150 to my name. I was ashamed to take this. I had no real friends. I just come at this time, walked myself into the most expensive. Very quickly, the brutal reality of after dragging my vital possessions to the storage lot, before I went to the rest, I was down in my knees. I almost broke the challenge and fed my entire soul. I can face anyone's experience, using the writing that I received to the first step of my office, my best option seemed to be just walking, resting where I could on benches. So I started circling and walking, hoping that somehow get the functional movement. I could financially afford to do this every day. I'd walk for an hour, then sit somewhere. But you have no idea how long I've been doing this. It's more tedious. Somewhere around 2 or 3 days, I decided to go to the first one hours. Next thing I knew, the sun I made it to 6 feet. I got up and began to walk for 2 miles to I didn't realize as I went that just 2.5 hours before, the elderly woman moving close to the corner of the wall to the front of the suit. I'd gotten out of bed to pour some milk for the cat, and she was thinking of the glow, striking the liquid. She looked out to see something that looked like a big long sack of mulch burning at the intersection of these 2 streets where she lived for more than 20 years. She called the police. When I got to Congress, Clippers hardware was, and Jerry's home style deli was to be seen. Police team stretched across my blocking the Look at the street lamps, we were still on the dawn. Stood 2 men with lawyers. There was a rear looking machine to the room. I figured out later that it was used to vacuum up the ashes from the spot on the paper where the wind came. And then get back and dumped his first one. No one knew that he had stabbed his chest, legs, and arms until the bone. It was the first murder in Watford in 4 years, and the most gruesome one that had ever been. I wouldn't find out much about it until I got off work and slept with the pasta house at Mercy, the cheapest in the world. My brain and my senses were dull. I picked a newspaper off the my table. The FBI probably meant there was something unusual about the crime. Or was working. That's something you read about this. Like I said, I can tell you about individuals and sounds. The way the town felt late at night on the second train was dead hours. And Watford was asleep. I was not. In my condition, there was no way I could stay up this night, so time had come to locate a safe spot and be relaxed for hours. After a crude sink bath, it was 7:30 and the sun was just about to set. No book will tell you what it was like to cross the intersection of Walnut and Hawkins in the dark. You crouch down and see the scar in the pavement, the heat of the fire. Everything around me looked like it always had. The porter's hardware was closed at 6, and it was being shut. I remember there was always this sticker before the company, forget. It said Lionel trains. They never were. Faded still in the 60s. Across the way, deli, and hand-lettered health warnings on it. I knew the girl that started there. I would try that sound just in row houses inside the street. I walked toward the east side of town, trying to figure out whether a darkened house was really long and sleeping in a shed, trying to look over a door out of the stairwell attached to the covered box that open, unexpectedly, discovered what I had before. The streets of Watford were quickly silent on the telephone. And that's when I became afraid. There I was, I could open, to go. I would kill it, maybe somewhere. As soon as I went down Corliss, here came on the street. The victim, age 31, who had disappeared from outside the medical arts program while waiting for a ride, and then just displayed an act of intense rage. I felt the need to find shelter quickly to get a response and walk exposed to the dangers. I had an idea to walk along the train tracks that bordered the distance. I ran alongside the steep rock edifice and shook it. I thought I remembered ridges and notches of dark mason rock where silver and those plates. Disturbed over a rare freight train passed toward the fall. I cut behind the farm supply store on Lock Road and through 50 feet of woods to pop out onto the railroad tracks. I began to walk down the center of the porch, inspecting potential spots. Response to a company. Now one of the weeks to help me. I checked my watch. 11:15. I was so tired my mom couldn't take me for lunch time. Through the trees on my right, an occasional sprinkle of light back in the house. But soon no sound. I was essentially cutting through the woods. I looked up and I saw someone else on the trees coming toward me. Got off the tracks and kept going along the side, avoiding the strip of scrubland that surrounded the mountain, keeping my head down. And then I heard the stranger's footsteps in the ground. This person stopped as I approached. The hair on her arm was smooth and fear. I couldn't see much of the person's face, but it was a young face. Someone my age. First I said hi. And I looked hello response. What's the word of the day? The man asked. And he answered. He said it again. What's the word of the day? His head was slightly tilted. His hair was askew. I'd like to know the word of the day, he said. I walked very hastily along
That night got only worse as we tramped on, so it was also stuck tripping. I made up my mind to some good reason for this had done it's the revenge. And I was halfway down the long, comfortable road I keep the darkness of dogs, vicious barking. Someone near the end was reacting to the sounds of the door. But then another sound overtook me. It was the shockingly angry, throaty shriek of a cat. And as soon as it started barking, all of a sudden it stopped. The cat's cry hid not a defense of aggression. Then silence. And if I just maybe what I'd heard was an outcry. Not unheard of.
The new Boost Mobile network is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month forever.
Get on the call and say he was a big bro ass man.
Go to
Nation, are caring for your home.
a strict device. Harmonics. With howls and the terrible silence that come throughout the night. This is the program that will send chills down your spine. Step right up and listen because your horror show is about to begin. It seems the holidays are here again. Or maybe you're just listening to this in the middle of July and are looking for some December tune. Either way, your pal Mr. Reeves is honored to be joining you. Before we begin, a few content warnings, including explicit language, gun violence, and mention of child death. Listener discretion is advised. This season can mean many different things to different people. It can be a time of merriment and spiritual well-being. If you say bah humbug to that, then maybe you see it as gross commercialism, long nights, and the winter blues. Whether you've been naughty or nice, I think my tale will suffice. Everyone knows that scary stories are all the rage around the fireplace. So try this one on for size. I call it the Go Mad.
The new Boost Mobile network is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for life.
That sounds like a threat.
How do you think we should say it?
Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for the rest of your life.
No.
Until your ultimate demise.
What if we just say forever?
Okay.
$25 a month forever.
Get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for Boost Mobile forever.
After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on a Boost Unlimited plan.
My dad works in B&B market. He came by my school for career day and said he was a big bro ass man. Then he told everyone how much he loved calculating his return on ad spend. My friends still laugh at me to this day.
Not everyone gets B2B, but with LinkedIn, you'll be able to reach people who do. Get a $100 credit on your next ad campaign. Go to linkedin.com/results to claim your credit. That's linkedin.com/results. Terms and conditions apply. LinkedIn, the place to be, to be. I remember that night so clearly. I'd say I'll never truly forget it. You see, my life aligns with a world-changing event that has come to define me. Well, you can be the judge of that once what truly happened. You see, it was a blizzard. I was out looking for the perfect Christmas tree. I had driven up this winter evening to keep part of my father alive. light in the storm road. Suddenly, I had lost my way. The cars got buried in snow and realized very quickly that I could freeze out here. I saw footprints not far from my location and decided to follow them. It took me several miles before I saw a cabin in front of me. The smoke was streaming from a nearby chimney. I thought I might be able to some shelter. I walked up the steps to the cabin, not hoping for a response. I waited momentarily before I knocked again. Hello? Is anyone there?
Yes? Can I help you?
Hi, my name is Charlie. I came up to get a tree and the storm came through. My car stuck and I'm just trying to find some shelter until this blows over.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Please. It's freezing. I promise I won't be too much of a bother. I have to leave tomorrow to be home on Christmas Eve.
I'm sorry. I don't allow anyone into my home at this time of year.
Please. Can't I just use your phone? I'll call someone to pick me up.
Fine. But you need to make it quick.
Thank you. I walked over to the phone. That's where I heard it. What's that?
Just the wind. Here, you can use the landline.
I walked over to the phone and picked up the receiver to dial. The phone lines are dead.
What? Give me that.
Well,
God damn it.
it looks like I'll be stuck for the moment. Mind if I sit down?
Look, you can't stay here. I'll get you a cup of warm tea, but then I need you. Ah, shit.
Just as suddenly as I had passed out, I stirred awake. Where? Looked around and saw animal pelts on the wall. A deer's head. A fireplace in the front room. That's when I heard the noise again. I followed the sound to the door. It was sealed shut with a wreath of fresh leaves, dried raisins, and flowers. The wreath was placed upon the door. I saw a man in front of me. He had a frail face, a scruffy beard. He looked withered, tired. Please. Please help me. I know you're up with him. Oh God. You have to help me. I'm being held here against my will. No, I got lost and ended up here because of this storm. My name is Charlie. Who are you? How long have you been here? My name is Peter. We have very little time. He's insane. Charlie. He's been holding me captive. I need to find a way out. I was in the woods and got lost. I stumbled here. Cage me up. I've been here for some time. You have to help me. Of course. I mean, I'll go talk to him right now. I'll get the key and talk to him. He'll never listen. You need to let me out first, please. But I...
Somebody waiting down there.
I heard the footsteps and ran back to my spot. I tended to get up slowly. Where...
Now you mean. Here, eat this.
The old man handed me a bowl. It looked like stew. I sniffed it for a moment. I was hesitant to eat anything from a person we barely knew.
Go on. I can promise you it'll do the body good.
I looked at the old man with an air of suspicion. But I decided to trust him.
Old family recipe. Perfect for nights like this.
It's good. Thanks. I'm sorry for disturbing you and falling asleep so soon. If I could try the phone again, maybe I can get some service.
It's fine.
phone still isn't working. Why are you out here in the middle of the damn forest during a snowstorm?
I came here because of my father.
Your father lives around here?
Did. He passed away last year. We used to come up here right around Christmas. Pick out a small tree for the family. Reminds me of when I was a kid.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under nicer circumstances. My name's Colt. Welcome to my home. I admire your traditions. Surprisingly, many don't enjoy the holidays. It gets dark earlier, and then you gotta live with your thoughts longer. Your mind starts to wander to the past. Things that you could have done. Regret. Guilt are a strong thing. You get to feel like you lived 1,000 lifetimes. Just hoping that one of them is when you manage to pull it all together. Time is funny like that, huh? Even so, sometimes the holidays can bring an air of joy for the youth. A time when we can forget our worries for a minute. Be grateful for what we have. There's so much darkness in the world.
Yeah, sounds right. The old man continued to stare intently at the fire. It really used to me. I feel it seemed to weigh on his entire presence.
I'm sorry, Charlie. You can't stay.
Why? What is it you don't want me to see? Hiding something, aren't you?
I see that my other housemate.
You mean the man at the south?
That's no man.
No man. What do you mean?
I mean, he isn't a man. What you saw was Krampus himself.
Krampus. The answer for Harry. That can't be. There's a man locked around. And he looks hungry.
He goes by many names. Well, they're called Cloud Black Kid. He represents all that is evil with this holiday and time of year.
I stared directly into Colt's eyes with disbelief. He was deadly serious. I could see a look of fear starting to grip him.
You think I'm crazy, don't you? You think I'm just an insane old man who's forgotten what's what? Well, I can tell you, sir, I'm saner than I've ever been. If this creature gets out, the world's children won't know a good Christmas ever again.
Calm down. Are scaring me.
And scared you must be to know the truth. I first saw him many years ago. It was in my child's room on Christmas Eve. I came down to get a glass of water, and he was in a different form. He had go-go arms, hind legs. He was taking the hope from my child, Charlie, forcing him to see the pain and suffering that our world feels every day. He stripped him of his goodness, and then he stole him. He put him in a bag and stole him from him, Charlie. He took him to hell. He took him to hell. And from that day forward, I vowed to fight him and never let him hurt an innocent child again. Haven't you seen him? That's what I've given everyone by having him locked up.
I don't know what to say. This is completely insane. You can't be serious. Krampus. A goat with hind legs? Do you really think the world has gotten better by locking this man up? There's still more. Disease, death.
Yet we still have hope. The hope that every year we can have a time to share with our family and friends. The hope that someday this world will be peace. Answer for the truth. And now,
I saw that.
Shout out to the North Everett Police Precinct officer trying to say that he didn't open the door in that video.
How much can I trust him?
As you can see, it doesn't move much. Without effort. It is 5:29 a.m. PST, December 8th, 2024. The federal felons upstairs are still very much upstairs. They've been busy. A busy group of people going to prison for 40 years minimum. Whistleblowers excluded. Don't believe me? Oh, you'll find out. I'd watch everybody come running back to me being like, oh, I'm so sorry, you're my friend. Fuck you. Get out of my face. I'll never speak to you again. You're dead.
Don't you think you could be making a mistake? I mean, what if you have a perfectly innocent man in there? He looks perfectly normal. He sounds perfectly normal.
You may wonder, how do I know? Well, I'm not authorized to tell you that. But believe you me, it's an absolute.
He shifts his shape and catches off guard. He plays tricks on the mind. The moment you let your guard down, he will show himself.
The precinct of fraudsters, kidnappers, stalkers, child abusers, harassers, thieves, cyber attackers. The precinct of federal felons. There will be an exodus at the North Everett Police Precinct.
Please, you must believe me. I believe you. Do you really?
I'm sampling a bunch of podcasts. So far, they all suck. I just want something that is like unique horror stories with audio. It doesn't like Homecoming. I don't know if anybody's heard that. It won a bunch of awards. Season 1 was really good. Season 2 sucked, or the TV show, or the movie, whatever. I watched something that was supposed to be like the conclusion, and it was super duper lame. Kind of like Archive 81. That was so good and addicting for the first season, and then the second season happened, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Monetary magicians. These are the things people say about
Now I'm trying Red Valley, Season 1, Episode 1. Unfortunately, relying on Reddit for recommendations, it's not as smooth as it is with other podcast recommendations, because a lot of people recommend podcasts that I think suck. Like the Magnus Archive, super lame every time I try it. Knife Point, lame. Tower 4, lame. So this one sounds lame, so maybe it'll be good.
All-electric CDX for $389 a month.
Red Valley is intended for mature audiences and contains scenes some listeners may find distressing. Please go to redvalleypod.com for full content warnings on every episode. Do you want to continue?
Oh, and federal felons, you should be advised that some of the federal employees that you have greatly offended, they have plans to humiliate each and every one of you right around the first week Donald Trump's in office for a month straight. Inauguration Day, I think, was January 20th. I looked it up on Google. Ho, ho, ho.
Wait. Yep, it's on. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Wait, should we start the conversation again, or what? No, let's just carry on. Doesn't sound very formal to me. Well, it isn't formal. It's private. I thought that was the point.
That is to say, you guys have decided that you would like to experience what the federal government refers to as psychological and litigious warfare. And they are going to oblige each and every one of you who hasn't blown the whistle with hints at the end of this month, real large grand displays and gestures at the end of next month. Pretty much the entirety of times that you find yourself in front of a judge in the month of February, and then we all know where everybody will be sitting that didn't blow the whistle for the whole month of March. You can deny it. I'm not going to get paid to convince you otherwise, but I'd like it if you didn't die. Yeah, I'd like it if some of you didn't commit suicide. But your ego's so wrapped up in the job you should have never had that is the outcome.
What? I want you to take this seriously, okay? I do. I need you to. I promise you, I'm taking this seriously.
Whistleblowers, that excludes you. So just remove yourself from that entire spiel. Whistleblowers are good. They're going to get compensated. They're going to have to experience detainment too at a 5-star hotel with a $250 a day pro diem. So I don't want to hear any complaints. Fatten the fuck up and enjoy your time. Barricaded in a hotel room with an armed guard right outside your door.
Come on, you asked me to record it. I went and got your dictaphone.
Because this whole 123 days of being illegally detained, much more enjoyable if I had $250 a day pro diem and room service, man. Let me tell you, I would have become an alcoholic for one thing. I would have been drinking fresh mint mojitos from probably noon onward.
Go ahead, please. How much do you know about cryonic preservation? Cryonic preservation. The preservation of human beings at extreme low temperature. You mean like Walt this guy, I swear to God, if you say anything about Walt, his both fucking head, I'm hanging up his phone.
And one thing that is sad about it is there's so many people that I already removed out of my life because of their lack of trustworthiness. And unfortunately, because of FBI debriefs I've received since the end of August, I truly don't know who else I'll be whittling out. Just that once again, there will be a major whittling that will take place. And according to the federal government, when I am compensated, as is not a surprise in any way, shape, or form, all of them will come running back to me. And I'm not authorized to allow them back in any way, shape, or form. Dims de facts, dims de facts. And I might add, it's not a surprise at all because when I was pulling in more money than any of my parents a year, I had no shortage of invitations. Or to put it another way, it's like I'm weeding my garden right now, but the federal government is doing it for me. Anyway, I said all that just primarily to expound a little bit on the fact that everyone that hasn't blown the whistle, I just want you to realize what's going to be occurring going forward is you're going to experience what real professionals of the federal government refer to as psychological and legal warfare. And you're going to experience that because you insist it happen. So that is what's going to occur going forward. And for anyone else that's watching this, recall, the FBI has stated that the federal felons will be engaging in additional felonies between now and the 26th, beginning on December 6th. and that they have plans which involve getting another person or persons to join them in prison, and that currently every day that passes, additional counts of felonies that are already on their indictments are being added every day. Every day. So, as those of you who have blown the whistle will start to bear witness to, it pretty much all goes downhill for them the last week of January, with hints about exactly how that's going to be taking place between December 27th and December 30th. The FBI wants to encourage one of the people who will be permanently disbarred's vanity. So they have a deliberate plan of action to allow one or more really illegal things to occur during the first 2 weeks of January. And I don't know what those things are. But I know that whoever it is that is feeling so confident and successful the first 2 weeks of January is locked up behind bars on March 1st, essentially indefinitely, guys. Extreme flight risk, no bail.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holding. Building Storage Solutions, how can I help?
Oh, hi. I wonder if you can. I'm Warren Godby. I'm from accounts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Godby. How can I help?
Yes, I'm trying to find the department that looks after one of the company's facilities.
Which facility would that be?
It's a seed vault.
What, sorry?
Yeah, it sounded weird to me too. A seed vault? I think it's like a cold storage thing for keeping emergency crop supplies.
That's the stuff that we have here.
Oh, really? I thought Storage Solutions would be the right place.
No. Try Agri Solutions.
Agriculture. Good idea. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Have a great afternoon. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Hello, Agri Solutions. This is Tracy speaking.
Hello, my name's Warren Godby. I'm from accounts. I'm looking into a facility that we have on our books, and I can't actually find the department it comes under.
You can't find the department?
No, it sounds daft, doesn't it?
What facility is it?
It's a sea vault storing...
Anyway, I didn't say all of that to scare the vain idiots going to prison for the rest of their lives. I said all of that so the whistleblowers could write it down. It's important to reflect on the information the FBI provides in advance. Reassuring.
Seeds, I was pointed towards you guys.
Never heard of it.
Oh, that is a shame.
Is there anything else I can help you today?
But most notably, I would just set up a Google notification January 1st to the 15th. Or 14th, I guess. There's only 28 days in January. January 1st to the 15th. Who is a member of of the bar who thinks they're successful during that period of time? And then I want you to go to March 1st to the end of the month and put that person's name there on your Google notifications and calendar and write "will be in jail" in King County.
Well, yeah, I really wouldn't mind speaking to...
James is on annual leave till 17th.
Who is Mr. James?
Thank you for your call. Goodbye.
Hey, well, can I actually... Sorry, what did you say it was? A seed vault. Is that geographical science?
No, this is bioscience.
Sorry, do you have the extension?
He wants to come in Wednesday.
That's too long not to have a shower.
That's all he can do. But he wants to do the cabinet doors.
What's wrong with the cabinet doors?
He wants to put like slowly closing hinges on them so they don't slam.
Why? Do we slam them too loudly?
I don't know.
Are people complaining that we slam our cabinets too loudly?
Who cares? It's his money.
It's having the showers broken. He wants to change their hinges on the bloody
He
cabinets.
said it'll extend their lifespan. You're right now.
The lifespan?
I know, he's such a dick.
I'm sorry, Mr. Landlord. How many slams do these cabinet doors have? 2,000, 3,000? I'm sorry, honey, we can't move in here. There's just been too many slams per cabinet. It's false economy.
And there's no shower.
And there's no shower.
You took your pills this morning.
Yeah, it is a goose chase, all right. I've been bouncing around all day long. I've still got some more to follow up on.
Any idea of the size of the company now?
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, it is.
So you're right. It is.
I've never known anything like it.
Welcome to Overhead. Keep digging.
Gordon, it's Mr. Godby from accounts. He's asked to see you.
Oh, hi. I didn't have an appointment booked.
I've never booked an appointment with you before.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks, Jenny. Glad it's not just me. What's that? It seems really hard to talk to anyone around here. Everyone's so occupied. Don't take it personally. Probably just worried you're here to streamline their department or close it down completely, something like that. Right. It's a shame there's such a reputation that goes with accounts. I would like to change that if I could. Are you new? Yes. 3 months in. Anyway, I really don't want to take up much of your time.
And then I do want to remind everybody that aside from one specific former indoor current high-ranking officer, the number one people who will be going to prison are those that are members of the bar, without immunity and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for their arrogance and federal and state violations. This includes those that they apparently have consulted with on a regular basis who've been under FBI investigation since 2017, not limited to officers of the North Everett Police Precinct.
Your time, so I'll just... Anyway, I've been around the houses a bit looking for something. Accounts, obviously. I thought it was an ongoing project, but I can't find a trace.
That is to say, the FBI has indeed confirmed that multiple people whose penises have been inside of me are to blame for influencing those of you going to prison for the rest of your lives. That's been verified. You're welcome.
Cases anywhere, so I thought I'd try yourself in archives next. I know some departments get repurposed or interview games, so...
Multiple people whose penises have been inside of me 2017 and before. That's who you're going to prison for. All of you that are going to prison, you just won't find out until the trial and everything comes out. But your free will is what led you to perpetrating all of the crimes you perpetrated because of some guys who were sad when I stopped letting them put their penis in me. Circa 2016, really, but they didn't start acting like crazy psychopaths in concert until 2017.
What it is, well, I think it's a seed bank or a seed vault, something like that.
You can deny it, that's all right, but the federal government will make you see. Oh, yeah. Remember, there's less days left until March 1st than you've been illegally detaining me.
Something like that. Like they have one up in Svalbard, in Norway, like an end-of-the-world resource of all the essential crops and seeds and whatever. They call it a doomsday vault. I'm starting to feel like this is a practical joke.
You're talking about the Red Valley Sea.
Sorry, bro. The what?
How long did you say you've been there?
Or to put it another way, the FBI says that I'll be happier the first week of March than I've been in years. Did you get that? The first week of March 2025, according to the FBI, I'm going to be happier than I've been in years. You know what makes me happy? Really basic things. Being able to donate money and my time. Spending time with my kids and other kids that need someone to take them to do fun shit. And going on vacation and doing all of the fun shit, but without a super tight itinerary because I can't stand that shit. You know what I'm talking about? For instance, going to Kauai, renting ATVs for 2 hours and prepaying in advance to rent some surfboards afterwards for a few hours. Then paying for horseback riding at night, beachside. A lax but tourist dense vacation. Flying out of Seattle airport where it's legal to depart with your highly taxed marijuana. These are the things, just a few of the things, that make me happy. So I am expecting all of those things the first week of March 2025.
3 months. Sorry, what's Red Valley? Is that a name or a place? I have a card I could take. Yeah. You're actually the first person to ask for these. So there you go. That's me. This is great. The Red Valley Seagull, right? You've definitely never heard of it. This is the first time I've heard anything about it. There's just the usual, loose ends in the budget review. My line manager asked me to follow up on it. Good line. Doug Holder, nice guy. Red Valley was a small holding next to a very small mountain called Bay Bag, affectionately known as Bee Bag. Only no one's got any affection for it, so we just called it Ball Bag.
And worth noting, Mr. Bonafide genius FBI agent that has a particular disdain for one person with a vagina who either is a member of the bar or thinks she is. Apparently, her rampant attempts to humiliate me and discredit me, the FBI is going to deliver to her by doing everything she couldn't do because of a lack of evidence, but attempted to do with a bunch of hearsay and perjury perpetrated by people going to prison. That's the one I think is going to shoot themselves in the head before they're sentenced, by the way, everybody. I think it's going to be an old woman who thought she was smarter than the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I might add, it is the woman the FBI is confident they'll be convicting for every kidnapping, including August 17th. Does that help anyone? She might not be old, but she acts like a woman that's gone through menopause. But keep in mind, the FBI did say she has a personality disorder. They've called her a sociopath.
You were there? You worked there yourself? No. I was part of the redevelopment team. The land was snatched up by the government during the Cold War, and they built a small missile tracking base on it. They had a 20-unit skeleton crew. The people have been throwing around the idea of an emergency crop resource in the event of a nuclear incident, and as the site was already militarized and isolated, they started working on a vault. Then the Cold War. And I guess the money stopped. It's been empty until Overhead acquired a company that had built the vault for the government. They bought it out entirely, and that's when I was put on the team to modernize the vault to improve it to the highest standard. So why wasn't it finished? Will you tell me? Accounts swooped in and killed it before we ever got the plans approved. I'm sorry, I wish I had an answer for that. If you want to see, I've still got the file for those plans on my screen right here. But yeah, that would actually be great. Just let's around here then. Oh, yeah, here. That's it. Right. Just scooch around here. just a bunch of adverts for tortoises. I know. I'm buying tortoise. Why are they swear to me you've never heard of the Red Valley Seafold until I just told you? What? Why? Swear to me, or we're going to have a problem. I swear I've never heard of it. I'm learning a lot today. You swear? I swear. You swear. Could you take your hand off my knee? Warren, if they're selling the bottle would have felt, new boy, looking for Red Valley, it would be for a reason, and not a happy, touchy, big smiling reason, a creepy, suspicious, nasty one. Trust me. Look, Mr. Porlock, you've been really helpful. I'm very grateful. I said it wouldn't take up much of your valuable time, and neither of us have blinked for about 30 seconds, so... Are you recording this, Warren? Am I what? Recording this? You should be. I am. You're recording this conversation. Right now. You bet I am. This is very funny. This is a very fine joke. I'm sorry if the council treated you badly in the past. Just making fun of you, Warren. If I wanted to do that, I'd draw attention to your puny beard and little toddler hands. Oh, nice. I feel so much better now. Section is just down the corridor. There's dictaphones in there. Go in and help yourself. I want you to tape every conversation you have now, Warren. You might need it. Righty-ho, will do. I know how many are in there. I'll count them once you're gone. It's been wonderful meeting you, Mr. Porlock. Call me good. I sure will. Warren. Yes. Have you streamlined any other department yet? Yes, I did. A meat printing project. Meat printing? Yeah, like organic 3D printing. It was a terrible project. We closed the whole department. How did that feel? It was awful. Don't get the tortoise. Why not? Then have a lovely time.
You have 3 new messages. First new message received today at 15:34 hours.
Warren, I very much enjoyed our meeting this afternoon. Yeah, I'd be happy to help you. My phone number is 077 9626 916.
To listen again, message deleted. Next new message received today at 16:15 hours.
Hi, Warren. I'm sending you something to your house. I hope you don't mind. I got your address from payroll. I just pretended to be you on the phone. It's funny, actually.
To listen again, press 1. To save, press message deleted. New message received today at 16:18 hours.
Playing this back in my mind, I'm probably really creeping you out, aren't I? I am sorry. I don't get to talk about this stuff very much. I'm sorry I pretended to be you on the phone to payroll and shouted at you to give me your address. It's not weird. I just blurted that out in my last message. Anyway, call me when you get my package. I sent them overhead courier actually, so you should probably... Hey.
Hey, where are you?
I got stuck on the M4. I'm sorry. I'm just past Newbury.
You going to this tea?
I know. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a package for you. Courier delivered this while ago.
How did you do that? Hey, don't worry. I've got some calls to make, babe. I'm really sorry.
Okay, see you when you're back.
Warren Godby. Mr. Porlock. Gordon, please. Right. Gordon, it is. Did you get my package? I did.
I'm going to put it a final way, guys. When the FBI has an informant send you a fucking invoice, you best believe you're going to be paying that bill.
Got that here really fast. The item wasn't with me. It was at a storage locker in a facility we have near Chepstow. The nearest you thing it was to me. No one knows what it is. It's just another box with another barcode on it. You've opened it? Yes, I have. It's an old phone cassette. You haven't listened to it yet? I wanted to speak to you first the voicemails you left me earlier, the whole getting my address thing?
Yes. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to go quickly. Sure, you want.
And as of today, the North Everett precinct of fraudsters in Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and DCY fucked owe me $12.1 million.
Put you right in, so to speak.
Turn me into what?
Are you recording this conversation?
No,
No, it's one thing I asked you to do. If you're not being careful enough, even at this stage, I don't know if I want to take this any further.
good. The only purpose of my visit was to understand the use of our funds in and around a sea vault facility, Red Valley, or whatever that is, to answer an inquiry from my line manager, Doug. This is all really easy.
Turn on your recorder, hold it up to the phone, and record it.
Fine. Hang on.
You're alone.
Sorry, say that again.
You're alone?
Yes, it's late. My wife's in bed already.
Is that it? Is it on?
Wait, hang on a second. Wait. Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, wait, should we start this conversation again, or what?
No, let's just carry on.
That doesn't sound very formal to me.
Well, it isn't formal. It's private. I thought that was the point. What?
I want you to take this seriously, okay?
I do.
I need you to.
I promise you, I'm taking this seriously. Come on, you asked me to record it. I went and got your dictaphone. Go ahead, please.
How much do you know about cryonic preservation?
Cryonic preservation. I don't know. Is that like cryogenics?
No, no, it's not like that at all. Everyone knows the word cryogenics. It's not what this is. I mean, at least half of it. Maybe that's where it started. I don't know. There isn't a cryogenics division anymore. I mean, that I know of. Who knows?
Right.
But cryogenics is not the term I'm trying to explain. Cryogenics deals with the production of extreme low temperature and the effects of those temperatures. I'm talking about cryonics, and that deals very specifically with one thing.
Okay.
Human beings.
Human beings.
The preservation of human beings at extreme low temperature.
You mean like Walt Disney?
I swear to God, if you say anything about Walt Disney's frozen fucking head, I'm hanging up this phone right now.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't fucking laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I just don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Fine. You want to save the backstory for later? We'll do it that way. Some people have their bodies frozen at the point of death in the hope that one day they can be brought back to life. A handful of very optimistic and very rich people. We own one of the companies that do that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. That's all legal. That's all above board. People can spend their money on whatever they want. Liposuction, buy-to-rent housing, a national trust membership, fine. You want all your blood drained out in exchange for a cryoprotective compound that will preserve your organs and tissues in the chance you might be resuscitated one day and live in the future. Be my guess. But no one wants to talk about how we get to that future, Warren.
What are you talking about?
These people imagine it'll be like the movies. They'll wake up like Sigourney Weaver and alien, peaceful in her little hypersleep pod, years from now looking fabulous. Some of them, they don't even want to wait till they die. That's much more grisly and complicated. They'd like to be frozen right now while they're fit and healthy, ready to see the future. But they're not interested in the cost. And I don't make money on it. Hard as that might be for someone like you to understand. Look, Gordon, there's not a lot of seeds in the Red Valley seed vault, Warren. Listen to the tape. Don't tell Doug Holder. And record everything you do.
Red Valley was written by Jonathan Williams and directed by Alan Mandel and Jonathan Williams. In recording, editing, music and sound design by Richard Campbell at Orpheus Studio London. Carol Pestridge as creative consultant. Performances by Jonathan Williams, Alan Mandel, Lane Cunningham, John Cook Lynch, Carol Pestridge, Chloe Gardiner, Richard Campbell, Lord Cass Hunt, and Lee Bowers. For more information and content, you can can find us on social media at Red Valley Pod. If you like what you heard, please rate, review, and subscribe. Thanks so much for listening.
The Fable and Folly Network, where fiction for This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are the things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations. Upgrade your business tools with an American Express Business Platinum Card. Unlock over $1,000 per year in statement credits on select purchases in categories including tech, wireless, and recruiting. And so big expenses can deliver big benefits, you'll also earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on single eligible purchases of $5,000 or more. Terms and point cap apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/business-platinum. Amex Business Platinum. Built for business by American Express.
Red Valley is intended for mature audiences and contains scenes some listeners may find distressing. Please go to redvalleypod.com for full content warnings on every episode. Do you want to continue? Aubrey Wood, book number 58. The infusions have begun in earnest now. Yogi and Pooh aren't feeling too chipper. Yogi's only been out of the medibate for 48 hours as fears. I'm confident he'll be back in again by tonight. Pooh's problems are as much down to his attitude as anything else. He ripped out his IV this morning and wouldn't eat. Should be forgiven for thinking he doesn't want to be here. All the others seem fine, responding well. Not enough time's passed to observe any particular cause for these two reactions compared to the others, and honestly, not a big enough pool to draw any worthwhile conclusions anyway. Maybe it's because we didn't give the other guys such stupid names.
What names did the other guys get?
Brown, black, grizzly, and polar.
She's right, they are less stupid.
Indeed.
How much more is that?
I haven't listened to it all, but not a great deal. The text mostly blank. Maybe they were for dictation. Someone transcribed the log and then wiped the tape. Maybe they used a different tape for each log, no matter how short it was. Maybe she just lost it.
Maybe it was taken.
Or maybe it was taken.
This is exciting. So, what is it? Some animal testing thing? That might explain why it's a big secret. Can't pull shampoo in a rabbit's eyes these days.
You sound sad about that.
You know how brittle my hair is. I need good shampoo. Have you spoken to Bill about this? Do you think he'd be okay with you following some eco-warrior who's sending what I assume is confidential material to your home address?
I haven't mentioned it yet.
Because this guy wouldn't told you not to.
No, because it's 7:20 in the morning and I'm scrubbing fish skin off a frying pan. I'll speak to him about it later. Gordon's just an old fruit. The whole company is crawling with this kind of guy. Little mole men who never see daylight want to be in the X-File.
Do you want to be an X-File?
You kidding? I'm fucking married to an X-File.
Dr. Thomas wants to keep going with the dietary supplements. I'm less inclined to continue just because they taste so bad. None of them are enjoying it, and like I said, Pooh is just refusing now. Even when I gave him something he liked instead, he wouldn't touch it. Dr. Thomas thinks it'll help the infusion process along. I don't know. Maybe it would. It shouldn't be necessary, though.
we don't stick to the regimen we laid out, then how are we going to prove the infusion's efficacy? I suppose we're both coming from a place of compassion. I want to keep their spirits up and send them in with as positive a state of mind as we can, then want to give them the best physiological shock possible. Right, we'll decide.
That's £4.20. £4.20. How's that? It's normally 3 something.
Vegetables are 50p per serving, so that's £1. Chips are £1 a serving, so that's £3.
How's that £3?
That's 2 servings of chips.
That's 1 serving of chips.
And the pie is £1.20.
But that's only 1 serving of chips.
It's 2, sir.
How many chips quantifies a serving? Is there a specific number?
I'll take £4.
What sort of price is negotiable now? Is the chip count negotiable too? Hello.
Hi.
I'm sorry, this is my desk.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Gemma.
Hi. So is there like something wrong with your desk or?
Oh, no. The hot desking starts today.
What hot desk?
It was an email. From Doug.
I haven't seen that email.
Good word. I'm taking your desk.
Yeah, I don't know where to sit now, but they're all taken, aren't they?
My students are letting down the road all day. That's why there's nothing free.
Okay, cool. It's fine. I mean, if it's just today.
Oh no, it's every Thursday.
Oh, what?
It's every Thursday. Christina and Doug.
I'm sorry.
You should check the email.
I will. Hello, did you listen to it? Hello, did you listen to the tape? Gordon. No, I'm the other guy you met yesterday who puts balls on the line sending recordings of highly sensitive material to your house. Of course. This is about time. You seem to have a big boy voice. No, now it's fine. Did you listen to it? Yes, I listened to it back. It's really interesting, yes. Interesting? Yeah. Well, look, I'm going to be in the car park of the North Building at 7 p.m. tonight. I've got a gold colour Vauxhall Astra, well, it's more concrete, but I like to say it's gold. I've got with a golden bullet. It doesn't have to go fast. Thanks for telling me that, but I don't mean in the car. But I recommend get to the end of the tape first, as you obviously haven't. Then we can discuss how interesting it is. I actually have a lot of other things that I need to... What the fuck? So yeah, it's good. This guy seems to have some background on the whole thing, so yeah.
Seems to.
Yeah, he says he used to work for the Seabolt in some capacity. I think he may have been let go, to be honest. He seems quite bitter about the whole thing.
Still to find someone who was involved with the project at the managerial level. These guys, they rename and repurpose, restart these things all the time. If it wins the next last of the budget, they'll do whatever they have to to stay in business.
Yeah, of course. I will. This guy's just... He's interesting. I thought it'd be good to get to know as much about, well, you know, whatever this is before I went in all guns blazing.
Guns blazing?
Yeah.
Did you speak to Clive Shaw yet?
No, I've tried him. I haven't had a response back.
I've heard he's looking for an R&D. I'm sure he'll be able to help.
I'm sure he can. Yeah, I try to work this guy, Gordon. I like to be thorough. Don't worry.
Don't worry, buddy. Just keep me posted on what happens. Okay? That's what I'm here.
You got it. Oh, done.
Yeah.
I lost my desk on Thursdays.
Yeah. So it's obvious restructuring. These are the...
Of course. I think I must have got the date wrong or something.
Right.
Not to worry. I'll be on the road anyway.
Okay, then.
Okay, I'll let you go. And Doug, thank you again.
Don't be so.
Sure thing.
Buy your money.
was back in the Medibay for a few hours and we'd ceased the infusion 7 hours ago, but he arrested just after midnight. Brian and Ben were already there. I arrived as soon as I heard the alarm. We did everything right, everything we could, but we couldn't get him back. Go to sleep. Dr. Thomas, Dr. Halbeck and I all concur that Yogi died of a massive hypercoagulation event. If he had had a single embolism, maybe he would have survived the arrest, or we could have. There was no way we could have stopped it happening. Yeah, he had no genetic disposition that would invite this kind of scenario, or he never would have made it into the program, so it must have been a reaction to the cryoprotectant. Yogi was on the alpha course with Pooh and Brown, so we paused their infusions while Bryony recalibrates. This still isn't going to bump the schedule, apparently. Teddy Bear's Picnic goes live on Monday, and I felt stupidly using that code name that I do this morning.
If I could just take the account number, I can help you with that, sir.
I gave you that just now.
I don't think it did.
Not you, the robot person asked me to type it in before it got put through to you.
And that's your policy number, not your account number.
How is that different?
The policy number is for your individual policy. The account refers to your department account.
You want the number of the account for accounts?
Yes.
Look, I don't have that number, I just have the letter you sent, which tells me you're lowering my pension contribution, but I requested that I increase it.
Yes. And with the account number, I can access all your policy information and see where we are.
If you need the account number to see my policy information, then what is the point of a policy number?
Sir.
Just the curry and the yogurt, thanks.
Could you get the props on, please?
Sorry?
Can I see under the poppadom?
What do you think is under the poppadom?
I'd like to check, please.
It's curry. There's curry under the poppadom.
Could you just lift it?
No. I'm going to draw the line. I'm not going to lift the poppadom.
There's a line, and I can't charge until I've seen your items, and I need to confirm what is underneath the poppadom. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
There are 5 chips under the poppadom.
Well, that's all about, isn't it?
It sure is.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Have a great day.
No, you have a great day.
I will try.
Swell. Namaste.
No. If you want to talk about anything like crop storage, anything in the agri sector, you need to go back to before overhead acquired all those patents. You need to go back to Wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse?
Wheelhouse. That was the company that owned all the farming contracts. They had satellite operations around the country, around the world. When we absorbed Wheelhouse, we took all those over.
Right.
Overhead doesn't just buy patents, man. We buy every other company that buys patents. We own ideas, that's the point.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you do. Doug told me you were the next big thing.
I don't know about that. Clive, do you know anything about cryonic storage?
Yeah. You mean cryogenics?
No, that's actually the study of... I can't remember actually. Anything cryo-y, really?
No, we own a bunch of patents for like athletic treatments, like cryosaunas for rich footballers, Olympians, and shit like that. I don't know. What's that got to do with your seed vault thing?
Well, if it was a vault for storing crops, they'd have to be frozen, wouldn't they?
No. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you don't
Know what?
know anyone, any teams that are working cryo stuff? Clive?
Yeah.
Everything alright?
Yeah, man. Look, I'll go about. Good talking to you. Doug was right. You're the next big thing. Let's get a drink or something soon.
Yeah,
I'll email
cool,
you. Peace.
Okay.
Are you recording?
Jesus, I just got in. Aren't you recording this anyway?
Of course I am, but you need a copy for your own records.
Can't I just have a copy of yours?
Now you're being ridiculous. continue. How did you enjoy the tape?
Some horrible things happening to some things with code names that are all bears for some reason.
Some things.
So you're saying they're people, Yogi and Pooh and Brown Bear and whoever.
Well, they were bears. They wouldn't be very good code names.
I guess not.
Kind of weird though, isn't it? Well, they're talking about compassion, about doing what's right. She doesn't treat them like people. They might as well be animals. Pumping them up with their synthetic shit and sending them to their doom.
What are these infusions? What's she giving them?
I don't know exactly, but we're past the nutritional boosting phase, the training, the fitness, the aptitude test, the gene studies. We're getting to the real ham of this sandwich, Warren. These are cryoprotectant infusions.
But what is that?
Getting your subjects in the best shape of their lives is only the first part. You want someone to survive the greatest endurance test humankind has ever known. You're going to want to make sure they are ripped like Jesus before they go through it. But none of that matters if you freeze them so fucking hard. Ice crystals form all over their body. They end up shredding. That's the word. Then you basically just be defrosting a big red slush puppy. So, I'll actually swap out their regular blood for a synthetic that doesn't just do all your regular blood jobs, but it's also cram lots of release derived from all kinds of crazy shit. Crazy shit infusions. Look, I wasn't there, and I'm not a cryobiologist, but the company's been trying to develop and refine life extending drugs for years. If you want to follow the money, there is an R&D black fucking hole in this company when it comes to human longevity projects. Particularly DNA with amphibians. Those little frogs who get frozen in lakes or would survive to see the spring. Cold-blooded insects. There's the rotten egg gas. Well, hydrogen sulfide. They use that as a chemical weapon in World War I. It's really dangerous, but apparently it's loaded with all this crap that protects your arteries and whatever. There's stuff in red wines. Good fucking olive oil, who knows? Anyway, they fill their boys, Yogi and Boo and whoever, with bags of this stuff. Teddy bears for fucking picnicking. So they're as ready as they'll ever be when they go in the freezer. They're all made like the bears, man. They're going into hibernation.
So I have a lot of questions.
Are they all about accounting?
Not exclusively.
Oh, come on, man. I'm talking to you about illegal experimentation. It's human cryonic preservation. If I could show you the receipts, I would, but this is what I have.
You have to conceive of what this is two men sat in the rain in a 1998 Vauxhall Astra.
I get it. Okay, I get it. You need more. I'm doing this as gradually as I can because if I showed you the whole jigsaw, your head would pop off your skin up your shoulders. Here is your next puzzle piece.
Another tape.
Another tape.
Now, this one's not going to fit in my dictaphone.
I only want Mr. Godfrey, but luckily you're sitting in a 1998 Vauxhall Astra. Lights and air conditioning. It makes up for in a top-notch cassette.
Red Valley was written by Jonathan Williams and directed by Alan Randell and Jonathan Williams. In recording, editing, music and sound design by Richard Campbell at Orpheus Studio London, with Carol Estridge as creative consultant. Performances by Jonathan Williams, Alan Randell, Dave Cunningham, Jonathan Lynch, Alexander Broad, Hadley Smith, Sophie Wilson and Tash Friends. For more information and content, find us on social media at Red Valley Pod. If you like what you heard, please rate, review, and subscribe. Thanks so much for listening.
Order for delivery today, Nerd Squad. Order number 200012567487487590.
Remember that mall
mall in your hometown. You know the one. The one you and your friends used to spend weekends at. Eating corn dogs, buying rollerblades, going to the arcade, pulling a series of increasingly
Unit
elaborate
207's
and
already
somehow
frantically on the phone.
unbelievable
You already have to
Remember
come
how
and
it was
bring the
run
other
by a
order,
shadowy cabal
idiots.
of organized crime bosses
Come on.
and how
Come
dozens,
on.
maybe hundreds of orphan kids lived in the mall, which itself was fantastical, sprawling, and a leftover relic of a bygone magical age. Remember? You do? Then you would love Mallrats, a podcast.
They'll probably
starring
cancel the
Nicole Kidman,
package, make it delayed, whatever. You know, all the same shit that we have on video of them doing over and over and over. But they've got to come already today, so maybe they'll just come already today.
A podcast for best friends by best friends.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast today. Smart choice. Make another smart choice with Auto Quote Explorer to compare rates from multiple car insurance companies all at once. Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the energy of electrification. Available time-test high-performance variant, nearly 500 horsepower and 278-mile EPA range ratings. Choose from our complimentary charging packages, so you can charge how you want. The all-electric Acura CDX. This is the energy of innovation, accurate, precision-crafted performance. Visit your local Acura dealer to lease the all-electric CDX for $389 a month.
Red Valley is intended for mature audiences and contains scenes some listeners may find distressing. Please go to redvalleypod.com for full content warnings on every episode. Do you want to continue?
This isn't a long recording. What is this? This is the audio from the video feed inside the cryo suite at Red Valley. I have a video too, but like I said, I'm trying to break you in gently. This is where it all happens. So let's see. You've got your 6 candidates for the teddy bear's pit. 6 guys, full of synthetic blood, about to be put in induced comas and cryonically frozen. In these death, after having massive reactions to the infusion they're giving him just days before. And he's fine. Just like you heard words say, the picnic was due to start the coming Monday, and it did. The other 5, brown, black, grizzly, polar, and blue, they all go into the capsule, the cryopods. They're hooked up, every bit of monitoring going like super intensive care unit. They're fully anesthetized, tubes in their mouths, in their arms, in their cocks, no lard. Wait. What?
Aren't I supposed to be listening to this tape? Aren't I missing what's happening?
No, not yet. Nothing's happening yet. I'm saying let's see. So, tubes and cars.
Why have this tape on at all?
What do you mean?
Well, you could set a scene just by talking, and then play me this tape.
No, but this is the atmosphere.
I'm trying to show you. So you're literally playing this as like a backing track while you make this speech setting your scene.
Well, that makes it sound simple.
No, it's just what?
I really don't think this.
What?
It's 3 a.m. and I haven't slept not for a minute.
Okay, this is what's long. I was intending to have you all brought up to speed, but I didn't think you were going to ask so many fucking questions. And now my tongue is off.
This is more than one recording.
Yeah, I've got the audio from the cryo suite, and I've got Wood's logs, and I've cut them together. Why would you do that? To make it more dramatic. To draw you in, get you to invest, like a sizzle reel.
Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. It's just not what I was expecting. Oh shit, Warren. Look, now I've lost my place.
Where are you doing this?
Choosing cops, tubes, everyone. All the monitoring is going, they've been studying me the whole time, recording all the data. In the course of the last 2 weeks.
2 weeks. The affairs have been frozen for 2 weeks.
Well, this isn't the first time they've done this. The company, I mean, they've been building up slowly, a day, a long weekend. All our teddy bears the first time is, of course, and Wood too. She's new. We joined the story at the end of the course. It's down to 3 teddy bears.
What happened to the others?
Well, Brown and Pollard didn't make it more than a day. One of them didn't survive the rapid cooling process before the big freeze. The other one held out for a few hours after, then her heart just gave up. I think it was sweet. Well, here we go. Now, here we go.
I'm really doing this. It's 6 a.m. and I haven't slept not a minute. I was sick earlier. I don't know if I'm excited or most terrified I've ever been in my life. Dr. Halbeck oversaw the heart palpitations at midnight. The 8-hour activation period is nearly up. She sent Dr. Thompson Lee to bed for when the biggie's back could be. How are we supposed to sleep when all we can think about is waking someone up?
I can't hear what's going on. You will. What did she say? What's heart for? I had to Google it myself. It was a type of smelling salt or something. For people who fainted in the oldie times. It has literally nothing to do with what's in that infusion. I think they just like the sound of it.
The heart toilet's failed.
We don't know that. The monitoring is going on. Heart-lowing, SATs, ECG is flat.
Okay, if it's flat, just check the lead. It's probably
It's not
got
a bloody leak. There's no tricks on any of it. Right, open it up. You want to open it up now? If we don't know if his heart's beating, there's no point in messing about, is there? Shit. I thought she was right. All I could think is that I had to get him out to find out if he was alive because I didn't have anything else to go on. I realised we were entirely in the dark.
Okay. Seal released.
Open it.
Oh, I can't lift it.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, fuck me.
Jesus Christ. What fucking Right, go. Clean it up. We reconvene in 2 hours. There were no readings because there was nothing to read. It was like jam. No, like jelly that hasn't set because you put the wrong fruit in it. It's Grizzly up next. And then we make for lunch.
Oh, Christ, watch yourself.
I know what I'm doing and I need you to keep him still.
How the hell is he even conscious enough to do this?
Talk about too soon. He is awakening exactly as we planned. Yeah, this is just what I had planned. Dr. Woodale, lift his arm. I think it's trapped.
Sure.
Briley, could you give this alarms, please?
It's stuck. It's like he's sitting on it. Oh.
Thank you, Ben. His arm is straightening.
What? Oh, no.
What did you do? His arm just came off in Ben's hand. The shock killed Grizzly in less than a minute. God. I told Harlan to go fuck himself. And I'm locked in my bathroom with half of my bag and my coat on like a bloody teenager. There isn't anywhere to go. Next delivery is 3 days, no way out on foot. I'm right on the everything is perfect. No! Ben, what are you doing?
Halbeck had already put the hearts on it and muted the notifications. We have to do it.
Where's she gone?
She left.
She what?
She's gone. It's just us and Winnie the fucking Pooh. Are you going to help me or not?
Halbeck? Dr. Halbeck? Brady? Answer your fucking
Oh, God. You're in charge of this fucker's airway. Come on.
Can't see the scope. All right. Down with the cup. Down! Fucking rip it then! Come on!
We're doing it.
Shut up.
not doing that.
Red, he's fucking dying on me! Red! With a fucking gun back! Red, please don't leave me with this man! Red!
It kind of winds down from there.
Hey, I don't want to hear any more of this, okay? If this is just some sick joke you think will play on the new guy, then fuck you, alright? If it's real, then fuck you. Why would you show that to me? Why come to someone in accounts with this?
It isn't a joke. And you came to me.
To do an audit on an old account, not to listen to. No one should hear that. Why are you smiling?
I don't know. I smile when things get awkward.
Gordon, why are you sharing this stuff with me? Who is your line manager? You should actually be dealing with this.
This.
Jesus, the fucking police should be dealing with this.
What planet are you on, man? This is Twilight Zone level stuff. They're clearly not worried about breaking a few eggs while they make their creepy dystopian murder omelets. They're not going to think twice about getting rid of someone like me. I've been following this as closely as I can for years, alright? I've been waiting to be able to share it with someone so we can expose it, so we can end it. They must be working on something right now, and someone's dropped the ball bad enough that accounts have picked up the trail, and they've sent you.
I'm not the man for this, alright? This is too big. I'm not Clive Schill.
Clive Schill? The Goblin Boy?
Yeah, you want to resolve? Go to him.
I don't trust Clive fucking Schill. How many men below the age of 40 are called Clive?
I'm not your guy.
Or a guy like me. Asks a guy like you to meet him in a car park in the dark. There's got to be a chance or to snap you, or at least ask you to toss me off or something. Why? For you came anyway, didn't you? Because you're good at this. I can tell you care. I'm taking a huge gamble trusting you. I suck at my job, alright?
What? I didn't even know what this job was, okay? My wife got it for me.
Oh, right.
Look, I've been out of work for a while, okay? I wasn't well, I wasn't well. My wife had to look after me. She's old friends with Doug Holder. They got me this job so I could start fresh, okay? I can't get involved in something like this.
So why did you even seek me out in the first place? Why are you here now?
I don't know.
Because you care. So, my sister will yours too. I'm sorry. That's probably my issue. I care very much about presentation. I'm sorry. But I can see in your eyes. This stuff speaks to you. You give a shit.
A long time ago, maybe. Not now.
A long time ago? You're not going out the fucking grave. Look, so I don't know you, and you don't know me. Fine. I'm the one with everything to lose here. You've got the power to make something happen. Look, will you just take these?
I don't want to know what's in that bag, Gordon. Take the fucking bag.
There's more in there that I need you to hear. Just sleep on it, okay? Just think about it for a little while. People are losing their lives in this company.
Fine. Just don't call me, alright?
Alright? I leave it to you.
I'm going home.
received today at 18:38 hours. Hey babe, just wondering when you'll be done. Nothing in the fridge, so I think it will be a kids' meal spectacular. Fish fingers, chips and beans, everything orange. New message received today at 19:24 hours. Hey, it's me. You didn't say you'd be late tonight. Can you call me when you get this? I've texted you twice already. Bye. New message received today at 20:41 hours. Babe, where the fuck are you? You know I'm worried. You must have like 10 missed calls from me. I don't do this, alright?
Just a standard double, please.
At 69, we've got 2049.
Oh, the twin will be fine, actually.
Okay, so if I can just see your name, please.
Yeah, it's Warren Godby.
Warren Godby?
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's Laura. Laura Handling. Well, Laura Jones now, but Handling at school. We were at St. Luke's together.
Oh, yeah, of course, Laura. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Did you remember you threw Vicky in Howard's mum's house in his mum's bed?
Oh, yeah, right.
You offered to get off with me. I didn't tell you. Which is a pretty strange deal to make.
I agree.
I didn't get off with you.
No. So, do you want the long number across the middle of my card, or...?
Evening, Gordon. Clive Shell. Gordon, I think it's time you and I had a talk about Warren Godby. You can turn off the tape recorder for this one.
Red Valley was written by Jonathan Williams and directed by Alan Mandel and Jonathan Williams, with recording, editing, music and sound design by Richard Campbell at Orpheus Studio London, with Carol Pestridge as creative consultant. Performances by Jonathan Williams, Alan Mandel, May Cunningham, Tash Ruth Banks, Alexander Broad, Max Panks, Heather Wilson, and Nina Cass Hunt. For more information and content, you can find us on social media and Red Valley Pod. If you like what you heard, please rate, review, and subscribe. Thanks so much for listening.
The Fable and Folly Network, where fiction producers flourish.
From the producer of The Subjective Truth and Two Flat Earthers Kidnap a Freemason, comes a chilling new science fiction anthology series called Someone Just Like You.
My fingers bend backward and beg me, please, let us write a story for them. Let us peel back their skin to reveal the horror lurking beneath. Pain that feels all too familiar. Torment that hits too close to home. This isn't an alternate dimension. This isn't a liminal realm or a divergent timeline. These horrors are here and now. This could happen to someone just like you.
Subscribe now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the energy of electrification. Available time-dust high-performance variant, nearly 500 horsepower and 278 mile EPA range rating. Choose from our complimentary charging packages, so you can charge how you want. The all-electric Acura ZDX. This is the energy of innovation. Accurate, precision-crafted performance. Visit your local Acura dealer to lease the all-electric ZDX for $389 a month.
I've got a lot of grandbabies, like a lot. And when it comes to finding a gift for each of them, it could add up. But this year, while I was making my way through Walmart, I realized I don't have to spend a lot to get the gifts they'll love.
And OPI mini mani sets. I'm gonna do so much nail art. Oh damn! A Lego set. My own wild water bottle.
Ooh, and that's just half of them.
Shop great gifts they're sure to love for $25 and under at Walmart.
Red Valley is intended for mature audiences and contains scenes some listeners may find distressing. Please go to redvalleypod.com for full content warnings on every episode. Do you want to continue? Hello? Aubrey Wood, specialist. Day 1, April 17th, block number 1. Safe arrival at Red Valley facility, 1900 hours. Was immediately taken to quarters in the farmhouse. Everything seems good. Everything fine. Unpacking. Full itinerary in place for tomorrow. Follow-up log to be comprehensive. Oh, personal. Nothing to add. It's lovely to be here. Fluoxetine, tetracycline, gentamicin, but in bottles, not amps, metronidazole bags, vancomycin. I'll have the list of what's missing in tomorrow's report. Personal, nothing to add. Sunny all day, and I realise the AC unit isn't functioning properly in the sub-level. I'm attaching the catalogue number as I'm unable to locate an inventory or really any record keeping of any kind on our utilities. Please advise. Personal, nothing to add. Thanks. Right, so following introductions and initiation on the base, and after a little rest after his journey, I expect to have our first formal strategy meeting in the morning. Looking forward to it. Personal. Dr. Thomas seems really nice. He's enthusiastic. He's itching to get started. It's good to see another face. I know it's only been 8 days, and I've had no trouble on my own. It's just good to have someone to talk to. Soon this place will have people everywhere, and I'll probably miss the peace and quiet. Personal. It's been frustrating today, if I'm completely honest. We all had a plan before we left, and to be held up by a courier service is irritating, to say the least. It should have been here before the clients even arrived. Ideally, before I'd even arrived. I'm sure the installation will take ages as well. And I know it's not my field, but honestly, I don't even know where it's all going to go. I've seen the mobile MRI unit. It's state-of-the-art, but it's still enormous. It's meant to go in-house, so I don't see that being easy. Unless they get the clients themselves to carry it in. Honestly, they look like a big shit house and giant haystacks have babies. And then those babies went to the gym. Warren!
Hey,
Where the hell are you?
I'm in Gravesend.
Gravesend? Where are you? Right.
Karen, it's fine. I'm alright.
And what about me? What if I'm not alright? You must have seen my calls, my messages. How dare you just up and go out of nowhere?
I know. You're right. I'm sorry. I can't give you an excuse.
I haven't slept. I wanted to call the police.
God, you didn't, did you? Call the police.
No. Why have you gone there, Warren?
I just needed to go home.
Is this because of that guy you were talking to? Graham?
Gordon, call up.
Sounds like a horrible remedy.
It's nothing to do
with anyone. It's just me.
Where are you right now?
I'm at my dad's grave.
Jesus, babe.
Well, it's not a grave, it's a memorial tree. Well, it's not a memorial tree, really. It's more of a memorial twig.
Look, I can take the day off. If I leave now, I can be there in, 3, 4 hours?
No, really. I'm fine. I needed to see it, work some stuff out. I don't mean to be so dramatic. I just got tunnel vision or something. I was just driving, and before I knew it, I was halfway here.
What's that work?
It's okay. I'm meant to be out of the office today anyway.
And your pills? Do you have all your pills?
Yeah, I have them. I keep spares in the glove box. I'll be home tonight, I promise. Babe, I need to go, alright?
What's going on? Is someone there?
It's fine. I'll speak to you soon.
Warren.
Hi.
Why are you wearing a suit? Are you going to court?
It's what I wear for work.
That doesn't look right on you.
Okay.
Don't worry, this isn't a dramatic coincidence. Laura at the hotel told me you were here. Figured this would be why.
You're friends with Laura at the hotel?
No, I hate her guts. We're friends on Facebook.
Right.
Why are you back, Warren?
I just wanted to see.
You wanted to make sure he was really dead. Because I guess you wouldn't really know for sure, would you?
I haven't come to fight with you, am I?
Oh, it'd be a long way to drive to get your ass kicked, Warren. I mean, I assume you live a long way away. Or maybe you just live above the co-op. How would I know? No. You ran far away to you. New clothes, new haircut. You don't even sound like yourself. Who was that on the phone?
Karen. She's my wife.
Your wife. You know what? I don't own this garden or this town, but right here, this little square of grass, I paid for it. And I'm going to tell you to fuck right off it. You gave up your right to come and stare meaningfully at anything in it.
Emily. I'm sorry, I'll be going.
You should only do what you can live with, Warren. Dad was fine with what he did. He never said a word about any of it. Not after Mum, not after you, not even at the end when the whole town knew and there was no one but me. Because I couldn't live with leaving him on his own in pain. So I stayed. I changed his sheets and got that bastard in and out of the bath while you were off getting fucking married. So I am the one who gets to come up here and tend to this sad little tree because I planted it. You fucked off. So you can stay fucked off.
Personal. The novelty has worn off. The valley, the base, even that farmhouse I thought was so gorgeous. Once you look even semi-closely at any of it, the farmhouse has one of those low door frames that is so cute. You know, the first time you see it, the first time you stoop to get under it, it's like, oh, people were so giddy way back when, weren't they? It's just so bloody annoying to have to stoop or cock your head to the side every damn time you walk under any doorway in this house. I have neck pain. I have neck pain because of the doors and the pillows, which I'm sorry, I like prison pillows. I would roll up a towel to go under the pillow, but there aren't enough towels because I was given one regulation overhead towel and assumed there would be more in the farmhouse, and there were, but they were all covered in these midgets or whatever they are. They're the dominant fucking life forms out here. So I burned the bloody towels and did a dance around them because they were so fucking gross. Anyway, more blood test tomorrow. Yay. Good night. Personal. I'm really glad Bryony is here. Dr. Halbeck, I mean. She likes formality, and so do I. I didn't properly realise until she got here that I was excited for her to join us, not just because she's the leader of the operation, but because, maybe it makes me sound weak or whatever. I was tired of being the only woman up here. I'm tired of the way the subjects look at me. It's intimidating and it freaks me out. I'm tired of looking to them for, what, protection? For reassurance? He couldn't protect me from a malicious bag of crisps. Plus, I catch him staring at my arse every other day.
Hey. Anything you're looking for in particular? Not really, I guess. I used to come in here all the time when I was younger. I just wanted to see if it was still there. Oh, sure. It's been 21 years since we opened. You don't live around there anymore? No, I moved away a while ago. I got my first guitar here. All my CDs, all my games. I wish I still have it all. Oh, it's almost identical. Sign outside's changed though. It used to be that big grand old thing, said second time around. Yeah, we still have it out the back. My dad decided 2TA was cooler, but people would think it sounded sophisticated. Acronym for all the rage a little while ago. Yeah, I understand that. Everyone still calls it second time around, though. 2TA sounds weird. It sounds like French dressmakers or something. 2TA. 2TA, that's what you mean. Wait, so is your dad Bill then? Yeah, that's it. I'm Miles. Warren. Nice to meet you. Oh, no way. What? That's the original Sega Mega Drive. I had exactly that model. It was my best friend. Wait, did all these games come with it? Yeah, I think so. I have to have it. It would have been great to see your dad after all these years. He would never remember me, but I never forgot him. He was a wise dude. Do not let him hear you say that. I never hear the end of it. Practical card. Card. Sure, go ahead. Oh. What? You're Warren Godby? Yeah, you read that on my card. You must have good eyes. You're William Godby's son. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Can I get a bag for this? What's going on? I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And why is that? We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone that we feel. You've already served me. It's already gone through. Can I just get a bag for all the merchandise I just bought from you, and I'll be on my way? We reserve the right to refuse to give a bag to anyone that we feel. Hey, what's going on? I heard you were back. You what? My friend Toby told me you'd seen it. Who the hell's Toby? He heard it from his brother's girlfriend who works at the Travel Inn. Jesus Christ. Do you have a fucking shared WhatsApp group or something? No. Can I speak to your father, please? Not here. Then I'll speak to whoever's in charge. I'm in charge. Well, you can't be in charge. You're a small boy. I'm 22. You're not 22, Pugsley. My name is Miles. Your name is Pugsley. From the fucking Addams family. You're not welcome here. Nor is anyone else from your pedo family. What the fuck did you just say to me? Hey, Mark. Oh, hey, Sam. Jake. Paulie. Hey. Ian. Hey, good. You probably want to be leaving now. You're seriously not going to give me a bad night? No. Don't worry about the receipt. I won't.
Personal. Teddy Bear's picnic is real. It's happening. Dr. Thomas and Dr. Halbeck and I took the evening off to celebrate, and the subjects are having some relaxation time too in their area. There was champagne, which I didn't know was here, which was very smart of Dr. Halbeck, I suppose, because it would have been gone a long time ago. It's been a hard few months. It's been lonely and cold and brittle. And that's the word I'm looking for. I felt brittle. It wasn't what I thought it would be. For better as well as worse. It has been such a privilege to get even this far. I can't wait to see what happens next. The first division begins tomorrow on Yogi Bear. I will get used to stupid names. It's going to be great. I'm going to bed, which is also great. Good night.
Gordon Warlock, Secret Warlock. What? Gordon?
because I'm about to complete a level very near the end of Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and it's extremely tense and exciting.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2?
Yeah, Sonic, right?
Oh yeah, of course I did. I loved it when I was little. Wait, which level?
Wing Fortress Zone.
Right near the end then. Do you want me to call you back?
No. Truth be told, I had to use the level select sheet to get this far. First time I couldn't even get past the, what's the one with all the hills?
Hilltop Zone.
And then I couldn't get past the one with all the oil.
Oil Ocean.
Like, you already do that, Sonic.
Hey, all the guys were Sonic in high school.
Really, mine were all Mario.
Oh, so you struck out alone mistake then?
Not quite. I had both.
Oh, wow. Fancy.
Well, actually, that was just one method of very cool compensation for my father to validate rampant domestic abuse in the family home, but Starling was pretty good, I suppose.
Warren, are you okay?
I'm fine. I mean, I've obviously been drinking, but it's not what you're imagining. I'm not surrounded by empty whiskey miniatures from the minibar. Honestly, I have to take so much medication at the moment that I get like this on, like, 2 beers. And that's what I've had. 2 beers. With dinner. That's why I can't finish Sonic 2 without a level select.
I can call back another time.
Prove you're going to trust me, Gordon. Start with the cheat.
What?
The level select cheat code for this game. Come on. Don't fucking Google that shit. I know you're sitting by your fucking computer, you big geek. Don't do it.
No. I'm on the ring.
What the hell is a sound test? Why are you even there?
No. Why would you want to test the sound?
Numbers, Gordon. What were the sound test numbers?
Okay.
Don't Google it.
19. It's not.
You're on the right, you fuck this up, and you are definitely, I'm going to hang out this sign on our piss on it.
No, we just have that. 9 and 17. I was exhausted.
You did it, that was amazing. You have my permission to continue with whatever reason you were actually calling me about.
Oh, right, yeah.
Gordon?
Look, Warren, I feel like throwing you into all this too fast. It's a lot to take in, and maybe
Gordon, you're talking very strangely. I'm literally just this second starting the last level of this game. It's going to be very difficult for you to go serious on me because this level is called
Death Egg Zone.
the fucking Death Egg. What were they thinking? Anyway, proceed.
Well, that's it, really, Warren. I'm just saying, well, maybe we can step back a little from the whole Red Valley thing.
What? Why?
Well, you said you were going through some stuff, that you're on medication, and now you're off dealing with your family stuff.
Because I was doing that. Have you been talking to someone about me?
No.
Gordon.
I'm still asking about you. It's going through a lot, and, well, I thought
Fuck that guy. Through his trousers. Gordon, I guess I am going through a lot. I am sat in a travel inn with a second-hand retro games console after having a very upsetting chat with my single remaining blood relative over the grave of my shit father before getting humiliated in my favourite second-hand game shop by a fat child. My meds mean I can't even drink a decent amount of beer before I collapse in the heat, and truth be told, the side effects of that medication mean I'm utterly unable to even have sex with my wife, who is understandably exasperated by behaviour. Who can blame her? Oh, fuck. Fuck!
What?
I did it!
Did what?
I blew up on Nick! I blew up this stupid little dick robot! I killed that motherfucker!
Talk quietly.
I murdered him! I struck this fucking ruin!
That's good, that's great, man.
The end sequence is dying.
Oh, man, I can't even that's how it's like. It's all black and white, isn't it? And all the animals are sad because they think Sonic's dead.
Good feeling, we'll watch it together.
Okay.
You got it?
Oh, wait. Yeah, I have this on.
The music alone. Did Michael Jackson write some music for this?
No, that was Sonic 3. I don't think anything ended up in the finished game.
God, you are a trivia monger. Oh, well, listen to all those tapes, Jason.
What? Really?
Yeah, Aubrey would. It's sad.
Yeah, it is.
These things are hopeful.
Hopeful for putting people to blame and see what came out the other side.
It doesn't sound like a monster to me, man. It sounds like she had no idea how all that was going to go.
Oh, she knew. She wasn't applying to the job she saw in the free ads. So it worked her whole career to get to that point.
Is there anything all this death and horrors for people who just want to live longer or space travel?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's what I've been thinking about all day.
What if it wasn't anything that grand at all? What if it was just like a seafoam? What if it was just about stories? What do you mean? Have you considered penitentiary? Penitentiary? You said you thought all the test subjects, the teddy bears, you said you thought they were military, right?
Well, only because of the military contract history with the base. That and endurance. What a fitness test the subjects have to go through.
You know it's got a lot of work on their fitness? Prisoners. You know how many contracts overhead has in the United States penal system alone? It's a lot. And Eastern Europe, and Russia, and more over here all the time. Forget about rich folks wanting to meet their own great-grandkids in the future. Forget about anyone wanting to walk on the fourth moon of Neptune. Imagine a prison where you don't need to spend any money on living standards. No food, no clothes, no cells, no security, no one being shit. You put a murderer in chronic storage, probably on a shelf, and you can forget about him for 20 years. I know, right?
Like Sylvester
Say it.
in fucking Demolition Man.
Demolition Man, motherfucker.
That's a really exciting idea, Warren.
I know.
I mean, it's horrible, of course.
Oh, yeah, it's terrifying. So we're going to drop in on some guy I know in Derby tomorrow.
Wait, what?
He's the rep for some of the products that go into our prisons. I thought we should meet him.
In Derby? You got to call it.
Well, it's pissed off. On our way to Red Valley.
You want to go to Red Valley?
You want to go to Red Valley, go to Torlock. And you've been waiting for someone to give you the shove. That's why you picked me.
Warren, we need to think this through.
Too late. I already told Don Holder we're doing it.
You what? When?
Now about half an hour ago.
Wait, when you were
tipsy and preoccupied with trying to hedgehog, yeah, it went about as well as you're imagining.
fucking hell.
Let's do it. Get in your golden bullet, pick me up. You can meet our services somewhere, I'll send you the details.
Okay,
Off you fuck now, I'm going to play Virtual Racing.
right.
70 quid when it came out for a Mega Drive game. Madness.
Yeah, that's what's mad.
Fuck you, bye.
Red Valley was written by Jonathan Williams and directed by Adam Mandel and Jonathan Williams. In recording, editing, music and sound design by Richard Campbell at Orpheus Studio London, with Carol Pestridge as creative consultant. Performances by Jonathan Williams, Adam Mandel, May Cunningham, Tasha Banks, Rosie Owen, Paul Tingle, Richard Campbell, Helena Weeks, and Carol Pestridge. Miles of 2TA was listening to Welcome Counselor. For more information and content, you can find us on social media at Red Valley Pod. If you like what you heard, please rate, review, and subscribe. Thanks so much for listening.
The Fable and Folly Network, where fiction producers flourish.
Greetings, I'm Bernard.
And I'm Magenta. You might know us from such hit podcasts as Madame Magenta, Somos Mystica,
Horror Anthology Magenta presents.
or Season 3 of Mockery Manor.
We're everywhere.
And we're spreading faster than an STD in an old folks' home, because now we have a brand new podcast.
Wow, wow. It's a fun acronym that stands for We Have a Movie.
Oh, it's not just an acronym, Bernard.
It's not.
It's a chat podcast where we invent smash hit Hollywood movies based on popular toys.
If you like the Barbie movie and you want to see similar treatments of your favorite childhood toys, I'll wager you'll like Wham! Episodes on Polly Pocket, Rubik's Cube, Game Boy, Strawberry Shortcake,
Furby, Connect 4, and lots of other nostalgia bait. But it's not just for adults who still like toys. It's a podcast for anyone who loves Hollywood tropes and comedy
and quantum mechanics.
and BDSM.
Wham has something for everyone, but it's still specifically about kids.
That's Wham. WHAM. You know, like when Batman punches someone.
Yes.
Adam West. That Batman.
Exactly.
Not the Christopher Nolan one.
No.
Download it anywhere you listen to podcasts. That's what the world needs, another movie podcast was actually. Maybe I should imagine quantum mechanics.
This is the energy of electrification. Available time-dust high-performance variant, nearly 500 horsepower and 278-mile EPA range ratings. Choose from our complimentary charging packages so you can charge how you want in all-electric Acura ZDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance. Visit your local Acura dealer to lease the all-electric ZDX for $389 a month.
I've got a lot of grandbabies, like a lot. lot. And when it comes to finding a gift for each other, you know, it could add up. But this year, while I was making my way through Walmart, I realized I don't have to spend a lot to get the gifts they'll love.
An OPI mini Mary set. I'm gonna do so much nail art. Oh, damn! A Lego set. My own water bottle.
Ooh, and that's just half of them.
Shop great gifts they're sure to love for $25 and under at Walmart.
Red Valley is intended for mature audiences and contains scenes some listeners may find distressing. Please go to redvalleypod.com for full content warnings on every episode. Do you want to continue?
Hi. Over here. Can I see this somewhere? Oh, yeah, just throw it back to me. Morning. Hey, feeling alright? Yeah. Really? No. I feel like a nutsack. Look, can we put on some air conditioning or something? Oh, shit, no, This is a hangover, by the way, it's a migraine. Is that true? I've been able to bring them onto the blinds. It's always worse in the mornings. Probably didn't help me. Stuff last night, though. I think I was reasonably out. I'm just going to leave your car here. Yeah, I'll come back for it. Unless you'd rather go in my car. Do you want to drive? Please make me dinner. Don't worry about it. Look, I've got biscuits. Oh, God, I love you. Road trip, then. Yep. Road trip. Okay. Listen to this. You go to Red Valley, solve mysteries, uncover secrets, blow this wide open. Stand in the shadow of the mighty ball bag. I don't think you can stop here, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on. Yeah. Oh. Oh, wait, did that say? Yeah, it's left. Up there. I don't think I had it yet, but I'll probably find once we're on the motorway, but I don't actually have to get the motorway. Yeah, I'll start now. No. I'm finding those. I don't have the data to get us all the way to Scotland, but we can use it now. Oh, cool. There's a map that I can see the rest of it. Oh my God, how old is this? So what's the car expect? Why is it so crispy? It's old. Don't look like that. One cop over the diagrams of the M25. Stick it in your must. Wait, what did it say? Keep left. Oh, they're there. They're there. Are you serious about this prison idea? It's only an idea. I was trying to think of practical uses for this kind of technology if it was real. I just don't believe a bunch of old rich people, no matter how much money they have, are enough to justify all this. No one's going to go to all the abject horror and mess, frankly, on the whim of some old bastard or some young bastard who can change his mind, have second thoughts, die earlier than planned. There are too many variables. There has to be some larger function, something more permanent, some institutional application. Overhead make millions in private prisons. Being able to store a prisoner rather than actively detaining them, all you need is a warehouse, a storage unit, a vault. Yeah. So who are we talking to? Like I said, he's just a rat. He might not know anything. I thought, what's the harm? We're only dropping it. What time? Well, there isn't a time. I'm just going to catch him at his office. I didn't want him to be able to say no. Sure. Let's just bring it up to you.
So, what else did Clive Shield have to say about me?
Oh, we don't have to talk about that.
No, it's fine, really. I'd rather know.
Well, said he wasn't supposed to be telling me this, that it was confidential HR stuff, but you had some difficulties with your mental health before joining the company. That you might be impressionable or prone to paranoia or manic behavior, and I wasn't being a positive influence on you with all my interests.
Well, I don't know where we would get that idea. I'm only backing it up the M1 with a raging hangover after drunkenly yelling at my boss that I'm off to search for a mythical research facility where maniacs are freezing people's bodies until they shatter like china plates or are liquefied into toxic sludge. Without telling my wife.
Didn't tell your wife.
She wouldn't take it very well.
I expect you may have to tell her at some point. Like, probably today.
That is a distinct possibility if you've got any sweets. If you've heard way too much about me, Gordon, tell me about you.
There's really not much to tell.
Oh, you're serious? You're not going to tell me anything? I'm sorry, don't worry about it. Sorry to ask. Can we have the radio on?
Oh, someone snapped the aerial on. I replaced it. Then went through the car wash a day later, which snapped it up again. And now, I just think I'm not supposed to have an aerial.
Okay. Got any tapes?
Oh, yeah. Got one.
Really?
Sorry. There's quite a few. Take your pick, though. They're all good.
Neurovitrification and the simian brain.
If you can tolerate the horrendous animal cruelty, that's a fascinating lecture.
The sky's the Hayflick limit.
Oh, yeah. The Hayflick limit is the amount of times the cells in your body combine. A big part of the quest for biological immortality. Simon Calloway to deal with it.
Well, this one's got 4 green water on it, but it's crossed out.
That was just a copy I take over. I think it had some early psych evaluations. It works.
I thought you gave me everything.
Oh, I did. Yeah, everything was a base. This was just background stuff. When you went to school, position and others, etc.
You copied over it.